5,000 years ago, ferocious spirit beasts ruled the world, while weak humans were bred and tamed like livestock. Yet, the tides have turned in the present day. Humanity now reigns supreme, with spirit beasts tamed and bonded through contracts, fostering a shared prosperity. This monumental shift was achieved through the relentless dedication and struggles of generations of spirit tamers. In Lianjiang County, located in the harsh Shandong province, the biting cold of winter howled through the air. Even though it was early autumn, the ground was already blanketed in snow. Nestled deep in the northern reaches of the divine continent, Shandong province was infamous for its severe climate, where 3 out of 4 seasons felt like winter. Historically, it had been a favored place of exile for emperors. Though Lianjiang County was only 50 miles from the provincial capital, it too endured the relentless cold. The residents, perpetually bundled in thick cotton coats, lived in economic hardship. However, today, the usually quiet Luo alley was bustling with activity. Dozens of children dressed in thin, worn clothes sat on small stools arranged in a semicircle, their eyes fixed intently on a wooden building with ornate, upturned eaves. Red lanterns swayed gently under the eaves, their flickering light casting shadows on the bold characters of the central plaque, Zhang's Spirit Beast Training House. Snap! The crisp sound of chalk breaking pierced the air. A handsome young man in an olive-green cotton coat clapped his hands lightly, turning to face the children. Snow Mountain wolves, classified as wild beasts. Can anyone tell me why they possess spiritual energy, even though they are not spirit beasts? The children eagerly raised their hands. A boy in a tiger head hat stood up excitedly, but slipped on the snow in his haste, drawing soft laughter from his peers. Undeterred, he brushed off the snow and shouted confidently, because they are descendants of spirit beasts and still carry spiritual energy in their bloodline. Nearby, at a tea stand, the boy's father straightened up proudly. Mighty Bao is only 7 years old. The young man nodded with a smile and pressed further. Is there another reason? A girl with pigtails immediately stood up. Spiritual energy is formless and colorless. It can flow freely through all things until it finds a compatible vessel, at which point it. She faltered, struggling to find the words. The young man gently added, at which point it awakens intelligence and forms a spirit core, allowing it to evolve into a spirit beast. Well done, Chunhua. He used a tree branch as a pointer, gesturing toward the blackboard as he explained in detail. All things can become spirit beasts. Birds, beasts, mountains, rivers, even unassuming tools like hoes or brooms given the right opportunity, they can awaken and transform. These extraordinary beings continue to evolve, eventually gaining the power to summon storms, move mountains, and fill seas. Were it not for our ancestors' efforts to seek coexistence in times of hardship and form blood contracts with docile spirit beasts, the peace we enjoy today would be unimaginable. As dusk fell, parents began arriving to pick up their children, showering the young man with praise. Young Jiang is so knowledgeable, people come from 20 miles away just to learn from him. He's so young yet so promising. Not only is he well educated, but he's also kind and approachable. One parent handed him a bundle of cured meat. These are spirit-infused jerky strips made from Snow Mountain wolf meat. With your heavy senior year studies, you could use the energy boost. As the young man accepted the gift, a burly man with rough skin approached, placing a large bundle of fur on the ground. Master Jiang, here are the 50 pounds of Snow Mountain wolf pelts you requested. This is all we had at home, and I brought it all for you. Uncle Wong, please don't call me that. I'm just a high school student, the young man said warmly, patting the tiger hat boy's head. The boy's eyes sparkled with admiration. You spent your entire summer teaching these kids about spirit beasts. I'll never forget your kindness, the man said sincerely. If my Dinyo grows up to be half as capable as you, I would be content. By the way, he hesitated, lowering his voice. You don't have to pay me right away. We can settle it later. The young man chuckled lightly and turned to enter the house. Wait here. Moments later, he returned, cradling a large, pristine white beast egg. The man's pupils dilated, and his breathing quickened at the sight. This is a Tier 1 ice crystal bear egg. Although it's only Tier 1, it's fully matured. If Dinyo wants to become a spirit tamer, once it hatches, all he needs is to enroll in Lianjiang High's spirit taming class and acquire a spirit awakening jade. The chances of him succeeding are quite high. I don't have enough money. The man stammered. You've already paid, the young man replied with a smile. Without your help, I wouldn't have been able to gather 500 pounds of wolf pelts anytime soon. Your generosity is something I'll never forget. The burly man, overwhelmed with emotion, carefully wrapped the egg in his coat. Before leaving, he leaned in and whispered, Be cautious, Master Jiang. The county has been unsettled lately. Even the Zhou family's spirit beast shop in the center of town was robbed. The authorities are organizing a manhunt, but some culprits are rumored to have fled to this area. Before the young man could respond, a sharp clattering sound came from inside the training house, followed by faint, unidentifiable noises. The man furrowed his brow in confusion. Uncle Wong, it's getting late. and you still need to leave the county. Take Daniel home quickly, the young man said, cutting him off. Yes, yes, the man replied, joyfully taking his son's hand. Farewell for now. As the father and son disappeared into the night, the young man's kind smile vanished entirely. He turned sharply, his piercing gaze directed toward the shadows inside the house. After a few moments, his lips curled into a cold, ruthless smirk, transforming his demeanor completely. The gentle, benevolent figure was gone, replaced by someone as sharp and dangerous as a coiled serpent. The furnishings in the room appeared somewhat outdated, with hardly any signs of advanced technology. Several wooden shelves lined the walls, sparsely adorned with a few spirit beast eggs resting quietly in their custom-made nests. The vast empty spaces and unused nests around them silently told the tale of the shop's decline. This was the current plight of Zhang's Spirit Beast shop. There was no officially certified Grade 1 or higher spirit trainer managing the place. Although the shop owner's son, Jiang Zheng, was well known among the students of Linan County for his outstanding academic achievements, he had yet to become a true spirit trainer, let alone awaken his destined path or master innate abilities. If not for the intervention of a familiar uncle from the Linjiang Spirit Trainer Association and his remarkable academic performance, the shop's operating license might have been revoked a year ago, when his father, Jiang Hu, went missing. It was nearing bedtime, and typically, Jiang Zheng, who lived in the shop, would be preparing to return to school the next day, perhaps cooking a packet of instant noodles to hastily settle his dinner. However, tonight was different. After wandering around the shop for a moment, he quietly made his way to a hidden corner. He set down a 30-pound snow wolf pelt he had been carrying and crouched down, fixing his gaze on a faintly glowing spray-painted pattern in the corner. Silence array, he murmured softly, pressing 2 fingers against his lips. As soon as the words left his mouth, specks of white light began to flow out from within him, merging into the pattern before him. With a sudden zing, the pattern lit up brilliantly, its intricate details becoming vividly clear, while the surrounding world fell into complete silence. Even the sound of his own heartbeat became audible. Feeling the peculiar stillness, a small smile tugged at the corners of the boy's mouth. At that moment, an indistinguishable voice, neither male nor female, suddenly broke the silence. They are struggling, attempting to break free. Estimated time to escape, 1 minute and 20 seconds. Despite the abrupt warning, Jiang Zheng remained unfazed. Rising calmly to his feet, he wiped the sweat from his forehead as he moved toward the nearby workbench. On the table lay a small amount of crushed purple powder-ground fragments of the vine corrosion herb. This plant, native to the snowy mountains, was often used to create highly concentrated corrosive liquids targeting physical matter. It was particularly practical in Linjiang County, where snow cockroaches were abundant. However, 7 years ago, due to a shocking case, the government imposed a nationwide ban on its procurement and the sale of related products. Rumor had it that someone had extracted components from pest control products containing vine corrosion herb to create a highly corrosive and spreading liquid, capable of completely erasing victims. This made subsequent investigations and arrests exceedingly difficult, requiring the intervention of spirit trainers with unique destinies to uncover the truth. Since then, the circulation of vine corrosion herb had been prohibited across all cities in the country. But such a ban did not deter Jiang Zheng. The reason was simple. There were just as many people seeking his help as there were those who believed in him. The training of spirit tamers in Linjiang County relies entirely on the 2 specialized spirit taming classes at Linjiang High School. These classes are the only legal institutions recognized by the government and the Spirit Tamer Association, making entry as difficult as reaching the heavens. While ordinary academic classes offer a glimmer of hope through hard work, the spirit taming classes are a true bottleneck, where countless aspirants compete for an almost inaccessible opportunity. Against this backdrop, Jiang Zheng's presence shines remarkably bright. As a standout in the spirit taming class, he dominates the academic, physical, and skill assessments with top scores across the board. Beyond that, he patiently explains spirit beast knowledge to his classmates every day. In this impoverished county, where everyone dreams of their children becoming spirit tamers to bridge the gap across social classes, Jiang Zheng has become a symbol of hope, especially in rural areas. The toxic vines used in his concoction were discreetly provided by a village doctor, grateful for his guidance to the doctor's child. Such a kind-hearted boy could never do anything bad, the doctor firmly believed. He said it was just for getting rid of cockroaches. Bang! Jiang Zheng poured a large amount of powder into the water tank and began stirring with a stainless steel rod. A pungent smell filled the air as the clear well water gradually turned sticky and deep purple. Estimated escape time, 40 seconds. He withdrew the rod, nodded in satisfaction, his face still adorned with a gentle smile. 25 seconds. 10 seconds. The metal rod clattered silently to the ground. Jiang Zheng reached into a wooden box hidden beneath an overturned table and pulled out a hunting crossbow that had no place being there. 5 seconds. With practiced ease, he loaded a sharp arrow, its cold glint reflecting the dim light. 2 seconds. As the fruit knife severed the ropes, the door burst open with a crash. The icy air carried the heavy stench of blood, and dark red stains had already frozen solid on the floor. A young man in black nightwear, covered in wounds, broke free from the wolf-binding ropes. He attempted to flee but collapsed heavily due to his severed tendons. He lifted his head, desperation flickering in his eyes. Though the soundproofing array muted all noise within 10 meters, his lip movements were unmistakable. "He'll talk. He'll tell you everything." The boy raised the crossbow, his lips curling into a faint smile. Whoosh thud. The arrow pierced through the man's throat, the force pinning him to the wall. His body convulsed violently before falling still forever. Jiang Zheng calmly fired 2 more arrows to confirm the kill, then walked toward the door with a light, unhurried step. Peering into the corner, he fixed his innocent gaze on a woman bound by wolf-binding ropes. She had a delicate face, though disheveled and frightened, staring at the smiling boy with terror. "Why don't you run, stranger spirit tamer?" The woman's teeth chattered uncontrollably as her entire body trembled. The young man entered the room unhurriedly, holding a hunting crossbow in his hand. From his pocket, he retrieved a faintly glowing talisman. "Dispel," he murmured. As his voice fell, white spiritual energy surged into the talisman, which immediately ignited without flame. The winter wind howled, rushing into the room. "Don't scream, and don't move," the young man warned, shaking the crossbow slightly. A chilling smile played on his lips. "Of course, screaming won't help, and moving won't either. There's a spirit-locking formation set up here by my family. Your spirit-summoning jade is in my possession, not to mention the cuts on your wrists and ankles." The woman nodded shakily, her eyes filled with fear. "One chance, one question just like yesterday," the young man said as he leaned against the far wall, deliberately keeping his distance from her. His voice was so gentle it was almost soothing. "Why did you come to my house?" "I." The woman's voice was hoarse. After a moment's hesitation, she asked, "If I tell you, will you let me go?" "Of course." The young man chuckled lightly. "Everyone around here knows that Jiang is the kindest of men, never one to pick a fight." He paused, tilting his head as if in thought, then added, "I swear, if you tell me, you'll live. If I'm lying, may my entire family spiral into the heavens." The woman swallowed hard, her face darkening slightly. "We mean no harm," she hurriedly clarified. "It's just that we lost something a long time ago, and only recently learned it might be within the Shandong province. We were sent to Linjiang County to search for it." She deliberately shifted her body forward, her neckline faintly revealing more. "We wandered here by mistake. Im Qian and I." "Stop." The young man's gaze flicked downward briefly before quickly looking away. "I don't know you, so don't say so much." A glimmer of hope flashed in the woman's eyes. A young hunter from this desolate land must still be naive. She straightened her posture again, forcing a seductive smile onto her face. "Young man, your sister here truly came to the wrong place. Could you let me go? You have spiritual energy, and you're young. Surely you're a student at the local academy? To possess such strong spiritual energy at your age is truly remarkable." She deliberately let her gaze drift downward toward him. "Why not come with your sister? There's a bright future waiting for you." "Is that so?" The young man's tone was laced with hesitation and anticipation. "Of course." The woman's eyes lit up. "You're a genius, a rare talent. Instead of staying here, why not?" "You lost an egg, didn't you?" The young man interrupted suddenly. "Yes." The woman instinctively responded, only to freeze mid-sentence. Her expression stiffened as terror washed over her like a tidal wave. She snapped her gaze toward the young man, wanting to say something, but the words caught in her throat. The young man continued smiling serenely at her, lowering his head slightly. His squinted eyes slowly opened, revealing an unsettling transformation. His pupils, devoid of any emotion, stood in stark contrast to the smile on his lips. The woman's own pupils contracted sharply as she witnessed the horrifying change. His dark irises turned white, narrowing and elongating until they resembled the eyes of a serpent. "Qian, your mental defenses have crumbled. Though the taste is unremarkable, the soul of a spirit manipulator is still a delicacy." The Ouroboros gaze is savoring the process. Tasting complete. Reward, causality-type spirit art, fragment of the curse-binding technique. The young man's cheerful laugh echoed through the room, as warm and gentle as a spring breeze. Then, he pulled the trigger. Whoosh thud. "This must be heaven's way of teaching a lesson." The young man softly hummed a tune. "Let go of grudges, restrain your temper, start anew, change your ways." As he deftly placed the empty jar by the door, dusting off his hands, he turned and walked into the bedroom, pausing in front of the bed. Bending down, his gaze pierced through the shadows beneath the bed, landing on a locked leather chest. His fingers brushed over the worn-out surface of the leather, and his expression gradually calmed. In the dim light, his eyes underwent a subtle transformation. If anyone had been watching, they would have been startled by the slitted pupils and the icy, piercing aura emanating from them. With a soft click, the lock opened. In an instant, Dazzling starlight burst from the cracks of the chest, accompanied by snowflakes that drifted out of thin air, landing on Jiang Zheng's skin with a chilling touch. The young man stared intently at the contents of the chest as a system prompt echoed in his ears. Ecological type Spirit Beast egg analysis not yet unlocked, requires incubation. Potential analysis not yet unlocked, requires incubation. Attributes: primary ice element, secondary lightning, wind, earth elements. Estimated incubation time: 7 days. Current progress: 95.02. Your spiritual energy has been updated and is now sufficient to assist incubation. The mechanical, neutral voice carried a faint tone of emotion, though it was merely stating facts. The young man's gaze softened as he gently ran his hand over the black-patterned eggshell. In response, the egg wobbled slightly, as if acknowledging his touch. The origin of this egg traced back to 6 months ago. On that fateful night, Jiang, who had been missing for nearly a year, suddenly barged into the house. The moment he entered, he was ensnared by a spirit lock array set up by the young man. Collapsing helplessly to the ground, a common reaction for most beginners when their spiritual energy is abruptly severed. But this time, Jiang showed no anger at his loss of composure. Instead, he straightened up with rare confidence, a faint smile appearing on his face. Seeing you like this, I can rest easy. Jiang Zheng stood silently, gripping his crossbow, his eyes fixed on the man. This is a gift from me to you, Jiang said, pushing the chest toward the young man. Take care of it. No one knows it exists. Where are you going? The young man didn't reach for the chest, his brows furrowing deeply. Don't concern yourself with my affairs, Jiang replied, steadying himself against the wall as he struggled to his feet. Raising you to this day, hitting and scolding you, I owe you an apology. I've never done anything wrong, so I won't forgive you, the young man said softly, shaking his head. I never expected you to, Jiang muttered through gritted teeth. Casting one last glance at the boy, he disappeared into the night. The memory ended abruptly. Jiang Zheng's palm remained pressed against the snow-white egg with black patterns, feeling its coolness seep through. After 6 months of guarding this little one, was it finally about to hatch? A ripple of anticipation stirred in the young man's heart, for a spirit beast was the very foundation of a spirit master. Perhaps it was destined. Spiritual energy has the unique ability to awaken intelligence in countless forms of matter, granting them reservoirs capable of accumulating even more spiritual energy. Humanity, however, is an exception. Despite 5,000 years of history and the relentless efforts of countless extraordinary individuals, the best humans have achieved is creating cultivation techniques like the Heart Sutra, which can only gather minuscule amounts of spiritual energy. The harsh reality remains: no human can become a spirit master without forming a contract with a spirit beast. While contracting a spirit beast does not guarantee one will become a spirit master, failing to do so makes it an unattainable path. All pursuits are second to mastering spirits. This saying has been deeply ingrained in the hearts of nations and people across the world. Even in this era of advanced technology, where military firepower can suppress most spirit beasts, the status of spirit masters remains unshaken. As time progresses, spirit masters have gained even more astounding capabilities, such as awakening their destined paths and unique innate talents. The young man licked his parched lips, his eyes glowing with fervent determination. He understood clearly that the spiritual energy filling his body today was no coincidence. It was undoubtedly tied to the spiritual technique bestowed by the Ouroboros eye. Causality-type binding curse, he murmured softly, his mind racing. Most spiritual techniques originate from one's destined path, while a smaller portion comes from spirit beasts, simplified over time into universal skills. The most common are elemental techniques, with over a dozen attributes corresponding to the elements of spirit beasts. Other types include healing, defense, and amplification, but the rarest of all are causality techniques, divided into curses and blessings. Closing his eyes, the young man immersed himself in the intricacies of the binding curse. Moments later, he snapped his eyes open, muttering, "Cause and effect? Equivalent exchange? Cost and reward?" Truly, blessings and calamities go hand in hand. When Jiang Zheng finally entered the room carrying his items, the clock on the wall pointed to midnight. On the floor lay a bright yellow jade pendant, an assortment of colorful medicinal herbs, and a freshly sterilized fruit knife, all neatly arranged. Everything was ready. Sitting cross-legged, the young man licked his dry lips, took a deep breath, and declared softly, "I swear." The moment the words left his mouth, his body began to burn with intense heat. As if anticipating this, he swiftly rolled up his sleeve to reveal several thumb-sized black markings that appeared out of nowhere on his skin, slowly rotating. His pupils instantly narrowed into slits. The cocoon mark. Worms form cocoons. Cocoons become butterflies. Jiang Zheng fell silent for a moment, then raised his head to look at himself in the mirror. The markings remained confined to his neck, not spreading to his face. Feeling the surging heat within him, he gasped for breath and muttered hoarsely, "To serve the Lord, double the suffering." To serve the king, the spiritual energy doubles. As soon as the words were spoken, Jiang Zheng unhesitatingly dragged the fruit knife across his palm. The sharp blade sliced through his flesh, and blood immediately gushed out. The searing pain made his brow twitch. After a year of living in comfort, his tolerance for pain had dulled. He could distinctly feel the black markings on his body beginning to writhe. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual energy erupted within him, quickly filling the void from before and continuing to grow. After 3 breaths, the influx of energy finally slowed to a stop. It had indeed doubled. Yet the pain lingered stubbornly. Jiang Zheng lowered his gaze to the wound on his palm. Amidst his labored breathing, a cold smirk tugged at the corners of his lips. The gentle facade he had worn for years completely crumbled, replaced by the madness that flared deep within his eyes. The reward had arrived, but the cost remained. To stop the pain, he would have to wait for the wound to heal. He silently thanked his fortune that he had not yet become a spirit tamer, as his spiritual essence was still shallow. Otherwise, the doubled pain might not have been worth the doubled reward of spiritual energy. Feast on the king's bounty, and the wound heals slower. Serve the king, and let it hatch. No response. Feast on the king's bounty, and the wound bleeds faster. Serve the king, and help it hatch. The black markings on his skin flickered briefly. The boy licked the corner of his mouth, his smile growing increasingly twisted. Feast on the king's bounty, faster bleeding, slower healing, doubled pain. Serve the king, and together, let it hatch. The black markings spread across his body at an unprecedented speed, and blood poured from the wound in his palm. Jiang Zheng immediately concentrated all his remaining spiritual essence into his right finger, channeling it without reservation into the Spirit Beast egg before him. Boom! A dazzling white light instantly filled the entire room. Just as the light engulfed the boy, his eyes radiated with a brilliance even more blinding than the white glow. At the edge of the horizon, where clouds stretched endlessly, a Kunpeng soared into the sky. In the depths of the sea, within a palace of jade, a mighty dragon opened its eyes. In the city of technology, where the future intertwined, an emperor gazed downward in silence. On a bridge of withered wood, amidst a capital strewn with white bones, a wandering spirit lifted its head to the heavens. Within a churning molten core, where countless flames bowed in reverence, fire roared with fury. The rulers are certainly agitated, so they've sensed it? The prophecy was indeed correct. The age of great strife, the moment of counterattack. A voice echoed. Now, everyone, can someone tell Muho, is this person? And where is this person now? The boy lay motionless on the ground. A damp sensation wandered across his face, causing him to frown and instinctively tilt his head. Another wet touch followed. Jiang Zheng's eyes snapped open. Reflexively, he brought 2 fingers together in front of his mouth and muttered sharply, "Ice pillar." However, nothing happened. The spiritual energy within him was utterly unresponsive, leaving him hollow and powerless. His sudden movement startled the small creature beside him, which scrambled backward on all fours. Jiang Zheng froze for a moment, then hurriedly scrambled to his feet and turned to face the source of the movement. Man and beast locked eyes. Memories surged back like a tidal wave. Holding his aching head, Jiang Zheng finally recalled what had happened. He had been knocked unconscious by a close-range spiritual energy shockwave. Glancing around, he saw that the room remained intact, suggesting the shockwave hadn't caused significant damage or drawn anyone's attention. Suddenly, a sharp, searing pain engulfed him, making the veins on his forehead bulge. The sound of dripping drew his gaze downward. Blood was flowing profusely from his fingertips, staining the floor a vivid crimson. The small creature sniffed the air, licked its lips, and a glint of eagerness flickered in its eyes. Jiang Zheng inhaled sharply and looked down at his palm. A jagged wound was gushing blood, exposing stark, white bone beneath. "Went too pharaoh-verted it," he muttered to himself. Quickly scanning the floor, his eyes locked onto a few wooden boxes he had placed earlier. With a crash, he knelt on the ground, enduring the pain as he hastily opened and closed several boxes. At last, he found what he was searching for, a high-potency flesh-mending and blood-replenishing pill. It was a reward from his uncle, who worked at the Linjiang Spirit Tamers Association, to celebrate Jiang Zheng earning first place in his school's semester exams. The pill, crafted with various spiritual herbs and personally refined by a professional spirit tamer, was specifically designed to heal deep lacerations. Such pills were exorbitantly priced, with low-potency versions costing nearly 10,000, mid-potency surpassing that, and high-potency reaching close to 30,000. Without hesitation, Jiang Zheng tossed the pill into his mouth and chewed it forcefully. The complex bitterness of the medicine spread across his tongue. As he swallowed, a sharp, intense pain surged through his chest, making his breathing heavy and labored. The torn muscles around his wound began to stir, as active granulation tissue reached toward each other, knitting together until the injury was fully healed. The process left Jiang Zheng pale and drenched in cold sweat from the agony. Moments later, he flexed his hand. Apart from a slight stiffness, the wound had completely closed. Letting out a sigh of relief, He wiped the sweat from his forehead and turned his gaze toward the small creature. It was inching toward the spot where he had previously been lying, feigning nonchalance as it eagerly licked the bloodstains on the floor. Judging by the marks around its mouth, it had already licked quite a bit while he was unconscious. The creature was a tiger cub, its snow-white fur patterned with bold black stripes. Bright, golden eyes gleamed with a striking intensity. Its short, sturdy limbs hinted at formidable strength. Jiang Zheng fell silent for a moment, his eyes reflecting deep thought. Technically speaking, the northern regions were indeed home to the highest concentration of tiger-type spirit beasts. For instance, the Great Snow Mountain near Lingjiang County was known for being such a habitat. Jiang Zheng gazed at the peculiar little creature before him, a growing sense of curiosity stirring in his heart. While it bore some resemblance to the ice tiger cubs found in the Great Snow Mountain, there were distinct differences. Its fur was much whiter than that of a typical ice tiger cub, and its golden eyes shimmered with an unusual clarity, unlike the signature blue eyes of ice tiger cubs. The most striking feature, however, was the faint protrusions on its back, something unseen in any known tiger-type spiritual beast. As Jiang Zheng continued his careful observation, the little creature, seemingly satisfied after a hearty meal, sat contentedly on the ground. Its round, curious eyes locked onto the boys, and a flicker of surprise gradually emerged in its gaze. Suddenly, a flood of information entered Jiang Zheng's mind. The creature, named Shueshan, belonged to the Snow Mountain tiger species and was currently in the early stage of its juvenile phase at 0 rank, level 1. However, its potential was astonishingly high, reaching the midstage of rank 7, level 6, as a dominant being. Its primary elemental affinity was ice, supplemented by secondary affinities for lightning, earth, and wind. It possessed several low-level talents that could be enhanced: ice and snow affinity, mountain monarch bloodline, blood nourishment, and thick hide. Additionally, it had unique, non-upgradable talents: universal resistance, wind follows the tiger, and mountain god's favor. Beyond these traits, it had inherited several techniques, including tiger's roar, bite, heavy strike, intimidating gaze, and avalanche. Its evolution path featured a visible progression: ice tiger cub, ice tiger beast Xian, Zhou tiger, Dao following tiger child Shueshan, as well as a hidden evolutionary route that required the consumption of a rank 7 soul to unlock. Merit in following the Dao, favor from the mountain god, wings shall sprout, and the tiger's roar will shake the land. Bestowed with the name of June, it claims its domain. These words echoed in Jiang Zheng's mind. At that moment, Jiang Zheng instinctively stepped back, only to accidentally tread on a pile of plastic wrapping that crinkled underfoot, startling the little creature. It flinched, and Jiang Zheng murmured under his breath, Shueshan, June. His pupils contracted sharply. In this world, only spiritual beasts of rank 7 or higher were deemed worthy of the title June, such as the blazing fire June of the Forbidden Sea of Death Flames in the Southern Secret Realm. Though this little one was still weak, its potential had already reached the threshold of June, a testament to its extraordinary bloodline. Spiritual beasts were classified into 4 categories: ecological, elemental, mechanical, and special. Each had its unique traits. Ecological types, like birds and beasts, excelled in balanced abilities. Mechanical types, derived from intelligent constructs, specialized in offense and defense. Elemental types were adept at long-range attacks, and special types stood out for their soul-related capabilities. However, these characteristics were not fixed, as evolution could lead to new traits. Typically, there was a 90% chance that a cub would regress into one of its parents' initial forms, inheriting their traits. The stronger the parents, the higher this probability, reaching up to 99% by the 3rd stage. The remaining small chance was inheritance, where the cub directly inherited its parents' evolved form without inheriting their level. Clearly, the little creature before Jiang Zheng was an inheritance. Casey had inherited its parents' Shueshan form, making it a genuine young Shueshan. The little snow mountain spirit tilted its head, its pair of crystal-clear eyes shimmering with pure innocence as it focused intently on the young man before it. This was no coincidence. Spiritual beasts are instinctively drawn to the first living being they see upon hatching. Moreover, it had already grown familiar with this gentle aura long before, while still nestled within its egg. As a naturally gifted spiritual beast, it required no enlightenment to possess a keen sense of spiritual energy. The aura that seeped into its eggshell each day silently conveyed the essence of its future master. This is precisely why Spirit Tamers are so devoted to personally overseeing the hatching process. Spiritual beasts nurtured in this way often form a deeper, more profound connection with their tamers. Becoming a spirit tamer is no easy feat. One must overcome the 3 trials of spirit taming: achieving spiritual resonance, nurturing a strong spiritual beast, and forming the bond of covenant. This connection of mutual understanding is an indispensable element of the final trial, the bond of covenant. Jiang Zheng pondered for a moment before slowly extending his palm. The little snow mountain spirit blinked its bright eyes and, without hesitation, waddled toward him on its stubby legs, hopping and bouncing. It affectionately nuzzled his palm. Jiang Zheng gently stroked its soft fur, savoring a warmth he had never experienced in either his past or present life. Little one, would you like to stay with me? Jiang Zheng asked softly. The snow mountain spirit tilted its head, a hint of confusion flickering in its gaze. Though it couldn't yet comprehend human language, the boy's gentle emotions resonated deeply within its heart. Understanding its response, Jiang Zheng smiled faintly. He stood and scanned the surroundings, his eyes soon settling on a solid yellow jade pendant in the corner. The little snow mountain spirit tilted its head again and followed closely behind him, step by step. Picking up the jade pendant and inspecting it carefully, Jiang Zheng exhaled quietly in relief. It was of far better quality than he had anticipated. He crouched down and placed the pendant in front of the little creature. The snow mountain spirit curiously sniffed it, its eyes lighting up as it unconsciously licked its lips. This isn't food, Jiang Zheng said with a helpless chuckle. This might just become your future home. Summoning Jade, one of the most essential tools for a spirit tamer, serves as a dwelling for spiritual beasts. Each piece of summoning Jade can house only one spiritual beast and is categorized by strict grade limitations, though it can accommodate beasts of lower ranks. The Jades are graded by color, from lowest to highest: yellow, orange, blue, green, cyan, red, purple, and black. The purer the color, the higher the quality, not only offering a more comfortable sanctuary for the beast, but also aiding in its gradual growth and strength. Notably, only the yellow grade, first-tier summoning Jade can house spiritual beasts of the first and second tiers, a unique trait absent in other grades. Jiang Zheng speculated that this might be due to the affordability of first-tier materials, which makes them ideal for experimentation, whereas higher-grade materials are far more expensive and challenging to produce on a large scale. Although summoning Jade, as a core tool for spirit tamers, should not be exorbitantly priced, the blame for its high cost lies squarely with national policies. Spirit beasts belonging to spirit masters are strictly forbidden from appearing in any public areas of the city without proper authorization. This ironclad rule is enforced by the Spirit Master Association, and violators face not only hefty fines, but also potential charges under a special criminal statute designed specifically for spirit masters. Such regulations have driven the market price of spirit summoning jades to soar. Even a second-hand yellow jade can fetch tens of thousands, rivaling the cost of high-quality, low-tier spirit beast eggs. The spirit summoning jade in Jiang Zheng's hand, however, wasn't purchased. It was something left behind by his father. When it came to whether his father had consented to him using it, Jiang Zheng held a particular view. Silence meant approval. In his room, a snow-white tiger cub fixated its gaze on the spirit summoning jade in Jiang Zheng's hand. The material of the jade naturally attracted spirit beasts, but the cub's eager eyes spoke more of hunger than fascination. "I've prepared plenty of snow mountain wolf pelts for you," Jiang Zheng murmured softly, bending down to pick up the little tiger. He pressed his forehead gently against the cub's as it gleefully licked his face. "Though each pelt holds only a small amount of spiritual energy, there's enough to keep you full." He couldn't help but chuckle. Kneeling on one knee, Jiang Zheng placed the cub in front of the spirit summoning jade and asked gently, "So, will you become my partner?" He patiently instructed, "If you want to, just channel your spiritual energy into it and relax." Before he could finish, the little tiger let out a loud roar and slapped its paw decisively on the jade. Instantly, a dazzling light filled the room, dispelling the darkness and momentarily swallowing the boy's warm smile. By dawn, Jiang Zheng had only managed 3 hours of sleep, but felt invigorated. Adrenaline coursed through his veins as he swiftly swept away the dust in the room, packing garbage and empty glass bottles into a plastic bag. Once the cleaning was done, he stood with his hands on his hips, a satisfied smile lighting up his face. At the dining table, the white tiger cub hungrily lapped up milk from a bowl, occasionally rubbing its milk-stained head against the pile of gray wolf pelts nearby. As wisps of white spiritual energy filled its nostrils, it shivered with contentment and let out a soft, pleased murmur. "So comfortable. All right, little one, let's go." Jiang Zheng took the opportunity to ruffle the cub's head before flicking the yellow spirit summoning jade at his waist. The tiger responded with a cheerful roar and staggered toward the jade, bumping into it clumsily. As the light particles dissipated, the jade gave a faint tremble, and if one looked closely, the faint silhouette of a small white tiger could be seen within. Before leaving, Jiang Zheng approached a large dog bowl in the corner. He added a few more scoops of dog food to the bowl, already filled with pale purple freeze-dried chunks, until it was brimming. As he neared the roller door, the sound of paws scratching and low whimpers came from outside. When the door rolled up, several stray dogs with coats of varying colors looked up at him with joy. A few familiar ones even stood on their hind legs and bowed, expressing their gratitude in their unique way. These long-haired dogs are a unique breed from the northern region, naturally possessing the traits of spirit beasts. Their thick fur allows them to withstand extreme cold. And what's even more remarkable is their extraordinary digestive ability. They can neutralize toxins after accidentally consuming insect repellents containing vine-corrosive grass. Such resilience is rare among ordinary animals. The young man gazed at the pack of dogs in front of him, a gentle smile playing on his lips. He placed the dog bowls lightly on the ground, unfazed by the strange odor emanating from them. Instead, he reached out to stroke their slightly coarse fur. You must all be starving, huh? Go ahead, eat up, and finish every bit. The morning streets were still relatively quiet, except for the breakfast shop across the road, which was already bustling. The shop owner, busy frying food, wiped the sweat from his brow and called out warmly to the young man. Xiao Jiang, up so early, huh? Try these fresh out off the pan fritters, they're super crispy. The young man remained crouched, tending to the dogs, simply shaking his head with a smile. At that moment, the shop owner's wife put down the cloth she was using, leaned against the wall, and teased. Your folks haven't come back yet, have they? Running this place without adults isn't easy. How about this after you graduate from high school? Marry our Hunyo. We all like you anyway. What are you saying? The shop owner quickly interrupted. Xiao Jiang is going to be a spirit master someday. Where would he find the time to settle down so soon? A man's got to focus on his career first. Oh, please, the wife retorted immediately. When you came to propose to me, you didn't have a penny to your name, just some strength to show. Why didn't you think about building a career back then? The shop owner's face turned bright red, and after a moment of awkward silence, he muttered. Times were different. Sure, times were different, the wife said, rolling her eyes. You always have a way with words, don't you? How about this, let's just have them get engaged first. Noticing her husband's hesitant expression, she added, Xiao Zhang even sold Hunyo a spirit beast egg at a discount. Who knows? They might both become spirit masters in the future, and they could look out for each other. Before she could finish, she realized the young man had already slipped away quietly. She shot her husband a glare, picked up a water basin, and walked inside. I don't think Xiao Jiang has any interest in this at all. Once his wife had gone, the shop owner wiped the sweat from his forehead and chuckled to himself. Doesn't matter. We're neighbors, after all can avoid each other. Good things take time. Besides, Hunyo likes him. What's that saying? Childhood sweethearts. Haha, what's there to worry about? Slowly but surely, even an iron pestle can be ground into a needle. The young boy stood at the intersection. He glanced down at his phone. The LCD screen displayed 6:21 a.m. Just as he was wondering if the person should have arrived, a loud voice broke through the quiet of the morning, calling, Jiang Zheng. Looking up, he saw two figures in the distance. One of them, a young man dressed in a security uniform, was jogging briskly toward him, waving as he ran. When the man reached him, he bent over, hands on his knees, slightly out of breath. I'm late today, sorry about that. It's no problem, Brother Ping. I should be thanking you instead for going out of your way to patrol this area every day and helping me watch over the shop. It's the least I can do. The young man straightened up and asked with concern. By the way, how's your illness? Are you better now? I'm fully recovered. That's good to hear. The young man reached out and ruffled Jiang Zheng's hair, his tone warm. You know, I became a security officer thanks to your father selling me that Spirit Beast egg at a bargain price back then. Since I have to patrol the streets anyway, it doesn't matter where I do it. Need me to give you a ride to school? No need. The boy shook his head and pointed to a bus approaching in the distance. The bus is here. He'll just take that. The young man caught the keys Jiang Zheng handed over and glanced at them casually. All right then, off you go. He'll make sure, huh? His gaze suddenly froze, fixed on the yellow summoning jade in Jiang Zheng's hand. His eyes lit up with excitement. Is that have you found a spirit beast you like? Seeing Jiang Zheng smile and nod, the young man was overjoyed. That's fantastic. With a spirit beast of your own, the 3 spirit trials will no longer hold you back. Becoming a spirit master is just around the corner. Jiang Zheng scratched his head, embarrassed. They'll take your kind words to heart. As the boy boarded the bus, the young man watched him leave, a proud look on his face. At that moment, a younger colleague standing nearby withdrew his gaze and asked curiously, Brotherly, is that Jiang Zheng from Linjiang First High School? That's him, the young man replied, his tone brimming with pride. In the past 20 years, he's the first student to achieve perfect scores in the written, physical, and skill tests as a sophomore, a true triple crown Jiang. I heard Linjiang First High School kept their congratulatory banner up for almost the entire summer. The younger man pouted slightly, his tone carrying a hint of jealousy. As they should. Brotherly chuckled, shaking his head in delight. He was genuinely happy for Jiang Zheng. 5 years ago, he had rushed to a newly opened Spirit Beast shop for an opening sale and had managed to pick out a decent Spirit Beast egg. That was also the first time he met the boy. But as he reminisced, his smile faltered. He suddenly recalled the scene from back then. The boy standing beside his father, his gaze cold and indifferent as he scrutinized Brotherly, as if he were examining prey on a butcher's block. That look had sent chills down his spine, making his hair stand on end. Although he failed the Spirit Master exam a year later, he did manage to get into the police academy in Santong province. By the time he returned to express his gratitude, the boy had completely changed, becoming as gentle and amicable as he was today. This made the young man fall into deep thought. Memories from 5 years ago surfaced in his mind. Had he really been wrong back then? After a few moments, he chuckled softly and shook his head. Though now a university graduate, back in his hometown with a professional job and advanced expertise, he still couldn't discern the slightest flaw in Jiang Zheng's expression. That boy's kindness was so pure, it was almost terrifying. If it was all an act, it would be too horrifying to believe, even for himself. Thus, he leaned toward the conclusion that 5 years ago, he must have been mistaken. Linjiang High School, the most prestigious high school in Linjiang City, had earned its reputation through no small effort. This city, due to its unique geographical environment, was unremarkable in all industries, and its educational resources were particularly scarce. If not for direct government intervention, how many teachers would willingly settle in this perpetually cold, resource-poor place to educate its youth? Even with government support, Linjiang City could only manage to concentrate its best teaching resources into this single key high school. What was even more remarkable was that Linjiang High School had received a special authorization from the Spirit Master Association, allowing it to become the only high school in the city to offer courses in the Spirit Arts department. The association had even provided manuals on spiritual techniques and meditative scriptures, enabling the department's students to learn the basics of spirit mastery. For the people of Linjiang, this was an extraordinary blessing. As a result, every middle school student in the city aspired to gain admission to Linjiang High School, and those confident in their prospects dreamed of entering the Spirit Arts department, hoping that one day they could become spirit masters and lead their impoverished families to a brighter future. The boy sat quietly by the window, his gaze fixed outside. The geography of Linjiang County was quite unique, consisting of 2 separated landmasses connected by 5 bridges spanning the river. At this moment, the bus was driving across one of these bridges. A flock of oddly shaped seagulls circled in the sky. Though they were not spirit beasts, wild spirit beasts could not enter human cities. Below the bridge lay a frozen lake. While Linjiang did have a river, it only thawed during the peak of summer. It was more fitting to call it an ice road rather than a river. Through the bus window, the figures on the ice appeared as small as beans, most of them spinning ice tops, a childhood toy etched in the memories of northern people and a nostalgic image from Jiang Zheng's past. His gaze darkened suddenly. By his count, it had been 5 years since he arrived in this world. Unlike the travelers in the stories, his past life was not that of an orphan. He had lived in a seemingly happy, large family, but in truth, he had been abducted, as had the other children. His so-called parents were nothing more than despicable criminals. From birth, his eyes had a permanent anomaly, vertical pupils. Though he had never been to a hospital for a diagnosis, those eyes, while intimidating, had no special abilities. Yet, this uniqueness was enough to make him suffer. During those long years, he had endured countless beatings and broken bones. On many nights, as he lay barely clinging to life in a cold pigsty, only one thought kept him going: survive. As long as he survived, there was a future. His childhood had no laughter, no warm memories, and no companions to share his pain. In an environment like this, survival is everything for a child. Every day, he honed various skills. His fingers moved deftly like a seasoned expert when picking locks. Tears flowed on command when begging. He fought with a ferocity that seemed unnatural for a child, and he always delivered goods on time. But his true talents lay in begging, and Scamingi's tears could fool anyone passing by, and his innocent smile could tug at even the coldest heart. This talent gradually reduced the beatings from his parents, but also earned him the resentment and fear of his siblings. He would simply smirk at their reactions. Surviving was enough. Why care about what others thought? On the day he turned 18, his parents did something unprecedented. They threw him a birthday celebration. His siblings clapped with forced smiles, while his parents showered him with praise for his talents, hinting that he was destined to take over the family business. He smiled and nodded, but the fruit knife in his hand gleamed coldly. With swift precision, he struck one clean cut for each of them. The vivid red of their blood soaked into the lone patch of white frosting on the cake. After gaining his freedom, he tried to lead a normal life. But those chilling eyes of his and his obsessive punctuality made it impossible for him to fit into any workplace. By the time he turned 30, he gave up. If this was how it was, he might as well return to his old ways. His new boss, Jiang Zheng, couldn't stop singing his praises until he discovered that there was no base salary, and even commissions wouldn't be paid until a year later. He laughed out loud, turned around, and walked back in with a knife in hand. But fate had other plans. A runaway dump truck barreled straight toward him. Even when he leapt onto a rooftop, the truck smashed through the wall and hit its mark. So be it, he thought. If I open my eyes and I'm still alive, that's a bonus. But this life? I've had enough. This wasn't karma. It felt more like destiny. Yet there was no proof. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself as a child, battered and bruised, surrounded by howling wind and snow. He immediately bit the tip of his tongue, using the pain to confirm the reality of had been reborn. Then it was time to play the game again. Those eerie eyes of his turned out to be a gift, now fully under his control. He realized he had become mute, though it was only due to extreme thirst. A raspy voice broke through the snowstorm. The Great Snow Mountain sees 100 storms a year. If you survived, it seems even the heavens won't take you. I'm heading to Linjiang City. If you want to live, bow your head, and it'll take you. But remember, your survival is thanks to me. A decisive thud sounded as he knelt, earning a laugh from the man. Not bad, I'll call you Jiang Zheng. With that thought, Jiang Zheng opened his eyes, a smirk playing on his lips. Father, I remember. If I didn't, I would have stuck the locking spirit talisman on our house the moment I got it, as a little gift for you. His smile brightened. Thank you, Jiang Hu. Not just because it's good to be alive, but because this world is just too fascinating. Next stop, Linjiang No. 1 High School. Linjiang No. 1 High School is approaching. Please gather your belongings and prepare to disembark. The announcement echoed through the train carriage, accompanied by the gentle sway of the train. Jiang Zheng sat by the window, wearing the blue and white school uniform, his gaze calm as he looked outside. At the back of the carriage, a group of students wearing the same Linjiang No. 1 High School uniform were whispering among themselves, occasionally sneaking glances in his direction. It's him, no doubt about it, one boy whispered. My cousin was in the Ling second class last year. She showed me his pictures every day. He's definitely good looking, another student chimed in. Good looking, my foot, someone scoffed, raising their voice slightly, but still keeping it low enough to avoid being overheard at the front. This is what you call handsome? Are you blind? Jiang Zheng's lips curved into a slight smile, maintaining his gentle expression. This kind of hushed gossip was nothing new to him back in the day. His siblings had been far more blunt with their comments than these high schoolers. He stood up and turned toward the group of suddenly flustered students. New students. The unexpected interaction caught the students off guard, as if their secret had been exposed. The boy leading the group swallowed nervously and forced a smile. Hello, senior. Yes, we're new this year. They tugged at the badges on their chests, which marked them as students from the regular classes, different from those in the Yuling class. Welcome, juniors. Jiang Zheng's smile remained flawless. Our school has a great atmosphere, and both the arts and sciences are excellent. I'm sure you'll achieve great results here. Thank you, senior. The students nodded fervently, looking like startled chicks. The boy with the cousin in the Yuling class wiped sweat from his forehead. He recalled how his cousin had once said that this talented senior, a triple champion in academics, sports, and combat, had only one flaw: sometimes felt distant. She had especially mentioned how, after her 8th confession was rejected, she caught a glimpse of something chilling in his usually gentle Isa coldness that felt like being stared down by a predator. From that moment on, she had avoided appearing before Jiang Zheng altogether. Always smiling, never picking fights, yet even the school bullies act like scared chicks around him. The boy thought to himself, isn't this exactly the profile of a mastermind villain straight out of a novel? Thinking about this, his legs began to tremble. Just then, a gentle gaze fell upon him. It was that senior. A fleeting, enigmatic expression crossed the senior's eyes, leaving him puzzled. The bus slowly pulled away from the station, kicking up a faint cloud of dust. On the platform, a group of peers stood shivering slightly, except for a boy with a backpack, who wore a smile as he quietly observed the bustling crowd before him. At the entrance of Linjiang No. 1 High School, the scene was lively and chaotic. Today marked the freshman registration day, and parents of all kinds surrounded their children, their voices filled with reminders and encouragements. Study hard, my boy, and aim to transfer into the Yuling class next year. A father patted his son's shoulder with a determined tone. My dear daughter, Daddy will bring you beef every day from now on, but you must remember to exercise every day. Another father, full of love and hope, spoke with a twinkle in his eye. Endure a year of hard work, and it'll bring you a lifetime of happiness. Strive to get into the Yuling class. The children's reactions to these high expectations varied. Some nodded resolutely, others showed hints of unease in their eyes, and many more seemed hesitant, as if they lacked even the courage to consider the challenge. Jiang Zheng lifted his chin slightly, understanding the reality. Even being admitted to Linjiang No. 1 High School didn't guarantee entry into the Yuling class. It was no easy feat. Each grade only had 2 Yuling classes, and the simplest way in was through the high school entrance exam, provided that both academic and athletic standards were met. That was how he had earned his place. But staying in the Yuling class was an ongoing battle. Monthly quizzes and midterm and final exams in the first year didn't result in elimination, but starting from the second year, only the best were promoted or retained, while weaker students faced the possibility of being demoted to regular classes. This harsh system stemmed from 2 undeniable realities. The school had limited resources, and keeping students without potential would only waste time and effort. Even for top students in the first Yuling class, only a handful managed to pass the 3 Yuling trials before the special college entrance exam to qualify for the test. Such was the harsh reality of a small city. Linjiang lacked both land and talent, and the resource support from the Yuling Association was barely enough to make a difference. But none of this mattered to Jiang Zheng. At this moment, a bold and colorful banner hung at the school gate. Congratulations to Jiang Zheng, a current senior in the first Yuling class, for topping the school rankings for 3 consecutive years and achieving first place in the final academic, physical, and skill assessments. Reading those words, the boy took a deep breath, letting the biting cold fill his lungs. The smile on his lips deepened. This achievement had not come easily. It required not only exceptional intelligence, but also a fair bit of luck. Most importantly, it had taken countless nights of relentless effort, pushing himself to the limit. Even Jiang, who had always been tough, couldn't stand to watch him suffer at times. But none of that mattered. What mattered was winning. Having been given a second chance at life, he vowed to make it more extraordinary. And that journey of brilliance would begin with school. On the way to school, many students who knew Jiang Zheng greeted him warmly. Good morning, Senior Jiang. Hello, Senior. Long time no see, Senior. Their voices rang out one after another. The young man nodded with a gentle smile, calmly weaving through the crowd. Parents standing by the roadside noticed Jiang Zheng's impressive demeanor and seized the moment to educate their children. Look at him, then look at yourself. Do you think this is acceptable? Many parents scolded their children, tugging at their ears. The kids hunched their shoulders, trying to defend themselves. Mom, stop it. How can I compare to him? Before they could finish, the sound of slaps echoed through the air. This is what you get for not studying properly. Just as Jiang Zheng was about to step through the school gates, a voice filled with hostility called out from a distance. Jiang. The young man paused, his footsteps halting, but he didn't turn around. His ears twitched slightly. Amid the noisy chatter, he had already caught the sound of a group approaching him. Quickly identifying the owner of the voice in his mind, Jiang Zheng raised an eyebrow. As he turned around, he instinctively lifted his hand to block the outstretched palm heading toward him, as if he had anticipated it all along. The crisp slap left the dreadlocked boy on the other side momentarily stunned. His sidekicks exchanged awkward glances, lowering their heads to stare at the ground to avoid the uncomfortable scene. The boy with dreadlocks rubbed his wrist, and, looking back at Jiang Zheng, his gaze now carried a hint of wariness. Have you already mastered the ear sense of the six senses technique? Halfway, Jiang Zheng replied with a faint smile. The dreadlocked boy stared at him in silence for a moment before letting out a sneer. I don't believe you. Jiang Zheng, still smiling, remained silent in response to the skepticism. After a few seconds, the dreadlocked boy took a deep breath and forced a grin. Jiang, have you thought it over? About transferring your family's Spirit Beast shop to me? He looked directly into Jiang Zheng's eyes. The price I mentioned before still stands. It's absolutely fair. Not selling, Jiang Zheng said flatly. Don't be so quick to decide, Jiang. The dreadlocked boy pressed, raising his voice slightly. Can your family even sell Spirit Beast eggs anymore? Someone seems to have gotten upset with the county, and even several of our Zhou family's chain Spirit Beast shops have been smashed. Who knows when they'll come after your family's shop? He stepped closer, feigning concern. Your family doesn't have a spirit master. It's only a matter of time before you lose the shop. Why not sell it to us and secure some resources? Halfway through his words, the dreadlocked boy seemed to suddenly recall something, his tone turning persuasive. Oh right, next Monday is the Spirit Beast contract ceremony and the Meridian test. You don't have a Spirit Beast in mind yet, do you? The leftover Spirit Beast eggs from your family's shop probably don't appeal to you. Why not let us provide you with one? All you need to do is sign an investment contract with the Zhou family. I'm serious, the Zhou family is willing to invest in you. Jiang Zheng smiled faintly. So all this trouble you've been giving me is just to invest in me? As he spoke, he unbuttoned his school uniform. The dreadlocked boy's gaze involuntarily followed his movements. Rest assured, our Zhou family will definitely provide you with an excellent Spirit Beast. Before he could finish his sentence, the dreadlocked boy suddenly froze. Huh. His voice abruptly stopped, his gaze fixed on the faintly glowing summoning jade hanging from the boy's waist. You have a Spirit Beast? His eyes narrowed, disbelief evident in his tone. Yes. Jiang Zheng's face held a gentle smile, his voice calm. I've chosen my partner. Chong, with his dreadlocks, fell into a prolonged silence. Even after the boy's figure disappeared from sight, the weight of that silence lingered heavily over the crowd. As one of the people in Linjiang City who knew Jiang Zheng best, Chong was well aware of how impossibly selective this genius with sky-high standards could be. If Jiang Zheng said he'd chosen a companion, it must mean he'd found a Spirit Beast that truly satisfied him. At that moment, one of Zhou Chang's lackeys suddenly lit up with an idea. He hurried to Zhou Chang's side and leaned in to whisper conspiratorially. Young master, why not try another trick? This is a rare chance, maybe set a fire, scare him a bit? I've read about it in storybooks. It could even help lower the price. Before he could finish, a sharp slap cut through the air. Smack! The lackey's cheek swelled instantly, and he staggered sideways. Fortunately, one of his companions caught him in time. The surrounding crowd instinctively stepped back half a pace. Some of the parents who had accompanied their children frowned at the scene. One righteous parent seemed ready to step forward but was quickly pulled back by their child, who whispered something urgently in their ear. The parent's expression froze, and they could only cast a sympathetic glance before shaking their head and walking away. The reason was simple. Among the 21 shops in Linjiang City that sold Spirit Beast eggs, 13 bore the sign of Zhao Family Spirit Beast chain store. Of the remaining shops, all but one struggling to stay afloat were partially owned by the Zhao family. Who would dare cross such a powerful force? Especially when their children still needed to pass the Spirit Tamer class entrance exams. You idiot, have you been reading too many novels? Chong shook his stinging hand and grabbed the lackey by the collar, gritting his teeth. Do you think I actually want that crappy shop? He lowered his voice, speaking slowly and deliberately. 2 years of high school, 2 first-place rankings, both with perfect scores in academics, athletics, and spirit techniques. Lin Jiang hasn't seen someone like that in 30 years, and you want me to? At this point, his voice dropped to a menacing growl. Do you take me for a fool? Do you think the Zhou family would be that reckless? The surrounding students were frozen, not daring to make a sound. Chong released the lackey's collar with a frustrated shove and stormed off toward the school without looking back. The crowd quickly followed, leaving behind only one boy who was familiar with the slapped lackey. He spoke softly, as if explaining, Chong isn't interested in taking his shop. He's genuinely trying to help. Even if Jiang Zheng sold the shop, Chong would return it to him the next day, completely untouched. Seeing the lackey's confused expression, the boy sighed and continued. Do you know how resources are distributed across regions? It all depends on achievements. Linjiang County has been stuck in the first round of the special entrance exams for years. We're the furthest behind in strength compared to the rest of Shandong province, and that's the real reason for our lack of resources. The county desperately needs a local genius to break this vicious cycle, and Jiang Zheng is our best hope. Though the Spirit Tamer trials are still an unknown factor, until he fails completely, who would dare provoke him? And what about you? The lackey, still sniffling, asked his friend. You're so smart, and you even got into Spirit Tamer class too. If you know he won't give you anything, why are you still following him? The boy was silent for a long time before forcing out a stiff smile. What if? My family is poor, and my parents are ill. What if he really helps me just once? His final words echoed faintly in the air. What if? As the first day back after the winter break, today was not a regular school day, but merely a check-in. Jiang Zheng strolled leisurely through the familiar campus, occasionally pausing to let his gaze fall on the lush snow-tinted flowers lining the paths. This common, low-grade spiritual herb from the northern regions was a favorite among the spirit control class students when ground into a paste and applied to bruises or injuries. It provided a cooling and soothing sensation. Remembering the only time he had used it himself, a faint smile unconsciously appeared on Jiang Zheng's lips. Good morning, Senior Jiang. Senior Jiang, you're even more stunning than the flowers. A burst of playful laughter echoed from a group of girls in the distance. Jiang Zheng turned his head to see them quickly ducking away, giggling and running off shyly. Such scenes were nothing new to him. His popularity among the girls far surpassed that among the boys. It was almost a daily occurrence for him to spot his name on the school's confession wall. The spirit control class was housed in a separate building called Changyan Hall. The name symbolized prosperity in martial endeavors. At this moment, the area in front of the hall was bustling with activity, not only with returning students checking in, but also with new students and their families exploring the campus. Particularly eye-catching were the newly admitted first years in the spirit control class. They stood tall and proud, eager to show off the special badges pinned to their chests. Jiang Zheng was all too familiar with this mindset. Fresh entrants to the spirit master field were always brimming with dreams and confidence. However, as they gained a deeper understanding of the profession, especially after experiencing their first monthly exams, that confidence often gave way to mounting anxiety. Excuse me, senior sister? A few first-year students were joking around as they climbed the steps when one of them mustered the courage to ask, do you know where the first-year spirit control class 1 is? We're new here. Before he could finish his sentence, a ponytailed girl blinked and interrupted. Changyan Hall has 3 floors, with 2 classes on each floor. Since you're first years, your class is naturally on the first floor. Their brief exchange drew the attention of those nearby, causing the boy's cheeks to flush. But he quickly composed himself, silently encouraging himself had made it into Spirit Control Class 1. So what was there to be afraid of when asking for a contact? Yet before he could say another word, the ponytailed girl covered her mouth and chuckled. Spirit Control students aren't allowed to date. What? The boy froze in surprise. Now's the time to strive for success, not to get caught up in romance, the ponytailed girl said, crossing her arms with a mock-serious expression. Focus on what's important, got it? As she spoke, she lightly tapped the spirit-summoning jade at her waist, causing the pendant to sway gently. At the sight of the jade, the boy's demeanor instantly became more reserved. It dawned on him that this wasn't an ordinary senior from a general class, but a senior student from the spirit control class. Upperclassmen didn't need to wear badges. That just makes her even cooler, the boy thought, pressing his lips together as his eyes sparkled with admiration. Makes sense, he said enthusiastically. He summoned all his courage and took a step forward. Under the sunlight, the ponytailed senior's silhouette on the stairs made his heart race. Senior, you must wait for me. I. Although this is our first meeting, I understood the meaning behind your words. We'll talk again later. Zhang air. At that moment, the ponytailed girl's ears perked slightly. She decisively turned around and looked down the stairs, her face lighting up with a bright smile as she waved enthusiastically. You're finally here. At the bottom of the stairs, Jiang Zheng stopped in his tracks, smiling as he gazed at the lively ponytailed girl. She bounded down the stairs, taking 2 steps at a time, and dashed toward him like a cheerful little deer. But Jiang Zheng simply stood there, smiling as she approached. Just as she got close, he suddenly raised his hand and flicked her forehead without hesitation. Thud. Ouch. The girl clutched her head, stumbling slightly. Men and women should maintain proper distance, Jiang Zheng said with an amused smile. Tiger girl, you need to control yourself. Ow. 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 That really hurt. The ponytailed girl, nicknamed Tiger Girl, grumbled as she rubbed her reddened forehead. She pouted and said, I've been traveling for so long, and you didn't even send me a single message. Can't friends stay in touch more often? It's different, Jiang Zheng replied with a half smile. Friends do stay in touch, but they don't send good morning and good night texts every day. Do you think I haven't noticed your ulterior motives? Looking at the girl in front of him, Jiang Zheng sighed inwardly. This was Li Ching, nicknamed Tiger Girl, the daughter of the breakfast shop owner next door. Spoiled by her parents since childhood, she firmly believed they shared a childhood bond. In the first 2 years after arriving in this world, Jiang Zheng had meticulously planned his path. The Li family had been a great help to him in the culinary department because Jiang, who never cooked, and Jiang Zheng, focused on acquiring knowledge, refused to waste time in the kitchen. Jiang Zheng admitted he had taken advantage of her feelings, which made him somewhat of a scoundrel. But he had never claimed to be a good person and knew how hypocritical he could be. To him, this warranted no more than 2 seconds of guilt before moving on. Besides, Li Ching hadn't come away empty-handed either. Her ability to establish herself among her classmates owed much to his assistance. It was his way of giving back. Hypocritical, yes, but not ungrateful. And, truthfully, what Li Ching could offer him went far beyond that. Meanwhile, on the stairs, the new student's expression gradually froze. Senior, do you remember what you just said to me? New here. A voice came from the side. The boy turned his head in confusion to see 2 upperclassmen grinning at him. Let us give you some advice. Don't waste your time dreaming. Li Ching has no time to entertain you. So her name is Li Ching? What a nice name. Feeling the weight of their stares, the boy awkwardly muttered. Senior only said that the school doesn't allow relationships. The school has no such rule, especially not in the Spirit Master class. It's all about self-discipline, one of the upperclassmen said with a shrug. If you're wasting your energy on this kind of thing, it just proves you're not cut out to be a Spirit Master. The truth is, Li Ching just doesn't want to deal with you, because she's busy chasing after someone else. The boy's face turned stiff. Senior, the senior, and he are just. Relax, one of the upperclassmen said, patting his shoulder. You really don't know who he is, do you? The boy looked closely at the figure at the bottom of the stairs, his eyes narrowing before widening in realization. Li Ching might be just average in Spirit Master Class 1, but her so-called childhood friend happened to be the top student in the entire school, excelling in every assessment. Do you think Li Ching would be interested in you? The upperclassman asked, shaking his head. Are you better looking than Jiang Zheng? More capable than him? I'm warmer. Impressive, but even a dog outranks you. You should know that effort can change everything. Huh. The upperclassman laughed heartily, giving him a thumbs up. Sure, let's see if you can survive your first month in the Spirit Master class before making bold claims. At the bottom of the stairs, Jiang Zheng couldn't hear the conversation clearly, but he could guess the gist from the snippets he caught. He felt a twinge of helplessness. Relationships were, indeed, messy and complicated. He truly couldn't afford to get entangled in them now. Because Jiang Zheng was true to his name, steadfast as a mountain, always striving to be the best. If moving forward meant losing certain things, Jiang Zheng would say with genuine conviction, perhaps those things weren't that important after all. The campus of Linjiang No. 1 High School was bustling with people on orientation day. As a prestigious school that was usually closed to the public, this rare open day attracted numerous parents bringing their children to visit. In front of Chongyun Building, the figures of Jiang Zheng and Li Ching stood out conspicuously. Many parents recognized Jiang Zheng, their gazes shifting back and forth between the two, accompanied by a murmur of whispered conversations. The students nearby, however, were accustomed to this scene, and snippets of their casual exchanges could be overheard. Son, that's Jiang Zheng and that girl. Not dating. Huh? How do you know? Because I study here, of course. Amid the attention from those around them, Li Ching appeared remarkably composed. A faint smile played on her lips, as if she were completely unaffected by the curious stares. She deftly unzipped her thick winter coat and carefully took out a small, earthy yellow soul summoning jade, proudly holding it up and shaking it slightly in front of Jiang Zheng. If it weren't for my dad finally agreeing to buy me a soul summoning jade just before the holiday, I wouldn't have been able to spend the summer bonding with the frost bunny you sold me. Her tone was laced with excitement. As she moved the jade, wisps of white spiritual energy drifted from the yellow pendant, faintly revealing the delicate outline of a small rabbit within. Jiang Zheng, with his hands in his pockets, gently shook his head and corrected her. Sold, not gifted. At that price, it might as well have been a gift. Li Ching laughed, her cheeks dimpling adorably. She affectionately pressed the jade against her cheek, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. Once I pass the 3 trials and officially become a spirit master, I'm definitely going to guide it through a special evolution rather than the standard paths. Jiang Zheng smiled faintly, his mind drifting to the knowledge of spirit beast evolution. Every spirit beast hatched from an egg would grow over time. When their accumulated spiritual energy reached a certain threshold or specific conditions were met, they would undergo a transformative leap, what people commonly referred to as evolution. In theory, the number of evolutions a spirit beast could undergo was unlimited, but the current record was just 5, with most spirit beasts typically evolving 3 times or fewer. As he thought about this, Jiang Zheng suddenly froze. For a frost tiger cub to evolve into a snow mountain monarch required 5 stages of evolution, and there were still 3 more stages after that, totaling 8. Was the snow mountain monarch unique, or was there something more to it? He tilted his head slightly, his gaze growing contemplative, but he quickly shook it off. It was too early to dwell on such matters. While the number of times a spirit beast could evolve was limited, their evolutionary paths were far from singular. Factors such as environment, abilities, and items could all influence the direction of their evolution, resulting in vastly different forms for the same spirit beast. Take the widely known Earthfang mouse, for example. It had 7 distinct evolutionary forms in its first stage alone, with its subsequent evolutions branching into countless possibilities. Are you aiming to evolve it into a moonlit rabbit? Jiang Zheng asked. He knew the moonlit rabbit was the most challenging and gifted form among the frost bunny's initial evolutionary options. However, pursuing this path required enduring mediocrity in the first stage, as the hidden evolution wouldn't unlock until the second stage. Of course not, Li Ching replied firmly. Li Ching pursed her lips, her brows slightly furrowed. She let out a soft sigh and said, "The Guanghan rabbit is indeed amazing, but given my family's situation, even if we spent everything, we could only afford a bag of cinnamon leaves. Let alone the fact that this evolution path also requires cinnamon branches. My parents dote on me, but I can't just squander their resources like this." She shook her head, a glimmer of hope reigniting in her eyes. Even if the Guanghan rabbit isn't feasible, evolving it into a Tier 1 velvet rabbit beast isn't bad either. It's actually a hidden evolution path. Plus, after its 3rd evolution, it can become a velvet rabbit maiden and even help make medicine to earn money. Jiang Zheng couldn't help but chuckle. The Guanghan rabbit can already comprehend medicine making. Before he could finish, Li Ching interrupted him. All right, I know you're knowledgeable. Just stop talking. Li Ching stomped her foot, scrunching her nose and glaring playfully at the boy in front of her. She extended her slender finger, pointing at his chest. You're teasing me, but what about you? Have you chosen a spirit beast yet? The spirit mastery test is on Monday, and you better not. I have. Jiang Zheng smiled gently. Its name is Zai Zai, and it's a rare-colored ice tiger cub. Wait, what? Li Ching blinked in surprise, frozen in place. A rare color? And a tiger-type spirit beast with innate strength. That's right. Jiang Zheng replied with a hearty laugh, saying no more as he brushed past Li Ching shoulder and quickly ascended the stairs. Hurry up, we shouldn't waste time. I bet Teacher Chu is already waiting for us. Changyun Tower, though only 3 stories tall, appeared exceptionally lofty due to its high ceilings, rivaling the height of typical 5 or 6-story buildings. Each floor was equipped with professional training facilities and gyms, the latter further divided into various specialized zones for physical training. The senior spirit master class was located on the top floor. Jiang Zheng climbed the stairs step by step and soon reached the bustling 3rd floor. The hallway was crowded with parents, pointing at the nameplates of the 2 classes and earnestly advising their children. These 2 classes are the final step to becoming a spirit master. If you work hard enough, you might stand here someday too. Excuse me, thank you, Jiang Zheng said with a calm smile. The crowd turned to look and quickly made way, their eyes filled with surprise. Is that Jiang Zheng from Linjiang First High? It must be him. His photo is in the admission brochure. Amid the murmurs, the young man remained humble, occasionally bowing slightly to the parents who met his gaze. Good looks are nothing compared to good character, someone praised. This kid seems really decent. Exactly. I heard he spent the entire summer teaching for free in the mud snail alley of the lower city. Really? Well, that's impressive. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jiang Zheng arrived at the door marked Spirit Master Class 1 and gently pushed it open. With a slight creak, The few students inside the classroom all turned their heads to look at him. Jiang Zheng. Over here, a familiar classmate called out excitedly, standing up to wave. Jiang Zheng didn't move immediately, instead offering a shy smile. He quickly noticed that not all the gazes were welcoming. Some carried a hint of caution and scrutiny. Jiang Zheng saw through it all with crystal clarity. As someone skilled in masking his true self, he knew his facade was nearly flawless in front of strangers. However, among these classmates who had spent countless days together, subtle hints of his true nature inevitably slipped out. After all, he hadn't always played the role of the obedient student. Those moments of hidden anger had been quietly registered in the minds of these familiar faces. Sit here. A classmate enthusiastically pulled out the chair next to him. No thanks. Jiang Zheng instinctively scratched his head, his gaze drifting to the back of the classroom. The seat by the windowit was the sovereign's domain, a spot befitting the protagonist in any tale. Jiang, are you sitting there again? It's so cold back there, what's so great about it? The classmate's words were abruptly cut off as a girl with a ponytail suddenly appeared behind Jiang Zheng. Hey, who told you to call him Jiang? Li Ching interjected, pushing firmly against Jiang Zheng's back. Come on, let's go sit there together. Jiang Zheng turned back to her with a puzzled look. Huh? Shouldn't you be hanging out with your friends? Didn't they move up a class? Li Ching pursed her lips and let out a sigh. She glanced around the classroom, her expression tinged with disappointment. Yeah, they moved up. One went to the Shandong province, and the other got placed in an ordinary class. Only then did Jiang Zheng realize the truth. It wasn't about moving up, they had been eliminated. He recalled the girl Li Ching had mentioned before, Xiaohua, a girl from a rural village. Her spirit beast egg had finally hatched into a small piglet-like creature, but because she failed to advance to a better class, she was relegated to an ordinary one. Not only that, but she also had to sell her spirit beast. Li Ching stood with her hands on her hips, shaking her head with a sigh. What a shame. Jiang Zheng understood Xiaohua's plight all too well. The girl from the countryside had relied on her strong physique, honed through years of labor, and her diligent study habits to gain admission to the Spirit Beast class in Linjiang County. She had managed to stay in the second-tier class throughout her first and second years of high school. She had hoped to hold on to her position in her senior year, but in the end, she was cut. As for selling her Spirit Beast, it was mandated by law. Only Spirit Beast masters and officially recognized institutions for Spirit Beast cultivation such as the Spirit Beast class at Linjiang High School were permitted to own or raise Spirit Beasts or their eggs within city limits. If Xiaohua had chosen to attend school outside the county, it would have been permissible, but since she decided to stay, she had to abide by the regulations. While the small piglet was a relatively common spirit beast, the cost of a spirit beast egg was always significantly higher than that of a mature spirit beast. Xiaohua's family must have sacrificed a great deal to purchase that egg, only for it to end in vain. Jiang Zheng lowered his eyes. This was the harsh trial that everyone aspiring to become a spirit beast master had to face. A few words could hardly capture the sheer hardship of it all. A woman with her hair neatly pinned up was holding a thermos cup, moving unhurriedly up the stairs. Her appearance was striking. A vicious scar snaked its way up from the collar of her sweater, crossing her left eye socket and stretching all the way to her forehead. Although both her eyes seemed intact, a careful observer would notice that her right eye moved slightly with her steps, while her left eye remained perfectly still, as if it were an exquisitely crafted artificial eye. This woman was Shang, the homeroom teacher of Jiang Zheng's Class 1 in the Spirit Master program. 10 years ago, she was a celebrated figure at the school. Not only had she successfully become a Spirit Master, but she had also been admitted to the Spirit Master department of a prestigious 985 university in Shandong province. Even now, her vibrant graduation photo still hung on the alumni wall, frozen in time alongside the initial Spirit Beast that had never appeared again. No one knew what she had gone through, but it was clear that less than 2 years after graduating from university, she returned to her alma mater with that scar and began teaching. Jiang Zheng's class was her first cohort as a teacher. The radiant girl in the photo, along with her initial spirit beast, had seemingly vanished into the past. Miss Chu, a student heading downstairs, immediately recognized her. Their steps faltered, and they hastily lowered their head to greet her. Shang calmly raised her eyes. Xiaohua, it's me, Miss Chu. The girl, whose skin was slightly tanned, kept her head bowed, as if reluctant to let her teacher see her expression. Shang said nothing more, simply gazing quietly into her eyes. Tears began to well up in Xiaohua's eyes, and silence filled the stairwell. Though Xiaohua wasn't one of the students in Class 1, the shared facilities on the same floor meant Shang was familiar with her and had heard about her recent situation from colleagues. Aren't you going upstairs to take a look? I remember you were close with Li Ching. No, Xiaohua hurriedly wiped the tears from her face and forced a faint smile. I've already been there. You still have things to discuss. I should head back to my class. Shang paused for a moment, then gave a slight nod, her expression remaining indifferent. Without offering any words of comfort, she turned to leave. As they brushed past each other, Xiaohua, who had been keeping her head down, suddenly bit her lip and raised her head with a trace of defiance. Miss Chu, if I? There's no possibility, Chu Shang said without turning back. Pull yourself together. Living as an ordinary person isn't so bad. The response clearly caught Xiaohua off guard. I know my spiritual energy is a bit weak, but if I could form a contract with little piggy and receive its feedback, maybe I. Enough. Chu Shang, now standing at the top of the stairs, suddenly stopped and let out a soft sigh before turning back. Xiaohua, face reality. Don't get lost in futile fantasies. She looked down at the girl, her voice devoid of emotion. The truth is, not only will you fail to become a spirit master, but none of your classmates, and even some of my own Class 1 students, may ever become spirit masters. Xiaohua stood frozen in the center of the classroom, her hands nervously clutching the hem of her shirt. To become a spirit master, talent, physical ability, and skills are all indispensable. Chu Shang's voice was devoid of warmth. We have a very strict evaluation system. Only when you meet the first baseline can you even think about pursuing the second, and then the third. Her gaze lingered on Xiaohua for a moment before she gently shook her head and took a step forward. You can't even meet the most basic standard. How can you talk about becoming a spirit master? Do you think sheer effort can accomplish everything? If that were true, then I. She abruptly stopped mid-sentence. After a brief silence, her tone softened slightly. Go, Xiaohua. Remember to focus on your studies. Being a spirit master isn't the only way to make a name for yourself. You don't understand this path is filled with too much brokenness. Being an ordinary person is really not so bad. At the other end of the classroom, Jiang Zheng gazed out the window, though his thoughts were tangled between the Spirit Master trials exclusive to senior year and the upcoming Spirit Master test in just 2 days. Strictly speaking, students like them couldn't yet be called true prospective Spirit Masters. The school and society labeled them as such only to motivate them to work harder. To officially become a prospective Spirit Master, they first had to pass the Spirit Master test, a formidable hurdle. The test's core was to determine whether students, after obtaining and forming a bond with their initial Spirit Beast, could meet the talent threshold for a prospective Spirit Master. This test was scheduled during senior year because a person's aptitude as a Spirit Master wasn't fixed. It could be improved through hard work. The school had given them 2 years to enhance themselves, but even so, Jiang Zheng turned to glance at his classmates chatting nearby, noticing the fleeting worry that occasionally crossed their faces. Clearly, everyone understood that after this test, many of them would be forced to abandon this path. At that moment, a crisp, cold voice echoed from outside the classroom. All parents, please leave Chongyun building immediately. The next proceedings are not open for observation. Stop talking. Teacher Chu is here. Shu, quiet. Teacher Chu's reputation in the former Spirit Master Class 1 was well known. Even the newly promoted students quickly straightened in their seats, placing their hands neatly on their desks. The classroom fell silent in an instant. Accompanied by light footsteps, the classroom door was pushed open. A slender figure stepped into view, her indifferent eyes sweeping across the room, pausing briefly on a smiling boy. She gave a slight nod before walking toward the podium, placing a dark-colored thermos on the desk. A new student attempted to make a good impression, but was met with a cold, piercing stare. Sit down, Chu Shang said flatly as she organized the materials on the podium. In my class, there's no need for those formalities. The student awkwardly sank back into his seat, his face flushing red. The new students might not be familiar with my style. The female teacher standing at the podium scanned the classroom, a faint smile playing on her lips. I'm not one to overly regulate your manners, because each of you has chosen a different path. The path of a spirit master is fraught with countless challenges, indescribable hardships. It requires boldness. She crossed her arms over her chest, her tone calm, yet direct. So let's get straight to the point. Teacher. Li Ching hesitated as she raised her hand, her eyes sweeping across the classroom. Zhao Chong isn't here yet. At the mention of his name, her brow furrowed slightly. As a classmate, she was all too familiar with Zhao Chong. Memories of their first year came flooding back. Zhao Chong and his group of troublemaking friends cornering Jiang Zheng after school. That incident had ended with 8 people being sent to the hospital. Although Jiang Zheng had only fought back in self-defense, he still ended up with minor injuries. It was this very incident that left Li Ching with a deep dislike for Zhao Chong. Yet, as the former class monitor, reporting absences remained her responsibility. I know. Chu Shang nodded slightly. He's taken a leave of absence. She shifted her gaze to the entire class. Now, students who already have spirit beasts, raise your hands. As soon as she finished speaking, her eyes landed directly on the boy sitting by the window. When Jiang Zheng raised his hand with a calm smile, she first let out a silent breath of relief, but then a flicker of surprise crossed her expression. Jiang Zheng, however, maintained his composed, confident smile. The classroom was filled with the rustling of movement as most students raised their hands. Not bad. Chu Shang scanned the room and nodded in satisfaction. It seems many of you have already found your ideal initial partners. She paused briefly before continuing. For those who haven't, don't worry. The school has professional suppliers who can provide spirit beast eggs. If money is an issue, there's also a Spirit Beast loan service available, with a maximum installment plan of 24 months. Feel free to explore those options if needed. Suddenly, her tone grew stern. But as your homeroom teacher, I must remind you 3 days from now is the Spirit Master test. You must choose your initial Spirit Beast over the weekend, Saturday or Sunday at the latest. Otherwise, you all know the consequences. That's all for now. Her gaze once again fell on the boy by the window. Jiang Zheng, come with me for a moment. The woman walked ahead, while the young man followed behind her. The office was located deep on the same floor as the classroom. When Shang pushed open the office door, a scruffy-looking man was sitting inside, head down, intently slurping instant noodles. Shang, done already? The man glanced up at her briefly, still shoveling noodles into his mouth. Want a bowl too, hick? No, thank you. Shang looked at him expressionlessly. Assistant Rong, could you step out for a moment? Assistant Rong bit off the noodles in his mouth and chewed while looking up. His gaze moved past Shang and landed on the young man standing at the door with a polite smile. Jiang Zheng. His eyes immediately lit up. Of course, no problem. He quickly drained the last bit of soup in the noodle cup, got up with the container in hand, and said, well, isn't this Jiang Zheng? You didn't even call me during the break. Apologies. Jiang Zheng stood straight and explained with a hint of regret. The summer vacation kept me quite busy. I saw the news. Assistant Rong laughed heartily as he ran a hand through his messy hair. I heard you've been tutoring kids from ordinary families' hard work, huh? His tone suddenly shifted, and his expression turned serious. But you didn't reveal anything you shouldn't, right? Like spirit arts or anything? Absolutely not. Jiang Zheng waved his hands quickly. I was very careful and only taught them some basic knowledge. Good, I trust you. As Assistant Rong walked past Jiang Zheng, he patted him on the shoulder. Uncle Li at the Linjiang Spirit Association often mentions you, saying kids as kind as you are rare these days. But don't slack off in your senior year of high school. He clenched his fist in encouragement, as if cheering Jiang Zheng on. Keep it up. I believe you'll definitely become a spirit master. Thank you for your kind words. Jiang Zheng smiled and watched Assistant Rong leave, his expression gradually returning to calm. Assistant Rong wasn't a school teacher, but an inspector stationed by the Spirit Association to oversee the conversion rate of school resources. Spirit resources were incredibly valuable, and it was impossible for the association not to impose safeguards. Cases of embezzlement involving spirit resources were alarmingly common, with some people's greed and audacity surpassing all expectations. As for Assistant Rong's enthusiasm toward him, the reason was simply he wanted to leave this remote, rundown place. Jiang Zheng glanced upward slightly. As an inspector, Assistant Rong's promotion was directly tied to the number of qualified spirit masters the school produced. And right now, Jiang Zheng was undoubtedly the most promising candidate. As long as this momentum continued, Assistant Rong could soon transfer out of this frequently power and water-ridged county to somewhere far better. Sit. Shang casually gestured toward a nearby chair. Jiang Zheng's smile reappeared as he obediently took a seat. Shang wasn't interested in small talk. Her gaze fell on the spirit-calling jade hanging at Jiang Zheng's waist, and her tone was indifferent. When did you find your spirit beast? The young man answered without hesitation. A long time ago. So, that's why you declined the school's offer before and only took the spirit-calling jade? Shang slowly turned her office chair, her gaze fixed on the young boy, Jiang Zheng. Do you know what spirit beast the school was planning to assign to you earlier? The boy shook his head curiously. A grade 2 gifted, special type, plant class snow ginseng baby. Shang sighed lightly before continuing. The one you found, does it compare to the snow ginseng baby? Jiang Zheng thought briefly, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Miss Chu, I'd say it's about the same. You know what I mean. Shang interrupted him, her eyes locking intensely with his. She spoke slowly, deliberately emphasizing each word. In the northern regions, the price of a snow ginseng baby is sky high. This isn't just because of its grade 2 talent level or its rare plant type attribute in the north. The real reason lies in its first passive ability, spirit nourishment. She paused for a moment before elaborating. During the Spirit Master test, as long as a contract is successfully established and a spiritual reservoir is created, it provides the maximum possible initial feedback, something most starter spirit beasts can't achieve. Even more remarkable, this feedback focuses on boosting the spiritual energy attribute, which is notoriously difficult for ordinary people to enhance. Beyond that, its second passive ability, medicinal effect, can even slightly improve your innate talent after the feedback. Shang took a deep breath. Though your talent is decent and your spiritual energy growth rate has always met expectations, wouldn't it be better to increase it further and improve your chances for future success? As her words trailed off, Shang suddenly fell silent, as if lost in thought. Jiang Zheng appeared contemplative, though his narrowed eyes remained calm and serene. In this world, humans cannot naturally accumulate spiritual energy, which is why spirit beasts are indispensable to spirit masters. When a human forms a contract with a spirit beast, a spiritual reservoir emerges in their dantian, serving as a place to store spiritual energy. Additionally, the spirit beast shares a portion of its talent, spiritual energy, and physical attributes with the spirit master. Simply put, this enhances the spirit master's abilities, stamina, and spiritual power improvements that are generally permanent. I understand the financial struggles you've faced this past year, Shang continued. The school has prepared a 5-year contract for you. As long as you become a spirit master, you can repay this amount gradually, and it's interest-free. Ms. Chu, the boy suddenly spoke. May I ask you a question? Go ahead. You excelled academically back then. The school must have offered you a spirit beast egg too, right? A sly glint flickered in Jiang Zheng's clear eyes. Shang fell silent again, already predicting the boy's next question. Did you choose it back then? No, she answered slowly. I met my companion very early on and kept it by my side until it hatched. Hearing her response, the boy smiled brightly. Miss Chu, in the same. He stood up and bowed slightly to the woman before him. The school has always cared for me, and it'll forever remember that kindness. But like you, I simply can't part with my companion. As he spoke, he gently touched the spirit-summoning jade at his waist. The jade trembled slightly, scattering faint ice crystals. While the jade couldn't obscure a spirit beast's vision, this ordinary quality stone might make its view a bit less clear. Shang stared blankly at the scene, her expression growing complex. Through the boy standing before her, full of hope, she seemed to glimpse her younger self, the girl with braided pigtails, crouched on the ground, affectionately bonding with her spirit beast. I see, she murmured, closing her eyes wearily. So your spirit beast is? An ice tiger cub, Jiang Zheng answered without hesitation. Shang's eyes flew open. A grade 2 peak level ice tiger cub, and you call that about the same? The boy laughed heartily. I'm not used to contradicting others, he said, his smile as pure as an otherworldly prince of innocence. Besides, it seems to be a rare variant too. When Jiang Zheng walked out of Shang's office, he held a small, square metal card in his hand, a Ling room monthly pass. As he looked at the card, a subtle, knowing smile tugged at the corners of his lips. Teacher, oh teacher, you're being way too obvious, he mused to himself. Before learning that he had chosen his spirit beast, Shang had earnestly encouraged him, almost desperate enough to push the snow ginseng baby into his arms. But the moment she heard his initial spirit beast was an ice tiger cub, she stopped mentioning the snow ginseng baby entirely. Instead, she handed him this card, which was typically only given to students after passing the spirit testing. Jiang Zheng clicked his tongue lightly and slipped the card into his pocket without hesitation. The Ling room was a specialized facility for spirit masters to replenish and enhance their spiritual energy. The main facility was located at the Lingjiang Spirit Association, but Lingjiang High School had been granted special permission to establish a smaller version in the safest area at the back of the campus. This facility's location was carefully chosen due to the extreme value of the core device that continuously generated spiritual energy. Jiang Zheng had never been there before, as it was an area reserved for students who had passed the spirit testing. Shang's gesture was a clear indication of her unwavering trust in her certainty that he would undoubtedly pass the test. When he returned to the classroom, most of his classmates had already left. Only Li Ching remained, scrolling idly through her phone. Hearing footsteps, she looked up toward the door and saw the smiling boy with tousled hair. You're finally back. Let's go home together, okay? She asked. Sure. With his agreement, Li Ching quickly stood up and struggled to lift the backpack she had already fetched for Jiang Zheng. Then let's hurry. There are probably still a lot of people heading home right now. If we get to the station early, we might snag a seat. We could always take a cab, Jiang Zheng suggested. No, let's take the bus, she said, her eyes flickering with determination. Even if we don't get a seat, squeezing in with everyone else is good exercise, right? Amused by her flimsy reasoning, Jiang Zheng chuckled and shook his head but didn't argue further. By the way, Zhang, what did the teacher say to you? Did she give you some special treatment? She asked, her tone teasing. Special treatment? What special treatment? He replied, feigning innocence. Never mind, she said quickly. I'm just asking. Let's just go already. If we're any later, we really won't get any seats. When they reached Ni Luo Alley, Li Ching stood across the street. Even as her long-absent parents warmly pulled her toward their breakfast shop, she insisted on waving goodbye to Jiang Zheng. He smiled and waved back before crouching down. In one hand, he picked up the empty dog food bowl, and with the other, he lifted the second brick from the bottom of the wall to retrieve the spare shop he hidden underneath. Earlier that morning, he had run into Brother Ping, the patrol leader for the local security bureau, who was responsible for catching pickpockets and responding to reports in the area. The job might have seemed easy, but Ni Luo Alley stretched nearly 5 kilometers, and a single patrol round trip took considerable time. Jiang Zheng figured that Brother Ping was probably just starting his return trip now. If he waited for the man to bring the key back, it would undoubtedly be far too late. The young man skillfully unlocked the door and raised the rolling shutter. He dusted off his hands, and then deftly touched the spirit-calling jade at his waist with his fingertips. A gentle flow of spiritual energy emanated from his touch, channeling into the jade. This was a necessary step. Spiritual beasts below the 4th grade could not break free from the constraints of the spirit-calling jade on their own. They required the spiritual energy of a spirit tamer as a medium to manifest. As specks of starlight dissipated, a small black and white tiger cub appeared on the ground. Its round, curious eyes scanned its surroundings. Although it had caught vague glimpses of this world while within the jade, experiencing it so vividly for the first time was entirely new. "Come on, little one, time to eat," the young man said with a smile, gesturing toward the house. The cub's ears perked up instantly. While it couldn't yet understand human language, as a spiritual beast with intelligence rivaling that of humans, even a single night was enough for it to pick up on the meaning of time to eat. It meant delicious food. Without hesitation, it dashed excitedly into the house. Watching the little creature run straight into the bedroom, Jiang Zheng chuckled and shook his head. Its gluttonous nature hadn't changed a bit. He followed it into the room and skillfully laid out a few pieces of gray snow wolf fur on the ground. The tiger cub immediately pounced on the fur, greedily inhaling the residual spiritual energy embedded in it. This was precisely why Jiang Zheng had collected these pelts. Snow wolves, though not spiritual beasts, carried traces of ice element spiritual energy in their fur, making it ideal for newborn spiritual beasts to practice absorbing spiritual energy. However, for this exceptionally gifted little one, the amount of energy was barely sufficient. With a 7th-tier innate talent, the little snow mountain lord absorbed spiritual energy as naturally as breathing. Jiang Zheng sighed inwardly. If he had known the spirit beast egg would hatch into such a treasure, he would have prepared more valuable resources. Still, it wasn't too late to make up for it. Had already ordered a batch of special materials while riding the bus to school, though they wouldn't arrive until the semester officially began. He pondered whether to visit the local marketplace. While the prices in this area were on the higher side, raising a spiritual beast was never a cheap endeavor. After a moment of consideration, he decided to postpone the shopping trip until tomorrow, as he had other plans for today. Jiang Zheng's gaze fell on the little one, which was intently absorbing spiritual energy on the floor. His expression gradually sharpened as a system notification appeared in his mind. Low-level ice affinity can be upgraded. Natural ice affinity reduces spiritual energy consumption by 10, increases the power of ice element abilities by 10, and raises the probability of frost effects by 10. Upgrade requirement. Reach Tier 1. This was the cub's innate spiritual beast talent, akin to the path talents Spirit Tamers awakened upon discovering their destiny. However, unlike Spirit Tamers, spiritual beasts did not gain new path talents with every tier advancement, making inherited talents exceptionally valuable. Some talents were guaranteed to be passed down, while others depended on chance. In theory, the more exceptional a spiritual beast's talents, the more inherited abilities it would start with, and the higher the likelihood of gaining new talents with each advancement. This little one had been born with a staggering 7 talents, a testament not only to its bloodline, but also to its extraordinary nature. Legends spoke of rare cases where spiritual beast offspring inherited all talents from their parents' forms, but the chances were astronomically low. Yet this cub had achieved the ultimate scenario, inheriting every single talent its parent had painstakingly acquired upon reaching the 7th tier. Wow, Jiang Zheng couldn't help but marvel. This little one was born with a silver spoon in its mouth. Suddenly, a thought struck him like lightning. His pupils contracted sharply, and his breathing quickened. If it had already inherited 7 talents at Tier 0, wouldn't it gain entirely new talents with each subsequent advancement? This realization hit Jiang Zheng so hard that he instinctively covered his mouth, struggling to contain his excitement. Yet the smile breaking through his fingers betrayed his overwhelming joy. Jiang Zheng spent some time carefully reviewing Zai's talent list. The little one was currently lounging comfortably on a wolf pelt, its tail lazily swaying from side to side. A goofy smile occasionally appeared on its face, as if it were proudly declaring, "This is all mine." At this moment, there wasn't a trace of the majestic demeanor of the Snow Mountain Lord. Jiang Zheng couldn't help but chuckle as he pulled out his phone and snapped a photo. Click. The flash went off, and Zai lifted its little head in confusion, looking toward the boy. "Just a keepsake," Jiang Zheng said with a grin, saving the photo to his phone. He thought to himself that he would show it to Zai when it was older. Putting his phone away, Jiang Zheng began to seriously analyze Zai's inherited talents. The first 3 basic talents were easy to understand. Low-level blood nourishment allowed it to recover stamina through eating and permanently increase its physique limit by 10. Low-level tough hide granted it a strong physique, reducing blunt trauma, internal injuries, and bleeding. Low-level Mountain Lord bloodline was a standard trait for all tiger-type spirit beasts, enabling it to intimidate weaker creatures and increasing its physique and critical hit chance by 30. These talents were fairly common, much like the low-level ice affinity that the ice rabbit spirit beast he had sold to Li Ching possessed. However, the next 3 talents left Jiang Zheng pleasantly surprised. Universal resistance. 50 resistance to all elemental techniques and spiritual arts. Wind follows the tiger. Not only could it easily master wind element techniques of the same tier, but it also had double resistance to wind element attacks. Mountain God's favor. As long as it stood on the ground, all its talents would double in effect. Jiang Zheng licked his lips, barely able to hide his excitement. The combination of these 3 talents was simply extraordinary. Especially Mountain God's favor, despite its simple description, it could double all of Zai Zai's talents. Coupled with the effects of universal resistance and wind follows the tiger, Zai Zai's resistance to wind element spiritual arts would soar to 3 times the normal level, making it a true bane of the wind. As he envisioned future battles between Zai Zai and wind element spirit beasts, Jiang Zheng was so thrilled that he almost wanted to howl at the sky. Taking a deep breath, he slapped his cheeks to calm himself and tried to steady his excitement. A faint pain made Jiang Zheng suppress his emotions. He took a deep breath, squatted down, and reached out to gently stroke the fluffy head of Zai Zai. The little creature affectionately stuck out its tongue, licking his palm. Before long, it happily bounded back into the pile of wolf pelts, resuming its leisurely time. In Linjiang County, Wanchang Mall stood as the only chain store authorized to sell resources for nurturing spirit beasts. Its close connections with the county's Spirit Beast Association allowed it to monopolize this unique business. However, in a small county with so few spirit beast trainers, profits remained limited even with a monopoly. On the street, a black and white police car slowly pulled over. A young officer engaged the handbrake and turned to the teenager in the passenger seat. "We're here. Off you go." "Thanks, Brother Ping. No need to thank me. The main office happens to have a meeting here tonight to discuss the recent attacks on spirit beast shops in the county. It's just on the way." While checking the shopping list on his phone, Jiang Zheng casually asked, "Brother Ping, I've heard neighbors talking about it. My family also runs a spirit beast shop, so I can't help but worry it might get robbed one day." "Don't overthink it." Brother Ping chuckled, teasing him. "Your little shop that sells spirit beast eggs at a discount every day is practically on the verge of bankruptcy. Those people wouldn't even bother with it. Besides, although 2 suspects are still on the run, the main office's analysis suggests they've likely already left Linjiang County." "What makes you say that?" Jiang Zheng blinked, his face showing genuine curiosity. "It doesn't make sense for robbers to leave empty-handed after suffering losses." "Haha, been reading too many novels." Brother Ping ruffled the teenager's hair with a grin. "This type of case has been happening in several northern cities recently." Linjiang County was quick to respond, and with Uncle Li leading the team, most of the suspects were caught. Other cities have even more escapees. But there's a pattern: whenever this group fails, they immediately retreat from the city and vanish without a trace. Our county is no exception. "I see." Jiang Zheng nodded in realization, visibly relieved. Seeing his reaction, Brother Ping couldn't help but laugh. No matter how mature this kid usually acted, moments like this still exposed his age. As his laughter subsided, Brother Ping sighed. If it weren't for Jiang Zheng's unique family situation, he wouldn't have to shoulder such responsibilities so early. With that thought, Brother Ping pulled out his phone and stopped the boy just as he was about to get out of the car. "Jiang Zheng, I'm transferring you some money. Don't refuse, just use it." "Brother Ping, I can't accept this. It's already sent." "Hurry up and accept it." "What? You're not listening to me now? Let me see you hit confirm." After some back and forth, Jiang Zheng finally accepted the transfer. "It's just 10,000 yuan. That's all your brother here could save up." Putting his phone away, Brother Ping raised an eyebrow and said, "Now that you've got a spirit beast, I don't have much else to give, so take this money. Don't overthink it, it's for Zai Zai. Make sure to spend it on him. I told Uncle Li long ago that Uncle Jiang must have left you something good, but he wouldn't believe me. See, I was right. This is what they call the student surpassing the master. In a few years, the top spot in criminal investigation will be mine." After finishing his mock-serious speech, Brother Ping even adjusted his collar with exaggerated formality. Jiang Zheng simply smiled and nodded. "All right, off you go. I've got to head to the meeting at the main office, and congratulations in advance on passing the Spirit Beast test and becoming an official apprentice Spirit Beast Tamer. Thank you for your kind words. See you later. Bye." 2 mornings later, the kitchen was filled with a rich, enticing aroma. Jiang Zheng stood in the living room, holding a thermos cup filled with warm Spirit Beast milk. Casually, he tossed a neatly wrapped sandwich forward. The little white Tiger Cub immediately opened its wide mouth, caught it in one swift motion, and gulped it down in 2 bites. The little creature licked its lips with satisfaction, but sat obediently on the table, its eyes darting longingly toward the thermos filled with beast milk. "That's for your lunch," Jiang Zheng said, seeing through its thoughts without hesitation. "You've already had a pound of beast milk. That's plenty of nutrition. Drinking more is just indulging your cravings." The Tiger Cub instantly drooped, its ears flattening as it lay on the table with a sulky demeanor. Jiang Zheng chuckled at the sight. "So greedy. At this rate, you'll turn into a fat little pig in no time." The small snow mountain lord let out a disgruntled snort. This spirit beast was far more intelligent than others of its kind. In just a few days, it had learned to understand human tones and familiar words, grasping the general meaning. In contrast, Li Ching had only just mentioned last night on WeChat that her ice rabbit had finally begun to understand simple commands, even though it had hatched over a month ago. Jiang Zheng felt a genuine sense of pride in his little companion. Only by understanding him could the training progress to the next stage. As he tidied up his things, a sudden series of urgent knocks echoed from the iron door. Zhang. Li Qingrong's excited voice called from outside. Today's the Spirit Beast aptitude test. I called a car, hurry up. Coming. Jiang Zheng replied, placing the summoning jade on the table and gesturing to the Tiger Cub. Following his usual routine, he filled the dog bowl with kibble, slung his bag over his shoulder, and picked up the summoning jade, which faintly bore the shape of a tiger. Pulling open the iron shutter, Jiang Zheng instinctively glanced around. The stray dogs that usually roamed the area were nowhere to be seen. His expression dimmed slightly as he fell silent. Noticing his reaction, Li Qingrong offered words of comfort. Maybe they found a better place, or they're off fighting for territory somewhere else. The strays in Ni Luo Alley are always like this. It's not so bad in winter, but in summer, this alley reeks because of them. Yeah, Jiang Zheng said after a moment of silence. You're probably right. Hopefully, they won't have to live as strays anymore. I think so too. Li Qingrong's words were cut short by the honk of a taxi at the alley entrance. The car's here, she said. Just leave the kibble by the door. If they're hungry, they'll come for it. Only you, Zhang, are kind enough to care about them. No one else in the neighborhood bothers. Jiang Zheng didn't respond immediately. Instead, he bent down and placed the dog bowl in its usual spot. For a brief moment, he paused. He slowly stood up and suddenly said, I'm not a good person. What? Nothing, let's go. Today, Linjiang No. 1 High School looked completely different from usual. Outside the school, security officers stood on high alert, armed with batons and stun guns as they patrolled every corner. Beside a few specialized officers stood large, crimson-red hunting dogs, heads held high and eyes sharp with vigilance. These were Chiao, a unique breed from Shenzhou, classified as Tier 2 fire-element spirit beasts. Renowned for their loyalty and bravery, they were invaluable assets to law enforcement agencies. Inside the school, however, it was unusually quiet. The regular students were already on vacation, leaving only the 3 grades of Spirit Beast Mastery classes required to attend. 50 meters from the school gate, a cordon kept the onlookers at bay. Among the crowd, some had even brought stools, leisurely cracking sunflower seeds and chatting. Did your son make it into the Spirit Mastery class after the middle school entrance exam? He did, and into class 1 too. Lucky you. My kid almost made it, but messed up. His spiritual power test failed. Ah, that's rough. Don't be too hard on the kid when you get home. They're still young. Don't worry, I already scolded him. In the crowd, a bespectacled man from out of town asked a burly local about the situation. Quite the scene here. Is it always like this? You're not from around here, are you? The burly man grinned. Huh. What made you decide to live here of all places? City life moves too fast. I thought life here might be a bit slower. Plus, my daughter was just born, so I came to check the place out in advance. The man enthusiastically explained. This kind of spectacle happens every year. There isn't much entertainment in the county, so the annual Spirit Mastery Test is like the biggest event of the year, apart from Spring Festival and National Day. Even though we can't watch the test itself, we can see the results on the big screen outside the gate. He pointed to a group of idlers nearby. See them? They're even placing bets on the results. Doesn't law enforcement care about that? As long as they keep it low-key, it's fine. Heck, some of the officers might even be betting themselves. The man lowered his voice conspiratorially. Last year, I placed a bet myself. It's a sure win gamble. How can it be a sure win? The burly man laughed heartily. Come on, everyone in the county knows about the prodigy from Niluo Aliwenwu Tsuxing, Jiang Zheng. If you're betting, you bet on him. The payout might not be huge, but it's enough for a pack of cigarettes. The bespectacled man was about to speak when the burly man cut him off. I know what you're thinking. Jiang Zheng is Jiang Zheng. No one else compares. I'm not a risk taker. I only trust him, or else why would I gamble my hard-earned money on anyone else? He gave the bespectacled man a hearty slap on the shoulder, nearly knocking him off balance. At that moment, a commotion stirred in the crowd. Zhang, let us touch you for good luck. May our children be as successful as you. Everyone, come touch him. Curious, the bespectacled man squeezed through the crowd. He saw a refined young man being escorted forward by a throng of admirers. The young man was neatly dressed, wearing a modest smile, and carried himself with a calm composure despite the hundreds of people surrounding him. This poise impressed the bespectacled man, who hesitated briefly before joining the group reaching out to touch the boy's sleeve, blending into the crowd, as they say. Suddenly, a booming voice erupted from behind. The burly man had somehow climbed a short tree and was shouting at the top of his lungs. Jiang Zheng, may your martial fortunes flourish. Flourish. The young man turned at the sound and, Recognizing the hunter Wong Dania's father, smiled knowingly. He nodded firmly, his eyes bright with determination, and strode forward with confidence. In stark contrast to the bustling crowd, the sheriff's reactions were unusually composed. Several sheriffs, accompanied by their red mastiffs, watched intently as the boy slowly approached, surrounded by the throng. "Is that Li Wenshu's nephew?" one sheriff asked quietly. "It is, indeed his nephew," another replied. "No wonder it's causing such a stir. Li Wenshu must have helped him quite a bit, huh?" "Not necessarily. Even with that connection, we've never seen him at the association. Their relationship might not be as close as the rumors suggest." Still, he's Li Wenshu's nephew. He might end up being one of our juniors someday. Not so sure about that. If his talent is as extraordinary as the rumors claim, he wouldn't need to be here scraping by. Of course, if his Spirit Beast test results are mediocre, then maybe. Fair point. The lead sheriff glanced at the boy, who was now closer, and turned to the younger officers beside him. "Let's follow protocol and verify." The younger sheriffs nodded in agreement and stepped forward to meet the boy. Pingu, who rarely dropped his usual smile, now wore a serious expression as he said, "Please present your badge." "Here it is." Jiang Zheng removed the badge from his chest and handed it to Pingu, who carefully placed it on the scanning device. "Look at the camera and place your hand here." The boy looked into the camera, a faint smile playing on his lips. Beep beep, the machine emitted a cold, mechanical sound. Spirit energy match confirmed, facial recognition match confirmed, iris recognition match confirmed, fingerprint match confirmed. Verification complete. Access granted. Pingu, standing with his back to the others, suddenly softened his expression and gave the boy a sly wink. Jiang Zheng smiled faintly, as if resigned to this familiar gesture. "Go on in," Pingu said, stepping aside, his demeanor instantly returning to seriousness. He then stopped Li Ching, who was following behind Jiang Zheng, and repeated the standard procedure. "Please present your badge." "Jiang, you go ahead," Li Ching called to the boy, waving her hand. "No need to wait for me. Go see what Teacher Chu has to say to you. She'll definitely have something to tell you." The boy hesitated briefly before nodding decisively. "All right." As she watched his figure disappear into the distance, Li Ching wrinkled her delicate nose and took a deep breath. "Seriously, you're not even going to wait for me? Huh?" Pingu couldn't help but chuckle, but he quickly straightened his face again, muttering under his breath. "All right, enough. The test is coming up. You'd better focus on the task at hand." "True." Li Ching sighed in resignation. Jiang Zheng made his way directly to his classroom in the Changyan building. Pushing the door open, he was greeted by the sight of his classmates, each with their own expressions, and a woman sitting with her arms crossed at the front of the room, eyes closed in meditation. Hearing the door, the woman's ears twitched slightly before she opened her eyes. "Did you bring the spiritual materials for post-battle Spirit Beast recovery?" "I did." "Good. Jiang Zheng, I have nothing to remind you of. Just take your seat." With that, Shang withdrew her gaze. For this thoughtful student, who she was confident would pass the Spirit Beast test, she had no concerns. The boy returned to his seat, only to find a familiar figure already sitting in front of him, Chong. "Hello, back row neighbor." Chong greeted him proactively. "What's so good about it?" Jiang Zheng's curt response left Chang's freshly formed smile frozen on his face. The boy chuckled to himself and sat back in his chair, murmuring softly, "But right now, I feel pretty good." Chang's lips twitched slightly, and he took a deep breath to suppress the turmoil in his heart. "You still have the time to joke around. I guess you're really confident, huh?" The boy ignored his provocation and calmly turned his gaze to the window. Instead of wasting time on meaningless words, he chose to enjoy the scenery outside. Just as Chong was about to say something else, the classroom door was pulled open. Li Ching rushed in, panting heavily. "Sorry, I..." Before she could finish her sentence, Shang interrupted her directly. "Did you bring the spiritual materials?" Yes, I did." "Then sit down. I'll say a few words." All right. Li Ching quickly made her way to sit next to Jiang Zheng, and as she passed by Chong, she deliberately rolled her eyes at him. Shang knocked on the podium and stood up. "Everyone, look at me." She scanned the room and began explaining in detail. "The spirit bonding test is a ceremony for you to sign a basic contract with your respective spirit beasts and receive their feedback. Through this ritual, we can assess your compatibility with spiritual energy." She paused for a moment before continuing. "Soon, members of the association will deliver the Kai Ming fruits. You will consume them in the order of roll call and then proceed to the gymnasium to touch the awakening crystal. The Kai Ming fruit will enhance the foreign spiritual energy within you based on your innate talents, allowing you to attempt resonance with the awakening crystal. Keep in mind, the crystal will also assess your physical constitution. The better your talent, the more radiant the originally colorless awakening crystal will become. After the test, while the free spiritual energy remains, release your respective spirit beasts and attempt to sign the basic contract. The supplemental spiritual materials for the spirit beasts can be fed uniformly after the process is completed." As soon as she finished speaking, the classroom door opened again. The unkempt assistant Rome walked in, his stubble slightly shaking as he spoke. Number 1, Zhang Chunmei. Present. A slightly chubby girl in the front row stood up nervously. Step out. Assistant Rome gestured toward the door. Bring the spirit summoning jade registered for your little piglet, and follow me. After the two left, Shang picked up a remote control and turned on the projection screen on the multifunctional blackboard. Other floors were simultaneously undergoing the same procedure. As black and white light dots flickered, an image of the sports field appeared before everyone. In the center of the scene, a transparent, crystal-like rhomboid stone was placed on a pedestal. Not long after, Zhang Chunmei appeared at the entrance, nervously tugging at her clothes. A staff member tossed her a box, and she fumbled to catch it before retrieving a fruit about the size of a small persimmon, glowing with an iridescent sheen. Swallow it whole, the staff member instructed curtly. Zhang Chunmei obeyed, swallowing the fruit. Although the Kai Ming fruit wasn't large enough to choke her, she still patted her chest nervously. Touch it. The voice from the screen came through clearly, offering her no time to compose herself. The atmosphere in the classroom grew increasingly tense. In the classroom, all the students' eyes were fixed on the girl about to touch the awakening crystal. Zhang Chunmei took a deep breath and slowly placed her trembling hand on the surface of the crystal. In an instant, the room fell into a deathly silence. Even the sound of breathing seemed to vanish. A faint glow emerged on the surface of the crystal, gradually intensifying but maintaining a subtle, ambiguous brightness. Standing nearby, Assistant Rong appeared unsurprised by the result. He slightly raised his chin and, in a businesslike tone, recited a string of codes. Pre-3-3, traction completed. Turning to Zhang Chunmei, he instructed, now release your spirit beast. Remember to channel all your spiritual energy into the little pig. Nervously, Zhang Chunmei nodded in agreement. She summoned her pink piglet, and instantly, a white light enveloped both her and the spirit beast. A thin beam of light flickered between them, connecting the two. But after just a brief moment, the beam trembled violently before abruptly breaking and dissipating. The white light surrounding Zhang Chunmei and the piglet vanished without a trace. With a thud, Zhang Chunmei collapsed to the ground, her eyes filled with a trembling disbelief. She looked up at Assistant Rome, her despair evident even though her back was to the rest of the class. Expressionless, Assistant Rome continued reading aloud. Post 5-5, test concluded. Contract failed, no feedback. He methodically announced a series of evaluations. Personal physique, grade 3, upper C. Personal talent, grade 3, upper C. Spirit beast physique, grade 5, mid B. Spirit beast talent, grade 5, mid B. Final assessment, 3355, grade C. No archival necessary. Then, with a detached tone, he added, student, you may leave. The classroom remained utterly silent, the atmosphere so tense that even the sound of a pin dropping would have been audible. After the despondent Zhang Chunmei returned to her seat, the homeroom teacher, Shang, let out a soft sigh before quickly regaining her composure. She called out calmly, Zhang Chunmei. Teacher, the girl's voice trembled. You purchased your spirit beast using a school loan, Shang said, meeting Zhang Chunmei's tearful gaze with a steady tone. The school can reclaim it, and the price difference between the spirit beast and the spirit beast egg will be offset. Go home and discuss this with your parents. It's best if, teacher, let me finish, Shang interrupted gently but firmly. It's best to contact me as soon as possible. That way, you can resume a normal academic life. Once this is resolved, you'll transfer to the general class. The opening test left most people pale and disheartened. The atmosphere in the classroom was heavy, with disappointment written all over the students' faces. Only Jiang Zheng and a few others managed to maintain their composure. Jiang Zheng's eyes flickered slightly as he contemplated the evaluation standards he had just heard. The grading system was divided into 10 levels. Levels 1 to 3 were classified as C, levels 4 to 6 as B, levels 7 to 9 as A, and the 10th level was designated as special grade. This system was not a measure of strength, but rather an objective assessment of physique and innate talent. Jiang Zheng observed his classmates entering and leaving the classroom one after another, calculating in his mind. Anyone who had been exposed to spiritual energy for a prolonged period typically possessed at least a level 1 talent. Students who had undergone 2 years of systematic training could generally reach level 3 or above. Zhang Chunmei was a prime example. Her level 3C talent was achieved through sheer effort, gradually rising from the level of an ordinary person. The disparity between different regions was also evident. Spirit training classes in large cities, with abundant resources, boasted an average talent level of around 5. In the capital, some high schools were even more exceptional, reportedly reaching an average of levels even A. However, even at the prestigious capital-affiliated high school, known as the Cradle of Spirit Masters, not all graduates succeeded in becoming Spirit Masters. The atmosphere in the classroom was now a mix of emotions. Some, like Li Chunmei, were despondent, while others were exhilarated. Li Ching belonged to the latter group. She burst into the classroom, her face flushed with excitement, pumping her fist as she shouted, Zhang, I made it. Scattered applause broke out in the room, and Jiang Zheng joined in with a smile. He knew that Li Qingrong's talent was average, and that her prospects as a spirit master were limited. Nonetheless, with his help, she could at least secure a stable livelihood. As he gently pushed away Li Qingrong, who was trying to seize the moment for a hug, his gaze shifted to Zhao Chong, who appeared calm and unruffled on the screen. Here you go. Wong, the assistant, tossed a fruit toward Zhao Chong, who smiled faintly and shook his head. Assistant Wong, I don't eat this, I brought my own. Fair enough, but let me take a look. Wong tilted his head in agreement. Although the Kai Ming fruit was expensive, it was not a prohibited item. Its quality was influenced by factors such as cultivation method, timing, weather, and water conditions. Some affluent families grew their own Kai Ming fruit trees, allowing the fruits to mature gradually by absorbing the essence of nature, often surpassing the standard fruits provided by the association. Zhao Chong retrieved an exquisite box from his pocket, revealing a plump, glossy red Kai Ming fruit inside. After Assistant Wong confirmed its authenticity, Zhao Chong consumed the fruit. The fresh juice moistened his lips. The Kai Ming fruit had a unique growth cycle. It took 1 year to form and 10 years to fully mature. Unripe fruits had to be swallowed whole to preserve their potency, while fully matured ones could be sliced and eaten freely. However, ripening it was no easy task. The fertilizer consumed daily was none other than precious, finely ground spiritual materials. Zhao Chong felt the surging energy within his abdomen, his lips involuntarily curling into a smile as his clenched fists trembled slightly. This sudden influx of spiritual energy left him utterly mesmerized, as if he were lost in a trance. Touch it. Wong, the assistant, snapped Zhao Chong back to reality with his reminder. Striding forward without hesitation, Zhao Chong placed his palm firmly on the awakening crystal. In an instant, the spiritual energy within him surged like a torrent, and the crystal erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. The dazzling light filled nearly half the gymnasium, far exceeding the results of any of his classmates' tests. Wong, the assistant, observed Zhao Chong, who was now enveloped in the radiance of the crystal, his eyebrows slightly raised in intrigue. Yet, the surprise on his face lasted only for a fleeting moment before his expression returned to its usual calm. Contract established. Basic contract. Wong began announcing the test results. Spiritual Beast Physique, Grade 6, Upper Beta. Spiritual Beast Talent, Grade 9, Upper Alpha. Personal Physique, Grade 9, Upper Alpha. Personal Talent, Grade 7, Lower Alpha. Final Evaluation, Lower Alpha. Record filed. Key Observation Subject, Zhao Chong, Senior Year, Linjiang High School. No sooner had Wong finished speaking than Zhao Chong burst into excited laughter. Suddenly, dense crimson sparks erupted around him, scattering like hot oil meeting water. This was a manifestation of his unique fire element spiritual energy distinct from the ice element commonly seen in the northern regions. It was one of the 3 major elemental attributes, revered as the fire element. The spiritual beast he summoned, the flame spirit, was also of the fire element. Its entire form was composed of crimson flames, resembling a beast in shape, but lacking detailed facial features. It was a second-tier elemental spiritual beast, not the most elite choice, but one that significantly aided beginners in mastering fire element spiritual energy. Wong tacitly stepped back. In the next moment, Zhao Chang's surroundings erupted with astonishing spiritual energy. Countless sparks coalesced into a crimson whirlwind, enveloping him entirely. When the whirlwind dissipated, red flames appeared at his joints, and his hair flowed like molten fire. The flame spirit had vanished from sight. When forming an initial contract with the flame spirit, there is a 40% chance of acquiring its innate talent, the primary skill body of fire. Effect: temporarily enhances the power of fire element spiritual techniques, increases the energy reservoir limit, and boosts basic attack and defense stats until the summoner is exhausted. Wong noted calmly as he recorded the details. Personal talent adjusted from Grade 7, Lower Alpha to Grade 8, Mid Alpha. Overall evaluation remains unchanged. The classroom echoed with Zhou Chang's cheers from the video. Chu Shang nodded in acknowledgement, her gaze sweeping across the class, lingering momentarily on the mix of envy and jealousy in her students' faces before settling on Jiang Zheng by the window. The young man sat upright, a faint smile on his face, his eyes calm and unperturbed, neither envious nor jealous. After a brief pause, Chu Shang took a deep breath, her gaze toward Jiang Zheng growing more profound. Few could remain unmoved by the success of others, unless they were indifferent to either absolutely confident in themselves. The door creaked open, and Wong peeked inside, his eyes locking directly onto the young man by the window. A rare smile appeared on his face as he called out, "Come on, Xiao Jiang, it's your turn." Hearing the commotion, all the students in the classroom turned their heads in unison to look at the young man. Even Zhou Chong, who had just returned to class with an unmistakable air of excitement, quickly restrained his smile. The gazes of everyone were filled with complexity after all. At Linjiang No. 1 High School, especially among the Spirit Tamer class, the name Jiang Zheng was nearly synonymous with excellence. If not through their classmates, they had heard of him in conversations between their parents, a figure who excelled in academics, athletics, and character. For the past 2 years, he had been the undisputed poster child of Linjiang No. 1 High School. There was some envy among the classmates regarding Zhou Chang's recent success. After all, with the full support of his family, Zhou Chang's achievements seemed almost inevitable. Many thought that if they had access to the same resources, they might have reached similar heights. But when it came to Jiang Zheng, even if he ultimately succeeded in forming a contract, it was hard for anyone to feel jealousy. The gap between them was simply too vast, leaving no room, even for envy. "Go ahead, Jiang Zheng," said Chu Shang, seated behind the podium, her eyes glinting with meaning. "If you're fully prepared, let's see how far you can go." "Yes," Jiang Zheng replied with a calm smile, stepping forward without hesitation. "Zhang Air." Just as he reached the doorway, Li Ching suddenly stood up, waving her fists enthusiastically like an energetic little rabbit. "Good luck," the young man responded with a faint smile, saying nothing more. Zhou Chong, on the other hand, seemed on the verge of speaking, but before he could utter a word, Jiang Zheng brushed past him without a glance, walking straight out of the classroom. "Hey!" Zhou Chang's smug expression froze on his face, and he could only wave his hand in frustration. "Sure, you might usually outshine me, but not this time. My enlightened fruit isn't something just anyone can use." As soon as Jiang Zheng stepped into the hallway, he noticed a group of people wearing uniforms with the school emblem standing in the center. The middle-aged man at the head of the group immediately approached him with quick strides. "Principal Zhang." Jiang Zheng paused politely. "Here, take this." Without further explanation, the vice principal of Linjiang No. 1 High School thrust a long wooden box into the young man's hands. Jiang Zheng instantly guessed the contents of the box based on its weight, but he feigned ignorance and asked, "What's this?" "Those enlightened fruits may be usable, but they're not as good as this one," the middle-aged man said, patting Jiang Zheng's shoulder with a warm smile. "This one may not be top tier, but it's the best the school can provide. Don't let us down." Such straightforward words didn't surprise Jiang Zheng. Having enjoyed the benefits provided by the school, he naturally understood the expectations that came with them. His success was now the school's greatest hope. "I will." "Good, good. Off you go," the man said with a few more pleasantries, stepping aside with the others to clear the way. The figures of the youth and Wong, the assistant, slowly disappeared at the entrance of the gymnasium. The middle-aged man stroked his short beard, a confident smile playing on his lips. Since Jiang Zheng seems so self-assured, I doubt he'll disappoint. Rather than questioning his chances of failure, we should anticipate him setting a new record. He turned to the person beside him. "Inform the media. This could very well be a moment worth recording in history." Inside the gymnasium, all eyes were fixed on the young man. Jiang Zheng's expression remained calm as he leisurely chewed on the fruit. Its taste was ordinary, a mix of sour and sweet, but the spiritual energy it contained was extraordinarily abundant. Like a gentle stream, it coursed swiftly through his entire body without the slightest pause. The youth suddenly licked his lips, a faint glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes before his usual calm demeanor returned. He lowered his head, tugging at the edge of his gloves, his gaze falling on the skin visible only to him. Black patterns writhed rhythmically, as if silently confirming his suspicions. Upon entering the gymnasium, Jiang Zheng had silently recited an incantation for a binding spell. It was a deliberate experiment, wanted to test whether the cost of the binding spell had to be paid immediately or could be deferred. The results validated his hypothesis. Deferred payment was indeed possible, but not every method worked. Initially, he attempted to set double the injuries in the future as the price, but the binding spell failed to activate. However, when he switched to shortening his lifespan by 1 year, the spell took effect instantly. Jiang Zheng's gaze deepened as he came to a realization. The key lay in certainty. The former option was fraught with variables, whereas the latter was an unequivocal transaction. This reminded him of a perilous financial concept: loans. Using one's lifespan as collateral to gain immediate power was an enticing, yet perilous trade. For most, even with caution, resisting such temptation was nearly impossible. But Jiang Zheng was different. He had personally experienced the pitfalls of a gambler's life and understood the sinister intent of lenders. He silently warned himself, this method of trading lifespan for power must never become a habit. Otherwise, human nature would falter, and vigilance would be consumed by greed. Standing nearby, Wong, the assistant, who had been silently observing, suddenly furrowed his brows. His nostrils flared slightly as he sniffed twice. His pupils contracted sharply, his gaze darting across Jiang Zheng's figure with scrutiny. As an awakened spirit master attuned to the threads of fate, his sharp perception and observational skills were precisely why he had been appointed as the head overseer of Linjiang No. 1 High School's awakening ceremony this year. At that moment, his eyes gleamed with disbelief as he took 2 steps forward, his expression filled with shock. The sudden change brought an immediate hush to the surroundings. It was as if someone had pressed the pause button on the staff. Their movement stopped, and their gazes shifted back and forth between Assistant Rong and the young boy, finally settling on Jiang Zheng. Though Assistant Rong was often seen as unreliable in daily matters, his professional competence was never in doubt, which made the expressions of those around him increasingly complicated. Jiang Zheng, could it be that you? Someone started to speak, but hesitated, a trace of doubt flashing in their eyes. In the classroom, Chu Shang frowned deeply. The sound of chairs scraping against the floor filled the room as students stood up one by one, their shocked gazes fixed on the projection screen. Assistant Rong's abrupt order to stop had thrown the classroom into brief chaos. Quiet. Everyone quiet. Li Ching sharp voice cut through the noise, but it did little to quell the growing murmurs. The discussions only grew louder, a mixture of astonishment and barely restrained excitement. Zhao Chong, however, didn't join in the chatter. He observed the scene with a blank expression, a faint trace of disdain curling at the corner of his mouth. But soon, his attention returned to the projection on the blackboard, his gaze locking onto the calm and composed boy on the screen. His fists clenched unconsciously. Based on his understanding of Zhang, the boy would never take such a reckless risk. Cheating? Impossible. Zhang would never put himself in a position of uncertain danger. So, what could the real reason be behind Assistant Rong's sudden intervention? The thought had barely formed when Zhou Cheng's breath caught in his chest. He shot to his feet, disbelief written all over his face. It can't be, could it? Meanwhile, Assistant Rong seemed oblivious to the commotion around him. He stood there, staring blankly at Jiang Zheng, who looked utterly confused. His right hand rested on his chest, as if trying to steady the wild beating of his heart. The intense rhythm filled him with an almost euphoric energy. This is... Assistant Rong took a deep breath, his eyes alight with excitement. This is the heartbeat of someone destined to leave this county. It's the drumbeat of freedom. What did you say? Someone asked, stepping forward, unsure if they had heard correctly. Suppressing the surge of emotion within him, Assistant Rong enunciated each word clearly. Record this. Linjiang County, Linjiang First High School, Jiang Zheng. Without contact with an awakening stone, his personal talent level. He paused, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. 10 points. Special grade. As Rong, the assistant, finished speaking, the room fell into a brief silence. Then, the quiet was broken by the sound of sharp, uneven breaths rippling through the air. All eyes turned to the boy once more, but this time, the suspicion in their gazes had vanished, replaced by profound astonishment. As the course supervisor of this awakening event, Rong was not only an experienced spirit master, but also known for his precise judgment. Even so, such an occurrence was rare, not only in this county, but even in larger cities. Though the onlookers had their reservations, Rong's unconcealed excitement sparked a sense of trust among them. Someone instinctively wanted to curse in disbelief, but, catching sight of the surveillance camera in the corner, swallowed their words. The reactions of others were similar. Unlike Rong, an outsider, they were all locals. Naturally, they felt a sense of kinship toward Jiang Zheng, one of their own, akin to seeing a promising young member of their community. Jiang Zheng even noticed a few middle-aged strangers discreetly raising their fists toward him in encouragement. The sight brought a faint smile to his lips, though his heart was far from at ease. A warning bell rang loudly in his mind. He had long known that Rong was a spirit master, like his father in this life, both at the first stage of mastery. However, he hadn't expected Rong's perception to be so sharp. With just the faint fluctuations of spiritual energy within him, Rong seemed to see through him, as if with X-ray vision. Lowering his gaze, Jiang Zheng sternly reminded himself, Jiang Zheng, you must never act so recklessly again. Spirit masters have all kinds of unpredictable abilities. Such carelessness will only lead to trouble. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Zheng strode toward the pillar, holding the awakening stone. As he regulated his breathing, the translucent Kai Ming stone seemed to sense him, faintly glowing with an otherworldly light. This sight caused the onlookers' eyes to brighten, with even more awe at this point. What was there left to doubt? Touch it. Rong's voice, unusually tinged with excitement, urged him on. Jiang Zheng glanced down at his empty palm without hesitation. He quickly clenched his fist, and when he looked up again, his eyes were sharp and resolute. He reached out and let his fingers graze the crystal, then firmly grasped it, as if seizing hold of his own destiny. In the next instant, a dazzling light erupted, flooding the entire room so intensely that it forced everyone to shut their eyes. A few seconds later, the brightness began to subside, gradually converging into the center of the awakening crystal, as if it had a mind of its own. The crystal's internal mechanism had been activated. Perhaps, due to the lack of noteworthy candidates before Jiang Zheng, the crystal had initially struggled to process the surge of energy he transmitted, resulting in the earlier overflow of light. But now, everything had settled into a calm equilibrium. A blinding light suddenly burst forth in the gymnasium, causing many of the staff to instinctively close their eyes. Only Assistant Rome remained completely still. His eyes, carrying a faint smile, slowly opened, staring intently at the calm face of the young man. As a spirit master with a natural talent for reconnaissance, his heightened senses far surpassed those of ordinary people. The brightness, comparable to a military-grade flashbang, was insufficient to impair his vision. Because of this, he caught a subtle detail at the moment the awakening crystal released its light. The boy closest to it seemed to intend to look directly into the brilliance. However, just a heartbeat later, as if realizing something, he quickly shut his eyes, which had already begun to tear up from the intense stimulus. Is it driven by an unyielding thirst for knowledge? Or is he deliberately guarding against something? The thought crossed Assistant Rome's mind. After a brief moment of contemplation, he shook his head lightly, a faint, knowing smile appearing on his lips. Spirit masters seldom spoke openly about their pasts, and who among people doesn't have their secrets? Besides, given the current circumstances, it seemed he himself would soon be reassigned elsewhere. Clap, clap. Assistant Rome openly expressed his admiration for the boy, applauding in front of everyone. 10. He announced the result loudly, then turned to the other staff. Recorded, first 10-10. Unlike the earlier brief recordings, the staff's discussions this time were noticeably more animated. In front of the crystal, blue spiritual energy slowly seeped out from the seams of the boy's clothing. Jiang Zheng panted heavily, his pupils trembling slightly. The baptism of the awakening crystal had made the spiritual energy within him more abundant, as if his entire being were now floating just above the surface of water. Ha, cough, cough. Assistant Rong stifled a chuckle and said, "Release your spirit beast." This reminder pulled the boy's wandering thoughts back to the present. Moments earlier, he had indeed been tempted to use his Ouroboros eye to glimpse the true nature of the awakening crystal while its light expanded such a rare artifact. And who knew if he'd ever have another chance to encounter one. But in the end, he chose restraint, not only due to an innate sense of caution and wariness toward Assistant Rome, but also because he had thought of a more fitting reason to hold back. Now was the time to test that reason. Jiang Zheng took a deep breath, his expression returning to calm. He unzipped his jacket, letting his arm drop, and flicked his fingers lightly against the yellow jade pendant at his waist. Clang! A crisp sound rang out as a beam of white light leapt from the pendant and landed on the ground. Roar! A juvenile, yet commanding growl echoed through the gymnasium. The staff, who had initially worn smiles, suddenly froze. Some unconsciously clutching their chests, a faint but palpable sense of pressure began to spread through the air. Assistant Rong raised an eyebrow, studying the small creature on the ground with a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. A bloodline of the mountain monarch, a tiger-type spirit beast, no doubt about it. When I first saw the record, I thought it might have been a mistake, but it turns out it's true. Shoo, did you forget who Jiang Zheng's uncle is? Oh, right, that makes sense now. Assistant Rong paid no attention to the astonishment of those around him. His gaze was fixed intently on the spirit beast before him. After a moment, he clicked his tongue softly. It was indeed an ice tiger cub. Although he had already learned about Jiang Zheng's spirit beast from the student records submitted by Shang, seeing it in person still stirred something within him. To possess an ice tiger cub, one theoretically capable of ascending to the third tier even at the initial stage, was no small feat. This was far beyond the reach of an ordinary family. Assistant Rong speculated silently. Perhaps this was the result of support from the Linjiang County government and the school, or possibly the intervention of that uncle who held a significant position in the association. Regardless, it was not his concern. His immediate priority was to oversee the test before him. Channel all your spiritual energy into your ice tiger cub, Assistant Rong instructed. Then, as if recalling something, he added, be extremely cautious while doing so. Do not rush, or the spirit beast might fail to absorb it, resulting in wasted energy. Jiang Zheng nodded solemnly. The surrounding students exchanged glances but remained silent. Such guidance, while not outright cheating, was undoubtedly a rare show of care from Assistant Rong. The boy took a deep breath, quickly gathering all his spiritual energy between his palms at his chest. A glowing blue sphere began to take shape, spinning as it drew in the surrounding air. On the ground, the ice tiger cub instinctively licked its lips, raising its body high and fixing its eyes on the enticing orb of energy. In just a few breaths, Jiang Zheng had drained the last trace of spiritual energy from his body. The sudden weakness caused him to falter, his face turning ashen. Assistant Rong's expression froze. Something's wrong, he thought, alarmed. This boy hasn't left even a sliver of energy for himself. How is he going to transfer the energy orb to the spirit beast? Watching his hopes for a relaxed reassignment evaporate before his eyes, Assistant Rong was filled with regret. But just then, the ice tiger cub suddenly flicked its tail, leaping with surprising agility. Its jaws opened wide, and it swallowed the energy orb in one gulp. In an instant, a powerful wave of energy burst forth from its body. Moments later, A fine line extended from its forehead to connect with the boy's. Assistant Rong was stunned. The next second, the air around them seemed to distort. A peculiar rune appeared first on the cub's forehead, then on Jiang Zheng's, before sinking into their bodies. Jiang Zheng's expression twisted in pain as two silver-white lights flashed in his eyes. Cracking sounds echoed from his bones. Assistant Rong's pupils constricted. This was something he had only read about in theory and had never witnessed firsthand. Especially those eyes. For a long moment, Assistant Rong stood silently, watching the boy, who remained in the throes of awakening. Finally, he announced in a steady voice, though it betrayed a hint of emotion. Record. Contract successful. Formal contract. Individual physique. Tier 10, special grade. Individual aptitude. Tier 10, special grade. Spirit Beast physique. Tier 10, special grade. Spirit Beast aptitude. Tier 10, special grade. Final evaluation, special grade. He took a deep breath, his tone quivering slightly despite his effort to remain composed. Additional record. Jiang Zheng of Linjiang No. 1 High School, Linjiang County, Northern Territory. Spiritual energy breakthrough achieved. Alliance contract established. Of the 3 Spirit Master trials, he has now passed 2. The pen in the recorder's hand suddenly trembled, leaving a distinct black mark on the white paper. He struggled to lift his head, his eyes wide open, staring intently at the spot where the young man stood, his shock evident. The 3 trials of Spirit Master Spirit Saturation, Beast Strength, and Pact Bond, though they could be completed in any order, no one had ever managed to achieve 2 of them during their first Spirit Master test in senior year. The recorder's gaze swept over the test results, and he let out a deep sigh. Looking at the notebook in front of him, he silently reviewed the specific meanings of these 3 trials. Spirit saturation refers to reaching the limit of spiritual energy in one's reservoir after forming a basic contract with a spirit beast. Beast strength requires the spirit beast to reach the first stage of overall strength, and pact bond signifies achieving true harmony with the spirit beast, becoming inseparable partners in life and death. Examining the test results, the recorder shook his head slightly. The only remaining trial, beast strength, was hardly an obstacle for an ice tiger cub destined to grow to the 2nd tier. Such a gap in potential was simply staggering. The classroom buzzed with excited discussions, the voices spilling out through the windows. Even the janitor cleaning downstairs could hear the students' animated chatter. Did Assistant Rong really say that? Has he really passed 2 trials already? The exclamations rose and fell in waves. Li Ching loosened her clenched fists, straightened her back, and a relieved smile spread across her face. I knew Zhang could do it. Chong abruptly stood up from his seat, his eyes fixed on the large screen, disbelief flickering in his pupils. He recalled his father's explanation. Among the 3 trials of Spirit Masters, the Pact Bond was actually the easiest to achieve. After forming the basic contract, the formal contract naturally followed. Only with a formal contract could a Spirit Master and their Spirit Beast truly become life and death partners. But Spirit Saturation? Chong frowned. He was aware that some students with exceptionally high spiritual energy aptitude experienced a slight boost in spiritual energy after consuming the Kai Ming fruit and coming into contact with the awakening crystal. While this temporary energy couldn't last long, it could trigger a surge in spiritual energy upon forming a contract with a spirit beast. In rare cases, this could even break through the spirit saturation barrier directly. Chong glanced around, his expression dazed. But how could something like this happen in such a remote little county? At the front of the classroom, Shang remained unusually composed. The homeroom teacher of Class 1 for Spirit Masters simply stared at the screen with a calm gaze, though a complex emotion flickered in her eyes before she let out a soft sigh. Recalling the pride and confidence she had felt when she successfully became a Spirit Master during her own college entrance exams, she couldn't help but sink into deep thought. It wasn't until she started studying at Shandong University that she realized there were always greater talents and heights beyond what she had known. Shang lifted her chin slightly, a glimmer of contemplation flickering in her eyes. She understood well that Jiang Zheng was a humble person who wouldn't become arrogant over temporary achievements. However, as someone with more experience, she felt it necessary to offer timely guidance to prevent him from repeating her own mistakes in the future. As she was lost in thought, an unusual disturbance suddenly appeared on the projection screen. Rong, the assistant, briefly flashed on the screen, waving his hand quickly toward the camera. Moments later, the image trembled violently before abruptly cutting off. All the projection screens on the floor simultaneously went dark, displaying a connection interrupted message. The classroom fell into an eerie silence as the students exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what had just happened. Only Shang furrowed her brows, recalling the small details she had overlooked earlier. In the exercise room, the technician in charge of the recording system was intently watching Rong's every move. Despite the unease growing in his mind, he followed the instructions and cut off the projection and recording. He then cautiously stepped back 2 paces and activated the recorder attached to his chest. This subtle action clearly expressed his stance. Interrupting the transmission during the spirit test might be acceptable, but skipping the recording, a crucial step for association review, was absolutely out of the question. Wong didn't seem to care about the technician's discreet movements. His full attention was focused on the boy in front of him. Jiang Zheng was holding a small, iced tiger cub, glancing around in confusion. Have you noticed anything unusual about your eyes? Wong asked with a bright smile, pointing toward Jiang Zheng's eyes through the air. My eyes, Jiang Zheng repeated, unable to grasp what Wong meant. Watching the boy's expression closely, Wong's lips curled into a knowing smile. Jiang Zheng, just now, your eyes were glowing. Try channeling your spiritual energy there again. Let me see. The iced tiger cub in Jiang Zheng's arms seemed to sense the unusual tension and emitted a low, warning growl. Jiang Zheng quickly grasped the cub by the scruff of its neck and gently soothed it. All right. Though hesitant, Jiang Zheng complied. Wong leisurely raised his wrist and tapped on his sleek, futuristic bracelet. A soft blue light shimmered, and a small, circular mirror materialized in his hand. He held the mirror up to face Jiang Zheng. The moment Jiang Zheng saw his reflection, he staggered back 2 steps in shock, his words caught in his throat. This. The boy's pupils underwent a startling transformation in an instant. His once jet-black eyes gradually lost their color as the pupils contracted and morphed, eventually becoming a pair of silvery vertical slits, eerily snake-like, yet captivating. Assistant Wong's gaze was fixed firmly on these altered eyes. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, he scrutinized the peculiar, arrow-like pupils. It seems my earlier observations were correct. Your eyes have indeed undergone some kind of change. He paused briefly, his brows furrowing slightly. But can an iced tiger cub really pass on an innate ocular ability? The question was not without merit. While it was true that spirit beasts could sometimes pass their innate abilities to their spirit masters, all known cases of such transfers had been meticulously documented. To Wong's knowledge, there was no precedent for an iced tiger cub transmitting such a gift. He lowered his head in thought for a moment before lifting his gaze to study the boy's face. The boy still wore an expression of shock, as though he was entirely unaware of the transformation in his eyes. Seeing this, Wong narrowed his eyes slightly, deep in contemplation. At that moment, someone in the crowd stepped forward and proposed a new possibility. Could it be a latent hereditary ability in his bloodline? Hereditary ability? The attention of the others immediately shifted. Clearing his throat, the individual elaborated. If someone comes from a family with a spirit master lineage, they might inherit certain innate abilities. Some abilities manifest at birth, while others require specific triggers. Especially when a descendant also becomes a spirit master and is exposed to spiritual energy over time, the chances of awakening increase significantly. That's right, another voice chimed in. Isn't Jiang Zheng's family the one that runs the Spirit Beast shop? Exactly. His father is a grade 1 spirit master. The discussion grew livelier, and the crowd became increasingly convinced this was the explanation. After all, no one had ever known the boy to possess any special abilities before. This sudden transformation was most likely the awakening of a hereditary gift. As the boy listened to the chatter, his brows knitted tightly, and his face displayed a mixture of sudden realization and lingering confusion. His performance was impeccable, leaving no room for doubt. Only Assistant Wong remained silent. After a brief moment, he suddenly scratched his neck, as if trying to dispel some faint, elusive scent in his nose. He deliberately suppressed his own spiritual energy. Let's record it as such, Wong finally said, lowering his hand, a faintly enigmatic smile playing on his lips. After casting one last glance at the boy, he turned and strode toward the door. Jiang Zheng has awakened a hereditary ability. Effect unknown. He is instructed to report to the Linjiang County Spirit Master Association within 3 days for registration. Today's test at Linjiang No. 1 High School was not conducted simultaneously for the 2 classes. Instead, Class 1 went first, followed by Class 2. Inside the gymnasium, Jiang Zheng, the final examinee of Class 1, had just completed his test. A puzzled, bewildered expression lingered on his face and remained unchanged even as he stepped out of the gymnasium doors. The heavy doors closed behind him, and the previously bustling hallway was now empty, with no sign of the vice principal and his entourage. From the distant classrooms came bursts of exclamations, their echoes unusually clear in the silent corridor. In that moment, the confusion on the young man's face abruptly faded, replaced by a profound and thoughtful expression. He stood in place, swiftly replaying every detail of the test in his mind. After a few breaths, Jiang Zheng raised his chin slightly, concealing the sharp glint in his eyes. Although the test had been thrilling yet without danger, it had revealed several issues. What surprised him most was Wong's extraordinary sensory abilities far beyond what he had imagined. Was Wong not someone skilled in offensive paths? This discovery was truly unexpected. Wong's usual behavior was rather irksome, the kind that made him seem like an easy target due to his lack of combat prowess. The thought brought another middle-aged figure to Jiang Zheng's mind. If he had known earlier that Rong's path was similar to that of his father's friend, he wouldn't have exposed so many flaws during the test. Over the past year, in order to safeguard the secret of the Spirit Beast egg, Jiang Zheng had rarely visited his goduncle, Mr. Li, and had been especially cautious during their occasional meetings. In a world where paths of fate existed, lies could be uncovered through far more unconventional means than usual. As Jiang Zheng's breathing quickened at this thought, the little creature in his arms suddenly stirred. The tiger-headed cub lifted its head, licked its lips, and rubbed its forehead against the boy's chest while letting out a low purring sound. All right, Jiang Zheng said helplessly. Hungry? The cub immediately nodded, its round eyes gleaming brightly. Supporting its bottom with one hand, Jiang Zheng rubbed his slightly aching chest with the other. Although his consistent training had earned him a top-tier physical fitness rating, the fact that this newborn creature could make him feel chest tightness and discomfort was astonishing. All the materials are in the bag, Jiang Zheng said as he started walking forward. I'll feed you back in the classroom. For now, how about returning to the spirit summoning jade? The cub grumbled in protest. No, that's not an option. Even though I'm now a provisional spirit tamer, the law still forbids spirit beasts from roaming freely. The cub let out another dissatisfied whimper. All right, let's say I'm begging you. Just bear with it for a bit, and I'll give you the best spirit materials later to make it up to you. Deal. The fluffy white tiger cub, with its chubby little body, contentedly licked its lips. The scene in front of Linjiang No. 1 High School was even livelier than it had been in the morning. A dense crowd pressed against the school gate, most wearing thick hats, craning their necks, and standing on tiptoes to peer at the notice board inside the police cordon. That was where the day's test results were to be posted, but for now, the board remained blank. The bespectacled man tucked his hands into his sleeves and instinctively stood on tiptoe to get a better view. Suddenly, he smacked his forehead and muttered to himself with a wry smile. What am I thinking? Believing in this nonsense about academic aura. Back home, this kind of thing is frowned upon. Why am I buying into it here? Before he could finish his thought, he sensed someone watching him. Looking up, he locked eyes with the burly hunter, who was giving him a half smile, half smirk. Why the rush? The hunter, Wong, grinned broadly, his muscular arm hardened by years of hunting slung over the bespectacled man's shoulder. The latter froze, recalling the pain of having his bones squeezed earlier. But then, out of nowhere, a steaming cup of pear tea in a simple plastic cup appeared before him. Have a warm drink. It'll help you warm up. As Wong handed over the tea, a few drops spilled onto his hand. He casually licked them off and wiped his hand on his clothes, laughing heartily. Don't worry, it's not poisoned. Just drink it me treat. Oh, okay. Consider it an apology for earlier, the burly man said. His face flushed red from the cold, but his smile was genuine. He was wrapped in a thick, furry coat. I'm from here, and being rough isn't my intention. Linjiang folks are straightforward and bold. Remember what I told you earlier? The bespectacled man nodded. Haha. Admitting and fixing mistakes is a good habit, Wong said, straightening his back. His coat puffed up like a standing bear. Peering over the crowd toward the school gate, he added with confidence, Zhang air will surely pass. No doubt about it. See, here they come. As soon as he finished speaking, Wong suddenly bolted toward the table where the other two had been earlier. The bespectacled man looked on, bewildered, glancing at the person slowly walking out with the results, and then at the hunter, now yelling about exchanging money at the table. He scratched his head in confusion. Wait, the results are out, but it doesn't say who passed the test yet, does it? A new wave of people surged forward, rushing toward the same table. Quick, let's go. Go where? Did you place a bet on the rankings? The top 20 get a set of practice questions personally signed by Jiang Zheng. Even if you didn't bet, you can still buy one of the 20 signed sets for 240 yuan each. Huh? But does it have anything to do with the spirit taming class curriculum? No, it doesn't. Then why bother? You're so dense. You and I placed bets, so it's basically free. Plus, Jiang Zheng actually worked on these questions himself and signed them. Passing on some of his luck to your kids at home wouldn't hurt, right? Wait, you're right. I'm coming. The bespectacled man listened to the entire exchange, remained silent for a moment, then adjusted his glasses. Materialism, he muttered under his breath. I can't make a fool of myself again. Just then, a loud, jubilant voice rang out from the school. The spirit taming class results are in. Jiang Zheng, perfect score. Special grade. Before the words had fully settled, a drum and gong troop, already poised for action, broke into a thunderous performance. Firecrackers exploded in designated areas with a deafening crackle. A familiar-looking official waved his arms frantically, shouting at the top of his lungs. Bigger, louder. Let's make it even more festive. Across the way, a group of county reporters was feverishly finalizing their articles. Damn it. The bespectacled man's expression shifted dramatically. Gritting his teeth, he spun around and charged into the crowd with all his might. Fireworks shot up into the sky along their predetermined paths, exploding into bursts of vibrant colors. The crackling sounds of firecrackers intertwined with the festive clamor of drums and gongs, creating a scene deeply ingrained in the cultural essence of the people of Xinzhou. Every year, in either January or February, such a spectacle is bound to unfold as expected. Inside the classroom, a significant number of seats were left empty. Those who occupied them had just followed Chu Ban out. The remaining students reacted in various ways. Some stood by the window, a look of relief in their eyes. Others buried their faces in their arms on the desks, their bodies faintly trembling, as if suppressing something, while a few quietly turned their gaze toward the empty seat by the window in the back row. Its former occupant had taken their belongings, and the celebratory sounds outside the window were likely in their honor. Such a scene was indeed enviable. Over in the Changyun building, the third-floor gym had been requisitioned as a testing site, leaving Chu Shang to guide the students who passed the test to temporarily use the second-floor gym designated for sophomores. Although the equipment here was no different from that of the senior gym, her purpose at this moment wasn't physical training. Standing at the front, she quickly scanned the expressions of the students before her. Most faces were lit with joy, and it was no surprise they had just crossed the first threshold of senior year by successfully forming a contract with their spirit beasts. However, a few expressions stood out, particularly that of Zhao Chong. Standing alone at the back of the group, his gaze was fixed on two people in the front left. Jiang Zheng, one hand in his pocket and the other carrying a backpack, and a ponytailed girl, Li Ching, who was cheerfully tugging at his arm. Jiang, you must have learned about spirit beast cultivation in advance, right? Li Ching pressed him with a smile. No, Jiang Zheng replied flatly. That's impossible. You've always been ahead of everyone else. The cultivation courses for seniors only just started. You must have prepared in advance. Help me, won't you? I trust you more than fumbling through it on my own. Seeing Jiang Zheng reluctantly nod in agreement, a sly, satisfied glint flashed in Li Qingrong's eyes, though she failed to notice the unchanging calmness in the boy's expression. This scene didn't escape Zhou Chang's notice, and his brow furrowed even deeper. As the heir of the county's largest spirit beast store, he had been exposed to all kinds of social dynamics under the influence of his family from a young age. Moreover, he had once attended a prestigious school in the Shandong province, receiving elite foundational training in Spirit Beast Mastery, a far cry from the ordinary curriculum of Linjiang No. 1 High School's Spirit Beast class. In that institution, considered the cradle of education in Shandong province, most of his classmates came from affluent backgrounds, some even wealthier than his own family. These individuals were incessantly engaged in imitating the calculated politeness of adults, replicating the hierarchical games of their elders. Zhou Chong was all too familiar with the behavior of the people at that school. As the son of a businessman, he had endured ostracism and exclusion, eventually transferring to Linjiang County High School. On the first day of the new semester, when he brushed past Jiang Zheng in the hallway of Linjiang No. 1 High School, an indescribable sense of familiarity gripped his heart. That calm face, that gentle demeanor, it reminded him of the people he had encountered at his former school. But Jiang Zheng was different from them. There was no hint of artificiality or pretense in his every move. This subtle resemblance both unsettled and frustrated Zhou Chong. He instinctively began to reject Jiang Zheng, his inner resentment growing stronger by the day. He desperately wanted to tear away Jiang Zheng's facade and project the humiliation he had once suffered on as someone of lower social standing. But events unfolded in ways Zhou Chong had not anticipated. When he and his group of lackeys cornered Jiang Zheng, they found themselves completely overpowered. Yet Zhou Chong didn't feel defeated. During the beating, he caught a fleeting but crucial detail. There was a momentary flash of icy coldness in Jiang Zheng's otherwise perpetually gentle eyes. It was brief, but this discovery thrilled him. You're finished. They'll get my father involved. Zhou Chong lay on the ground, his face twisted in pain, yet his expression was one of triumph, as if he had uncovered a vital weakness. But his words only enraged Jiang Zheng, triggering an even harsher assault. When the school eventually notified Zhou Chang's father and he arrived on campus, he didn't rush to the infirmary to see his injured son. Instead, he headed straight to the principal's office. By the time he finally appeared in the infirmary, he ignored Zhou Chang's wailing entirely, lighting a cigarette in silence. Amid the swirling smoke, he placed a medical report showing only superficial injuries in the bedside table. Son, his father began, his tone carrying an inexplicable undertone. I've met that kid. Li Wenchu's secretary apologized to me on his behalf. The mention of that name brought Zhou Chang's cries to an abrupt halt. In Linjiang County, everyone knew the name Li Wenchu not for his power or status, but for reasons Zhou Chong couldn't quite fathom. He couldn't understand how Jiang Zheng could possibly be connected to Li Wenchu. I agreed, his father continued, extinguishing his cigarette. His weathered face bore an unusually calm expression. It's good for you to learn a lesson better than you picking up any real bad habits. Father, Li Wenchu and him might just be acquaintances. They're probably not that close. Besides, our family. Zhou Chong tried to argue, his voice anxious. I know. His father interrupted, waving him off. After all, Li Wenchu didn't come here himself. He paused briefly, then suddenly chuckled. But it's still quite something. Even your principal is playing the peacemaker here. For him to beat you for so long, without causing any serious injuries, it won't affect your health at all. How could a teenager show such precision? And it just so happens to toe the line of what I can tolerate. Huh. His father's laughter grew louder, filling the infirmary, but Zhao Chong remained silent. He knew his father too well. Only when he discovered goods with the potential for significant profit would his father display such an expression. He stood still, watching his father turn and leave, the bodyguards following close behind like shadows. His father's voice rang out clearly as he departed. If you truly prove yourself capable, this matter is settled. If not, rest assured, I will stand by you and bolster your courage. As his thoughts churned, Zhou Chong recalled the events before the school term began. His father's earnest advice upon learning of the other's achievements, and the spirit mastery test he had just witnessed. He remained silent for a long while, his expression finally softening. At that moment, Chu Shang, standing at the forefront, suddenly raised her hand, palm down. Clap. A crisp sound immediately drew everyone's attention. Do not let arrogance or complacency take root in your hearts, Chu Shang said, her voice cold yet precise. You've merely earned the qualification to become spirit masters. Don't forget, the 3 spirit trials still await you. Those are the true thresholds. Her words caused several students to restrain their smiles, and as if recalling something, they turned in unison to glance at Jiang Zheng in the back row. Earlier, this very classmate had effortlessly surpassed 2 of the trials as though it were second nature. Chu Shang's gaze also fell on Jiang Zheng. After a brief pause, she spoke calmly. Breaking through all 3 trials in the spirit mastery test is not unprecedented. It's rare in Linjiang County, but not necessarily so in Shenzhou. Only through genuine dedication and humility can one go further. Standing in the back, Jiang Zheng maintained a faint smile, nodding slightly, his confident gaze meeting Chu Shang's. Observing this, Chu Shang withdrew her gaze without betraying any emotion. She knew full well that while there were indeed cases of individuals in Shenzhou leveraging the test to surpass all 3 trials, Jiang Zheng's seamless passing of 2-1 of which involved reaching maximum spiritual resonance was far from ordinary. As a teacher, she could only offer subtle reminders, much like saying, "You're the weakest cohort I've ever taught," to nudge them forward. All right, Chu Shang said, lifting her chin slightly, her tone still composed and cool. Take out the spiritual materials you've prepared. It'll teach you the methods to replenish spiritual energy when your spirit beasts experience severe depletion. In the spacious open area of the gym, Xiu Shang stood calmly in front of a group of cross-legged students. These young teens looked at her curiously, waiting for this special lesson to begin. Although spiritual materials aren't part of the official curriculum, I believe most of you are somewhat familiar with them, Xiu Shang said as she scanned the students before her. Consider this a bit of extracurricular tutoring after passing your test. Now, take out the spiritual materials you've prepared. The students immediately got to work, rummaging through their backpacks. Soon, the floor was covered with an array of transparent glass bottles, each filled with clear, bubbling liquid. Jiang Zheng, like his peers, placed his bottle on the ground, though he knew these were not genuine spiritual materials. Instead, they were low-grade imitations created through modern craftsmanship, basic versions accessible to ordinary people like them. Jiang Zheng turned to look at the boy next to him, a dreadlocked teenager named Zhou Chong, who was casually fiddling with a transparent box. The contents of the box were astonishing. A thumb-sized, ice-blue heart rhythmically pulsed inside. Each beat sent a thin layer of frost spreading across the glass surface. Now, this was a genuine spiritual material. Noticing Jiang Zheng's gaze, Zhou Chong glanced at him, then at the ordinary spiritual liquid in front of Jiang Zheng. A smug grin crept onto his face, silently flaunting his prized possession. Xiu Shang pulled out a bottle of genetic spiritual liquid from her satchel and gave it a gentle shake. This genetic spiritual liquid does count as a type of spiritual material, she explained, her voice steady as she swirled the bottle. Back in sophomore year, I mentioned that the reservoirs within spiritual beasts, whether innate or formed after binding with a spirit master, share a common trait. When the host loses its life signs, most of the spiritual energy returns to the natural world. She continued, while the crystals or beast cores often mentioned in tales don't actually exist, not all spiritual energy dissipates. Research has shown that a small amount remains attached to specific organs or body parts of the spiritual beast. Through specialized processing, these parts can be made into genetic spiritual liquid. Although the early versions had side effects, the products on today's market are completely safe. However, their effectiveness has been slightly reduced, hence the term diluted. Nowadays, you can even find them available in a variety of flavors. The most common way to purchase genetic elixirs is to visit the stores designated by the Spirit Tamer Association or the association's own supermarkets. Standing at the podium, Chu Shang scanned the attentive students below and clearly introduced the relevant information about genetic elixirs. Currently, the most widely available on the market are the first and second generation genetic elixirs, both of which are quite expensive, she said. pointing to several sample bottles displayed on the podium. However, once you officially become Spirit Tamers, you'll be eligible for subsidized prices. So, I'd advise even those from well-off families not to stockpile them in advance. Then, shifting her tone, she shared some good news. The school will distribute a certain number of first-generation genetic elixirs to you for free each month based on your academic performance. Even if someone decides to leave the Spirit Tamer class midway, there's no need to return them. As soon as she finished speaking, the classroom buzzed with excitement. The students began whispering to each other, their faces lighting up with joy. It wasn't surprising after all. A single bottle of the most basic first-generation genetic elixir cost over 2,000 yuan, and trying other flavors required paying a hefty additional fee. Li Ching sat in her seat, thoughtfully examining the glass bottle in her hand. Unlike the ordinary white genetic elixirs, the one she held was a light pink, strawberry-flavored second-generation upgrade. Although she had insisted on buying the cheapest option, her parents' indulgence as doting parents of an only child had led them to purchase this more expensive version. Shang continued. The usage is simple, just have your spirit beast consume it to replenish the spiritual energy in their reservoir. Spirit Tamers can also drink it, but it requires special techniques, like practicing the Heart Sutra, to fully absorb it. She paused deliberately to give the students time to process the information before shifting the topic. Since genetic elixirs are classified as spiritual materials, what about other types of spiritual materials? That brings us to today's main focus: primal materials. Reaching into her bag, she pulled out a set of car keys, but the students' attention quickly shifted to a slender, reddish-brown pendant hanging beneath the keys. The seemingly ordinary ornament made a crisp, clinking sound as she moved. This is a true spiritual material, Shang said, shaking the keys slightly. Her tone suddenly grew serious. To be precise, this is the leg bone of a particular spirit beast. Over time, it gradually lost its spiritual energy, leaving it in its current state. Her words elicited varied reactions from the students. Some looked puzzled, others appeared deep in thought, and a few widened their eyes in realization, clearly beginning to grasp the implications. Collecting these materials is also an important source of income for spirit masters. Shang stood at the podium, her gaze sweeping over the attentive students below as she continued. Before becoming a spirit master, you must first learn the technique of extracting materials. But remember, whether the spiritual materials come from spirit beasts or other spirit masters, it is not recommended to consume them raw to extract their spiritual energy. Her voice was steady and professional. These materials not only contain the spiritual energy from their lifetime, but may also harbor various side effects. For instance, conflicts between different attributes or rejection reactions between species. Fortunately, the Heart Sutra has the ability to temporarily suppress and ultimately dissipate these side effects. At this point, she added softly, after this lecture, students who pass the test will receive additional subsidies provided by the school. As she finished speaking, Shang instinctively touched the slender bracelet on her wrist. Sitting below, Jiang Zheng keenly noticed that this bracelet bore a striking resemblance to the one worn by Assistant Rome, though the design was slightly different, appearing to be a gender-specific variation of the same model. Just as Jiang Zheng was lost in thought, a sudden commotion erupted in the classroom. A male student leapt excitedly from his seat, pointing at Shang's bracelet. Miss Chu, is that keychain on your bracelet a trophy from when you hunted a spirit beast? His eyes sparkled with admiration, as if envisioning himself obtaining a similar trophy in the future. However, Shang's movements suddenly froze. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, and her gaze lowered, revealing an uncharacteristic vulnerability. This unexpected reaction plunged the classroom into silence, with every student holding their breath. They had never seen their usually composed instructor show such an expression. After a few seconds of silence, Shang took a deep breath, lifted her head, and replied in a calm voice, "No. It comes from my first spirit beast." As the words left her lips, the classroom fell into an even deeper silence, so quiet that even the sound of breathing could be heard. The atmosphere in the sports room grew increasingly tense. Sun Hao, a boy who had recently transferred from Class 2, stood trembling in place, drenched in sweat, unsure whether to sit down or remain standing. The other students in the room all lowered their heads, as if trying to avoid something terrifying, and no one dared to meet Shang's gaze at the podium. It was the first time Shang had publicly spoken about the fate of her spirit beast. Though no one explicitly mentioned it, the jagged scar across her face and her lifeless, clouded eyes silently told the story of her past. Once a prominent figure, she had now returned to her alma mater to teach a stark and sobering turn of events. In the back row, Jiang Zheng sighed softly. Despite society's deliberate efforts to suppress most negative news about spirit tamers, focusing only on their glorious successes, the harsh reality remained. The probability of a spirit tamer living out their natural lifespan was only 40%, and the chances of reaching the end of their life alongside their initial spirit beast were even slimmer. These truths, however, were not something Shang was going to share at this moment. The reverence people held for Spirit Tamers stemmed not only from their prestigious status and privileges, but also from the government's tight control over information about the dangers they faced. To the average person, Spirit Tamers were no different from elite special forces. It was said that during the first semester of senior year, Spirit Tamer associations across the country would collaborate with qualified schools to host a 7-day series of lectures and exercises. Only then would these aspiring Spirit Tamers confront the unvarnished reality and decide whether to continue down this perilous path. Sensing the increasingly heavy atmosphere in the room, Shang suddenly offered a stiff but intentional smile, clearly attempting to lighten the mood. Let's not stray too far. She cleared her throat and motioned for the still-standing student to take a seat. Regarding the Heart Sutra, I believe you're all familiar with it. It was developed alongside spirit arts, but focuses on passive defense, contrasting with the active offense of spirit techniques. The six senses method you studied in your second year is a part of the Heart Sutra, encompassing the six senses: sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch, and intention. Completing one cycle can enhance your physical constitution, and it can be practiced repeatedly. She went on to explain in detail. The eye method sharpens vision, the ear method enhances hearing. The nose method detects harmful miasmas, the tongue method identifies poisons. The body method strengthens muscles and bones, while the intention method reveals spiritual insight. She scanned the classroom. Is there anyone here who hasn't mastered a single sense yet? About 5 students raised their hands. And those who have mastered one sense? 3 more students raised their hands. Is it one of the lower 3 senses? Seeing the 3 nod, she asked further, is it the eye sense? After receiving a confirmation, she said warmly, all right, you can put your hands down. Keep working hard. The lower 3 senses are sight, hearing, and smell. The upper 3 are taste, touch, and intention. Jiang Zheng calmly scanned the students in the classroom. At this moment, the 12 students present, including himself, were the outstanding ones who had successfully passed the initial spirit mastery test. However, this did not mean that the other 13 students had lost their chance entirely. Apart from Zhang Chunmei and 2 others, who were directly disqualified from the spirit mastery class due to a significant gap in performance, the rest still had one more opportunity for a retest. If they failed again, they would, like Zhang Chunmei, be transferred to the regular class. Jiang Zheng lowered his gaze slightly, his thoughts churning. The six senses technique, exclusive to Linjiang County, had always been shrouded in mystery regarding its origins. 3 years ago, when the Spirit Mastery Association of Linjiang County abruptly announced this practice, it sparked widespread rumors. Some claimed it was a benevolent gesture from the association's headquarters, while others believed it was a spoils of war obtained by chance. Yet, Jiang Zheng had his own theories about its creator. When local spirit masters first encountered the six senses technique, they were astounded by its uniqueness. The technique significantly enhanced human abilities, especially during the first round of cultivation, where the effects were most pronounced. The only hurdle was the high talent requirement for practitioners. Those with exceptional aptitude could typically master 2 senses within a year and complete the first round of cultivation within 3 years. However, the current situation was worrying. 5 students had made no progress, and 3 had only mastered 1 sense. Such levels of talent were truly concerning. Shang was well aware of the reason children in Linjiang County had grown up in impoverished conditions, making it naturally difficult to compare them to children from well-nourished urban areas. Even the past 3 years' results were less than impressive. Among the last 2 graduating classes of seniors, only 1 student last year had unexpectedly managed to master 3 senses, while just 4 others had reached the level of 2 senses. Shang silently assessed the situation. Even if she had access to the 6 senses technique a decade ago, she doubted she could have kept pace, likely only managing to master 2 senses at most. Just then, Li Ching quickly raised her hand. Following her, Sun Hao, who had asked a question earlier, timidly raised his hand as well. Teacher, I've made progress too. Eyes and ears. Shang looked at him. Eyes and tongue, Sun Hao replied softly. This combination pairing the first sense of the upper 3 with the first sense of the lower 3 made Shang raise an eyebrow as she studied Sun Hao closely. While the 6 senses technique, like the 3 spirit gates, had no fixed progression path, this cross-category cultivation method was exceptionally rare. Seeing that Sun Hao still appeared nervous, Shang reassured him. Not bad. Sun Hao, there's no need to feel this way. You were just asking a question earlier. You didn't do anything wrong. Okay, teacher, Sun Hao replied with a sheepish grin, scratching his head. Tasting herbs is a family tradition. My family runs a pharmacy by the east gate of the county and collects wild goods from outside the area. When I was little, I used to crave snacks, but my family wouldn't buy them, so they'd let me chew on some herbs instead. I thought I'd inherit the family business, but it turned out I did decently in school. That's why the first sense I mastered was the tongue sense. Hearing this, Shang couldn't help but press her lips together in thought, while Jiang Zheng, seated in the back row, looked at Sun Hao with a hint of pity in his eyes. In the 6 senses technique, The nose and tongue senses were the only two with poison detection abilities. However, unlike the nose sense, which had broad applications, the tongue sense was almost entirely focused on poison detection. This meant that Sun Hao's body had likely developed a high tolerance to toxins, allowing him to break through the tongue sense before even mastering the typically easier eye sense. A natural poison testing prodigy. What kind of childhood did you have to endure to end up like this? After a few moments, Chu Shang's soft voice broke the silence. You've worked hard as well. Huh. Sun Hao looked bewildered, clearly missing the deeper meaning behind her words. It's nothing. Chu Shang shook her head gently, her gaze softening. You're doing well. Just keep up the effort. Then she turned her attention to another student. Li Qingrong, have you mastered the eye and ear senses? Yes, Miss Chu. Li Qingrong replied, lowering her arm. Her bright eyes sparkled, and her dimples appeared as she spoke. As soon as her words ended, her gaze darted quickly to her side. The movement was so brief, but it didn't escape Chu Shang's keen observation. Following Li Qingrong's glance, Chu Shang's eyes landed on the calm-looking boy next to her. The boy slightly widened his eyes, his expression pure and harmless. Retracting her gaze, Chu Shang silently contemplated. As Li Qingrong's former homeroom teacher, she was well aware of the student's potential decent, but not exceptional compared to her own past achievements. Mastering two senses shouldn't have been overly difficult for Li Qingrong, yet Chu Shang sensed something unusual. It seemed her progress wasn't entirely her own doing. Chu Shang had heard the rumors about this school beauty. She was almost certain that without someone's meticulous guidance, Li Qingrong wouldn't have been able to maintain a top position in the class, let alone avoid being demoted. Clearly, someone had tailored a specialized training plan for her based on the six senses method. Her gaze settled more firmly on the boy in the back row. Jiang Zheng remained composed, seemingly unaffected, his demeanor calm and unbothered. A moment later, Chu Shang refocused on Li Qingrong. Such matters were irrelevant, there was no cheating involved, and she had no intention of digging deeper. After all, mutual help among classmates was a good thing. Not bad. Keep it up, Chu Shang said with a faint smile. Aim to master the nose sense before graduation. Yes. Li Qingrong nodded firmly before sitting down cross-legged. Yet, she continued to steal glances at the boy beside her. Her obvious behavior left the boy feeling helpless. You really can't keep anything to yourself, can you? Among the 12 students present, 10 had already raised their hands, leaving only 2. The students in the front row turned to look, their complex gazes shifting between the rebellious boy with dreadlocks and the composed figure of the so-called king of Litong. Noticing the attention, the dreadlocked boy snorted, instinctively straightening his back, though his eyes flicked toward the boy on his right. Chong was inwardly startled. That someone could rival him in the six senses method was unexpected, especially considering that before the summer break, the boy had only mastered the eye sense. Was this the infamous wealth relies on technology, while the poor rely on mutation? Chong knew full well the immense sums his family had invested in his training for the six senses method, including expensive, state-of-the-art equipment. Though he tried to maintain a calm exterior, the slight twitch of his lips betrayed his inner frustration and bitterness. Chong. Chu Shang's voice called from the front, report your progress. Yes. Changqiang suppressed the turmoil in his heart and slowly stood up. He raised his head, straightened his posture, and said firmly, eyes, ears, and nose, 3 senses have been achieved. Good. Take a seat, Chu Shang said calmly, as though she had anticipated this result all along. As the homeroom teacher, she was well aware of the Zhou family's background. A decade ago, the Zhou family had already been one of the wealthiest in Linjiang County. Zhou Chang's older brother had been her student, but after the special college entrance exams, he chose a military academy over the local Shandong University. Now, the eldest son of the Zhou family was a spirit master, and the Zhou family had naturally risen to become the richest in the county. With such a family background, even if Zhou Chong had limited talent, the Zhou family would find a way to pave the road for him. Besides, the eldest son was living proof that their family genes were anything but ordinary. Thinking back to Zhou Chang's behavior in his first year of high school, Chu Shang couldn't help but frown. She had often spoken to his parents back then, but the results were minimal. Managing spirit beasts was undoubtedly time-consuming and exhausting, compounded by the Zhou family's expanding business, which left his parents with little time for proper discipline. Fortunately, the Zhou family frequently donated to the school, which could be seen as a form of compensation for their son's behavior. Under pressure from the principal, she had no choice but to turn a blind eye, as long as no real bullying occurred. Luckily, it didn't take long in his first year for someone to teach Zhou Chong a lesson. With this thought, Chu Shang turned her gaze to the silent boy who had remained unnoticed until now. Jiang Zheng, what about you? The entire class shifted their focus to the boy with clean, cropped hair. Despite the attention, Jiang Zheng remained composed, as if he had long grown accustomed to it. Jiang Zheng, have you also achieved eyes, ears, and nose? To everyone's surprise, the boy lightly shook his head, a faint, enigmatic smile playing on his lips. The classroom erupted into hushed whispers. Could it include the upper three senses? That's not surprising. Jiang Zheng has always been more talented than Zhou Chong. The murmurs caused Zhou Chang's expression to darken further. But at this moment, he had no time to address the rumors. His attention was entirely locked on Jiang Zheng. A strong sense of unease gnawed at him based on what he knew about Jiang Zheng. The latter would never act mysterious without reason, especially at a time like this. Unless. Zhou Chong abruptly stood up, his face pale with disbelief. Impossible. In such a small place, there's absolutely no way. Before he could finish, Jiang Zheng turned to glance at him, his gaze carrying a hint of mockery, as if silently saying, "You can't, but I can." Zhou Chang's words caught in his throat, and his breathing grew labored. Meanwhile, Chu Shang lowered her crossed arms, her sharp eyes fixed on the boy sitting cross-legged. At that moment, Jiang Zheng's pupils suddenly narrowed vertically, only to return to normal in an instant. In his mind, he experienced a series of strange sensations, a process that only he could perceive. Moments later, the tension that had built up in his body over the past several days suddenly dissipated. He felt lighter, his muscles warm and relaxed. The boy finally broke into a radiant smile, his white teeth gleaming brilliantly. "Teacher, you guessed it right. I've achieved 4 senses: eyes, ears, nose." He paused deliberately, his smile deepening. "And body sense." Someone shot up from their seat as if spring-loaded, and the entire gym erupted into chaos. The commotion reverberated through the walls, reaching the ears of the second-year students outside, who were observing the Spirit Mastery Class 2's test. They exchanged puzzled glances, some even whispering about the possibility of a haunting at the school. It wasn't until the class teacher gently hushed them that the murmurs abruptly ceased. 6 explosions. Jiang Air must be cheating. The crowd gasped in astonishment, surging toward the boy at the center of the field. Faces brimming with admiration and envy surrounded him, but he simply dusted off his pants and stood up, a faint smile playing on his lips. No one noticed the trace of regret deep in his eyes under current circumstances. This was the best he could achieve. The Ouroboros eye, which had awakened with him atop the Great Snow Mountain years ago, had been his constant companion ever since. This so-called golden finger ability allowed him not only to analyze creatures, objects, and details, but also to peer into the depths of human emotions. Any being he observed that harbored negative emotions would, within a certain range and time frame, be laid bare before him, just like the 2 unlucky winners he had caught a few days prior. Yet this near-terrifying power was not without its limitations: disparities in spiritual energy strength, distance, duration, and the eye strain caused by frequent use. Through repeated experiments, Jiang Zheng discovered that the Ouroboros eye worked best on ordinary humans, a range of 100 meters, a duration of 30 minutes, and up to 3 uses per day. However, when faced with even a first-tier spirit master, its effectiveness plummeted, a range of just 10 meters, a duration of 5 minutes, and only a single use. That said, if a spirit master were to lose their spiritual energy, the Ouroboros eye's effectiveness would revert to its performance against ordinary humans. Jiang Zheng speculated that this limitation might gradually diminish as his own spirit master level increased. After achieving a perfect score in academics, athletics, and combat before summer break, the Ouroboros eye revealed yet another astonishing ability. It rewarded him based on how effectively he manipulated others' emotions. When a certain threshold was reached, he would receive a reward tailored to his current desires, though the specific parameters of these rewards remained unclear. It was as if this power was luring him to become a master manipulator of human hearts. More disturbingly, Jiang Zheng discovered that the Ouroboros eye had an unsettling obsession with souls. The departed souls always seemed to bring greater rewards. In the impoverished corner of Nilua Alley, Jiang Zheng had long played the role of a kind and helpful neighbor. His visits became even more frequent after Jiang, who brought back a Spirit Beast egg. On the first day of summer vacation, an elderly man, widowed and childless, quietly passed away in Nilua Alley. During his lifetime, Jiang Zheng was the only one who visited him regularly. Each visit, the old man would hold Jiang Zheng's hand, reminiscing about the past, while Jiang Zheng listened patiently with a gentle smile. As the sheriff carried the old man's body out, Jiang Zheng happened to arrive with a gift of condolences. Though he had nothing to do with the man's death, having just acquired the egg of the Little Snow Mountain Lord, he was especially cautious about the scene before him. Standing among the crowd, he discreetly activated the Ouroboros eye, intending to probe the sheriff's mind and confirm the cause of death. Unexpectedly, in that fleeting moment, the Ouroboros eye had already completed its taste. This experience made Jiang Zheng fully understand the reward mechanism of the Ouroboros eye. After a night of contemplation, he decided to establish the Jiang Family Early Childhood Education Center. This second ability, similar to the first, could only be activated upon witnessing a death, but the rewards were significantly greater. The Early Education Center was not intended for future exploitation. It was merely a step in his elaborate disguise. Jiang Zheng had no intention of repeating his past life's trajectory. nor would he harm innocent children. The Ouroboros I required him to witness death firsthand or shortly thereafter, as with the elderly man. The early education center was merely an anchor point in his plan since he would eventually need to operate beyond the county, and nearly half of his students lived outside its borders. He taught the children about spirit beasts and helped them improve their chances of being admitted to Linjiang First High School. If he encountered situations similar to the elderly man's while outside the county, he could partake in the taste with a clear conscience. It was all just a calculated move. Today's reverse cause and effect left Jiang Zheng in deep thought for a long time. Though everyone praised his exceptional talent, and he himself was aware of it, breaking through from one sense to four senses within a single summer vacation was undeniably a daunting challenge. Thus, he devised alternative strategies and began laying the groundwork. His sophomore year grades served as the stepping stone, reshaping people's perceptions of him. The Spirit Beast Mastery Test acted as a catalyst, raising expectations. At this stage, he could have reaped the benefits perhaps not as effectively as now, but breaking through the bottleneck would have been feasible. Yet, he wasn't content with just that. How can you win without ambition? He thought with a cold smile. Riding on the momentum of the Spirit Beast Mastery Test, he continued to build his facade, drawing all attention to himself. The speculations about him grew deeper and more certain until everything fell into place. Thus, through reverse cause and effect, four senses were achieved. The classroom was filled with laughter as everyone surrounded Jiang Zheng. Standing to the side, Shang noticed something unusual. However, with her unique ability, she could clearly sense the radiant presence at the center of the crowd, confirming the truth of Jiang Zheng's words. All right, everyone, back to your seats, Shang instructed. As the homeroom teacher's voice rang out, the students quickly returned to their places. She locked eyes with the young man, neither backing down, until Jiang Zheng scratched his head with a shy smile. Shang opened her mouth, as though she wanted to say something. But recalling the boy's consistent demeanor, she finally said only, "Keep up the good work." Of course, Jiang Zheng replied earnestly. "If anyone asks, it's all thanks to Teacher Chu's guidance that I've made such progress." "No need to put it that way. I'm not looking for recognition," Shang said, rubbing the bridge of her nose with a sigh. "This kid. All right, everyone, release your spirit beasts, hold them in your arms, and let's begin feeding." Gulp, gulp, thud, thud, slurp, slurp. The classroom echoed with the rhythmic sounds of licking and slurping as an array of small spirit beasts busily sucked on the gene-infused elixirs inside their glass bottles. One by one, satisfied burps punctuated the air, and the now empty bottles were gently placed on the floor. At last, this primitive feeding frenzy came to an end. The newly bonded spirit beasts, brimming with youthful energy, began to exhibit their distinct personalities. The docile ones curled up obediently in their owner's arms, curiously observing their surroundings. Meanwhile, the livelier ones couldn't contain their excitement. Some even mischievously greeted their owners with playful antics before wriggling free and racing wildly around the classroom. Among the commotion, the most attention-grabbing scene involved son Hao and his little spirit pig. The boy was frantically chasing after his runaway companion, shouting, "Come back here." His voice, initially firm, softened with desperation as his dignity waned. By the end, he was practically pleading, "Please, I'm begging you, come back, okay?" All eyes in the classroom turned to this unfolding spectacle. The little spirit pig was one of the most common native spirit beasts in Shenzhou. Though it lacked exceptional talents, its gentle temperament, low maintenance cost, and natural resistance to harsh northern winters made it an ideal companion. By all accounts, Sun Hao should have considered himself fortunate to have received such a dependable spirit beast. The homeroom teacher, Shang, observed the scene in silence, even stopping other students from offering to help. As someone with the potential to develop tongue sensibilities, Sun Hao undoubtedly had considerable talent. However, if he couldn't establish control over his own spirit beast, his future as a spirit tamer was bound to face significant challenges. Shang's mind wandered back to her days at Sandong University, where she had witnessed similar cases. Students with promising talent but timid personalities often struggled to command their spirit beasts. Even if they managed to become spirit tamers, many were eventually deemed unsuitable by the association and reassigned to support roles or teaching positions in spirit taming classes. Watching Sun Hao continue his futile chase around the room, Shang's brows furrowed slightly. Though the boy had demonstrated decent physical stamina, earning a level 6 rating during prior tests, his increasingly strained expression betrayed his frustration. When he noticed the stern gaze of his teacher, his face grew even more pained, teetering on the edge of collapse. "Uncle, are you trying to torment me like I'm some underworld servant?" Sun Hao silently roared in his mind. Yes, the mischievous little spirit pig causing him so much trouble was none other than the uncle he referred to. The Sun family's pharmacy in Linjiang County had been passed down for generations, starting from Sun Hao's great-grandfather, who came from humble beginnings. It was a turbulent era, plagued by both internal strife and external threats, as humanity and spirit beasts cast a dual shadow over the land. Faced with the challenge of fighting on two fronts, Shenzhou made a difficult decision to focus its main forces on defeating external enemies. Ultimately, they raised the flag of victory over a territory far beyond their expectations. However, while humanity waged a bloody battle against foreign foes, hordes of spirit beasts seemed to act with uncanny coordination, launching attacks on the weakest defenses. They avoided the gathered armies and targeted defenseless civilian settlements instead. Overnight, makeshift hospitals crumbled, villages vanished from the map, and the land was littered with corpses. It was during this life-or-death crisis that Sun Hao's great-grandfather made a bold decision. He packed up all the medicinal herbs accumulated in the pharmacy and personally escorted them to the central region of Shenzhou. Along the way, he encountered a group of scattered spirit beasts and was on the verge of losing his life when a massive wild boar suddenly appeared. Not only did it drive off the attacking beasts, but it also escorted him safely to complete his mission. When he returned, he brought back not only a Medal of Honor, but also a special document, a permit allowing ordinary people to keep spirit beasts. From then on, the large boar made its home in the pharmacy, living a carefree life. This story was one Sun Hao had learned as a child from his father. And now, the little piglet standing before him was none other than a descendant of that bang-bang great-grandpa. By lineage, it was technically his younger uncle. The thought made Sun Hao want to cry. His family, having endured that era of war and chaos, was already reluctant to support his dream of becoming a spirit beast master. If he were to end up as nothing more than a logistics worker, he might as well resign himself to inheriting the pharmacy. Just then, the small, dark brown figure darting ahead abruptly stopped in its tracks. It turned back to glance at Sun Hao with a puzzled expression. Before Sun Hao could muster the courage to challenge his elder, the little uncle twitched his pink snout, as if catching a scent, and began swiveling his head. A few moments later, his gaze fixed on something ahead, and his tiny eyes lit up with an unusual gleam. Following his uncle's line of sight, Sun Hao looked ahead, and in the next instant, his eyes widened in horror. The little uncle had already kicked off the ground, ready to charge. Sun Hao could no longer care about the awkwardness of the title as he screamed at the top of his lungs. "I don't want to send off my uncle before his time." Amid the commotion, the rear of the group remained unusually calm. A young man was tenderly looking at the tiger cub in his arms, gently pulling an empty glass bottle from its mouth. With a soft pop, the cub lost its source of nourishment. Its pink paws waved in the air, and its barbed tongue licked its lips with longing. It looked up at the young man, its eyes full of yearning. The young man sighed with a helpless smile, placed the bottle onto a pile in front of him, and lightly tapped the cub on the head. "Still not full, huh? You little glutton." Jiang Zheng lightly tapped the little tiger's nose, watching as it twitched and sneezed in response. In front of him, 6 empty bottles of genetic spirit liquid were stacked high, not a single drop left inside. "You're eating me out of house and home. 10,000 yuan per meal. At this rate, I'll be bankrupt in no time," Jiang Zheng said with a helpless sigh. "Real spirit beasts hunt for their own food, you know." The little tiger just blinked its wide, innocent eyes as if it couldn't understand a word its master was saying. "Jiang, does your little one have enough to drink?" Li Ching's voice chimed in from nearby. She was holding a snow-white ball of fluff in her arms while shaking a bottle of genetic spirit liquid in her hand. "My family bought me 3 bottles. Tuanchuan was full after just 2. Seeing how much your little guy can drink, why don't I give you this extra one?" Before she could finish her sentence, the ball of fluff in her arms suddenly revealed a pair of icy blue eyes, nervously staring at the tiger cub in Jiang Zheng's arms. It wasn't just the natural wariness between predator and prey. This tension also stemmed from their first meeting, when the little tiger had unabashedly drooled at the sight of the fluffy creature. "No need," Jiang Zheng replied with a smile, shaking his head. "Save it for your ice bunny for next week. I still have a few bottles in my backpack." Saturation was a technical term in the use of genetic spirit liquid. A spirit beast's capacity for the liquid was closely tied to its innate talent. Ordinary spirit beasts, like the small piglets owned by many students, needed just 1 bottle to reach their limit. But for a cub like Jiang Zheng's, 6 bottles still weren't enough, an exceptionally rare case in Linjiang County. Fortunately, Jiang Zheng had prepared in advance. Although ordinary people couldn't purchase large quantities of genetic spirit liquid, the Zhang family's spirit beast shop still had its license, albeit at the lowest tier. Jiang Zheng had maximized their procurement quota and supplemented it with reserves from the mall. While the supplies were sufficient for now, the cub's appetite far exceeded expectations. At this rate, it seemed likely that his savings would soon be drained. "I really need to figure out a way to make some money," Jiang Zheng thought, lost in contemplation. Just then, a cold snort interrupted his thoughts. "If you're short on cash, you can always talk to me," Chong said with a smirk. "What I mentioned before still stands. Think it over." Jiang Zheng turned calmly to face the fiery-haired boy with dreadlocks. Everyone nearby kept a deliberate distance from Chong, wary of the flame's spirit beast in his arms. The creature, made entirely of fire, was chewing on something, its lips occasionally releasing icy crystals that were instantly melted by its flames. As it ate, it cast a challenging gaze at the other spirit beasts around, which it clearly deemed weak and insignificant. The flame spirit beast wriggled restlessly, itching for a fight, but Chong held it firmly in place. As a being composed of pure fire, it was naturally aggressive, but its master's restraint left it no choice but to comply. Soon, it found a new target, its fiery eyes locked onto the little white tiger in Jiang Zheng's arms. Almost simultaneously, the once adorable white tiger fixed its gaze on the flame beast, its expression suddenly fierce, as if to say, "Come at me." The flame spirit beast hesitated, momentarily stunned. Wait, ho's supposed to be the fire type here? Just then, a loud wail shattered the tense standoff. I don't want to be sent off by someone with black hair like my uncle. The cub twitched its nose sharply and perked up. A scent even more enticing than the fluffy bunny wafted through the air. It spun around and saw a small brown wild boar charging straight for the pile of empty bottles. Sturdy meat, probably tough, but that's fine. Come, come, little tough guy. The cub trembled with excitement, drooling uncontrollably. Master. Yes. I'm going hunting for you right now. Yes. The little piglet charged forward with determination, its hooves clattering against the ground. Its eyes were locked onto the remnants of the spiritual liquid ahead, burning with an uncontainable desire. A pig that can't fend for its own food is no good pig. This piece of wisdom from its grandfather echoed endlessly in its heart. From the moment it was born, it was different. Its size and intelligence far surpassed its peers. Its grandfather had once said it resembled him the most, even predicting it might one day surpass his achievements. However, its simple-minded master, Sun Hao, always regarded it as just an ordinary piglet. One night, it accidentally witnessed Sun Hao sighing in regret, lamenting his choice of it as his first spiritual beast. From that moment on, it refused to obey any of Sun Hao's commands. If no one feeds me, I'll make sure to fill my own belly till my heart trembles. The little piglet's gaze grew sharper as it prepared to press on. Out of the corner of its eye, it caught sight of a shadowy white tiger cub with its tongue sticking out, staring at it excitedly. Humph. In the Sun family's pharmacy, no other pig had ever been able to rival it. Just as it was about to bask in its pride, a shiver ran down its spine, and fear flickered in its eyes. Where did this tiger come from? Jiang Zheng finally noticed the little piglet that had wandered in. His pupils narrowed into slits, and he raised an eyebrow slightly. A moment ago, he had been entirely focused on tending to the young white tiger, using his spiritual energy to suppress its intimidating aura to avoid disturbing the nearby spiritual beasts, all while preparing the genetic elixir. He had briefly forgotten about this peculiar little piglet. Back during Sun Hao's beast taming assessment, Jiang Zheng had already taken note of this unusual piglet, though he couldn't examine it closely through the screen without the use of his Ouroboros eye. Now, seeing it in person, it was indeed impressive, though only slightly stronger than the frost rabbit he had gifted to Li Ching. Name, little piglet. Mutated species, ecosystem, beast swine. Strength, Tier 0 Level 2 juvenile, early stage. Potential, Tier 3 Level 5 mature, mid-stage. Attribute, primary earth element. Talent, low-grade thick skin and tough flesh. Mutated bloodline, big belly. Pseudo-exclusive, inherited, non-upgradable. Effect, permanently increases constitution by 20, increases energy reservoir capacity by 10, accelerates absorption of spiritual energy, and reduces daily hunger. Skills, big belly, pseudo-exclusive, inherited, pounce, inherited. Evolution paths, regular, little piglet, thick earth pig. Unlockable with Tier 1 Grade 1 soul. Regular, little piglet, rock, pig, beast, same as above. Hidden, little piglet, tusked pig. Unlockable with Tier 2 Grade 2 soul. Next form, undiscovered. The judgment of the Ouroboros eye aligned with Jiang Zheng's expectations. In a barren place like Linjiang County, a spiritual beast of this caliber was already rare. At the very least, Sun Hao wouldn't need to worry about raising a second one for a long time. A Tier 3 talent cap, 2 accompanying talents, and especially that mutated bloodline. These were not things one could acquire simply through advancement. Such talents were 90 determined at the time of a spiritual beast's birth, with the remaining 10 depending on various fortuitous encounters. So now, Sun Hao only needed to consider whether his own talents could keep up. If everyone could obtain a spirit beast of the caliber of Zhou Cheng's flame spirit, Linjiang County wouldn't have fallen to such a state. Jiang Zheng's gaze shifted from the little piglet in his arms to Sun Hao, who stood behind him with a look of regret. The boy's vertical pupils silently opened and closed, and an invisible energy surged into Sun Hao's body in an instant. Sun Hao was completely unaware, but in Jiang Zheng's vision, a serpent devouring its own tail had already appeared as a mark above Sun Hao's head. Through the Ouroboros eye, Jiang Zheng instantly saw through Sun Hao's thoughts. He glanced down at the restless little creature in his arms, pondered for a moment, and then suddenly let go. No! Sun Hao's heart skipped a beat as he cried out in alarm. In the distance, students shot to their feet, their exclamations and cries of fear ringing out one after another. At that exact moment, the flame's spirit finally finished assimilating the spiritual material in its mouth, and a loud explosion echoed from within it. Chong instinctively patted its head, but his gaze remained fixed on his distant opponent, his expression shifting from casual to grave. Shang had been observing everything closely. She watched as Sun Hao chased after the little piglet, saw the piglet suddenly stop to sniff the ground, and then bolt toward Jiang Zheng. With her physique attuned to sensing fate, she sharply caught the fleeting, unusual change in Jiang Zheng's pupils, though it vanished in an instant. Is this why Rong Su cut the video feed? As a seasoned spirit master, she quickly pieced together the sequence of events, but she couldn't pinpoint the exact cause. Is it the feedback from the Ice Tiger Cub's ability? Or something else entirely? Shang closed her eyes and rubbed them, a trace of worry appearing on her brow. Even this brief use of spiritual energy had strained her eyes to the limit. The backlash from her contract gnawed at her body and spirit without respite. Thinking of her past self as a fearless martial artist and spirit master of the intense sect, and comparing it to her current timid state, she couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. But then, she took a deep breath, and her eyes, when she reopened them, glimmered with a yearning for life and a hidden loneliness. At that moment, a sudden howl pierced the air. Shang's gaze snapped to the source of the sound, catching the exact moment Jiang Zheng released his grip. A white figure lunged toward a dark brown target. Jiang. Shang instinctively took a step forward, a swirling current of air forming in her palm. But then she froze mid-action. Would Jiang Zheng really act so recklessly? With that question lingering in her mind, she slowly lowered her arm. Almost the moment the white blur descended, the little piglet let out a terrified squeal. It struggled desperately, but its proud physique proved powerless against a natural-born predator. The white tiger cub pounced easily, flipping the piglet onto the ground with a swipe of its paw, exposing its soft belly. In the golden eyes so close to it, the glint of a hunter's intent shone brightly, making the piglet tremble uncontrollably. However, the young Snow Mountain Lord didn't immediately attack. Instead, it stared intently at its prey while licking its lips repeatedly. It really does smell kind of nice, slurp. Transparent drool dripped onto the piglet's forehead, and in that instant, the trembling stopped altogether. The next second, a chilling scream echoed through the room. Uncle, little uncle, cries and howls overlapped in a chaotic cacophony. Sun Hao slid forward in a desperate rush, reaching out to push away the cub pinning his little uncle. But he had clearly overlooked one crucial fact. The creature before him was no ordinary ice tiger cub, it was a young Snow Mountain Lord. Sensing the approaching shadow, the cub furrowed its brow and shifted its gaze to Sun Hao's face. Suddenly, it let out an earth-shaking tiger roar. The roar, imbued with spiritual energy, radiated frost outward from its center, causing Sun Hao's face to twitch uncontrollably as frost speckled his eyebrows and hair. The roar triggered a chain reaction. The sports hall was thrown into chaos as the once docile and adorable spirit beasts, barely weaned, became restless and panicked. They struggled frantically in their owner's arms, terror etched on their faces, mirroring the piglet's earlier expression. Some even fainted outright, their eyes rolling back. Piggy, what's wrong with you? Big Bao, don't scare me. My boy, my boy. The frantic cries of the owners intertwined with the commotion of the spirit beasts, forming a surreal scene reminiscent of an abstract medieval art display. Meanwhile, the instigator of the chaos stood calmly, observing it all. Jiang Zheng was unsurprised by the scene. He understood well that everyone present deeply cherished their spirit beasts. Even those from less educated households recognized the value of these creatures and would never resort to harsh treatment. It was precisely this overly comfortable environment that had led to the current situation that ecological suppression awakened the innate fear of predators buried in the bloodline of these pampered spirit beasts. Zhang Li Ching called out anxiously as she struggled to restrain her ice rabbit, which was desperately trying to flee. Her worried gaze fell on her childhood friend. What is this about? Though she couldn't bring herself to believe Zhang would command a spirit beast to hunt, she couldn't discern his intentions either. In response, the boy simply smiled. After a moment of silence, he spoke. Originally, I planned to wait until the practical combat class to add some difficulty, to help you understand that becoming a spirit master means willingly stepping away from comfort. But since the opportunity has come early, let's begin now. Zai. At Jiang Zheng's soft call, the cub's roaring came to an abrupt halt. Zai snorted, feigning composure as it cleared its throat. First roar might be overdone it a bit. My throat feels a little sore now. The biting cold made Sun Hao shiver uncontrollably. He struggled to open his eyes, and the first thing he saw was a baby ice tiger. He froze. This didn't look 3 years old at all. It was clearly a newborn. As he stared at it, the little ice tiger turned its head away with disdain, its tail slapping the ground with a loud thud. Snap! The sharp sound seemed to trigger something. The thin layer of frost covering the surroundings instantly shattered, dissolving into shimmering specks that vanished into the air. Without the spiritual energy to sustain it, the frost could no longer hold its form. It took Sun Hao a few seconds to recover. His gaze shifted past the cub and landed on the boy who was calmly watching him. Jiang Zheng. Just as Sun Hao was about to speak, the boy interrupted him. Are you selling that little piglet? Jiang Zheng asked in a casual tone. What? Sun Hao was stunned, unable to process the question immediately. Jiang Zheng stood up, shrugging nonchalantly. If you are, he'll come back for it once I become a spirit master. The room fell into an awkward silence. By now, the sun was starting to dip toward the horizon. Outside the school, the crowd was gradually dispersing as the Spirit Master test had concluded. Students from the first and second-year Spirit Master classes excitedly shared what they'd seen on the projection screens with their parents. Meanwhile, the third-year students who hadn't attended the test left with messages for their classmates' families. At the school gate, parents of all kinds stood with varied expressions. Some were beaming with joy, already planning celebratory feasts at home. Others exhaled in relief, gently comforting their disappointed children. A few hugged their kids tightly, crying with emotion. Most, however, lingered with a sense of loss, their eyes scanning the campus one last time in hopes of catching a glimpse of the figure who might bring them good fortune. All right, time to go? Move along, everyone. The sheriffs, following orders to clear the area, sounded their sirens and began to leave in an orderly fashion. Volunteers from the community office started cleaning up the remains of firecrackers and other debris on the ground. Leave me your contact info. Sure. The bespectacled man watched as Wong the hunter clumsily operated his old flip phone. My money will be needed for something important later, Wong said with a straightforward smile, noticing the man's gaze. Spending it on a new phone? Nah, this one still works fine. The man in glasses paused for a moment and nodded lightly. Makes sense. Though Wong didn't say it outright, as a fellow parent, he understood the purpose of that savings. All right, they'll be heading off then. Okay, see you next time. Just then, a lazy voice called out. Hey boss, with this many people, how much did you make today? The street vendor, who was tidying up his barbecue grill, chuckled as he sat on a small stool. Just breaking even. As long as I don't lose money, I'm happy. All right, time to settle the bill. Sure thing. Your total is 127. Since the county had a big event today, they'll cut you a deal and round it down to 120. Huh. The vendor looked up, only to find the seat empty. A neat stack of money lay quietly on the table. How many people were sitting here earlier? The small restaurant owner stood in the empty shop, scratching his head as he looked around in confusion. Did someone eat here just now? How? How is there 130 yuan here? At the same time, in a quiet alley elsewhere in the city, two figures strolled leisurely. Leading the way was an elderly man in a traditional robe, his lanky figure as tall and thin as a walking lamppost. He was casually picking his teeth with a toothpick. Walking beside him was a young woman with shoulder-length hair, her expression serious and her demeanor exuding sharp professionalism. Suddenly, the young woman's eyes flickered with an eerie blue light, as if galaxies swirled within them. Moments later, her eyes returned to normal, and she spoke solemnly. Master, I've restored the shopkeeper's memory. The tall, thin man nodded lazily. Took you long enough. Yes. The woman immediately stopped in her tracks, placing a hand over her chest with a formal air. Master, I will make sure. All right, all right. The man interrupted with a sigh, picking at his ear as he spoke. We're not in the bureau right now. Why so uptight? You're still young. You should be more lively. Master, no. The woman frowned, cutting him off. Rules are the foundation of order. Besides, you are the spiritual officer tasked with hunting evil, subduing beasts, and… Spiritual officer? The old man smirked smugly. Finally caught you slipping, huh? I'm currently an inspector sent by the Yuling Association of the Three Winter Province. Understood. The woman admitted her mistake without hesitation. The man looked at his overly rigid student and let out a bored sigh. It was precisely because of her rigid personality that none of the other colleagues wanted to take her as their apprentice, leaving him to take her in by default. The Beast Hall of Hualyatang lost something, and everyone's curious about what it is, but no one wants to step up and investigate, the man continued. So, the problem got kicked all the way to the 3 law bureaus. Now we not only have to figure out what they lost in the northern region, but also capture 2 remnants of their group. What a headache. Those parasites, the man sighed again. Someone really ought to let the rebels deal with them and wipe them out for good. Master, watch your words. Just venting a little. They've made me trek all over the city lately. I think I've actually gotten shorter. Are the rebels really here? Where did you get this information? The woman asked. My informant told me. Whether it's true or not, we'll just have to find out, won't we? Understood, master. Shall we proceed as before? The man stopped walking, stretched lazily, and half opened his eyes. No, this time we'll try something different. The local officials in this county seem useless. Otherwise, how could those 2 have disappeared without a trace? Rot must be cut away. To achieve great things, one must not be bogged down by trivialities. Remember, decisive action is key. He glanced down at his frowning apprentice. The more prosperous a place is, the more shadows it hides. but there's always one place that's a haven for shadows. So, his eyes sharpened like thin blades. Where's the poorest area around here? The gymnasium fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the sounds of the spirit beast. Sun Hao's round face twisted with anger as he glared at the boy across from him, his voice rising sharply. You're insulting me. Jiang Zheng maintained his signature smile, his tone calm. Am I? I'm just stating the facts. How is that not an insult? Sun Hao fumed, stepping forward. If I can't even care for my initial spirit beast, what kind of spirit master am I? The little piglet on the ground froze at his words. Jiang Zheng glanced at it briefly before refocusing on Sun Hao. But isn't that what you truly think? Nonsense, Sun Hao stammered, his eyes flickering as if his secret had been exposed. The little piglet's eyes dimmed with sadness. Suddenly, Sun Hao clenched his fists, his aura growing stronger. Sometimes people say things in the heat of the moment. I just envy those with obedient spirit beasts, that's all. The little piglet slowly closed its eyes but snapped them open the next second. In its upside-down view, it saw Sun Hao, panting and bracing himself like someone about to perform a popping dance. But that doesn't mean I'd ever replace my partner. The little piglet began to struggle violently, causing Zai's body to sway along with it. Though Zai's tiger paw still firmly pinned the piglet's belly, it suddenly turned to look at Jiang Zheng, awaiting his command. The boy pondered for a moment before giving the faintest nod. As Zai slightly lifted its paw, the little piglet seized the opportunity to roll away, coming to a stop right at Sun Hao's feet. You give me back my partner, wait, little piglet? Sun Hao's voice faltered as he felt a sudden weight on his foot. He quickly crouched down, scooping the piglet into his arms. Only after confirming it was unharmed did he let out a sigh of relief. Remember how you feel right now, Jiang Zheng said evenly, his gaze steady. Arguments are normal, just like between parents and children. But no matter how much you argue, it's still your partner. Some issues aren't really issues at all. Okay, Sun Hao nodded instinctively, then frowned in confusion. Wait a second, weren't you just insulting me? Why are you giving me advice now? Jiang Zheng offered a faint smile. As long as you understand, that's what matters. Nearby, a bookish-looking boy let out a quiet sigh of relief and turned to chat with his friend, only to notice the other boy's relaxed expression. This puzzled him. His friend cast him a sidelong glance before looking back at Sun Hao and sighing suddenly. What a shame. What's a shame? It's a shame we didn't establish a connection with him. Huh? Hearing this baffling response, the bookish boy's forehead twitched, a vivid sign seemingly appearing as an inexplicable frustration bubbled up inside him. He felt an overwhelming sense of frustration bubbling up inside him. Staring at the scene before him, he let out a deep sigh. Though the person opposite him often acted far from intelligent, they had grown up together since childhood, inseparable even in their toddler years. He had no choice but to accept his friend's unvarnished self. Are you aware that we might have to start team training soon? He asked, striving to keep his tone even. Yeah, I know. But what does that have to do with anything? It matters a lot. He gave a derisive snort, adjusting his glasses on the bridge of his nose. The team limit is 4 people. Jiang Zheng is clearly targeting Sun Hao, trying to use this opportunity to win him over. Come on, I know you don't like him, but do you really have to see Jiang Zheng in such a negative light? That's because you don't know him as well as I do. We were in the same class before I know what kind of person he is. Then why did you encourage me to befriend him back then? At the time, I didn't expect you'd not only get promoted to a higher class, but also pass the spirit mastery test. That remark struck a nerve. The bookish young man's face darkened immediately. We're friends, but that doesn't give you the right to say that about me. I was trying to give you a fallback option. If he could help Li Ching, he could have helped you too. He sat back down cross-legged. But now, it's no longer necessary. If he's planning to include Li Ching, then they're likely still short one member. Of course he'll include Ri, so close, aren't they? Probably, but not necessarily. His words carried a deeper implication. Our class so-called golden boy isn't as gentle and easygoing as he seems. Should we give it a shot, then? Teaming up isn't child's play. Even if I've unlocked my spirit eye, he might accept me. But how could he possibly take you along? Would you stick with me, though? Of course. Brothers for life. You're just spouting nonsense. At that moment, Jiang Zheng could clearly feel the meaningful glances cast his way. In this elite spirit mastery class for seniors across the county, while not everyone was a prodigy, there were only a handful who could truly be called dull. Though his actions seemed rushed and riddled with flaws, they were just enough to manipulate a straightforward person like Sun Hao. Every plan had its basis. Jiang Zheng's lips curled into a faint smile as he reached out to scoop up Zai, who had leisurely trotted back to him. He playfully tapped its nose. Good job. Zai gazed up at the boy's sincere and gentle face before narrowing its eyes in delight. Wrapping its paws around his neck, it nuzzled affectionately against his chest. 0 tier level 2, 0 tier level 3. A level up just like that? Jiang Zheng chuckled, pressing his cheek against Zai's soft fur, savoring the warmth of the moment. When everyone was leaving school, the sky had not yet fully darkened. The setting sun still cast its warm glow in the west, bathing the campus in a golden hue. Wow, it's already 3 o'clock. Time flies, huh? Of course, time always flies when you're focused. My dad's car is outside. Want a ride? Nah, it's only 3. I'll just walk to the bus stop. All right, see you tomorrow? Yeah, see you tomorrow. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, falling gently on the students. Groups of friends bid farewell, arms slung over each other's shoulders, their faces glowing with the unique vibrancy of youth. Jiang Zheng stood alone at the top of the steps, arms outstretched, eyes closed, his face tilted toward the sky. He let the sunlight wash over him, as if determined to free every inch of his skin from the shadows. No wonder some villains in stories eventually turn toward the light, Jiang Zheng murmured, slowly opening his eyes. Tell me, how can anyone not be drawn to this? What are you mumbling about? Li Ching, who had just walked out, stopped beside him, looking at him curiously. Just talking to myself. Oh, she nodded emphatically, thinking to herself that this must be one of those quirky genius habits. Come on, let's take the bus home together. No, you go ahead. Jiang Zheng shook his head. You may be full, but I'm starving. Li Qingrong's eyes lit up. Come to my place. Your family runs a breakfast shop. We sell noodles too, remember? Forget it. It costs money. It doesn't cost anything, she said quickly. My parents really like you. How could they possibly charge you for a bowl of noodles? Don't trouble yourself. I'll just go to the cafeteria, Jiang Zheng explained with a smile. Even though today was the Spirit Day and regular students had the day off, the teachers still have to prepare their lessons, so the cafeteria will be open. The school tops up my meal card with 1,000 virtual credits every month, and I haven't even used up the previous balance. I feel like you're avoiding me. That's just your imagination. No, it's not. I can tell. Li Qingrong frowned, stomping her foot in frustration. Her flat shoes made a light sound against the stone pavement. Her eyes brimmed with disappointment. You've changed. Faced with this emotionally charged statement, Jiang Zheng's expression remained calm. This kind of remark might work in a romantic relationship, but he had no intention of pursuing one with Li Qingrong. If his friendly behavior risked steering their relationship off course, it was better to correct it now. Romance was too much trouble, and it wasn't something he needed at this point in his life. Or maybe you've always been like this, and I'm just being impatient. Li Qingrong muttered to herself. That could be it. Anyway, the most important thing right now is to become a spirit master first. But you can't treat me like this. We grew up together. She paused, then added, well, not exactly grew up together. It's only been a few years. Maybe I should stop reading romance novels for now. Whatever. She shook her head, her ponytail swaying side to side. She stepped downstairs, her pace light, yet steady. Stay calm. Compose, there's always a priority order to things. Li Qingrong muttered softly to herself as she walked. Li Qingrong, remember this, I've forgiven you. See you later. Jiang Zheng stood in place, quietly watching Li Qingrong's figure fade into the distance, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Winning her over yourself? Huh. Interesting, Chong remarked coldly, having observed the entire scene. A scornful smirk tugged at his lips. Jiang, toying with a young girl's emotions, how despicable of you. Though the surrounding crowd had dispersed, Jiang Zheng remained vigilant, a genial smile still on his face. What are you talking about? We're just friends, nothing more. Chong sneered. Whether you are or not, it doesn't matter to me. I am not the one you're dating. But don't get too complacent. You might beat me once, twice, his expression darkened. But don't think you can win every time. That line lacks any real threat, little brother. Jiang Zheng replied with an easy laugh. Mocking me now, are you? Want a ride to the restaurant in my family's car? My dad wants to meet you. Before Chong could finish, Jiang Zheng had already turned decisively toward the cafeteria, without hesitation. Hey, hey! Chong shouted after him, his anger boiling as he watched Jiang Zheng's resolute back. His breathing quickened, his frustration threatening to overtake him. Young master, young master. A distant voice called out. Chong instinctively looked toward the commotion, only for his vision to darken. A group of older security guards wielding riot shields and steel forks had pinned his lackeys to the ground. Apparently, his men had tried to scale the wall after the sheriff had left, only to be intercepted by another team of campus guards. Chong approached slowly, observing his subdued followers sprawled on the ground. One of them, Zhao Dan, shamefully covered his face, while the others, oblivious to their disgrace, waved at him for help until the guards pressed them down again. Chong took a deep breath. Zhao Dan, even you. The man covering his face hesitated briefly before burying his head even lower in embarrassment. Meanwhile, Jiang Zheng had already arrived at the cafeteria. The food here was mediocre in taste, but reasonably nutritious. Thanks to his presence, the school administration had put some effort into improving the meals. Even the minced meat in the dishes was more plentiful than before. In this world inhabited by spirit beasts, wildlife faced even greater survival challenges than humans. Many animals Jiang Zheng had known in his past life were now on the brink of extinction. Only highly farmable animals like chickens, ducks, and fish had managed to survive, but even their prices had soared. After finishing his meal, Jiang Zheng politely declined the cleaning lady's assistance, placing his tray into the washing sink himself and arranging it neatly in the sterilization cabinet. As he turned around, his pupils contracted sharply. Assistant Rome was standing right behind him, a cryptic smile on his face. Jiang Zheng quickly steadied his breathing. Assistant Rome, what brings you here? Assistant Rome stroked his scruffy beard, his smile tinged with mischief. Jiang, your little secret is out. He looked at Jiang Zheng with a knowing expression. Care to share anything with your dear brother Rome? People are the foundation of a nation, and food is the heaven of the people. This ancient saying has remained unchanged for thousands of years. For Si Insher and the medicine bearer, it holds a particularly profound meaning. In the twilight of Nilua Alley, a tall, thin elderly man was strolling slowly alongside a young woman. The wary yet curious gazes of the alley's residents followed these rare outsiders. Despite numerous cleanup efforts led by Jiang Zheng, the decrepit alley still stood in stark contrast to the bustling world beyond. A few children, clutching 1-cent lollipops, peeked out shyly from behind doorways. Each time they met the old man's gaze, they were greeted with a kind, Buddha-like smile, only to retreat bashfully moments later. The golden hues of the setting sun cast their glow over the elderly man's narrow eyes, making his expression difficult to discern, yet the warmth of his smile was unmistakable. Ah, places like this suit me best, so pure, the old man remarked, drawing in a deep breath. Suddenly, his face twisted into an odd expression. Though the smell here, it's a bit strong. Are you used to it? The woman frowned and nodded, though it was clear her concerns lay elsewhere. Master, please don't say more. This area isn't an officially designated location by the association. We're not allowed to share spirit-related knowledge here. Ah, it's fine, the old man replied dismissively, waving a hand. You're far too rigid, that's not good. If you don't learn to adapt, unless you're indispensable, you'll find it hard to make progress in the future. But, what? Planning to argue with your master again? I wouldn't dare, the woman said, halting her steps and bowing solemnly. Good, that's more like it. Stroking his long beard, the old man continued. The medicine bearer's path diverges into two routes. One focuses on saving lives, we call them healers. The other is our kind, the alchemists. Ordinary alchemists channel spirit into the flames, smelt ingredients in their cauldrons, and produce elixirs upon opening the furnace. As he spoke, he raised his frail, branch-like arm, allowing his sleeve to slide down. Then there are the practitioners, who sacrifice themselves as the cauldron, using the fire of their hearts to refine. Only when the cauldron sings can the golden elixir be born. And that golden elixir is the ultimate pursuit of our lives. The woman nodded slowly. As a newcomer who had recently transitioned to the medicine bearer's path from another, much of this was still unfamiliar to her, though she chose not to voice her confusion. In theory, alchemists can begin crafting golden elixirs from the 3rd rank onward, with a maximum of 1 per stage. However, there are those who spend their entire lives without producing even one. The old man said, his tone growing calm. Do you know why that is? The woman shook her head. That's because it stems from the wonders of heaven and earth. The golden elixirs are finite, the tall, thin elder said in a low, resonant voice. He paused briefly before continuing. Over the span of thousands of years, the golden elixir records in the imperial archives of Shenzhou document only 14 types. His gaze deepened as he explained. These 14 refer not to the total number, but to the distinct types of elixirs. The same type can be refined repeatedly, but with each additional attempt, its efficacy diminishes. The first is the most potent. By the 50th, its effects are halved, and after 100, they become negligible. Of these 14 types, 10 have already surpassed the count of 100. At this point, his tone carried a hint of regret. It's worth noting that for an entire century, no new type of golden elixir has emerged in Shenzhou. Suddenly, the elder stopped walking. He slowly raised his head and closed his eyes, his expression darkening. When I was young, I came within a hair's breadth of refining the 11th type, the 50th demon-banishing elixir, but an unforeseen mishap thwarted my efforts. Now, with little time left in my life, despite all my knowledge, there is no longer any hope. Seeing the concerned look in his disciple's eyes, he broke into a carefree smile. Don't look at me like that. I'm still alive, aren't I? Please call me Zhong Yuan, the young woman said softly. The elder gazed calmly at the woman who introduced herself as Zhong Yuan. The Zhong family's blood curse has nothing to do with you, and you had already reached the 1st level of the dragon-feeding art before becoming a spirit master. Now that your divination path under Si has reached the 2nd rank, you've made even greater progress. For you, the most challenging aspect of being an apothecary timing won't be an issue. He offered sincerely. Rather than abandoning your life path entirely, why not trust your talent and attempt to cultivate a secondary path? Zhong Yuan was taken aback. How did you? Wondering how I know these secrets. The elder laughed heartily. Though I come from humble origins, I had my share of youthful triumphs, and was once a candidate for the position of spirit officer in the 3 judicial divisions. These so-called secrets are nothing to me. In the end, it all boils down to innate fortune and acquired trials. And I even know the specific method for overcoming those trials. That's enough, master. Zhong Yuan interrupted urgently, trying to stop him from saying more. These matters shouldn't be discussed here. Don't worry, the elder said with a cunning smirk, raising an eyebrow. We're well hidden. No one will. Before he could finish, steady footsteps interrupted him. Zhong Yuan's brows furrowed as she called out sharply, "Who's there?" The 3 judicial divisions have been infamous for 50 years. Seeing you today, it seems nothing has changed. You're still as arrogant as ever, a calm voice replied. Following the sound, they turned to see an unremarkable man with piercing eyes approaching at an unhurried pace. He stopped in his tracks, standing tall and straight like a pine tree. Just his presence sent a chill down Zhong Yuan's spine, her entire body tensing as if touched by an icy wind. Meeting his gaze felt sharp, almost painful. His aura was sharp and unrestrained, like a sword drawn from its sheath. I am Li Wenshu, the chief organizer of the Linjiang Spirit Association, Division 1. His gaze, piercing like lightning, swept across the room. I greet the candidate for first-class spirit officer of the 3 judicial divisions, Qingshan Jusher. His eyes continued to scan the crowd, his tone growing colder. And the direct descendant of the Zhong clan of Bingshan. Zhong Zhaodi. Jiang Zheng felt a storm brewing within, but he quickly regained his composure. Internally, he calculated. While his actions hadn't been flawless, there was no way they could have been uncovered in just a few days. Those 2 individuals hadn't even left his residence when they were subdued, and no one in the association knew of their whereabouts. The timeline matched perfectly. There shouldn't be any discrepancies. The only potential risk might lie in a slight oversight during the final stages, but he had taken every precaution to mitigate that. More importantly, if something had truly gone wrong, the one confronting him should have been his goduncle, not this assistant roam before him. His instincts told him that the man's visit had another purpose. After sorting through his thoughts, Jiang Zheng feigned confusion. Huh? Sorry, I don't quite understand what you mean. Assistant Rong's smile faltered for a moment before he spoke softly. Don't play dumb. He pointed to his own eyes, his tone meaningful. I'm talking about this. So that was it. Jiang Zheng subtly exhaled in relief, though his expression remained puzzled. Eyes. Oh, are you referring to the Eye of Truth? Well, you've already named it. Assistant Rong raised an eyebrow. Yes. Jiang Zheng paused briefly. I looked into it. It seems the first discoverer has the right to name it, doesn't he? Assistant Rong stared at him intently. You're right. As long as the name isn't too outlandish, you do have that right. Good. Jiang Zheng offered a courteous smile. The name reflects its characteristics. Speaking of which, I should thank you. Without your presence, I might not have awakened this ability. The association isn't going to credit me for something like that. Assistant Rong scoffed. That's fine. Jiang Zheng replied sincerely. They'll make sure to mention it to my uncle. I know you've been hoping for a transfer. Even if you don't care much about the destination, having more options is always better. By the time Zhang Air advances to Spirit Master, you'll probably be ready to move on. He held Assistant Rong's gaze, a genuine smile on his face. A prosperous and peaceful future awaits you. Assistant Rong was silent for a few seconds before breaking into a radiant grin. No wonder I like you so much. Very good indeed. Haha. As he watched the boy's figure fade into the distance, Assistant Rong's face revealed a trace of complex emotion, and he couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. So smart, much better than I was at his age. This heartfelt remark came from deep within. Today, he had ostensibly come to hold someone accountable. However, with years of experience under his belt, he was entirely certain. Jiang Zheng's unique eyes, whether attributed to the Ice Tiger Cub's feedback or inherited awakening, did not simply manifest during the spirit taming test. The scent of such a lie couldn't escape his professional intuition. This brought up a serious issue. 80 years ago, the first ironclad rule established by the Spirit Tamer Association of Shenzhou explicitly stated, any individual possessing an unregistered talent or spirit technique must immediately report to the nearest association branch for registration. Violators would be referred to the 3 courts for severe punishment, and those who shielded them would face the same consequences. This rule originated from a bloody incident. During the era of southern and northern campaigns, someone secretly used an undisclosed talent combined with spirit techniques to curse and kill a major enemy general. While the association erected a monument in honor of this individual, they simultaneously enacted this rule. Though the deceased deserved their fate, the implications of leaving such power unchecked were too dangerous to ignore. Over time, this ironclad rule became more of a formality for the deeply entrenched noble families. However, for someone like Jiang Zheng, who possessed remarkable talent but lacked a strong background, it was a sword hanging over his head. It provided a perfect excuse for those with ulterior motives to force him into submission. In certain professions, the phrase, talented people cannot be controlled, might hold some weight. But in the world of spirit tamers, it was a pipe dream. The The association maintained an iron grip on Spirit Tamers and would not tolerate anyone attempting to break free from their control. While one could choose not to work for the association, when it issued orders, compliance was mandatory, especially for newcomers. This was not merely a demonstration of power, but a precaution. After all, those newly endowed with power were often prone to being blinded by it. Assistant Rong's so-called accountability today had ulterior motives. Having concluded that Jiang Zheng was destined to become a spirit tamer, he saw an opportunity in the midst of his impending transfer to another position. It was only natural to secure a better future for himself, and Jiang Zheng happened to be the key. Not just because the boy had an extraordinary elder, but also because of his unique talent. Assistant Rong was certain that someone, whether now or during a future promotion, had already taken notice of this boy. Whether Jiang Zheng had discerned his intentions during their conversation or had been prepared all along, Assistant Rong couldn't tell. But the boy's response had left him quite satisfied. Ironclad rules. What ironclad rules? As long as neither of them said anything. How could those non-spirit tamers possibly find out? At this thought, Assistant Rong couldn't help but chuckle. He knew all too well that not everyone was fixated on the perilous path of a spirit tamer. He himself had once harbored grand ambitions of restoring his family's glory and had been drawn to this profession. But after witnessing countless dangers and tragedies, he had chosen another route. He might not be a hero, but living comfortably and securely wasn't that a kind of success too? Not bad, he murmured, shaking his head with satisfaction. For once, he raised a hand to stroke his scruffy stubble. Getting a bit overgrown, maybe I should get a facial and tidy up? Meanwhile, Jiang Zheng maintained a steady and composed pace as he walked away. Staying calm in the face of challenges was the only way to find solutions. When Rong the assistant mentioned the matter of eyes, Jiang Zheng immediately understood. Reporting him? What good would that do for Rong? Although the specific benefits were unclear, Jiang Zheng was certain of one thing. Not reporting him might make it easier for Rong to get what he wanted. As these thoughts ran through his mind, he walked out of the school gate, only to feel his phone suddenly vibrating in his pocket. Seeing the name on the screen, the boy's expression changed instantly. Uncle, he answered in a tone that was both cautious and unusually obedient. Meanwhile, in a cluttered room, Li Wanshu was holding a phone, his gaze fixed on two individuals in front of him. A stern-faced woman sat guardedly across from him, while a tall, thin old man moved around the room with evident curiosity. The old man occasionally tapped on the shell of a spirit beast egg or picked up items from the corners to inspect them. His attention lingered particularly on a dusty corner, as though he had stumbled upon something intriguing. Go ahead, came Jiang Zheng's ever-obedient voice from the other end of the line. Rong told me about registering your eye ability, Li Wanshu said, cutting straight to the point and omitting some key details. There's no need for you to go to the Spirit Association. I'm at your house now. Just come back, and I'll handle the registration for you. My house. The voice on the phone hesitated slightly. All right, uncle, he'll be right there. Good. After ending the call, Li Wanshu slipped the phone back into his pocket. At that moment, the tall, thin old man, who had been fixated on the corner, suddenly turned around with a smile on his face. That's not exactly proper, is it? If I recall correctly, registering an ability requires at least 3 witnesses and the submission of 3 or more reports, doesn't it? No matter. You're not following the rules either, Li Wanshu replied coldly. I looked into it. The 3 Laws Division did indeed issue you a permit, but according to regulations, you're required to cooperate with the local highest law enforcement authority when apprehending criminals. Yet here I am, the local highest law enforcer, completely unaware. The air grew heavy with tension. Zhong Yuan's body stiffened as she glared at Li Wanshu with disdain. In her mind, this man's reputation perfectly matched the elder's past descriptions, utterly insignificant yet as stubborn and repugnant as a piece of hardened dog dung. Since joining the 3 Laws Division, she had learned more about Li Wanshu, but none of it was flattering. Huh. The old man broke the silence. No wonder they once held such high hopes for you as a third-class spirit hunter in the 3 Laws Division. No wonder they called you the Silver Jiao Spear. Even after choosing a different path to save your own skin, that sharp edge of yours hasn't dulled one bit. At this somewhat mocking remark, Li Wanshu remained silent, but Zhong Yuan snapped her head around, her face full of astonishment. He had worked for the 3 Laws Division? Why had she never heard of this, and why was there no record of it in the files? At the moment, neither of them paid him any attention. No need to mock me. I have my own choices, Li Wanshu said calmly, lifting the teacup from the table. As the tea touched his lips, his movements paused slightly. He then nonchalantly set the cup down and pushed it aside, forcing himself to swallow the water used to rinse the cup. Gentlemen, Li Wanshu stood up, his gaze sharp as a blade. Though I disapprove of the conduct of certain individuals within the 3 judicial offices, I understand the principles of knowing when to act and when to refrain. The fact that you both are here shows that you're willing to take action. How dare you? Zhong Yuan suddenly stood up, her face filled with anger. How dare you slander the 3 judicial offices? He's right. The elderly man interrupted her indignation with a single sentence. waving his broad sleeve dismissively. Li Wenshu gave Zhong Yuan a sidelong glance and continued, "If there's a need, I won't shirk my responsibilities. However, I ask both of you to abide by the rules and refrain from discussing matters that others shouldn't know. Stirring the desires of ordinary people could lead to irreversible consequences." "Li Master, your guidance is noted," the old man replied with a chuckle and a polite bow. "We won't impose further. Shall we head to the association to settle in?" "Please, go ahead." Li Wenshu gestured with his hand. Zhong Yuan shot Li Wenshu a resentful glare, but followed in the footsteps of the old man, the Qing Shan scholar. Just as they were about to step out, the scholar suddenly stopped. "Almost forgot," he said, patting his wrinkled forehead. "The owner here, is he called Jiang Zheng?" Li Wenshu's eyes turned razor-sharp in an instant. "No offense meant," the Qing Shan scholar said with a kind smile, his robe rustling softly in the breeze. "I merely overheard some stories about this young man while dining near the school gate. Seeing him today, he truly seems to be someone extraordinary. Farewell." Once their footsteps faded, Li Wenshu sat back down, his brows knitted tightly. Suddenly, he stood up and quickly walked to where the old man had been standing, examining the ground and sniffing the air intently. The next moment, he turned and strode out of the room. Moments later, he returned with a handful of items, his expression unreadable. "Uncle," a cheerful voice broke his train of thought. Looking up, he saw his nephew arriving hastily on a shared bicycle, his face lit with excitement. "Uncle, Zhang passed the Spirit Master test. I sent you a message and thought I'd come over to personally celebrate with you, but I didn't expect you to come yourself." The boy's voice trailed off as he noticed something unusual, his tone becoming softer. The room fell silent. "Uncle, did Zhang do something wrong to upset you?" the boy asked nervously. The man looked at his nephew for a long moment, then forced a stiff smile. "No, I bought some food steamed buns and roast duck to celebrate with you. Congratulations on passing the Spirit Master test, my dear nephew." The clatter of chopsticks echoed through the room as Jiang Zheng and Li Wenshu focused intently on the feast before them. Their chopsticks moved swiftly, as though racing to ensure they wouldn't miss out on the delicious dishes on the table. Not far away, a translucent jade bone lay quietly on the pristine white fur of a snow mountain wolf, a gift from Li Wenshu. Beside the jade bone, a young ice tiger cub, usually a voracious food terminator, was behaving unusually docile. It licked the jade bone cautiously, like a refined little gentleman. This unusual scene had its reasons. Right next to the cub, a massive creature loomed, its predatory gaze locked onto the little snow mountain prince. It was an enormous dragon, its body covered in silver scales that gleamed coldly under the light. Countless scars crisscrossed its form, silently narrating its history of battles. Even in its coiled posture, its commanding presence was undeniable. Its broken spiral horn jutted high, and the jagged edges hinted at the impressive size it must have once been. Most striking of all were its crimson eyes, which now bore down on the cub with an oppressive, heart-stopping intensity. At the dining table, Jiang Zheng let out a satisfied burp, pulling a tissue from the box to wipe his mouth. He patted his stomach over his clothes, privately amazed 2 meals back-to-back within an hour, and yet he only felt full, not uncomfortable. This must be one of the changes brought about by his second-stage body awareness, sparing him the effort of using spiritual energy to aid digestion. Opposite him, Li Wenshu was still engrossed in his meal, even crunching bones into fragments before swallowing them. He glanced at Jiang Zheng and asked, "Reach body awareness?" "Yes. No wonder. I could tell from your steady steps earlier you must have just eaten." Li Wenshu set down his chopsticks, downed the rest of his beer in one gulp, and continued, "Body cultivators need to eat plenty. From now on, make sure to buy beef and lamb daily, along with green vegetables to boil. But for today, indulging in something greasy won't hurt." "Understood," Jiang Zheng replied tersely. He was particularly cautious around this uncle-like figure, treating him with the same vigilance he once reserved for seasoned detectives in his past life. The meaningful glance Li Wenshu had given him earlier only heightened his wariness. Li Wenshu let out a beer-laden belch and turned his gaze to the well-behaved ice tiger cub. "That ice tiger of yours is no ordinary creature." Jiang Zheng's movements paused ever so slightly. "My old companion here means no harm, but after nearly 2 decades of fighting by my side, its very presence exudes an ingrained intimidation. Your little guy, Thuffet, barely flinched and still dares to lick a bone in its presence." Li Wenshu sneered, his eyes narrowing as he looked meaningfully at the young man. "Jiang, who really left you with quite the spirit beast." At that moment, the boy's expression remained completely unmoved. He forced a faint smile, a complex expression fleeting across his face. Li Wenshu quietly observed the young man in front of him. Only when the boy slightly averted his gaze did Li Wenshu speak slowly. "I understand the relationship between you and your father is strained. I shouldn't interfere." Li Wenshu picked up his glass, his voice calm to the point of indifference. "But your father wasn't always like this." Jiang Zheng silently opened another can of beer for Li Wenshu. Taking it, Li Wenshu didn't drink immediately, but instead sank into his memories. Back then, I was just a child. My parents passed away early. If it weren't for Jiang who taking me in and your grandparents sheltering me, I might not have survived that harsh winter. His gaze grew distant, as if he were transported back in time. We were as close as brothers sharing a single shaved ice, playing with spinning tops on the frozen ground. Whatever he had, I had too. Sometimes, I even had more than him. Jiang who would get jealous, but he'd forget it in no time and play with me again the next day. At this point, the rare smile on Li Wenshu's face faded, and his tone turned cold and firm. That was until my talent for spirit summoning was discovered. Back then, every region was competing for gifted individuals. I was transferred to Shandong province by official decree. As compensation, the Linjiangde village office gave my family some money. From that moment on, I never saw them again. He took a long swig of beer before continuing. When I eventually, by some twist of fate, returned to this place now developed into a county town, my foster parents had already passed away, and Jiang who was nowhere to be found. I heard he squandered the family's wealth and fled south to escape his debts. Li Wenshu's voice carried a trace of anger. The money I sent him was completely wasted. Jiang Zheng listened quietly, motionless. Later, he came back with you to find me, inexplicably becoming a spirit summoner himself. Who knows what he went through all those years? She was a completely different person. Li Wenshu sighed. If it weren't for the bond we once shared, I wouldn't have tolerated him hitting you for no reason. You've got it wrong, uncle. Jiang Zheng suddenly lifted his head. Except for that first year, I fought back every time after. Sometimes, when he got drunk and tried to hit me, I D-strike first. Li Wenshu was silent for a moment before saying, Don't think I didn't try to find him. Noticing the perfect hint of surprise on Jiang Zheng's face, Li Wenshu lowered his gaze. I was afraid he wouldn't change his ways and would continue to hurt you. You're so much stronger than he ever was. Study hard, train well. The Zhang family may not mean much, but it can start anew with you. He paused. Don't hate him. I don't know where he got that ice Tiger Cub, but the fact that he still thought to leave it for you before he left means he cared for you in his own way. The Zhang family's kindness to me is something I'll never forget, so you. I understand, uncle, Jiang Zheng finally said. Jiang Zheng gazed into Li Wenshu's eyes, his tone sincere. He saved my life. Jiang Zheng will never forget this debt for as long as I live. Li Wenshu paused slightly, his piercing gaze unwavering. A life-saving debt. That must have happened on your way here. What is your eye-related ability? The Eye of Truth. What does it do? It sees through illusions and discerns the subtle truths. Li Wenshu frowned. That's too much. In the future, if anyone asks, just say it weakens illusions. No need to elaborate further. Can the association be trusted? That's my concern. Understood. Thank you, uncle. Li Wenshu stood up, straightening his robe. Well, that's settled. I won't say more. There's an important figure from the county I need to meet and figure something out. Seeing Jiang Zheng about to rise to see him off, he waved his hand. No need to send me off. Instead, you should handle something. Something? Please tell me. A small matter. Li Wenshu casually flicked his sleeve, and the massive creature disappeared into it, as if sinking into the sea, vanishing in an instant. He stepped forward, his voice calm and measured. In the back area of Nilawa Alley, a pack of stray dogs has been dead for about 2 days. I had the silverhorn python clean them up, but it also turned the garbage there upside down. Go tidy it up yourself and remember this lesson. Don't let the sanitation workers bear unnecessary burdens. Jiang Zheng stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. Lang. At the doorway, Li Wenshu's body remained still, but his head turned unnaturally far back, the angle unnerving. Half his face was shrouded in shadow, his expression cold and severe. Apart from pathway-specific talents, only those on the medicine-bearing path and the lantern-hanging path are naturally equipped with poison detection abilities. Among them, a third-rank spirit master is acutely sensitive to toxins. If a poison has been present and not dealt with through special means, they are bound to detect it. If others remain unaffected but they show symptoms, sometimes a different approach is needed. He continued, You come from humble beginnings, and I can understand your ruthlessness. I won't ask what happened in this room, nor will I ask whether the death of those dogs you raised has anything to do with you. I'll only ask this: where are the dog food and bowls? Jiang Zheng opened his mouth to speak, his pupils trembling violently. Memories surged like a tide. He had never truly trusted human relationships. His past life had taught him one clear lesson: self-interest reigns supreme. On his birthday, he personally ended the lives of his entire family. It wasn't because he didn't know he could live a life of luxury inheriting the family business, but to unleash over a decade of buried hatred and to take revenge on those who had tormented him. He later killed his greedy boss not because the man had deprived him of a normal life, but simply because the boss reminded him of the oppression he had suffered in his family. Whether the boss was truly greedy didn't matter to him. When he was finally hit by a truck, he outwardly accepted his fate, but inwardly had never expected the truck to crash into the house. He told himself he had lived enough, but deep down, he still yearned to live. At his core, he knew he was a selfish person. Yet, the experiences in this world had made him feel something different. Jiang, whose violence always came hand in hand with alcohol. Every time he sobered up, he would apologize to Jiang Zheng with a guilty expression, as if that could erase the marks left by his fists and kicks. Jiang Zheng wasn't blind to this pattern. He endured it for a whole year out of gratitude for Jiang, who's saving his life, before finally fighting back. He understood clearly that Jiang, who loved him in a twisted, distorted way, a kind of love that a broken man could offer, held together solely by the debt of that life-saving favor. His uncle's love, however, was entirely different. Although his uncle rarely showed up when Jiang Hu was around, he ensured every year that tailored clothes, shoes, valuable books, and cultivation resources were delivered to Jiang Zheng through others. It was this quiet support that allowed Jiang Zheng to quickly absorb knowledge and reach his current achievements. Even during the incident where Jiang Zheng injured Zhou Chong, his uncle, who had no obligation to intervene, stepped forward to take responsibility. Risking offending the wealthiest man in the area, he sent his secretary to back Jiang Zheng. His uncle didn't know at the time that Jiang Zheng had carefully calculated the situation, ensuring Zhou Chong wouldn't suffer any life-threatening harm. For a powerful county magistrate of Linjiang to personally shield his nephew from the upper echelon's pressure, was that the purest form of love? No one is perfect, not his uncle, and certainly not Jiang Zheng. 5 years is long enough to form a bond even with a dog, let alone someone as flesh and blood as Jiang Zheng. He had simply never experienced such love before, never dared to believe that such warmth could belong to him. Like a coward, he feared the possibility of betrayal. After a long silence, Jiang Zheng took a deep breath and began to speak, his voice trembling slightly. The meat was eaten by the dogs. Later, in the dead of night, I went to the county outskirts, smashed the dog bowls with the meat, and threw the pieces into 3 different garbage stations. As for the rest of the dog food, I chose several locations and scattered it to feed the stray dogs across the county. The dog food was all purchased online by mites, absolutely safe. Not bad. Very thorough. His uncle nodded approvingly. But, Erlang, the path of a spirit master is far more complex than you imagine. Methods sufficient for ordinary people might fall far short in the eyes of certain spirit masters. Do you remember what I told you before? Jiang Zheng's throat moved as he swallowed, words forming but ultimately held back. Suddenly, he stepped forward, straightened his clothes, and knelt heavily on the ground. Uncle, rest assured, Erlang will remember it in his heart. He lifted his head, his gaze unwavering as he looked directly into his uncle's eyes, clenching his teeth and speaking with resolute determination. Erlang will never forget. The pitch-black night. In the frigid depths of Linjiang County's winter, temperatures plunged to a bone-chilling -30 to 40 degrees Celsius. The icy wind howled through the deserted streets, where not a single soul could be seen. Only faint sounds came from the garbage dump near Nai Luo Alley. A young boy was working alone, sorting through the piles of trash. Despite his thin clothing, he seemed impervious to the cold, with wisps of steam rising from his body. His movements were methodical, his expression focused, as if he were carrying out an important mission. Nearby, on a relatively clean patch of ground, a small white tiger was fiercely gnawing on a new chew toy, utterly indifferent to the surrounding stench. Gone was its former gentlemanly demeanor, replaced by the unabashed look of a bully reveling in its dominance. After tossing the last bag of garbage onto the heap, the boy Jiang Zheng finally paused to catch his breath. Hands on his hips, he surveyed his masterpiece with a mix of exhaustion and resolve. The task was filthy and foul, dredging up memories he would rather forget. But tonight, he was determined to teach himself a lesson he wouldn't forget. His uncle had hinted that a high-ranking official, a third-grade or above imperial pharmacist, had come to the county specifically for those 2 ill-fated individuals. This revelation had caught Jiang Zheng off guard, making him realize how much he still lacked in assessing potential dangers. Pulling a gleaming knife from his pocket, Jiang Zheng stared intently at the blade. In the distance, the white tiger suddenly froze mid-chew, dropping its beloved toy as it warily watched its master's unsettling actions. To serve the ruler, the pain must double, the boy murmured, his voice hoarse and chilling, like the whisper of a ghost from the underworld. Black, vein-like patterns began spreading from his heart, quickly snaking across his neck and the rest of his body. To fulfill one's duty to the ruler. Before finishing the sentence, he slashed his palm without hesitation. A sharp, slicing sound cut through the air as a deep wound opened in his hand, so severe that the bone was visible. Blood spurted out, staining his entire palm. Yet, within moments, the gruesome injury healed itself, leaving only the bloodstains on the ground as evidence of what had occurred. Jiang Zheng let out a guttural growl, his teeth clenched, his face contorted in extreme pain. Some lessons only need to be learned once painfully, but permanently. He knew this method might be excessive, but just as he had learned to fight back through beatings, to feign civility under humiliation, and to hone his ruthlessness over the years, this lesson too would be seared into his memory. Roar! The white tiger sprang to his side in an instant, anxiously scanning the surroundings and emitting a low growl of warning, as if guarding against an unseen enemy. Meanwhile, Jiang Zheng's veins bulged, his body trembling as his strength gave out. His legs buckled, and he fell to one knee, barely able to remain upright. But he only paused for a few seconds before pulling the teary little cub tightly into his arms, even though he was gasping for air. The spasms in his muscles made his words come out in broken fragments. My fault. I should have told you. Enduring the searing pain, he comforted what might be the most trusted companion of his life. Go on. Huff. Chew on your bone. The jade bone came from the leg of a second-grade snow yak in the Great Snow Mountain, an exceptionally rare spiritual material. Though extraordinarily tough, once completely chewed through, it granted a certain endurance talent boost. Ever since taking charge of the association, his uncle had hardly left Linjiang County, let alone ventured to the Great Snow Mountain. The jade bone was either an early collection of his or a special purchase for Jiang Zheng. Either way, it was incredibly valuable. The little white tiger lay in the boy's arms, gradually calming down. Tilting its head, it gazed at its owner with a mix of confusion and concern, gently licking the boy's cheek with its tongue as though asking, "Why do this?" The boy didn't respond. Once the pain subsided, he stood up, drenched in sweat, a faint smile on his face, as if the one writhing on the ground moments ago wasn't him. He placed the little white tiger on the ground and lightly patted its fluffy head. Wait for me. They'll take the bloodstained soil away. Roar. The little cub suddenly remembered something and dashed toward the jade bone. Roar. It reminded him. Don't forget your jade bone. Watching the little cub's antics, the boy couldn't help but laugh heartily. For the next month, life seemed to return to normal. Jiang Zheng didn't see his uncle again, nor did he encounter the so-called important figure. He simply threw himself into training with even greater dedication, to the point where his classmates noticed he was spending less and less time in the classroom. To Jiang Zheng, improving his academic performance was no longer necessary. He applied to Shang to allocate some of his cultural studies time to physical training and spirit beast cultivation. His request was almost immediately approved, sparking envy among his classmates. However, when others tried to follow suit, Shang mostly turned them down. Not possible. In the classroom, facing the students' groans and accusations of favoritism, Shang remained unfazed as he weathered their complaints. Admittedly, it was a form of preferential treatment. In the back row, Chong sneered at the classmates who were beating their chests in frustration. He turned to the girl sitting diagonally behind him, who was focused on her own work. Why aren't you joining the fuss? Aren't you the one who loves clinging to Jiang the most? Li Ching furrowed her brows, her expression openly showing her disdain for the speaker. Still, she replied, because in this class, apart from Jiang, no one can guarantee they'll become a spirit master. If you can't guarantee success, then you absolutely cannot fall behind in academic performance. The voice rang out firmly in the classroom. If you can't participate in the special college entrance exam and fail the regular one, the consequences will be unimaginable. Chong, lounging with one leg crossed over the other, added casually. Next semester, everyone might have the same opportunity as Jiang. Li Ching shot him a disdainful glance and scoffed. Do you think I'm as dumb as you? Chong chuckled coldly, unbothered. Though he cared about his pride, he didn't see the point in arguing with a woman. Switching the leg he had crossed, he pointed to himself and said, You're wrong about one thing. I'll definitely become a spirit master too. Apply to the special class? I could pass any time. I just don't want to deal with that hypocrite. As for the spirit nourishing chamber, I already have a substitute at home. Who asked you? Li Ching turned her head away, her ponytail cutting an arc through the air. At that moment, Shang glanced down at her vibrating phone. After reading the message, she frowned and remained silent for a while before finally speaking. All right, that's enough. Since you're all so eager, why don't you go see what Jiang Zheng is up to? The class fell silent for a moment before erupting in cheers. However, before the excitement could settle, Shang added, starting today, all academic classes are cancelled. They will be replaced with practical combat training and spirit beast nurturing. Each of you will receive a 7-day trial in the spirit nourishing chamber. She paused, then continued. In 7 days, students from Chu County and Yutong County will come to Linjiang County for a 3-county joint dual assessment. The assessment will include both 2-person team battles and solo modes. Those who advance in both rounds will have their trial extended by a month, with better performance earning greater rewards. Those who lose in the preliminary round will either be demoted or transferred to the regular class. The cheers abruptly stopped, but many clenched their fists in determination, their eyes flickering with resolve. Electronic devices aren't allowed in the spirit nourishing chamber. Who's going to notify Jiang Zheng? Li Ching was about to raise her hand when a figure leaped up. I will. All right, Sun Hao, go now. Li Ching froze as if struck by lightning, staring in disbelief at the boy who had beaten her to it. Shang headed toward the door. I have important matters to attend to. You all know where the spirit nourishing chamber is. Go start your training now. An hour ago, deep within the school grounds stood a small white building, the location of the Yunling room. From the outside, the old structure appeared unremarkable, but it concealed a world of secrets. Pushing open the door on the first floor revealed an interior that clashed starkly with the rustic vibe of Linjiang County, a futuristic design brimming with modern technology. The specially crafted metallic floor reflected a cold silver glow, while an array of alarm systems and a tireless surveillance room emphasized the uniqueness of the space. The building consisted of 3 floors, and at the entrance of each floor were a pair of cylindrical iron pillars. These were not mere decorative fixtures. As someone approached, the pillars would automatically unfold, revealing mechanical eyes brimming with advanced technology. Acting as the sole staff, here, these devices possessed the spiritual energy level of a Grade 1 Spirit Master. They could execute pre-programmed spiritual techniques and even handle tasks such as firefighting during emergencies. Legend has it that these intelligent security devices were purchased at a steep price from merchants traveling to and from the futuristic city of tomorrow. While this claim is unverified, considering that only top-tier spirit masters could mass-produce such devices and the fact that the city of tomorrow was once known as the Empire of Intelligent Machinery, the story holds some credibility. The Yunling rooms were evenly distributed across the 3 floors. Embedded in the walls of each room were thumb-sized ice blue crystals, which were the primary reason the school had built this facility. On the 3rd floor, the crystals were particularly large and impressive. At this moment, Jiang Zheng sat cross-legged in the center of one such room, his upper body bare and drenched in sweat, with traces of spiritual techniques lingering on his skin. His usually energetic companion, Zai, lay sprawled beside him, its snowy white belly exposed as it panted heavily, utterly exhausted. In front of them stood a life-sized wooden ox sculpture, accompanied by a wooden puppet with indistinct facial features stationed behind it. After a long silence, Jiang Zheng swallowed the metallic taste of blood in his mouth and exhaled deeply. The second attempt failed. He murmured, his gaze fixed on the motionless wooden ox. A high-level wooden ox sculpture simulating first-tier strength, combined with a wooden puppet possessing the spiritual energy of a Grade 1 Fate Spirit Master, is a completely different challenge compared to the puppets from before. Zai, the little creature on the ground, twitched its ears in response. Once is fine, twice is tolerable, but there won't be a 3rd or 4th. Looks like we weren't prepared enough. Get up. Zai let out a weak growl and forced itself to its feet. Unlike its dominating performance on the 1st and 2nd floors, these 2 battles had drained all its spiritual energy. Is this what being young feels like? It grumbled, angrily pawing at the ground. Hurry up and grow up already, you idiot. Seeing the frustration of the noti venom-month-old creature, Jiang Zheng's lips twitched slightly for the first time. Something's off. I think I've raised it wrong. Shaking his head, he turned his attention back to the front. Each Yunling room was equipped with challenge puppets, and the difficulty increased floor by floor. In the 1st floor basic spirit infusion room, several wooden puppets stood quietly. Although they could perform simple spiritual techniques, they were nothing more than beginner-level opponents in Jiang Zheng's eyes, barely a challenge. Defeating these puppets would earn the victor 1 day's access to the basic spirit infusion room. On the 2nd floor, the intermediate spirit infusion room housed larger, more imposing wooden ox puppets. Overcoming them not only granted access to the 2nd floor for a day, but also rewarded some practical items. The 3rd floor advanced spirit infusion room was the most unique of all. Here, the wooden puppets and wooden ox puppets worked in perfect harmony, their strength comparable to a true spirit master and their spirit beast partner. These puppets were not only imprinted with specialized life paths, but also possessed formidable combat capabilities. Defeating them offered the most generous rewards. Jiang Zheng observed the puppets. Fully understanding their essence, they were creations powered purely by crystals. Once outside the range of the crystals, they would revert to ordinary wooden statues. However, as long as they remained within the crystal's influence, they could exhibit near-machine-like security strength until the crystal's energy was depleted. The young man gave the puppets one last deep glance before turning to walk toward another area, his companion Zai following closely behind. Pushing open another door, they entered a room filled with various training tools, not unlike a gymnasium in Changyan Tower. Standing in the center of the room, Jiang Zheng looked down at his partner. The spiritual techniques the wooden puppets used earlier included Windblade and Wind Wall. Can you replicate them? Zai hesitated briefly before nodding. These 2 basic wind elemental techniques were of the same level as the Ice Pillar, Ice Shield, and Ice Spike taught at school, though not part of the curriculum. Still, this wouldn't stop Zai from learning them. It's okay. Let's give it a try. Wind Wall, Jiang Zheng encouraged. As soon as he spoke, Zai crouched low and took a deep breath. At first, its fur emitted a faint frost-and instinctive transformation of spiritual energy into its favored ice element. But in the next moment, the frost disappeared, replaced by a barely perceptible breeze. Jiang Zheng's face lit up with a satisfied smile. Clouds follow the dragon, and winds follow the tiger. Despite having never encountered wind elemental energy before, the little creature had managed to adapt in such a short time. If it were him, there was no way he could master it this quickly. This was the power of innate companion talent. The boy's desire to become a spirit master grew even stronger. A few seconds later, a youthful roar echoed through the room. The little white tiger raised its head and released the accumulated airflow, which swiftly condensed into a nearly transparent wall of wind. The wall lasted for 3 or 4 seconds before dissipating as Zhao stumbled slightly. Jiang Zheng expertly retrieved a bottle of genetic spirit liquid from his backpack, unscrewed it, and handed it to Zhao, who began drinking eagerly. At this moment, the boy's pupils narrowed into slits as a notification appeared before him. Wind wall new. Gather wind elemental spiritual energy in the mouth and exhale it to form a wall capable of blocking attacks. Proficiency, level 1. This confirmed that Zhao had fully mastered the technique. The next step, the wind blade, came even more naturally. Zhao opened its mouth and unleashed a crescent-shaped blade of wind, leaving a shallow mark on the wooden stake across the room. Jiang Zheng nodded in satisfaction. Mastery was sufficient for now. Refinement could come later. He wasn't idle either. Thanks to his telepathic connection with Zhao, even though he lacked the wind follows the tiger talent, he was confident he could master these techniques with enough time. Just as he was about to close his journal of insights, an idea suddenly struck him. Wind and snow-dew forces without conflicting attributes, could they possibly be combined? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Jiang Zheng's gaze toward Zhao grew increasingly bright. The little creature looked down at itself in confusion, then back up at the boy, its large eyes filled with puzzlement. Zhao, release Windblade. Jiang Zheng commanded in a deep voice. And merge it with your inherited avalanche. Swirling air currents spun around the room, carrying traces of frost and snow as the temperature plummeted. However, Zhao, the caster, wobbled unsteadily, clearly struggling. Jiang Zheng immediately ceased the transfer of spiritual energy and quickly jotted down notes on the experiment. The outcome was within his expectations. Merging two offensive techniques was inherently challenging. Any slight imbalance in the energy supply would lead to one technique overpowering the other. The result? Either a strong wind with traces of snow or fluttering snowflakes carried by a gentle breeze, both failing to achieve true fusion. Worse still, such attempts could trigger spiritual energy turbulence, potentially causing minor explosions. Stop, Jiang Zheng ordered calmly. The chaotic air currents dissipated instantly, and the unfused snowflakes fell gently to the ground, forming small snow piles. Avalanche, Zai's inherited technique, was quite unique. In the human spiritual arts system, avalanche wasn't a basic technique, but an advanced ice element ability, clearly derived from spirit beasts. Its power varied greatly. Skilled practitioners could even manipulate terrain to trigger large-scale avalanches, enabling area attacks and reshaping the battlefield to create favorable conditions for ice element spirit masters. This made mastering the technique exceptionally challenging. Jiang Zheng glanced at Zai, who was lying on the ground, dejectedly pawing at a glass bottle. He chuckled softly. You've done well. Zai tilted its head, sneaking a glance at him. Not causing spiritual energy turbulence on your first try already puts you ahead of others your age, Jiang Zheng encouraged. Zai's eye sparkled. Really? Of course. I wouldn't lie to you. Jiang Zheng replied with a serious nod. Meow. Zai finally relaxed, rolling onto its side and happily swishing its tail. Well, I guess I'm not too bad after all. Jiang Zheng smiled at the scene, but his brow furrowed slightly. What was that sound just now? Shaking his head, he decided to let it go for now. Let's try a different approach, he said, walking over to Zai and gently ruffling its fur. You're still young. Trying to merge two offensive energies of different levels is a bit premature. How about combining Wind Wall with Avalanche instead? Wind Wall's energy flow is gentler and could serve as a better foundation. This experience might even help you succeed next time. Zai licked its nose and nodded earnestly. While unsure if it would work as Jiang Zheng suggested, it trusted him. Worst case scenario, they'd just try again. Shall we give it a shot now? Roar. Jiang Zheng nodded with a smile, feeling a quiet sense of relief. He must have misheard earlier. The young snow mountain tiger slowly rose to its feet, its golden eyes gradually filling with determination. Without waiting for Jiang Zheng's command, its thick, luxurious fur, denser than that of an ordinary tiger, began to sway gently, as if caressed by a light breeze. In the next moment, it raised its forelimbs as if standing upright, taking a deep breath. Whoosh! A nascent wall of wind instantly formed in front of it. Zai, use avalanche, the young boy commanded decisively. Smack! Without hesitation, Zai slammed its forelimbs heavily onto the ground. The moment its tiger-like paws made contact, a thin layer of ice began to spread outward. The wind elemental aura that surrounded it instantly transformed into ice elemental energy, which then expanded forward. Jiang Zheng blinked, and the Ouroboros provided immediate feedback. The avalanche technique was extremely demanding for a Tier 0 spirit beast. Without the aid of specific environmental conditions, not only was it difficult to release, but even if successful, Its power might not surpass that of an ordinary ice spike. But the little snow mountain lord was different. As a juvenile beast inheriting the forms of its parents, it was born with a physique and energy reservoir far exceeding those of other spirit beasts at the same stage. Coupled with its innate talent for low-level ice and snow affinity, which enhanced its compatibility with ice elemental energy, this was precisely why Jiang Zheng decided to give it a try. The wind wall began to tremble violently as it absorbed the power of ice and snow, seeming on the verge of collapse. Yet, a faint smile appeared at the corner of the boy's lips. The frequency of the tremors was noticeably lower than before, a hidden opportunity within the crisis. Now, Jiang Zheng raised his hand decisively. The energy reservoir in his lower dantian immediately activated, channeling spiritual energy to the Little Snow Mountain Lord through their formal contract. With this added support, the Little Snow Mountain Lord quickly found its balance and began precisely adjusting the ratio of its spiritual energy. This time, it took the lead, while Jiang Zheng provided assistance from the side. Finally, after both had exhausted their spiritual energy, the new technique stabilized. Though utterly drained, Zai excitedly turned to look at the boy. Don't let your guard down. Jiang Zheng steadied himself, feeling a glimpse of what those two lucky individuals and his father must have experienced when their spiritual energy was depleted. Fortunately, his energy reservoir was still young, and his body awareness had been honed 2 cycles in advance. Simply shifting his center of gravity allowed him to remain upright. The Ouroboros hadn't provided a completion notification yet, indicating that Zai hadn't fully mastered the technique. Let's rest for a bit and try again later. Roar! Zai responded confidently. And so, the boy and the beast began their cycle of relentless practice. First replenishing their spiritual energy in the aura chamber, then returning to the adjacent room to continue their attempts. Over and over they repeated the process until the Ouroboros finally changed. Wall of Wind and Snow New combines ice and wind elements to create a unique wind wall, provides visual obstruction and reduces resistance. Ice crystals enhance the wall's defensive strength and coverage. Creatures within the area may trigger frostbite ice element or laceration wind element effects. Proficiency level 1. Classified as a combination technique, spiritual art. Jiang Zheng sat on the ground, wiping away the frost that had formed on his forehead. This fusion of wind and snow couldn't possibly be the first to discover it in all of history. That would be underestimating the heroes of the world. However, for someone like him and Zai, a mere apprentice spirit tamer and a beast with only level 1 proficiency in the Technicato successfully master this combination. Such cases must be exceedingly rare. This achievement alone was enough to fill him with pride. At that moment, Zai lay comfortably beside him, basking in the satisfaction of their accomplishment. Take a break, take a break. The young man leaned lazily against the back of the chair, speaking in a relaxed tone. His gaze swept thoughtfully across the room before he continued. Once we've rested enough, let's head to the spirit chamber and see if we can take down the wooden man and wooden ox. That rupture effect might just be the key to our victory. Sitting up straight, he began explaining in detail. Among the many attributes, aside from the basic ones, other techniques and spirit arts can trigger special effects. Take the most fundamental elements fire, water, and wood, for example. He extended his fingers, listing them one by one. Fire causes burning, dealing continuous damage to the enemy. Water's soaking effect not only disrupts the flow of spiritual energy, but also increases the likelihood of triggering other abnormal statuses. And wood's entanglement directly saps the enemy's stamina, making them tire quickly. He paused briefly before adding. Then there's ice, which can create frost, slowing down the enemy's movements. These attribute effects can often turn the tide of battle and are essential skills that every spirit master must master and utilize flexibly. Just as the two were enjoying this rare moment of leisure, a rapid knock on the door suddenly broke the room's tranquility. Zai immediately sat up alertly, his nose twitching slightly. The young man also straightened up gradually. Jiang, are you in there? Sun Hao's voice came from outside the door. Come in. The door creaked softly as it opened. Sun Hao, sporting a buzz cut, quickly strode over to Jiang Zheng. He froze for a moment after taking in Jiang Zheng's current state. Jiang, your whole body. It's fine. Hand me your jacket. Thanks. Oh. Sun Hao let out a breath of relief and handed over his coat before speaking urgently. Class Leader Chu said the Spirit Master students from Yutong County and Chu County will be coming to Linjiang in 7 days. Jiang Zheng listened quietly, his brows furrowing tighter with each word. He lowered his head slightly, an inexplicable sense of foreboding rising within him. Uncle, his gaze deepened. If this matter isn't connected to you. He paused briefly. Then it must have something to do with that prominent figure coming to the county, right? Jiang Zheng nodded slowly, reaching out to pat Sun Hao on the shoulder. Thank you for coming to tell me. If I didn't, you would have found out sooner or later anyway. Sun Hao scratched his head, revealing a sincere smile. He knew deep down that although the little piglet hadn't fully warmed up to him yet, it was at least willing to follow some basic commands now. He attributed all of this progress to Jiang Zheng. In fact, some classmates had already discreetly shared a few things with him. That evening, after returning home, he had candidly reported everything to his father. His father remained silent for a long time before going to speak with his grandfather. After much deliberation, his grandfather went to visit their great-grandfather, a centenarian who loved listening to music and rarely entertained visitors. Despite his advanced age and esteemed status, the great-grandfather made an exception that day and summoned Sun Hao. After hearing Sun Hao's account and his grandfather's introduction of Jiang Zheng, the elder who held the greatest authority over the Sun family pharmacy asked only two questions. Do you really want to become a spirit tamer, even though the path will be difficult? Yes. Then follow orders. Yes. From that day forward, Sun Hao stuck to Jiang Zheng like glue, obedient to his every word. Even as his classmates began to give him odd looks, some insinuating he had peculiar hobbies, others comparing him to the lackeys that surrounded Zhou Changhe, remained unfazed. Though he had chosen to defy his family's plans for his future, he understood that his greatest strength lay in those two words: follow orders. All right, Jiang Zheng replied with a kind smile. So, Brother Jiang, what should I do now? Sun Hao thumped his chest in assurance. Whatever you say you'll do. Just give me the word. Jiang Zheng gave the boy a meaningful look. In truth, when Sun Hao approached him so eagerly on the second day, Jiang Zheng had secretly activated his Ouroboros eye again. The results of his earlier assistance had far exceeded expectations, which was unusual. So, after setting an anchor point, the ever-cautious Jiang Zheng deliberately assigned Sun Hao a few unreasonable tasks. This not only reminded Sun Hao of his great-grandfather's instructions, but also allowed Jiang Zheng to see everything clearly. Truly, the wisdom of the old is something else, Jiang Zheng mused to himself. That venerable elder, despite living a life of quiet seclusion and comfort, had been able to place such trust in a seemingly suspicious young man based solely on a brief introduction. It was nothing short of remarkable. But since you dared to trust me, Jiang Zheng thought to himself, you've made the right choice. A flicker of admiration crossed his face. Sun Hao. Yes. The buzz-cut boy instantly straightened up, full of energy. Since this is a joint duel competition among the 3 counties, Class 2 is bound to participate as well. Your task now is to head to the first floor and secure a spot in one of the spirit nurturing rooms. The first floor doesn't require challenges to unlock the rooms, so that's your only option. Got it. Sun Hao spun around and bolted for the door. Wait, I'm not finished. Yes. Once you get inside, don't rush to challenge the beginner-level wooden puppets within a few hours. Jiang Zheng was earnestly advising a young boy on training essentials. You haven't passed the 3 trials, your energy reservoir isn't full. Focus on cultivating your spiritual energy first. As for the little piglet, let it train its body in the equipment room. Understood, the boy nodded in agreement. That's all you need to do for the whole day. Got it, got it. Sun Hao turned and quickly left, but as he opened the door, he bumped into someone. Sorry. He looked up. Li Ching, are you here to see Brother Jiang too? Li Ching eyed Sun Hao cautiously, who looked confused. Is he inside? Before Sun Hao could answer, Jiang Zheng had already walked to the door. Come in and talk. Sun Hao, get going. As footsteps overlapped, Li Ching timidly approached Jiang Zheng. With her head lowered, she asked, Jiang, I heard that for the upcoming team and individual competitions, the former will follow the 2-person format. Will you take me as your partner? Here, take this. Jiang Zheng didn't answer directly. Instead, he pulled a notebook from his bag and handed it to her. It contained some key points I've noted down. The girl's head shot up, her eyes instantly sparkling. Is this for me? A sudden prompt echoed in his mind. Li Qingrong's positive emotions toward you have reached their peak once again. You can choose to claim a reward now, or continue accumulating. Currently, you have 1 reward accumulated regarding Li Qingrong. Claim accumulate. Time is tight. No time for nonsense. Ignoring the prompt, Jiang Zheng looked at her seriously. Go to the 2nd floor and find a spiritual energy room. After watching Li Qingrong leave, glancing back repeatedly, Jiang Zheng exhaled deeply. What a scoundrel! He looked up at the ceiling, as if confessing to some deity whose existence was uncertain. The confession lasted only a second before he calmly retrieved his own notebook. The notebook he gave Li Qingrong had actually been prepared the night before, specifically tailored to her training plan. He had intended to find an opportunity to give it to her, but fate had conveniently aligned the timing, even earning him an unexpected boost in positive sentiment. However, the 2-person team format this time left him feeling slightly regretful. As a future spirit master, a 4-person team was the norm. Unless one was overwhelmingly skilled and experienced, the association wouldn't allow solo missions that would be a death sentence. Jiang Zheng didn't mind being directed by others, but due to his experiences in a past life, he preferred to be in control. In this perilous world, he would rather trust his own judgment than place his life in someone else's hands. This mindset admittedly made him a bit of a team liability, so he resolved to quickly accumulate leadership experience to prepare for his future role as a team strategist. As for this two-person partnership, after some thought, he decided on Li Ching. In their class, only she and Sun Hao could fully follow his instructions, and Li Ching was slightly stronger. If they wanted to secure a victory in the Tri-County joint competition, she was undoubtedly the best choice. Meow. A soft sound interrupted his thoughts. Zai gracefully strolled over, tilting its head to look at him. Hold on, hold on. Jiang Zheng began to speak, but suddenly froze. He stared, dumbfounded, at Zai licking its paw. You? Roar. Zai paused, looking at him with confusion. Jiang Zheng's expression turned comically complex. You think you can fool me with this? Where did you even pick up such a bad habit? How did I not notice this before? He imagined a future where he made a grand entrance with a majestic tiger at his side, only for it to let out a delicate meow in front of a crowd. A tiger that doesn't meow isn't a proper kitty? The thought nearly made Jiang Zheng faint on the spot. He absolutely couldn't accept such a development. Shang walked expressionlessly along the school path. It was the tail end of the break between classes, and teachers from the regular classes passed by with lesson plans in hand, nodding politely to her. She returned the gestures courteously, but her pace did not falter until she entered the administration building. What's with Ms. Chu today? A few familiar teachers whispered to one another in the hallway. Judging by her mood, someone's about to have a bad day. You must be new here. 10 years ago, when I was just an intern, Ms. Chu was the talk of the school. She's usually warm and approachable, but when she gets serious, she looks just like this. Ms. Chu has that side to her. A senior teacher side. Why do you think people say this path isn't easy to walk? Enough talking. It's time for class. Let's go, let's go. Shang headed straight to the top floor, where the principal's office was located, along with the venue for faculty meetings. The principal's assistant trailed behind her, muttering, Ms. Chu, at least let me announce you first, though he made no real attempt to stop her. There was a reason for this. Shang was the head teacher of the prestigious Yearn Class 1 and the mentor shaping those exceptionally talented students. While she held no formal administrative position, even the assistant knew that trying to block her now would be asking for trouble. Bang! Standing before the innermost door, Shang took a deep breath, visibly suppressing her anger. The upcoming Tri-County Duel Tournament, set to take place in 7 days, struck her as an overtly unfair competition. While Sichuan and Yutong, the two northern counties, were not particularly outstanding, Linjiang was in no position to mock them. Its circumstances were far more dire. Yutong County had 2 schools offering Yuling courses, a clear indication of its abundant resources. This was a stark contrast to Linjiang, where left-behind children struggled to even access basic education. As for Sichuan County, although it appeared similar to Linjiang on the surface, with only one high school, its situation was entirely different due to its proximity to Chengting City. After last year's policy adjustments, ordinary students from Sichuan were sent to schools in the city, leaving only the best students and a small number of elites in the local school. The second and third Yuling classes were eliminated, and the school was restructured into a Yuling training institution directly under the jurisdiction of Chengting Military and Political University. In other words, the students remaining in Sichuan were hand-picked talents, nurtured with exclusive resources and destined to become elite Yuling practitioners. For Linjiang's 2 newly formed Yuling classes, with barely a month of schooling under their belts, to compete against such opponents was tantamount to sending them to their doom. The thought made Shang's chest rise and fall with growing intensity. The only ones seemingly unaffected at school, in Shang's eyes, were Jiang Zheng and Zhao Chong. Jiang Zheng was the school's undisputed pride, while Zhao Chong, though slightly less accomplished, still far outshone the other students. For everyone else, however, this competition was nothing short of a disaster. This won't do. Shang tightened her grip on the doorknob, her gaze gradually becoming resolute. Bang! The door was flung open, and a thick cloud of smoke surged out. Before her eyes was a scene resembling the heavens. Amidst the swirling smoke, faces wore expressions of distress, puffing away in frustration. Shang froze at the sight. Could it be that this wasn't the school board blindly copying others and retaining only a few students in a bid to forcibly improve the Spirit Master promotion rate? Shang, you're here? Find a seat. Cough, cough. The balding principal said awkwardly, waving away the choking smoke. Enough smoking, everyone, put it out. Sighs echoed around the room as 3 ashtrays overflowed with cigarette butts. The assistant closed the door behind him and left, while Shang remained standing where she was. Principal, about the Tri-County joint. I know what you're going to say. We're just as troubled about it, the short, ordinary-looking principal said, his round face resembling a winter melon, filled with helplessness. There's nothing we can do. Since you're here, help us figure something out. This wasn't your decision? No. The principal shook his head, tossing a densely packed document onto the table. It came directly from the Linjiang Spirit Master Association. They didn't even leave room for refusal. The official seal is already stamped. Upon hearing this, Shang shifted her gaze to a dejected-looking man nearby. Don't look at me. I have no idea either. Assistant Rong sighed. This was an emergency decision issued by the association just an hour ago. I only found out when the document arrived. He added with a bitter smile. I wanted to get out of here, but not by resigning. With this mess, those kids' morale will likely be crushed, and my dream will go up in smoke. It wasn't an exaggeration. Confidence is something innate for some, but for others, it needs to be built over time. Most of the students here belong to the latter group, unable to draw strength from their families. If they were struck down by their peers, it was uncertain whether they would succumb to despair or rise again. In that case, let's figure out how to help the kids improve, said a man with a broad, pancake-like face, who bore a resemblance to the principal, from his spot on the sofa. There are a few promising students in Class 2. They might move up to Class 1 someday and take the special college entrance exams. I don't want to see them relegated to the regular class. Once you're pushed down, climbing back up is no easy feat. Many nodded in agreement. Shang remained silent, frowning in thought. Why would the Linjiang Spirit Master Association issue such an order? There were only a handful of people capable of making this decision within the association, and she could count them on one hand. She knew most of them except for one. That person was said to be difficult to approach, indifferent to camaraderie, and solely focused on getting things done. 3 years ago, Li Ching, who had reportedly given up martial pursuits halfway to focus on academia, donated the Six Senses method to Zhao, helping students increase their chances of becoming Spirit Tamers. Shang stood silently in the meeting room, deep in thought. This man was indeed suspicious. If the burdens in the school were cleared out, resources would inevitably flow toward his godson, Jiang Zheng. At that point, the school's attention on Jiang Zheng would undoubtedly intensify. After all, pooling the entire school's resources to nurture a highly gifted genius was not without precedent elsewhere. But her intuition told her that someone willing to selflessly donate the Six Senses method wouldn't commit such a deed. A sharp glint suddenly flashed in Shang's eyes as she turned to the disheveled man. Have there been any strangers in the county recently? Her words struck like a thunderclap, plunging the meeting room into a dead silence. Everyone instinctively turned to the man, clearly sharing Shang's suspicions. Rome, the assistant, froze, his body stiffening as he fell into contemplation. After a moment, he shook his head. I don't know. I haven't seen any strangers. But then, he abruptly stood up. Although it does seem like something's going on, the association has suddenly become stricter. Those usually lazy folks have started clocking into work on time. Changes like this usually mean someone's inspecting. Hearing this, the others exchanged worried glances, their brows furrowing. Heh. The principal let out a cold laugh, his usually gentle face now tinged with fury. I see. As soon as a big shot arrives, we get a directive. If Zhang's performance doesn't improve, the local association will undoubtedly be reprimanded. None of them will escape blame. Such self-destructive plans aren't something they come up with on their own. So, someone's come to clean out the rot. The principal slammed his hand on the table and stood abruptly. Think the association is full of deadweight and decide to use our Zhang students as scapegoats? Animals, he roared. They know we have promising talents here. They know we're still holding on. And I'm supposed to thank them for giving these kids real combat experience? Not every place should focus on elite education. For many families, this school is their only hope. The principal's furious outburst echoed through the room. Everyone lowered their heads, a heavy sense of oppression weighing on them. Shang, the principal said, leaning against the table, his breath labored as he looked at the woman who had rushed over in response to the commotion. Father, please calm down. Sit down, he barked, before erupting into a violent coughing fit, his frail body hunching over like a shrimp. After a moment to compose himself, the principal gritted his teeth and said, take all the cultivation resources in storage and distribute them to everyone. Starting today, all Spirit Tamer class students will board at the school. The school will provide 3 meals a day. Immediately contact the county slaughterhouse. Any spirit-infused beast meat they have, the school will buy it all. The spirit nourishment room will remain open indefinitely for the next 7 days. If we run out of spirit crystals, I'll figure it out. Having said this, the principal seemed to age years in an instant and collapsed heavily into his chair. If the association questions the allocation of resources, tell them to come find me. They'll be sick for 7 days. Shang quietly observed the haggard principal across from her. After a moment of silence, she nodded softly. The small white building hadn't been this lively in years. Shadows flitted back and forth in the hallway, accompanied by the hurried sound of footsteps echoing incessantly. One by one, students rushed to the door of the spirit nourishing rooms, peeking through the oval-shaped glass only to shake their heads in disappointment and leave. Is this one full too? Someone muttered under their breath. The hallway was unusually quiet, save for the sound of quick steps bouncing off the walls. This odd scene was due to one simple fact: the spirit nourishing rooms were exorbitantly expensive. Though they were open for only 8 hours a day, even this short usage time could cost an average family a month's worth of frugality. To make matters worse, the effectiveness varied from person to person. For some, a single day could fill their spirit reservoirs. while for others, the results were negligible. A free chance like this is too good to pass up, someone remarked. The 8 spirit nourishing rooms on the first floor each allowed only 4 people at a time. Any more, and the spirit energy would be diluted for everyone involved. At the staircase, someone hesitated, their gaze shifting between the first and second floors. The choice to stay on the first floor was simple. The challenge puppets here were easier to defeat, and a 4-person team had a better chance of success. Even if the reward was merely time in the spirit nourishing room, what if 7 days later they managed to secure their place in the class? More importantly, the first floor challenges could be initiated at will. On the second and third floors, however, the intermediate and advanced spirit nourishing rooms began their challenges the moment one entered. To earn less than an hour of rest, participants had to deal significant damage to the puppets. For most, these challenges were too difficult. While the puppets weren't lethal, getting injured before the Tri-County Duel tournament could spell disaster. A poor performance in the tournament's first round would have dire consequences. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from upstairs, causing the entire building to tremble slightly. An earthquake? No, it sounds like fighting. Could it be Zhao Chong taking on the second floor challenge? Someone's eyes lit up. Perfect. Once the puppet is defeated, it takes 2 to 3 hours to recover. Even though we didn't defeat it ourselves, and it will attack us once it recovers, we can stay on the second floor in the meantime. As long as we leave before it's back up, we'll be fine. Will Zhao Chong let us in? He's definitely heading upstairs, someone replied, already rushing toward the steps. There are only 2 advanced spirit nourishing rooms on the third floor. Jiang Air must have taken one, and there's no way Zhao Chong would pass up the other. Let's go check it out. Just then, a clear and commanding voice rang out through the hallway. Falling flame explode. A fireball descending from above twisted and contorted midair, detonating with a deafening roar just before it hit the ground. Brilliant sparks scattered like raindrops, crackling as they landed on the floor and a shadowy figure. Boom. The charred wooden ox collapsed to the ground, struggling to rise, but ultimately slumping back down in defeat. The room was filled with a scorching heat. The high temperature distorted the air, causing the view to waver slightly. Zhao Chong panted heavily, licking his cracked lips as he rested his hands on his hips. This feels pretty underwhelming, he remarked. In front of him, the fiery spirit danced with excitement, seemingly unsatisfied and eager for more. Suddenly, the wooden ox emitted the sound of gears turning and began to tremble violently. Its eyes, embedded with dark red orbs, flickered briefly before the light faded away. As it did, a magnetic card and several small wooden boxes materialized in front of it. This was the intermediate reward. Zhao Chong cast a cold glance at the items and curled his lip in disdain. Just scraps, he scoffed. Without another word, he opened the door of the spirit infusion chamber and walked out. Outside, a group of eager students had already gathered. Take whatever you want, Zhao Chong said indifferently, as the fiery spirit followed closely behind him. Cheers and the sound of scrambling erupted behind him, but this time, he didn't display his usual contempt. Stopping at the staircase leading to the third floor, Zhao Chong hesitated. This was a place many feared to tread. A sudden wave of unease welled up inside him, and he instinctively clenched his fists. After a few moments, he shook his head, trying to dispel the emotions. Upward, he muttered to himself, stepping onto the stairs as his figure gradually disappeared from view. Inside the advanced spirit infusion chamber, a white tiger cub stood at the forefront, while the young Jiang Zheng positioned himself diagonally behind it in a standard combat stance. This formation allowed the spirit beast to take on the primary offensive role, while the spirit master could issue commands and seize opportunities to strike. After all, spirit beasts far surpassed spirit masters in physical strength, recovery abilities, and the capacity of their spirit reservoirs. Opposite them, the wooden ox and wooden figure bore the same appearance as those from the lower levels, but they exuded an eerie semblance of life that unsettled Jiang Zheng. He raised a hand and flicked his finger back, channeling a stream of spiritual energy into the spirit crystal. The dark red orbs in the eyes of the wooden ox and wooden figure immediately glowed to life. Ice pillars, Jiang Zheng commanded decisively. Uneven ice pillars rose from the ground, dividing the enemies. Zai moved to the left. The white tiger darted like lightning to the enemy's flank, while the wooden ox shattered the ice pillars in its path. Meanwhile, the wooden figure began forming seals. Jiang Zheng instantly recognized the movements it was casting: the Tiangang Talisman, Fire Ring Talisman, a technique originating from the Fulu lineage of Siein's cultivation school, commonly known among the people as the Qi refiner's tradition. We can't let it release the Tiangang Talisman. Zai, use Tiger's gaze. The white tiger let out a fierce roar, its menacing gaze locking onto the opponents. Both the wooden figure and wooden ox were forced to meet its eyes, momentarily freezing in place. A system notification promptly appeared. Fear effect successfully applied. Duration 1 second. Actions of both puppets interrupted. Snow Mountain Sovereign Bloodline trait activated. Critical hit rate significantly increased. Looking at the constantly updating information boxes before him, Jiang Zheng let out a small sigh of relief. The power of the Tiangang talisman was indeed formidable. Even the most basic one far surpassed the damage of spiritual techniques at the same level. He had learned this the hard way during his first challenge. Although he had spotted the threat and prepared to evade, he hadn't anticipated that the talisman's attack range would completely cover the entire spirit nurturing chamber without any blind spots. That time, he was nearly roasted to a crisp, his clothes utterly destroyed. The settings are fair enough. They aren't fatal, Jiang Zheng mused to himself. Anyone capable of entering this room for training would have some skills. For others, at worst, it would mean lying in a hospital bed for a month or so. Fortunately, Zai's tiger's gaze had activated just in time. Although the two puppets in front of him, a wooden man and a wooden ox, were lifeless, their cores simulated a realistic combat experience. This simulation mainly manifested through various debuff effects, and Tiger's Gaze was a purely debuff skill. It was a basic ability that every tiger-type spirit beast could master, designed to instill fear in opponents, causing them to temporarily freeze. In low-level battles, such a control effect was exceedingly rare. Zai, charge up for a combo attack, Jiang Zheng ordered urgently while channeling spiritual energy within him. Ice spikes. Boom. A sharp ice spike erupted from the ground in front of him. Then, boom, boom, boom. Several more spikes shot up in succession, aiming directly at the two puppets. Simultaneously, the ice pillars trapping the wooden man and wooden ox sprouted countless fine, sharp ice spikes, piercing into the puppets' bodies and surrounding crevices. Buzz. The puppets struggled and vibrated, shattering some of the nearby ice spikes. The control was temporarily effective, but judging by their increasingly violent movements, the ice spikes wouldn't hold much longer. Especially the wooden ox. It had already opened its mouth, with flames flickering deep in its throat. This wooden ox could even use fire element attacks. Now's the time, Jiang Zheng shouted. Use snowstorm wall. Roar. A gust of wind carrying ice crystals howled forth, striking the wooden ox's forehead with pinpoint accuracy before spreading outward. The swirling windstorm spun in place, not only sweeping away most of the ice spikes used for control, but also integrating the shattered ice into the vortex, transforming them into dense ice crystals. The frost effect has been successfully applied. A notification popped up. The wooden ox's head tilted upon being struck, and the flames it had been about to spew veered off course, sucked directly into the spinning vortex. Wind fueled the flames, and the rotating ice crystals instantly melted, replaced by the wooden ox's own blazing fire. Whoa, 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 here we go, Jiang Zheng muttered, mimicking an exaggerated tone. Looks like ISIS couldn't hold the fort. Time for Fire Bro to take over. Burn effect successfully applied. Fracture effect successfully applied. Watching this unexpected turn of events, Jiang Zheng fell silent, a big question mark seemingly floating above his handsome head. After a moment, he couldn't help but sigh. The ancestors were right, plans really can't keep up with changes. The young man slowly closed his eyes, a decision forming in his heart. When it's time to eat later, no one touches their chopsticks until your Uncle Ox is off the table. With that, he shed tears of repentance and promptly ordered Zai to intensify the wind attacks against his beloved Uncle Ox. The situation had shifted, and the roast ox operation was officially underway. The moment he stepped onto the third level, Chong spread his arms and took a deep breath. Standing there, he had finally gained a lead over Jiang Zheng. Imagining his opponent still struggling below, a smug smile crept onto his lips. Armed with intelligence passed down through his family, Chong was well aware of the challenges on this level. The puppets here, whether wooden oxen or wooden men, were adept in various elemental techniques and spiritual arts, including fire-based abilities that countered ice. With such a setup, even a genius like Jiang Zheng couldn't possibly finish the fight quickly, could he? As he reveled in his advantage, a sudden thought struck him. Wasn't he also a fire elemental user? So why had he always fallen short in the past 2 years? The thought froze his smile. Wait, what am I thinking? He shook his head vigorously. Back then, I didn't have my spirit beast. But now, with Yan Huo's help, how could things still be the same? Let's see how that guy's doing now. A little confidence boost wouldn't hurt. Chong strode forward, his dreadlocks swaying with each step. Eagerly, he pressed his face against the round glass window of a chair, ready to let out a triumphant lonely for his expression to stiffen once more. In the center of the arena, Jiang Zheng was focusing intently, repeatedly unleashing the same technique, ice spikes one after another, precise and relentless. His spirit beast, Zai, lay quietly nearby, eyes closed, channeling spiritual energy to him through their bond. Under the relentless barrage of ice spikes, the two puppets staggered and swayed, their bodies covered in scars. After a fiery whirlwind came the dual assault of frost and burning, leaving the puppets struggling to move. The effects of thermal expansion and contraction made them brittle and sluggish, while the damage from the fractures multiplied further. The triple-layer debuffs made the battle utterly one-sided. With 2 heavy thuds, the puppets finally collapsed under the strain. From their dim jade eyes, it seemed as though a single icy tear fell, which then transformed into a reward materializing on the ground. It's over, Jiang Zheng said casually, placing his hands on his hips. Zai slowly opened its eyes and let out a questioning meow. It's a roar, Jiang Zheng corrected in his mind, smiling as he replied. This wasn't exploiting a loophole, we simply capitalized on their weaknesses. Although the fire breath from the wooden ox had been unexpected, it merely backfired on the opponent. Even without that lucky break, with their strength, victory was only a matter of time. In their last encounter, they had been just a hair's breadth away from winning. As long as the fracture effect landed, that small gap was no issue at all. Jiang Zheng crouched down, gently stroking the approaching Zai. If you want a heat-and fight with them, we can rest for an hour and go again. The little creature rubbed against the boy's palm, purring contentedly. Just then, a translucent notification box suddenly popped up. Notice, Zhou Chang's negative emotions towards you have reached the peak. You may choose to claim a reward or accumulate it. Claim accumulate. Jiang Zheng glanced at the message, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Ever since that time in his first year of high school, when he had given Zhou Chang a good round of kicks, the guy had kept a sour face every day but never again triggered any emotional rewards. Every time Jiang Zheng thought about it, he regretted whether he'd kicked Zhou Chang so hard that the guy had wised up. Unexpectedly, today, the reward came knocking again. The boy turned his head cautiously towards the door, peering through the oval-shaped glass window, but there was no one outside. So Zhou Chang had been just outside the door earlier? Narrowing his eyes, Jiang Zheng pondered. Suddenly, a furious roar interrupted his thoughts. Move it! Move it! Zhou Chang stormed into the room in a fit of rage, flinging out a burst of flame that hit the spirit crystal at the back. From the summoning jade at his waist, a fiery figure leaped out. It was his flame spirit. Pure luck, Zhou Chang screamed internally. Jiang Zheng clearly couldn't use fire elemental techniques. This was nothing but dumb luck. When it came to playing with fire, 100 of him couldn't compare to Zhou Chang. As the puppets in the spirit room slowly activated, Zhou Chang tilted his chin up arrogantly and beckoned with a smirk. Flames erupted from various parts of his body, and he spoke smugly. Watch as I burn you all into what? Before he could finish, Zhou Chang realized something was wrong. The wooden puppets, which should have been drawn to the fire element, abruptly changed their movements and began forming new hand seals. A strong sense of foreboding surged within him, and in the next moment, his expression froze completely. Splash! A massive wave of water surged forward, slamming him against the wall. His proud flame spirit didn't hesitate for a second, retreating into the summoning jade just before the wave hit. With a loud thud, Zhou Chang slid down the wall, his eyes blank as he slumped to the ground, coughing up a mouthful of water. After a brief moment of daze, a mixture of grievance and rage overwhelmed him, and he finally broke into loud, unrestrained sobs. Jiang Zheng sat cross-legged on the ground, leisurely sorting through the rewards from his successful challenge. Inside the transparent box in front of him lay a piece of light blue flesh, resting quietly. It was a chunk of tinned meat from a Tier 1 snow deer from the central region of the Great Snow Mountain. Although its ice attribute purity had dropped to 29.75, it still emitted an enticing luster. There was no blood seeping from the transparent box, only viscous icy liquid leaving trails on the glass walls as the boy moved. To Jiang Zheng, this reward from the Advanced Spirit Nourishment Room was already incredibly valuable despite the purity decline from prolonged storage. It could still fetch a 5-figure price on the market. Once his curiosity settled, Jiang Zheng unscrewed the transparent lid of the box. At that moment, the little creature by his side, which had been rubbing against him restlessly, perked up its ears, its nose twitching incessantly. Stop sniffing. It's yours, Jiang Zheng said with a smile, rubbing its tiger-striped back. Go ahead, eat. Without hesitation, the little creature grabbed the meat and began munching on it with loud crunches. Watching it devour the meat with such satisfaction, Jiang Zheng couldn't help but smile. The meat's texture seemed quite impressive. If left for another 2 years, it might even evolve into a spirit beast. Casually tossing the empty box aside, Jiang Zheng stretched his neck, his thoughts already shifting to the next reward session. He had 2 rewards at hand, one from Li Ching and the other a weekly reward. He had initially planned to accumulate a bit more, but with circumstances changing and action required in 7 days, it was better to open them now. The weekly reward made Jiang Zheng hesitate. The last time he opened one was back in his first year of high school, and all he got was a slight increase in spiritual energy, which felt utterly disappointing. While the Ouroboros never issued a thank you for participating message, it also couldn't provide rewards outside of its own capabilities. Let's start with the weekly reward, Jiang Zheng decided. His eyes turned silver, and his pupils narrowed vertically. The Ouroboros is tasting the emotion subpar and vulgar, unworthy of savoring. Tasting complete. Reward, slight increase in physique. A wave of warmth swept through his body, and Jiang Zheng let out a helpless sigh. As expected, it was just as underwhelming as before. Shaking off his disappointment, he focused again, immersing himself into the state of the Ouroboros eye. This time, he had accumulated 2 rewards. It had to be different, right? The Ouroboros eye is tasting the emotion decently vulgar, barely acceptable. Tasting complete. Reward. Heart Sutra fragment of Man Jiang Hong. Jiang Zheng's pupils suddenly dilated, and he froze in place for a moment. The next second, he sprang up from the ground in an instant, so quickly that it startled Zai, who was busy digesting its meal, causing it to whip its head around in alarm. A puzzled meow sounded, as if asking what had just happened. But Jiang Zheng had no time to address the odd tone in Zai's voice, as his full attention was captured by a book that had suddenly appeared in his mind. The book was a fragmented volume titled Heart Sutra, Crimson River, which detailed a variety of unique effects. A permanent 5 increase in critical hit probability, a permanent 5 increase in resistance to abnormal effects, and complete immunity to fear when facing opponents of the same rank. Most importantly, when emotions reached an intense state, pain perception would temporarily decrease by 10, while physique, strength, agility, mental acuity, and physical defense would all temporarily increase by 10. The book also described an active skill called Raging Crown. When activated, it induced a state of heightened intensity for 1 minute, during which all effects were doubled. However, the skill came with a price after use. The user would fall into a state of exhaustion, ranging from severe fatigue lasting 24 hours to, in extreme cases, death from mental collapse. Fortunately, the effects could be mitigated by ending the skill prematurely. After quickly skimming through the content, Jiang Zheng nodded in satisfaction, feeling a surge of gratitude toward Li Ching for her generosity. While most Heart Sutras only provided passive effects, there were indeed some exceptional ones, such as the once popular martial arts sutras. About a decade ago, martial arts were as renowned as spiritual arts, though they ultimately failed to maintain their glory. The reason was simple. Compared to Spirit Tamers who could command beasts with extraordinary powers, the physical enhancement offered by martial arts was far too limited. When spiritual beasts reached the 4th tier and could summon storms or control the elements, even the strongest martial artist was no more than an ant trying to shake a tree. Without specialized countermeasures, martial arts were indeed difficult to rely on. Of course, not all martial arts sutras were so underwhelming. The truly valuable ones were exceedingly rare and never circulated in the market. By comparison, active abilities like Raging Crown, which combined unique passive effects, were far more practical albeit equally scarce. Again, Jiang Zheng silently thanked Li Ching and then sat cross-legged, fully immersing himself in understanding the Crimson River. Nearby, Zai licked its paw with satisfaction, its gaze puzzled as it watched the boy suddenly sit down, sensing his palpable excitement. Bored, Zai's thoughts drifted to the little female cat from the breakfast shop across the street. To Zai, that cat, despite her slightly messy fur and somewhat plump figure, and her frequent indifference, was utterly captivating. Wagging its tail, Zai indulged in sweet fantasies of cuddling with her. At this moment, Jiang Zheng was too engrossed to pay attention to Zai's musings. Otherwise, he might have pointed out a harsh truth to the still bedwetting itch kitten that little female cat had already been spayed. The Lingyu Association of Linjiang County is located diagonally behind the bustling commercial hub of Wanchang City, adjacent to the local Public Security Bureau. From the west gate of Wanchang City, you only need to cross a street to catch sight of the entirely black, 5-story building. Such structures are a common sight at Lingyu Association branches across the country. They may appear ordinary, yet they often leave first-time visitors with an inexplicable sense of unease. In the cold depths of winter, the parking lot in front of the association's building was eerily empty. Several sanitation workers were busy swinging their shovels, scraping away ice, and sprinkling salt crystals to clear the road. Inside one of the rooms upstairs, a pair of eyes peered through the glass window, observing the scene outside. So a big shot really showed up? Yeah. I ran into a woman yesterday. Tried to strike up a conversation, but she completely ignored me, said one person, taking a drag of his cigarette. I don't recognize her at least. She's not one of the registered Lingyu masters in the association, another replied calmly. Then it's real someone important has come. What bad luck, muttered someone else in a low, irritated voice. There are still over 2 months until the scheduled inspection. Why would a big shot come here to cause trouble? Could it be because we mishandled a case? That doesn't seem likely, a voice chimed in with a frown. Recently, the only major incident was the rogue attack on the county's Spirit Beast shop. Sure, we didn't capture anyone alive, but didn't we kill or drive them all off? Who knows what those big shots are thinking? Maybe they're just annoyed seeing us with nothing to do. The first speaker grumbled, waving his hand in frustration. Do they even need an excuse to deal with us? We're just a bunch of first-tier Lingyu masters. Linjiang County doesn't face any external threats right now. They could replace us with a handful of college kids, and they'd probably do a better job after a year. His blunt words cast a shadow over everyone in the room. While harsh, they struck a nerve. Ever since the Great Snow Mountain had gradually calmed years ago, It seemed as though someone was secretly controlling the wild spirit beasts. Nowadays, the most dangerous threat on the mountain's outskirts was nothing more than a pack of ordinary snow wolves. Should have raised some bandits ourselves, someone muttered regretfully. The room fell into dead silence. Everyone turned wide-eyed to stare at the speaker. I misspoke, it was just a slip of the tongue, the person stammered, hastily trying to explain. How dare you say something like that? Are you trying to get us all killed? The man who had been speaking earlier slammed his hand on the table, shouting angrily. No wonder they're coming to deal with us. We deserve every bit of it. Fool. With that, he furiously flung his sleeve and dropped heavily back into his chair, breathing heavily. The room filled with sighs of frustration, while the one who had misspoken hung his head in shame. After a long silence, someone couldn't help but speak up. I still don't get it. In the room, a spirit master broke the silence with a puzzled tone. His voice carried a hint of disdain. Sure, we might be a bit laid back, but the county has always been peaceful. Do we really need something to go wrong? He paused briefly before continuing. As for those students, they're even less of a concern. The lack of resources already makes it hard to advance as a spirit master. Even if they have grievances, they should direct them at Rong Su, who's stationed there. Besides, we're the direct recruits carefully trained by the local association. Do you think they'd really replace us with some college students? His words prompted several nods of agreement, but they were soon followed by an increasing number of sighs. Then, out of nowhere, a voice broke in. I have a question. Is that big shot really here for us? The speaker lowered their voice. I can't help but feel they're here for Li Ching. Don't forget, he's the chief organizer. If anyone's going to be held accountable, it'll be him first. The people in the room exchanged uneasy glances. Someone murmured, Li Ching might not associate with us, but he is pretty diligent. Knowing we don't welcome him, he spends all his time running to the Public Security Bureau, helping out with minor theft cases. One person stubbed out their cigarette, sighed, and a calculating gleam flashed in their eyes. How about we come up with a way to report him to that big shot? The room fell into a dead silence at these words, leaving only the sound of heavy breathing echoing in the air. Out in the hallway, Li Ching stood quietly leaning against the wall, listening to everything being said inside the room without missing a word. His gaze flickered slightly, but his expression remained impassive. Although the room was filled with spirit masters skilled in reconnaissance, evading their notice was no challenge for Li Ching. Their assessment of him wasn't wrong, was indeed a bit more capable than them, even as a recent university graduate. Standing beside him, the scruffy Rong Su looked visibly upset. Just as he was about to speak up, Li Ching noticed the sudden stillness of breathing inside the room. Realizing they had become aware of something, he turned to glance at Rong Su, his gaze indifferent. Why aren't you staying at the school? What do you want from me? Missed you, Rong Su replied with an awkward chuckle. Honestly, I was here to find them. But on the way, I ran into a rather ill-tempered woman who told me to call you to the meeting room. All right. Li Ching nodded and brushed past Rong Su. Watching Li Ching's retreating figure, Rong Su let out a quiet sigh of relief. He was well aware that his little tricks couldn't escape the sharp eyes of Chief Li. The man simply didn't bother to confront him about it. And that was fine despite Rong Zu's claims of having a good relationship with Li Ching. In reality, it was always a one-sided effort on his part. To Li Ching, he was no different from anyone else. In truth, Rong Su was closer to the people in that room. They were all in the same boat. Out of that camaraderie, he had just given them a heads up, which he felt was the least he could do. As for whatever foolish schemes they planned next, he had no interest in interfering. He knew that as long as Li Ching had caught wind of their conversation, any plans they made were destined to fail. Deep down, Rong Su recognized how futile and foolish his attempts to play both sides truly were. Rong Su lowered his head, his brows furrowed deeply as he silently berated himself. He knew all too well that he was the kind of person who was indecisive, always hesitating because of his attachments. No wonder I've achieved nothing, he muttered to himself, his face etched with frustration. In the meeting room, King Shanzi sat upright in the central seat. His wrinkled fingers slowly turned a colorful Rubik's Cube, though his gaze was distant and contemplative. Behind him, Zhong Yuan stood hesitantly, her expression betraying an inner struggle that did not escape the old man's notice. Speak your mind, my dear disciple, King Shanzi said with a raspy chuckle. Your master will answer whatever he can. Master, Zhong Yuan hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. I think what you're doing is wrong. About those children? Yes. King Shanzi gently placed the unsolved Rubik's Cube on the table, his weathered face twitching slightly. My fault, I forgot to tell you. On October 1st, every county in Shenzhou will host the first elite selection for prospective spirit guardians. The city-level selection follows on October 7th, and the provincial-level selection a week after that. This isn't my decision, it's an order from the association's headquarters. He paused briefly. To be honest, I should have chosen Shu County, the most bustling area, for them to face the challenge on short notice. Instead, I gave them 7 days to prepare and spared them the trouble of traveling. I've already bent the rules. Zhong Yuan widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at her master. This. She struggled to comprehend why the association would issue such a rushed directive. Unbelievable, isn't it? King Shanzi stroked his white beard with a hearty laugh. But there's a reason behind it. Over the past 5 years, the nation has seen a surge of prodigies. He began listing these remarkable individuals. In Jiangnan, there's the capital's Jiangnan. In the Magic City, Chao Shao. In the Divine City, Xiang Qilin. In Fengtian, Zhang Yichang. The Zhuge siblings from Langia. Li He from Yoguan Temple. The Yang siblings from Meishan. And the Sun brothers from Jiangdong. His tone carried a hint of admiration. Some of them stood out as high school students, while others have already made waves in their university years. Even in our tiny corner of the world, we've produced the literary and martial stars in you, a talent who broke the Zhong family's blood curse. But isn't that all the more reason not to rush things? Zhong Yuan asked, her confusion deepening. With so much talent emerging, shouldn't we focus on building a solid foundation? There are plenty of ways to develop practical experience. King Shanzi's smile abruptly faded. He stood up, looking down at his only disciple with an imposing air. But what if there's no time? His tone grew grave. Less than a month ago, the 5 sovereigns were in turmoil, and unrest was spreading beneath the surface. The council issued a prophecy, a time of great contention, a moment to strike back. Zhong Yuan's expression instantly turned serious. They say it's because something has emerged, something that could allow humanity, for the first time in 5,000 years, to fully suppress the spirit beasts. King Shanzi shrugged, and then flashed a faint smile. Of course, that's nonsense. What single object could justify putting the nation's youth through such upheaval? The prophecy likely refers to a person. Now, everyone is searching for this individual. If the prophecy holds true, that person will inevitably shine during the selection process. He looked at Zhong Yuan, his voice taking on a profound tone. Do you remember what I've told you, my dear disciple? To achieve great things, one must not be bound by trivialities. You must understand. His voice dropped even lower. When the time comes, you must act decisively. Li Wenshu pushed open the heavy wooden door of the meeting room, and what greeted him was a rather peculiar scene. Zhong Yuan, the noble daughter of the Zhong family of Bingshan, stood by the window with her head lowered, her slender figure exuding a sense of solemnity. Meanwhile, at the conference table, King Shanzi, a distinguished candidate for the top-tier Lingwan position, was leisurely fiddling with a Rubik's Cube. His pale fingers turned the colorful blocks incessantly, yet he had not completed even one side. You're here. The tall, thin, elderly man looked up with a genial smile and shook the Rubik's Cube in his hand. This thing is still too tricky for me. I can't solve it. Li Wenshu did not respond immediately. He simply observed the man in silence. After a moment, he finally spoke. It follows a pattern. Does it? I must be getting old. I can't see it. The old man replied with a cheerful chuckle. But everyone knew that a master spirit tamer specializing in precision, like him, could hardly fail to discern the workings of such a simple toy. Sensing an underlying intention, Li Wenshu chose not to dwell on the topic. He walked over to the old man, pulled out a chair, and sat down. After waiting a moment, and seeing that Li Wenshu showed no inclination to bring up the main issue, the old man raised an eyebrow and asked, "Aren't you going to ask me about the school's approval document?" "No," Li Wenshu replied calmly. "Even if those above make foolish decisions, they wouldn't do something as reckless as pushing things too far without reason." See, the old man turned to Zhong Yuan with interest. Li Wenshu truly stands out intelligent and decisive. "You're mistaken," Li Wenshu interrupted bluntly. "I don't ask because I agree with it. I simply lack the power to change it, and don't wish to waste my breath." Hearing this, Zhong Yuan raised her head, a hint of surprise flashing in her beautiful eyes. "Your nephew is one of the beneficiaries," the old man said with a smile. "Though I've never met him, I find him intriguing. After that day, I made it a point to learn more about him, and am even more impressed. With his personality, he's bound to excel, even in the modern metropolises of today. After the joint competition among the 3 counties, the school is sure to view him in a different light." At these words, Li Wenshu's brow furrowed deeply, and his gaze turned razor-sharp. Zhong Yuan immediately took a step forward, her eyes beginning to shift in color. Yet King Shanzi maintained his gentle smile, as if entirely oblivious. After a long pause, Li Wenshu closed his eyes, then reopened them, his expression returning to its usual calm. "The child is still young. I don't care about his achievements. I only hope he can live a safe and happy life." "Well said," the old man nodded approvingly. "As an elder, one's love runs deep, and one's concerns stretch far. The boy's name alone suggests a destiny of great fortune. I believe his good luck is yet to come." Li Wenshu fell silent, and after a long while, he finally said, "I'll take your kind words to heart. Is there anything you need me to do?" Zhong Yuan frowned, her gaze shifting between the 2 men. She could sense there was more to their words, but she couldn't understand why the 2, who had been at odds last time, now appeared so in sync. Had she missed something? "As it happens, there is," the old man said, breaking the brief silence in the room. The elderly man appeared stern, getting straight to the point. A source has reported that the cult organization Huayiatang has lost track of two subordinates in this area. One of them happens to be the cousin of a branch leader and a close relative at that. If their fate were known, it would be one thing, but now they suspect the two have been captured alive. His sharp gaze intensified as he continued. That branch leader plans to use the upcoming Tri-County Alliance tournament as an excuse to personally come to Linjiang County to investigate. I need you to capture him alive. At this, the elderly man suddenly revealed a meaningful smile. To be honest with you, I expect to step down from my candidate position next year. But if I manage to capture a branch leader, who knows? I might just have one last hurrah in the martial world. He straightened up, his tone becoming resolute. The spirit masters here are at your disposal. I've already given them a good talking to, and by now, they're probably as anxious as ants on a hot pan. You can tell them this: those who throw themselves into the task without hesitation will be rewarded with an elixir and retain their positions. The rest, for their incompetence, will face multiple penalties. He paused momentarily before adding, of course, their ultimate fate can be discussed later. The old man's words were blunt and straightforward, neither pretending to be noble nor posturing with authority. He laid all his cards on the table before Li Wenshu. Everything was in place, awaiting only his agreement. Li Wenshu's eyes narrowed briefly, a fleeting moment unnoticed by others. He stood up, clasped his fists in a martial salute, and responded with the utmost respect. I will follow your orders without question. By the time Jiang Zheng left the spirit-nourishing chamber, night had fallen. As he opened the door, he found Li Ching and Sun Hao waiting outside, their gazes fixed on something in another direction. Following their line of sight, Jiang Zheng noticed that the oval-shaped glass of another spirit-nourishing chamber had been covered with paper, obscuring the view inside. However, the sound of crashing waves could be heard from within, like the relentless surge of the ocean. Just then, the sound of waves subsided, replaced by a loud, frustrated roar. Zhali Ba. The sixth time, Sun Hao remarked with a smirk, clicking his tongue in amusement. Our great two-star fire user has been defeated by the tidal wave impact once again. But you have to admire his perseverance. Li Ching, uncharacteristically sympathetic, said, hang in there, Zhou Chong. Don't embarrass our class. The scene felt oddly familiar to Jiang Zheng, though it played out just as he had expected. Zhou Chang's fire element spiritual energy had always been dominant in a school where ice attributes prevailed, and the advantage of his elemental superiority was evident. Against all his classmates, including Jiang Zheng, Zhou Chang's flames and his notorious flame spirit, rumored to be born from fire, displayed an overwhelming presence. However, every element has its strengths and weaknesses. Fire, for all its explosive power, has a critical flaw in the early stages. It cannot easily form restrictive webs like ice. To achieve such control, fire requires exceptional precision and consumes an immense amount of spiritual energy. This weakness was especially pronounced when facing advanced puppets. The puppet's Heaven Gang talismans, even at the lowest level, perfectly suppressed Zhou Chong and his flame spirit. Zhou Chong had no chance of directly withstanding the wood puppet simulating the strength of a first-rank cultivator, not even with a single water element heavenly talisman. The surging waves were enough to shatter the wooden puppet into pieces. Jiang Zheng, we won't be going home tonight. We'll be staying for 7 days, Li Ching said, turning to the boy beside her. She pointed toward the dormitory building not far away. The school has already prepared some rooms for us to stay in. I figured as much, the boy replied calmly. It was the usual time for school dismissal, and under normal circumstances, the spirit cultivation room should have been closed. However, when he had just left the room, there had been no announcement or broadcast about it. This unusual situation could only mean one thing. The spirit cultivation room's hours had been extended, and this inevitably meant that the students in the spirit mastery class would also be staying overnight. Li Ching was about to explain further when Sun Hao, standing nearby, cut in. The spirit cultivation room will be open 247 for the next 7 days. Tomorrow morning, the school will distribute cultivation resources to everyone. The boy nodded slightly. From the moment he heard about the round-the-clock access to the spirit cultivation room, he had a hunch that the school was planning something significant. And now, it was clear that the administration had made up its mind. Let's go eat first, the boy said, taking the lead toward the stairs. Zai Zai is full, but I haven't had a single bite yet. Let's fill our stomachs before coming back to continue. Continue? Aren't you going to sleep? Li Ching asked. Son, my friend, the boy said with a smile, shaking his head. You talk as if you go straight to bed after school. After we're back, they'll take Li Ching to the second floor to fight an intermediate puppet and earn some resources. Then we'll head to the third floor to train. Huh. Sun Hao pointed at himself. Zhengge, what about me? You'll fight too, but not with me leading you, the boy reassured him. Don't worry, with the spirit cultivation room open around the clock, staying here is no different from being at home. Oh, by the way, son, could you stop by the convenience store after dinner and grab me some toiletries? Sure. I'll head there right after I eat, Sun Hao readily agreed. The cafeteria was bustling with activity, filled with the clatter of trays and a constant hum of chatter. Many of the boarding students from the regular classes were curiously observing the third-year Spirit Guardians class students, who hurried in and out with stern expressions and furrowed brows, as if burdened by an invisible weight. "Why are they all staying on campus?" one student whispered. "My childhood friend is in class 1. Another replied in a hushed tone. "I heard it's because they have a match against the people from Chuchuan and Yutang in 7 days. Do you think they can win? Judging by their expressions, it doesn't look good. I'm glad my sister in the Spirit Guardians class is only in her 2nd year," a girl said with a sigh of relief, patting her chest. "I heard if they lose this time, many of them will have to leave the Spirit Guardians class." That harsh. The Spirit Guardian test just ended not long ago. Exactly. I'm lucky I didn't make it in back then. The regular students continued their quiet conversations as they ate. Some wore worried expressions, seemingly empathetic, while others watched with amused detachment, chatting casually with friends. The Spirit Guardians class and the regular classes were indeed 2 separate worlds. Those who hadn't made it into the elite class carried a mix of jealousy and admiration, emotions flickering faintly across their faces. With a loud clang, Jiang Zheng placed his tray on the table. He sat down on the bench and took a sip of the seaweed egg drop soup from his metal bowl. It was a bit salty, clearly not prepackaged. He picked up a piece of stir-fried meat and examined it carefully. It was wild spirit beast meat, infused with spiritual energy and far more expensive than regular livestock. A single pound cost over 100 yuan, a luxury he had never encountered at his previous school. "Eat as much as you want. It's free anyway," Li Ching said, holding her tray as she approached. Just as she was about to sit down, Sun Hao had already plopped himself into the seat across from Jiang Zheng without hesitation. "Wait up. I'm grabbing some extra to let my uncle try it," Sun Hao said with a grin. Li Ching rolled her eyes at him and reluctantly sat next to Jiang Zheng. "Your uncle eats meat." "Of course. My uncle's omnivorous," Sun Hao said, feigning innocence with wide eyes. "At home, he refuses to eat if there's no meat on the table." Jiang Zheng smiled faintly. So far, Sun Hao hadn't triggered a single positive emotion reward from him, which meant this guy wasn't as simple as he seemed. At least, he could be described as cleverly foolish. But Jiang Zheng didn't mind. He had already achieved his desired results. There was no need to overthink things. Rewards were merely a bonus, worth striving for, but never worth being led by. "By the way, Sun Hao," Jiang Zheng suddenly said, "I don't plan on teaming up with you for the match." "What?" Sun Hao's enthusiasm deflated instantly. "Ah, well, okay." Li Qingrong's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Sun Hao. "Seriously, dude? You're acting weird. Do you have some kind of feelings for Jiang Zheng or something?" Jiang Zheng continued shoveling rice and vegetables into his mouth, speaking indistinctly. "But I've already found you a partner. You can apply for the duo match with Zhou Chong." "Him." Sun Hao froze. "Will he even agree?" "He will, because he'll help you," Jiang Zheng said calmly, swallowing his food and meeting Sun Hao's gaze. "Zhou Chong has a bad temper, but he's not blind to reality. He doesn't have many choices in the class. He's competitive and hates losing. Compared to other options, teaming up with you is highly likely." "Oh, all right. I'll bring him a meal later too." When Jiang Zheng returned to the small white building, Zhou Chong walked out with a stormy expression. The moment their eyes met, Zhou Chang's forehead veins bulged, and he abruptly turned his head away with a cold snort. Jiang Zheng observed the proud and stubborn guy with interest. Before Zhou Chong could say anything, Sun Hao stepped in with a grin, stuffing a lunchbox into Zhou Chang's hands. "Here you go, Zhou Chong. Some wild beast meat for you." Zhou Chong glanced at Sun Hao, then at Jiang Zheng. "What's this supposed to mean? Are you mocking me? If you don't want it, give it to someone else." "Don't waste it," Jiang Zheng said casually. "I don't have time to mock you. I've failed plenty of times myself before I finally managed to succeed." Zhou Chang's expression softened slightly. "Really? Not really. Just messing with you." Jiang Zheng smirked, brushing past Zhou Chong. "I'm heading to your spirit nourishing room to claim another reward. Since you can't beat me, why not try my old room instead? Rewards in advanced spirit nourishing rooms are limited. Who knows when they'll be replenished." Zhou Chong trembled with rage, pointing a shaking finger at Jiang Zheng's back. "You? If you want to beat me, what's the point of fighting puppets? Let's settle this, onion in 7 days." The young man chuckled without looking back. "A solo match? Your chances are slim. In a team, you might stand a chance. Li Ching and I will be waiting for you to come find us." With that, Jiang Zheng ascended the steps, followed closely by Li Ching. Zhou Chong stood there, fuming like an enraged bull. After a moment, he took a deep breath to compose himself and glared at the wide-eyed Sun Hao. "You? Let's go. We're heading to the 2nd floor to grab some gear, then up to the 3rd floor to challenge the advanced puppets." "Me? Are you sure?" Sun Hao stammered, frozen in place. "Of course. Don't slow me down. Bro, they'll definitely be a burden. Those advanced puppets could probably knock me out with a single move." "Shut up. Stop saying such defeatist nonsense." "Oh, okay. So about this meal." "Shut up. I'm not eating it." "Should I just take it, BA?" "Shut up." Shut up, shut up. All right, fine. Meanwhile, at the school gates, a car slowly came to a stop. We've arrived, Director Li. Rong Su quickly got out, intending to open the door, but Li Wenshu had already stepped out on his own. He stood silently, gazing at the campus he hadn't visited in years, his eyes rippling with emotion. Go back and prepare with the others. Carry on as usual tonight. Director, I'll wait here for you. No need. I'll return on my own. Li Wenshu shook his head. Tonight, check all the county's surveillance cameras. Fix what needs fixing and install new ones where necessary. Understood. I'll ensure it's done. Rong Su straightened his posture. Once the car drove away, Li Wenshu walked toward the school gate. Inside the security booth, an elderly guard stopped him. Hey, you can't just wait, is that? Director Li, you know me? Half a year ago, my son-in-law's house was robbed. You led the investigation. I remember you clearly. May I go in? Of course. He'll just make a quick call to confirm. Go ahead, I trust you. Li Wenshu entered the campus. Though he had never studied here, having been taken away at a young age, he had often wondered what it would have been like to grow up and spend his youth in this place. As night descended, the wind howled through the grounds. Suddenly, he stopped and turned, as if hearing someone call his name. But behind him, there was no one, only the sound of the wind in reply. He stood in silence, gazing up at the moonlit sky. The soft light revealed two shadows, one was his, and the other was also him. The rewards given by the second-floor challenge puppet were indeed unimpressive. Aside from a bottle of genetic spirit liquid, the rest were merely basic healing potions and remedies for abnormal conditions. While these items would undoubtedly prove useful in the future and could fetch a decent price if sold, they offered no immediate boost to strength. Jiang Zheng's true intention behind choosing to challenge the intermediate puppet was to help Li Ching gain practical combat experience. Although these puppets weren't imbued with carved destinies or special abilities, their techniques still posed a considerable challenge for beginners. The boy and Zai stood at the edge of the arena, deliberately refraining from taking any action. Zai lay idly on the ground, yawning repeatedly in boredom. Interestingly, the intermediate puppet seemed as though it had gained intelligence, completely ignoring the pair and focusing its attacks solely on Li Ching and the Ice Bunny. However, its strikes were measured and restrained. This unusual behavior prompted Jiang Zheng to observe more closely, even activating his Ouroboros eye to scrutinize. Ultimately, he confirmed that the puppet showed no signs of intelligence or external manipulation. Use snow spray. Following the command, the fluffy ice bunny performed an agile midair spin before freezing in place. Its large, watery eyes opened amidst its fur, and its tiny mouth parted as it released a burst of frost-laden energy. A thin layer of frost formed on the wooden bull's body, but the freezing effect was negligible. The wooden bull merely slowed slightly before opening its mouth to unleash a fiery orb. Dodge it! Though the command came with urgency, the timing was off. Still airborne, the ice bunny could only watch helplessly as the fireball closed in. At the critical moment, Li Ching shouted, "Ice pillar!" Instantly, an ice pillar rose from the ground, but due to the rushed execution, it was riddled with cracks and teetered precariously. The wooden bull immediately responded by opening its mouth again, channeling its energy. A pale blue energy sphere, faster than the fireball, struck the ice pillar. Although the energy sphere lacked elemental properties and consumed substantial energy with modest power, it was perfectly calibrated for this situation. With a loud crash, the ice pillar collapsed, and the fireball, barely affected, continued its trajectory toward the ice bunny. From a distance, Jiang Zheng observed the scene calmly. Li Qingrong's decision-making and energy-gathering speed were adequate, but her lack of experience caused her to panic, compromising the stability of the ice pillar. This was a textbook example of insufficient combat experience. Zai. The boy called softly, prompting the reluctant Zai to rise and puff its cheeks before releasing a wind blade. With a sharp swish, the blade split the fireball in two, triggering an explosion. The resulting shockwave sent the ice bunny tumbling through the air, where a flustered Li Qingrong caught it just in time, falling to the ground with a thud. The wooden bull paused momentarily before turning its gaze toward the boy. Didn't you say you wouldn't intervene? Look me in the eyes and answer. The boy clapped his hands lightly, speaking gently. All right, let's stop here for now. Time to switch. Your opponent is me now. Zai, wind and snow barrier. In the courtyard of the Spirit Tamer Association stood a small white building identical to the one at the school. The security here was relatively relaxed. After all, as the headquarters for Spirit Tamers in Linjiang County, any emergencies could be swiftly addressed. Only the reckless and foolhardy would dare to target this place. At this moment, the main entrance was bustling with activity as students began to leave one after another. Clearly, not everyone chose to stay in the spirit nourishing rooms overnight, like Jiang Zheng. Even if someone had suspicions, without explicit instructions from the school, they wouldn't dare act as impulsively as that young man. A tall figure appeared at the entrance was Li Wenshu. Passing students cast glances his way. Those who recognized him rubbed their eyes in astonishment, while those who didn't quickly walked away, planning to return after sunrise. Yet no one dared to approach him. The unique aura emanating from Li Wenshu made his presence impossible to ignore, evoking an instinctive sense of intimidation. As he stepped across the threshold, the security robots on either side activated instantly, their crimson electronic eyes scanning him up and down. Li Wenshu remained unfazed, merely raising his hand. Beep beep, the mechanical voice sounded. Threat detected, verification in progress. Spiritual energy match confirmed. Facial recognition match confirmed. Iris recognition match confirmed. Fingerprint match confirmed. Threat neutralized. The red light extinguished, and the robots returned to standby mode. Li Wenshu casually placed his hand back in his pocket. Although these robots were not procured by the association, as one of the key organizers of the local Spirit Tamer Association, his information had to be recorded in their system. Otherwise, he would have the authority to dismantle these uncontrollable machines entirely. He headed upstairs, bypassing the first floor. Just as he was about to step past the second floor, his sleeve lightly trembled. Li Wenshu immediately paused and turned to survey the 4 intermediate-level spirit nourishing rooms on this level. His brows furrowed slightly. Was that person supposed to be on the 3rd floor? After a moment of thought, he walked toward the only occupied spirit nourishing room. Through the oval-shaped window, he saw a young man sitting cross-legged on the ground, directing Zai and Bing Tu Bao in an assault against the wooden ox. Bang! The wooden ox staggered and knelt, attempting to rise, but froze in place when it met Zai's piercing gaze. Trembling, it stopped moving altogether. Chirp! A fluffy white shadow Bing Tu Bao leapt from behind Zai, its puffed-up cheeks resembling a snow-spewing, oversized white bun. Frost seeped into the wooden ox's joints, scattering snowflakes with every movement. Ice spikes, the young man instructed calmly. The frost and snow on the ground surged upward, forming sharp icicles that encased the wooden ox in a frozen sculpture. Zai grinned triumphantly, leaping into the air and delivering a heavy strike to the wooden ox's forehead. Technique: heavy slam. The wooden ox collapsed with a thunderous crash, and the system rewards promptly appeared. Yay! Li Ching cheered excitedly, throwing herself at the young man and embracing him tightly. The boy struggled twice in those strong arms, but couldn't break free. He had no choice but to let Li Ching swing him back and forth until he found the right moment to slip away. All right, come upstairs with me, Li Ching said with a smile. Do you think Zhao has taken your spot? Jiang Zheng knew very well that Zhao would never admit his own lack of skill after losing 6 times. He'd only blame it on the advanced puppet being overly difficult and would definitely switch to another room to continue practicing. At that moment, the boy glanced casually toward the doorframe and saw a face he knew all too well. Uncle. Li Wenshu opened the door and nodded slightly at Jiang Zheng, then turned his gaze to the girl who suddenly became self-conscious, tucking her hair behind her ear. And you are? Hello, Uncle Li. Li Ching. The girl said sweetly, clearing her throat and flashing a charming smile. I'm a good friend of Jiang Zheng. Li Wenshu responded briefly, giving her a once-over. Young lady, step outside for now. I need to speak with Jiang Zheng. All right. Li Ching walked out with small, careful steps, and even thoughtfully closed the door behind her. Uncle, Jiang Zheng said helplessly, I have nothing. You're old enough to handle your own affairs. I don't need to worry, Li Wenshu interrupted. Although it's still early for someone your age to settle down, if you have feelings for someone, I won't stop you. There's absolutely nothing like that. Jiang Zheng quickly raised 3 fingers in a solemn vow. I have no intention of settling down. I just want to work hard, like you. Before he could finish, Jiang Zheng noticed the sudden dimming in Li Wenshu's eyes and swallowed the rest of his words. A question rose in his mind. Could Uncle have once had a family? After a brief silence, Li Wenshu changed the subject. All right, enough of that. Let's get to the point. In 7 days, there's the joint duel competition between the 3 counties. You must be cautious. Is there a problem? Yes, Li Wenshu said bluntly. The 2 bandits who were killed were members of the Holyo Hall. One of them was even a cousin of a sub-hall leader. I've been informed that they plan to cause trouble during the competition, so you must be careful. Understood. The boy nodded slightly, his face showing no trace of panic. Seeing his calm demeanor, Li Wenshu finally felt reassured. Don't worry. They'll handle everything. You just focus on the competition, he said before adding. This time, don't hold back. Give it your all. If you can win the championship, then do it. Hearing this, Jiang Zheng raised an eyebrow and bent down to pick up Zai. Although he had already planned to give his best effort, his uncle's words surprised him. He had expected his uncle to advise him to stay low-key. Noticing his nephew's expression, Li Wenshu explained. In the past, I would have told you to hold back and wait for the right opportunity to shine. But this time is different. The provincial, city, and county competitions are clearly a departure from the usual strategy of the higher-ups. No one has told me the specifics, but my instincts tell me that standing out is the best choice. Understood, Jiang Zheng nodded slightly. He'll win the championship. I believe in you, but having more skills never hurts. Li Wenshu pulled out 2 slightly worn books from inside his coat. With your talent and Zai, stepping into the basics within 7 days shouldn't be too hard. One is called Jiao Kill Finger, a physical technique I developed myself. They'll personally guide you when I have time over the next few days. Make sure to ask your teacher for a classroom. The other is called Snow Shock Burst, an ice-based technique for Zai. Since you share a deep connection, see if you can pick it up as well. As for training resources, don't worry. He'll arrange for them to be delivered to you and Zai. That's all. He'll be off now. Work hard. Wait, uncle. Stay safe, Jiang Zheng said seriously, looking at the man. I'm quick-witted. If something's wrong, you can talk to me. All right. Li Wenshu paused briefly, then smiled faintly before turning to leave. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, descending gently to the ground with the falling snow. On the streets of Linjiang County, sanitation workers had long since gathered as usual, armed with shovels and brooms, heading off to clear the accumulated snow from various spots. The Tri-County Duel Tournament was approaching, and although Linjiang County consistently ranked last, they still had to maintain a Puron Cessno room for outsiders to find fault. Jiang Zheng was awakened by a warm, soft sensation. Opening his eyes, he saw Zai, its white fur puffed up, wagging its tail joyfully. Clearly, the cooperation from last night had brought the two little creatures closer. Hungry, Jiang Zheng yawned, shaking off the lingering grogginess. Despite only 3 hours of sleep, his robust physique kept him from feeling weak or exhausted like most would. Turning his head, he saw Li Ching still fast asleep, a faint, shy smile occasionally surfacing on her face. Without overthinking it, Jiang Zheng deftly retrieved Gene elixirs from his backpack and placed them in front of Zai and the icy rabbit treasure in Li Ching bag. The little rabbit poked its head out from its fluffy fur, looking at the boy with a cheerful expression, which brought a slight smile to his lips as well. After tidying up his toiletries, Jiang Zheng got up and headed for the restroom. Passing by the spiritual nourishment room, he paused to take a look. Thanks to its special materials, the wooden puppet and wooden ox damaged during last night's battle had already repaired themselves. Recalling the experience of teaming up with Li Ching to challenge the advanced puppet, it was a narrow victory, largely thanks to Li Qingrong's impressive performance. The spiritual materials they gained were directly fed to Zai. The hallway was empty, and it wasn't until he neared the restroom that he heard movement inside. Pushing the door open, he was greeted by two faces with heavy dark circles, Sun Hao and Zhou Chong, both brushing their teeth mechanically. You're here, Sun Hao muttered weakly, his hand trembling as he held his toothbrush. Brother Zhang, I've thought it through. Learning to let go is also a form of growth. Being an ordinary person isn't so bad. Shut up, Zhou Chong interrupted angrily, his entire swollen face resembling a balloon. I won't let you give up halfway. Please, just let me, Sun Hao pleaded, tears welling up in his eyes. That wooden ox nearly scared the life out of me. The wooden puppet kicked me 10 times in 3 seconds. I even started remembering my childhood penguin account. Jiang Zheng began brushing his teeth silently, while Zhou Chong, now fuming, snapped, Shut up. If it weren't for you holding me back, we could have made some progress last night. Me? Holding you back? Sun Hao retorted in disbelief. As Zhou Chong finished speaking, Sun Hao immediately burst into anger, his voice filled with obvious dissatisfaction. Where's your flame spirit? Played hide and seek all night, and then just disappeared completely. I thought you'd set it free. Zhou Chang's gaze started to wander, and his confidence visibly faltered. Well, it got countered, didn't it? Besides, wasn't I still there? Jiang Zheng, who was washing his face nearby, couldn't hold back and chimed in. Shut up, you masochist. You're a total glutton for punishment. What's the point of you being there? Just to let the wooden puppet kick me first, and then save some strength to kick you. Zhou Chong froze at the words, his eyes darting around even more. Jiang Zheng dried his face, glanced at him with a peculiar expression, and said, You enjoy getting beat up? Should have said so earlier. I could use a punching bag. While using a towel to dry his damp hair, Jiang Zheng tried to ease the tension. It's normal to lose. Failure is the mother of success, after all. Zhenga, we failed 12 times in one night, Zhou Chong muttered softly. Fantastic, a 4-star mother of success then. Jiang Zheng smiled warmly, turning to Zhou Chong. I thought you guys were joking, but now it seems like, as the team's backbone, you've lost 12 times and still haven't found a solution? Zhou Chong opened his mouth, his face full of embarrassment. Well, losing is normal, isn't it? After all, they're puppets with first-class strength, equivalent to real spirit masters. Stop making excuses. Jiang Zheng cut him off sharply, his smile disappearing. Do you really think it's on par with a true spirit master? Are you underestimating your future self? If it were as strong as you claim, it wouldn't be stuck in some rundown county town. Zhou Chong, are you trying to numb yourself with lies now? Zhou Chong lowered his head silently, without retorting. Jiang Zheng sighed. If you want to be my rival, you'll need to work harder than anyone else. This isn't bragging, it's the truth. High school might be your only chance to catch up to me. Hearing this, Zhou Chong suddenly looked up. Don't believe me? Jiang Zheng chuckled lightly. Then keep deceiving yourself and stay as the king of knockoffs. He then turned to Sun Hao and instructed, later, go notify everyone. From 12 to 3 p.m. and 6 to 9 p.m. every day, he'll clear out the intermediate spirit nourishing room in Xiaobai building. Everyone can use it for training. As for rewards, the school should restock soon. If they do, it'll only take Gene Spirit Liquid. If not, forget it. He glanced at Zhou Chong again and continued speaking to Sun Hao. The advanced spirit nourishing room rewards are expensive. Whether they'll restock is uncertain, but I can help you clear it and let you stay inside. Got it. Sun Hao nodded enthusiastically. That's it for now. I have something to take care of. He'll be back at noon. With that, Jiang Zheng's footsteps gradually faded into the distance. Sun Hao let out a long sigh, exclaiming, look at him, so dignified, so capable. Suddenly, Zhou Chong spoke up. Let's go. Let me go? That's great. Sun Hao nodded repeatedly, clasping his hands together casually. Thank you for your generosity. I'll take my leave then. No, Zhou Chong clarified. I mean, let's go together. You find a place to rest, and I'll go get my phone to call home. What for? Planning to sabotage Jiang Zheng. Zhou Chong shook his head. I used to focus only on offense and never bothered learning those fussy binding spirit techniques. Now I'll ask my family to send them over, so I can study hard, and then we'll challenge again. And the flame spirit? Its problem seems even more serious. I know. They'll have them bring the accessories we prepared for it as well. Zhou Chong took a deep breath. Don't worry. Once I'm ready, there won't be any issues. The school had plenty of vacant spaces. Jiang Zheng immediately thought of the gymnasium. With Chu Shang's approval, the third-floor gym in Changyan building was his to use for the next few days. As soon as he entered, Jiang Zheng moved all the sports equipment to the side, clearing a large area. Once finished, he lightly tapped the jade pendant at his waist, and Zai Zai appeared. Roar! Zai Zai clearly remembered this place. It was the very room where it had formed a contract with Jiang Zheng. For the next 6 days, we'll be learning something new. Jiang Zheng sat cross-legged on the floor, placing 2 books in front of him. He rubbed Zai Zai's tiger head and gave his own face a firm slap. Slap. Feeling more awake, the boy cleared his throat and said softly, Zai Zai, let me read this to you first. Day 3. The wooden ox stood motionless in the center of the training room, its dark red pupils fixed intently on the boy across from it. In the corner, a white tiger sat calmly, occasionally licking its lips with a leisurely air, as if completely unbothered by the battle about to unfold. Outside the training room, students crowded together, peering through the oval-shaped glass window with nervous anticipation. Whispers filled the air. Is Jiang Zheng really going to take on a mid-level puppet all by himself? Wasn't he working seamlessly with Zai Zai just yesterday? That's different. Zai Zai contributed a lot during that fight. This wooden ox has the strength of a first-rank spirit beast. It might be tough for most people, but for Jiang Zheng. Shoo, it's starting. Jiang Zheng could hear their chatter, but he remained unfazed. Praise or doubt, none of it mattered to him. His goal was simply to master these abilities, techniques, and spirit arts as quickly as possible. The treasures he had acquired over the past few days needed to be tested in real combat. With a wave of his arm, the boy summoned an ice orb, which struck the spirit crystal at the back of the wooden ox with precision. A wisp of spirit energy seeped into the crystal, causing it to light up abruptly. The wooden ox quivered, but before it could react, Jiang Zheng darted forward like an arrow, calling out, Ice pillars! Bang! Several ice pillars shot up from the ground, lifting the wooden ox off its feet. Its hooves flailed helplessly in midair as it opened its mouth to launch a blazing fireball. Wind wall. Jiang Zheng's steps didn't falter as he puffed his cheeks and exhaled lightly. Whoosh. Wind elements gathered instantly, dissolving the fireball entirely. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Zheng closed the distance. Planting his left foot firmly on the ground, he leaned back, his silver-white vertical pupils locked onto his opponent. With his right hand, he straightened 2 fingers, channeling spirit energy with precision. Like an arrow loosed from a bowstring, his strike hit the vital point deadened. Day 4. In the corner of the training room, Jiang Zheng stood quietly while the young tiger held its head high. The wooden ox was battered and scarred, its surface covered with fine cracks and lingering traces of unmelting ice. Day 5. Jiang Zheng withdrew his slightly reddened fingers and gazed at the small hole in the center of the wooden ox's head. A wild grin tugged at his lips, as if he were oblivious to the sting radiating from his fingertips. Day 6. The advanced spirit chamber was in complete disarray. Marks from wind blades crisscrossed the room, and most of the floor was coated in slippery frost. A boy and a tiger stood over 2 fallen figures, their gazes calm, yet piercing. Outside the door, the students were silent, their complex emotions visible through the glass as they stared into the room. In the distance, Chu Shang and the other instructors quietly walked away without a word. They understood there was no need for further guidance. Day 7. The streets of Linjiang County were transformed, vibrant, and renewed. Banners stretched across the streetlights on both sides of the road, warmly welcoming students from Chuchuan and Yutang counties for an exchange event. The streets were crowded with people, shoulder to shoulder, eagerly awaiting the arrival. Uniformed security officers were stationed throughout the crowd, their earpieces occasionally flashing blue as they adjusted their positions in response to instructions. A few imposing red Tibetan Mastiff police dogs sat upright, scanning their surroundings vigilantly. "They're here." Someone in the crowd with sharp eyes climbed a tree by the roadside, shouting excitedly. "Several big buses. Prepare the welcome. Strike up the drums and gongs. Let them see the spirit of Lin Jiang." At the command, performers from the local folk art troupe sprang into action. The sounds of drums and swana horns rose and fell in turn, echoing loudly across the area. In the distance, a convoy of large buses with a uniform design approached slowly, followed by a steady stream of private cars. Inside the lead bus, students from Sichuan County were curiously observing the scenes outside the windows. "So this is Linjiang County. It's all right, I guess." "All right. It's way worse than Sichuan," a boy scoffed disdainfully. "I've been to this place before. It's pathetic. They only have one golden arches, like some backwater village. Nowhere near as good as our key experimental county." Not everyone was mocking, though. A boy referred to as Donghua, Zhang Donghua, stared silently out the window. His broad-shouldered frame was evident even under the loose school uniform he wore, his muscular build unmistakable. As he drew the curtain closed, his gaze briefly caught sight of another banner outside, warmly celebrating Jiang Zheng from Linjiang High School's Grade 12 Spirit Channeling Class 1 for achieving full 10 special grade in the Spirit Channeling test, ranking first in the entire county this year. "Relax, Donghua," his friend said, patting him on the shoulder. "You're the ace of our school, a future star of the Chuntang military and government. How could that blind kid from Yutong compare to you?" "Don't underestimate this place," Zhang Donghua replied in a deep voice. "There's a special grade here." In the 3 buses following behind, students from Yutang County were also preparing. Inside one of the buses, a middle-aged man was passionately rallying the students. "With unity and determination, we'll win the championship this time. Sichuan wants to step on us. Linjiang wants to join the fray. Well, let's fight." "The rougher the waves, the more valuable the fish," the students shouted in unison, their voices ringing out even through the bus windows. In the last row of one of the buses, a boy with a cloth bandage wrapped over his eyes sat quietly. He didn't join in the shouting, but instead focused intently on everything around him: the sound of the drums on the street, the excitement in the bus, and the memory of his grandmother's coarse hands and trembling voice before he left. "Child, you're making us proud. Everyone believes in you. Grandmother will be waiting for you to come home." "Wagir." A soft voice with a hint of a rural accent came from beside him. A slightly tanned hand gently held his. "I'm fine," the boy replied clearly, adjusting the cloth over his eyes. A determined smile appeared on his lips. And so, with the 3 counties gathered, all that remained was the grand opening. The students from both counties had arrived, and a tense atmosphere enveloped the campus of Linjiang First High School. For days, the local media in Linjiang had been buzzing with anticipation, flooding the news with detailed profiles of the students from the 2 counties. The black-and-white newspaper pages, filled with dense data and report cards, were a stark reminder of the challenge ahead, stinging the eyes of every Linjiang student. The achievements of Sichuan were particularly outstanding. In this year's Spirit Mastery test, they achieved a flawless record with 0 failures, and 4 of their students earned top-tier ratings. Among them, one name stood out: Zhang Donghua. Not only was he a student leader, but he was also the sole genius to reach the highest level of the top-tier rating, grade A+. Meanwhile, although Yutong County had a few students who failed, their overall performance was impressively balanced. Most notable was a student from Yutong Normal High School, who achieved a mid-tier grade A rating. Despite battling illness and having shown average performance in previous years, this student demonstrated extraordinary talent during the Spirit Mastery test. In the recent inter-school competition within Yutong County, he led his team to a series of victories, ultimately taking the championship title and earning the reputation of this year's greatest dark horse. Faced with such formidable opponents, how could the students and faculty of Linjiang First High not feel anxious? To boost morale, a motivational assembly was hastily organized in the gymnasium, which had been temporarily transformed into an auditorium. The participating students stood in neat rows, their eyes fixed on the long, makeshift podium at the front. The stage was packed with school administrators and teachers, their expressions unusually serious. Cameras positioned on both sides of the gym broadcasted the event live to every classroom, ensuring the entire school could witness this critical moment. The homeroom teacher of Spirit Mastery Class 2 stepped forward to test the microphone, but before he could begin speaking, he was abruptly shoved aside. Turning to see who had interrupted, he found it was his short-statured father, the principal of the school. The principal adjusted the microphone to his height and surveyed the room. Yet, contrary to everyone's expectations, he did not deliver a rousing speech. "The school has let you down," he began. This unexpected statement caused the administrators on stage to widen their eyes in shock, and a wave of murmurs rippled through the audience. The principal, however, seemed unfazed by the reaction and continued. I know many of you are good kids. Many of you could have achieved much better results. You deserve more. But the school failed to provide you with the environment you needed to thrive, to grow in a fairer setting. His words plunged the gymnasium into an oppressive silence. Were his words true? Perhaps they were, perhaps they weren't. It was undeniable that Linjiang First High lagged far behind Yutong and Sichuan in terms of resources, forcing the school to adopt a policy of cutting its losses with underperforming students. Yet, at the same time, everyone knew, though few dared to admit, that innate talent would inevitably reveal itself over time. The principal's self-critical remarks were as surprising as they were controversial, potentially giving outsiders more fodder for criticism. The students exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of how to react. Then, in a soft voice, the principal added, I did prepare a speech, actually. The principal smiled and pulled out a sheet of paper densely filled with words of encouragement from his pocket. Instead of reading it aloud, he gently tossed it into the air, letting it drift down slowly. The northern region Linjiang is the poorest, the principal said, his gaze sweeping across the young faces in the gymnasium. But 12 years ago, Linjiang was even poorer than it is now. It was through the relentless efforts of generations that this land transformed from a village into a county, with malls, wide roads, and even the qualifications to train spirit tamers. He lightly patted his balding head, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face. Linjiang is improving, little by little, and it will only get better in the future. And you are the fourth generation of successors. No matter the outcome of tomorrow's competition, never doubt yourselves. Each one of you is remarkable. The principal's voice suddenly grew somber. The ones holding you back are us, the older generation. Some say, how can a phoenix emerge from a chicken coop? He laughed heartily, unfazed by the solemn atmosphere in the room. But they've forgotten one thing: children from poor families grow up faster. His voice rose sharply. This competition is not for the school, it's for your future. Over the past 12 years, every inch of Linjiang's land and every moment of its time have been shaped by the blood, sweat, and tears of countless people. We're not competing for today, we're competing for the future. All eyes instinctively turned toward the elderly man, who was not usually well liked. The principal clenched his fist and raised it high above his head. As long as you give it your all, every bit of experience will be worth it. Just as the Qin dynasty persevered through 6 generations to make Xianyang the imperial capital, why can't Linjiang achieve its own greatness? Go for it. His passionate cry echoed through the gymnasium, resonating deeply with everyone present. Some thought of their hardworking parents, their eyes glistening with tears. Others reflected on their past in silence. Many clenched their fists, their breathing growing heavier. In the back row, a boy stood with his hands in his pockets, calmly observing the scene. While the principal's words didn't move him directly, he couldn't deny that this kind of speech carried more weight than empty phrases like work hard or keep going. The reactions of his classmates made that clear. For these Linjiang students, who had grown up shouldering family responsibilities, studying diligently while helping to make ends meet, words like everything for family, everything for the future struck a deep chord. In this slow-paced town where every penny was stretched to its limit, the seeds of success may not come in my lifetime had quietly taken root in the hearts of these young people. After the meeting, the crowd gradually dispersed from the gymnasium. Li Ching quickly caught up with Jiang Zheng and asked, we can go home today. I'm planning to visit mine. Want me to check on the Spirit Beast shop for you? No need. Pinga is there. You should just focus on resting. I'm not resting. They'll be back tonight. Li Ching shook her head, then asked, what about you? Heading straight to the spirit cultivation room? No. The young man smiled gently. Although National Day was tomorrow, the festive atmosphere had already filled the streets, with shops offering various discounts and promotions. Shopping? Li Ching looked at him, puzzled. Yeah. Jiang Zheng strode forward confidently, his voice drifting with the wind. Balance between work and rest. I'm just wandering around. Don't worry about Mephicus on your training. You're already capable of handling intermediate puppets on your own, so keep it up. Before his words fully settled, his figure had already blended into the bustling crowd. The streets had taken on a fresh, lively appearance. Local vendors in Linjiang County, determined not to be outdone by visitors from other counties, had even softened their sales pitches. Yet, the effect was minimal. While the tourists from other counties weren't extravagantly dressed, they exuded a sense of refinement that set them apart from the locals. Polite smiles adorned their faces, but a faint trace of hidden disdain lingered in their eyes, especially among the visitors from Yutong County. These Yutong County people had long left behind their ancestors' life of earning a living on boats. Now enjoying stable lives on land, their attitudes were notably complex. They felt proud of having moved on from their boat-dwelling heritage, yet struggled to understand the Linjiang fishermen still toiling for their livelihoods. It echoed the saying, once you move beyond a class, the previous class becomes your enemy, a sentiment that seemed to grow heavier with time. Jiang Zheng sat under the umbrella outside the county's only golden arches, munching on a burger and sipping a cola, observing it all. It was his first time tasting such food in this world. Jiang, who would never buy him anything like this, and his uncle deemed it junk food, forbidding him from even touching it. But this small moment of joy was something they could never truly understand. The young man quickly finished his burger, clapped his hands, and picked up the plastic bag containing a family meal set for Zai Zai. Just then, a group of people walked toward him. "This is the so-called delicacy you mentioned?" A boy in a red school uniform from Chuchuan High muttered in a low voice. "Well, what can you do? In this backwater county, golden arches is probably the only thing edible. There's nothing here. Let's just make do for now." "Donghua, are you eating?" "My treat." The burly boy addressed as Donghua glanced at him, hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. "No, I won't eat. I suggest you guys eat less of it too. Come on, it's just one meal." "You can't seriously," the speaker suddenly paused, his expression turning condescending. "You can't seriously eat that garbage that's even worse than junk food, right?" The moment he said this, the people around hadn't reacted yet, but Dong was suddenly stopped in his tracks, frowning as he scanned the surroundings. Something felt off. While his friend was difficult to get along with, he wasn't usually this tactless. "Hey, why did you stop?" "I'm not eating this pig slop." The boy's remarks grew increasingly offensive, as if he had suddenly developed a deep grudge against the place. "If you don't want to eat, just wait outside." They'll grab something quick. Before he could finish his sentence, a dark shadow came hurtling toward him. The boy staggered backward as though he had walked into a wall, pain flashing across his face. Just as he was about to fall, Dong's strong arm shot out, grabbing the back of his collar and pulling him upright in one swift motion. The boy's friendly smile came into view, but it only made the boy who had been knocked over even angrier. He glared at the other boy, who met his gaze fearlessly and said in a soft tone, "Oops, I didn't see you." "You." The boy on the ground looked down at his brand new pants and shoes, his anger flaring. The boy waved the plastic bag in his hand, still speaking gently. "Sorry about that. He'll be more careful next time." "Did it hurt? How about some junk food to recharge?" "Ill." "Enough." A burly boy nearby interrupted, stopping his friend before he could explode. He gave the smiling boy a deep look. "We're all around the same age. Let's not make a scene. Just go our separate ways." "All right." The boy nodded with a smile and walked away calmly. "Donghua, whyd you stop me?" The angry boy was still fuming. "If you hadn't held me back, I'd have taught him a lesson. Who does he think he is, bumping into me like that? Ugh, let it go. Let's head back to the hotel. Lunch will just be the boxed meals here." Not far away, in a fast food restaurant, a boy with a cloth band around his head sat with his back to the commotion, fully absorbed in eating fries from the table in front of him. His movements were precise, and as he ate, a faint, almost imperceptible smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Beside him, a plainly dressed girl hesitantly picked up a packet of ketchup, looking slightly puzzled. "Brother Wah, these two things seem to go together. I've seen others eating them like that. Do you want anything else?" "I have money. I can go buy something for you." "No need. I've had enough." The boy with the cloth band gently pushed the tray toward her. "Don't just focus on me. You eat too. It's pretty good. You can try eating them the way others do." The girl's eyes lit up with curiosity. "Then I'll just have one. They're all yours." His face softened with rare tenderness. "We don't get to come out like this often. Try everything. Stop saving my money. Go buy the best and most expensive thing you want." "Okay, I'll do as you say," she replied, nibbling on a fry. Then, as if remembering something, she asked, "By the way, Brother Wah, why were you smiling just now? I saw something interesting." As the girl happily nibbled on her fries like a hamster, a plastic bag suddenly landed on their table. The boy with the friendly smile from earlier casually took a seat at the empty spot, his gaze briefly sweeping over the boy with the cloth band before addressing the startled girl. "No need to buy anything. Eat this instead. It's a family bucket." "No, thank you, kind person," the girl replied, lightly patting her shoulder back. "We have money. We can buy our own." "Fair enough. Then take this." The boy placed a coupon on the table. "It'll save you some money. You can't refuse that, right?" The girl instinctively looked to the boy with the cloth band. Since the smiling boy's arrival, she had noticed subtle changes in her companion. His brow had furrowed slightly, and his body seemed a bit tense, as if caught off guard by the unexpected visitor. However, by the time she turned, his expression was calm once more. "Thank you," the boy with the cloth band said, his tone steady. "Kind person. You're welcome." The boy with the friendly smile winked, his pupils flashing briefly in an unusual way before returning to normal. He then said meaningfully, "Doing a little good every day builds virtue and kindness." "That makes sense. I'll remember it and be more careful in the future." The boy with the cloth band replied without a change in expression, a faint smile playing on his lips. "So, see you tomorrow?" The smiling boy nodded. "See you tomorrow." Bang, bang, bang. Fireworks lit up the night sky in a dazzling display, celebrating the National Day. The streets were packed with crowds, and street vendors had already staked out the best spots. The aroma of sizzling and frying food filled the air. Each vendor was fully focused, as if engaged in a fierce battle, paying no mind to the curious stares of passers-by from other counties. How can they allow street vendors at such a grand opening event? A woman complained, covering her nose as she stopped a patrolling security officer. She pointed at the nearby stalls, adding, "It's ruining the city's appearance." The officer looked at her impassively. "The association has approved their right to set up stalls and make a living. Since you're here, why not try some?" Without waiting for her reply, he strode off to continue his patrol. The crowd moved forward slowly. An hour later, people finally arrived, slightly out of breath, at a wide, sunken field. This wasn't an ordinary sports ground, but an arena made up of 4 rectangular stages, reminiscent of a Roman Colosseum. It was a venue that Linjiang County had poured all its resources into, completing it in just 7 days. County officials dressed in dark Zhongshan suits were exchanging pleasantries with visiting officials from 2 neighboring counties. "The setup is impressive. It must have taken a lot of effort. It's all worth it to provide students with a great competition environment. A little hardship is nothing," they replied, creating a harmonious and cordial atmosphere. As the venue for the Tri-County Duel competition, the spectator stands encircled the central stages densely, designed with precise angles to ensure every attendee had a clear view of the action. Linjiang County's media cameras were positioned at every stage, capturing multiple angles to guarantee fairness. A group of seasoned, retired security officers volunteered as referees, their sharp eyes ensuring impartiality. The city hall had issued strict orders. No favoritism or foul play would be tolerated. Meanwhile, the student competitors were waiting in the open-air holding area, lined up in batches for their turn to enter. Outside the fenced area, parents who had rushed to the scene leaned against the barriers, shouting themselves hoarse to cheer on their children. "Son, win this match, and we'll celebrate with a feast tonight. Sweetheart, stay safe out there. The bow, no matter the outcome, you'll always make us proud." The children being called out rubbed their eyes, waving and shouting back at their parents. In that moment, the usual shyness of adolescence faded away, replaced by the purest expression of love and connection. Li Ching's tears streamed uncontrollably down her face as she looked up toward the railing. Beyond it stood her parents, along with the small shopkeepers who opened their businesses punctually every day. Now, they were all cheering for her with fervent enthusiasm. "Mom, Dad, I promise I will." Her voice choked before she could finish. The ripple of her emotions spread through the crowd, and soon, her classmates around her also began to tear up. Only Jiang Zheng remained composed, standing calmly amidst the crowd. His expression was steady as he replayed the intelligence he had received before the competition in his mind. Zhang Donghua, the top student of Chuchuan Experimental High School, had achieved an extraordinary 99 points in the Spirit Control test and earned an Alpha Plus rating. Known for his expertise in martial arts and earth element spirit techniques, this young man not only possessed the combat-oriented Spirit Beast, the striking bear, but was also rumored to have mastered the unique Heart Sutra Step combat technique of the prestigious Chuntang Military and Political University. Combined with his special ability, battlefield entry, he was a force to be reckoned with in solo combat. On the other hand, Tianhua, the top student of Yutong Normal High School, had a spirit control test score of 70, earning an Alpha Mid rating. Despite this, he had already broken through the first barrier of the spirit control triple gates. Proficient in wind, water, and wood element spirit techniques, paired with the ordinary type Spirit Beast, the bewitching drum, he had also awakened a genetic talent called Form Reflects Mind during the test, demonstrating extraordinary teamwork capabilities. Jiang Zheng carefully analyzed the details sent by his uncle. While the other competitors were not to be underestimated, it was clear that only Zhang Donghua and Tianhua were true threats. Zhang Donghua's imposing physique had already left a strong impression on Jiang Zheng the day before, making it no surprise that he had caught the attention of Chuntang Military and Political University. As for Tianhua, his sudden genetic awakening and the ability to subtly manipulate situations yesterday felt eerily familiar to Jiang Zheng. Chuckling softly, Jiang Zheng stroked his chin. This opponent, who was also adept at emotional manipulation, simply preferred to act in the moment. "They're both tough nuts to crack," he murmured, a flicker of fighting spirit igniting in his eyes as he looked forward to clashing with such formidable rivals. Just then, a commotion stirred at the front of the lineup, signaling the start of the entrance ceremony. Suddenly, Jiang Zheng felt 2 faint yet distinct gazes directed at him. Turning his head, he saw Zhang Donghua and his companions staring at him from across the distance. One of them, the unlucky boy from yesterday, even made a throat-slitting gesture at him. On the other side, the blind Tianhua had somehow also turned his face in Jiang Zheng's direction, wearing a gentle smile that mirrored Jiang Zheng's own. The opening ceremony began amidst the predictable formalities and official speeches. Meanwhile, outside Linjiang County, villages reliant on the towering snow mountain for their survival were scattered across the land. These settlements, just an hour's drive from the county, were home to hunters who lived by the rhythm of the sun setting out at dawn and returning at dusk. Every year, lives were claimed by the mountain, but the villagers had long come to terms with the cycle of life and death. In places like Wangjia village, renowned for its hunters, they lived by the creed, I raise you by taking life, and one day, you will take mine. This unyielding principle defined their way of life. The hunting skills of Wangjia village were well known in the surrounding areas. The last time a villager lost their life on the snowy mountain was so long ago, it seemed like a story from another lifetime. Now, as dusk descended, the village was eerily quiet, with only a few scattered lights flickering in the cold evening. Many of the elderly had taken their grandchildren to join the festivities in Linjiang County for the National Day celebration earlier that morning, with some even planning to stay overnight in the county town. The crunch of footsteps in the snow broke the silence. Wong the hunter shook off the snow clinging to him and frowned as he took in the unusually quiet village. At this hour, the dogs at the village entrance should have been barking incessantly, as they always did. He shook his head, pushing aside the unease creeping into his thoughts. After all, the village's younger men were still here, the strong pillars of the community who, unlike him and the older folks, rarely left Wangjia village. He wasn't supposed to be back at this hour. Earlier that day, he had taken his son, Wong Daniu, to the county town, but he had forgotten to bring the rattle his late wife had left for their son. That had forced him to make the trip back. Thinking of his sturdy little boy, a rare trace of softness appeared on Wong the hunter's weathered, frostbitten face. The moment he stepped into his courtyard, he froze. Something was off. The few hunting dogs that had accompanied him on countless mountain trips, dogs that he wouldn't sell even for tens of thousands of yuan, were silent. It was one thing for the village gate dogs to be asleep, but these loyal companions? They should have been there to greet him. Could it be a thief? Wong the hunter's nostrils flared as he instinctively gripped the knife handle wrapped in wolf hide at his back, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Years of hunting had honed his instincts, and he immediately crouched low, cursing his carelessness for entering the courtyard so openly. After a brief deliberation, he decided against alerting the younger villagers, whose lack of experience could put them at risk. Instead, he resolved to investigate himself. As he approached the house, he heard the crackling of firewood and the bubbling sound of something boiling in a pot. These sounds only deepened the grim expression on his face. Bang! He kicked the door open with a powerful thrust, drawing his curved blade in one smooth motion. His years of hunting had trained him to prepare for an ambush, ready to deflect arrows or any other attack. But what he saw inside made him freeze in place. In the center of the room sat a pale-skinned stranger, casually perched on a low stool. The man was calmly tossing bloody chunks of meat into a boiling clay pot. At his feet, several flayed dog skins lay grotesquely spread out, with a pile of unprocessed dog carcasses stacked nearby. You scum! Wong the hunter's eyes were bloodshot, and a surge of killing intent consumed him. He glared at the pale man before him, gritting his teeth as he growled. You dared to eat my brother today. I'll take your life in return. The pale man, however, seemed entirely unaffected by the threat. He bent down and picked up the skeletal remains of a hunting dog from the ground. With his long, slender fingers, he casually snapped the bones in two, as if breaking a dry twig. The sharp crack of the bones sent a shiver down Wong's spine, his fury extinguished by an overwhelming sense of dread. Such effortless strength, capable of breaking animal bones with ease, was far beyond human. The pale man tossed the broken bones into the pot without a second glance, then scooped a ladle of soup, indifferent to the streaks of blood still swirling within. He raised his eyes to Wong and spoke in an even tone. Is this your home? Without waiting for an answer, he continued. You seem to have raised them well, loyal to the end. Even when I tore one apart before their eyes, not a single one tried to flee. Wong's expression shifted between anger and despair until his gaze landed on a box atop a cabinet. In that moment, his resolve crumbled like a deflated balloon. Dropping the curved blade in his hand, he fell to his knees with a thud. Please, just leave. I didn't see anything. They gave their lives for your home, and you won't avenge them? For the first time, the pale man looked directly at him, a faint, mocking smile playing on his lips. Wong kowtowed heavily, his voice trembling. I won't go back to the county. I'll leave immediately far away, as far as I can. Humans, sometimes, are worse than beasts, the pale man interrupted leisurely, his voice laced with disdain. This world is so cold and heartless. It truly pains me. I almost feel like. His voice suddenly turned icy. Tearing out your heart to see if it's as black as I suspect. Kneeling on the ground, Wong continued kowtowing, too terrified to respond. Pathetic, the pale man sighed. You're even less spirited than those young men who came at me with knives. I admired their courage, so I left their bodies intact. But for you, he sneered, they'll tear you apart, piece by piece, to honor the loyalty of those hunting dogs. Before the words fully left his lips, a glint of interest flashed in his eyes. There must be many more like you in the county, disloyal and dishonorable. I won't spare a single one of them. Wong's head jerked up, his eyes wide with terror. The pale man's lips curled into a sinister arc. Men, women, children, it doesn't matter. They'll rip out every last heart and gut. Before he could finish, Wong sprang to his feet with a roar, grabbing the curved blade from the ground and charging at the man like a wild beast. But just as the blade was about to reach the pale man's neck, a shadow descended from the rafters, enveloping Wong in an instant. The next moment, blood sprayed like a fountain, painting the room a violent red. The torso, now missing its upper half, twitched forward a few steps before collapsing lifelessly at the pale man's feet. The blood of the disloyal and dishonorable truly reeks. The pale man muttered in disgust, wiping the blood splatter from his face. At that moment, the vibrations from the blood spray caused a cabinet in the distance to wobble slightly. A finely crafted jewelry box fell to the ground, its lid popping open to reveal a red rattle and a stack of photographs. In the pictures, a pale-faced woman looked back, her eyes filled with a mix of yearning for life and the release of surrendering to unbearable suffering. The pale man glanced at the contents, realization dawning upon him. Oh, he sighed with remorse. What a mistake, what a mistake. So this is why you wanted to live. How could I have misunderstood? How could I have been so blind? With a face full of regret, he stepped over the mangled remains on the ground and walked out the door. Several shadows stood motionless in the snowstorm, their forms spotless and untouched by the bloodshed. Have we already fed Xiang and Rui? He asked, wiping away tears. Then let's move on. I can't bear these situations. She was just like me, worried about his family. In that case, we must reunite them. That's the only way to fulfill his wishes. Oh, such a cruel world, such injustice. Heaven has no eyes at all. Oh, woe is me. His ghostly wails echoed through the eerily silent village, a sound as hollow and lifeless as the desolate, snow-covered land. Early morning, Jiang Zheng stood in the kitchen, one hand lifting the pot lid to check the consistency of the porridge, while the other scrolled through his phone, carefully studying the competition rules document that had been released only after yesterday's opening ceremony. By his legs, his pet, named Zai, was waiting eagerly. Jiang Zheng tore open a small packet of pickled vegetables, poured it onto a small dish, and bent down to hand it to Zai. This isn't your food, help me put it on the table. Rough, Zai responded hesitantly, carefully biting the edge of the dish. Jiang Zheng affectionately patted its head before turning his attention back to the document on his phone. The rules largely followed the framework of official national competitions, but included several adjustments tailored for students. For instance, the restriction in professional leagues that prohibited surrendering within the first 30 seconds of a match was removed, allowing participants to concede at any time by raising their hand. Similarly, the pursue until the opponent is completely incapacitated rule from World Championships was replaced with a provision allowing matches to be stopped once a referee deemed a participant unable to continue. These changes were clearly aimed at prioritizing student safety. After all, it was just a friendly competition, not a battle meant to draw blood. As Jiang Zheng stirred the porridge, he continued reading the drawing and scheduling rules. The competition was divided into two events: individual matches and team matches. Individual matches were scheduled from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m., while team matches took place from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. each day. Each round lasted 15 minutes, followed by 15 minutes for arena repairs and preparation for the next group. While this timing would be insufficient for professional tournaments, it was more than adequate for students with limited experience. All participants were required to register for both events. Team match partners could be chosen freely, but for those without a teammate by the registration deadline, the system would randomly assign partners. A total of 256 students from the 3 counties were participating: 43 students from 2 classes at a high school in Linjiang County, 25 students from 1 class at a high school in Sichuan County, and 188 students from 6 classes across 2 high schools in Yutong County. This conveniently formed 256 individual competitors and 128 teams for the team event. The tournament followed a single elimination format with no losers bracket, meaning competitors had no room for error and had to win every match to advance. The preliminary rounds were scheduled for October 1st and 2nd, with the top 16 decided on the 3rd and 4th. The semifinals would take place on the 5th, followed by the finals on the 6th and the championship match on the 7th. Team matches were similarly adjusted to ensure everything concluded during the National Day holiday. The match schedule was announced to participants through their schools a day in advance. Shortly after yesterday's opening ceremony, Jiang Zheng received a call from his teacher, Ms. Shang, informing him that he had been assigned to the first match on the first stage for the individual event and the first match on the third stage for the team event. Scooping a steaming bowl of porridge, Jiang Zheng licked the spoon thoughtfully, feeling slightly surprised. As the only seeded player from Linjiang County, he had assumed the organizers might let him stay under the radar a bit longer, giving him a chance to observe the other competitors' strengths. After all, no footage of him fighting alongside Spirit Beasts had surfaced yet. Unexpectedly, the City Hall played their first card for Linjiang County on him, clearly showing their anxiety about the local situation. This lottery result inevitably raised suspicions of foul play. Jiang Zheng returned to the dining table with a steaming bowl of white porridge. He casually mixed some pickled vegetables from the plate into the porridge. For him, simply filling his stomach was enough. Across the table, Zai was fiercely gnawing on a jade bone covered in bite marks, with the bottle of genetic spirit liquid next to it already emptied. The bone wobbled under its sharp teeth, looking like it was about to break at any moment. Just yesterday, Zai had broken through to level 6, meaning that before the first semester of senior year was even halfway through, its level had already reached the halfway mark. At this rate of growth, Jiang Zheng's breakthrough in the Spirit Beast strengthening stage of the 3 spirit bonding trials seemed imminent. Once he completed all 3 trials, he would reach the pinnacle of the 0 grade and officially become a spirit master. Time really flies, the young man remarked, taking large gulps of the slightly scalding porridge, which he could tolerate thanks to his physical resilience. As he prepared to clear the dishes and tidy up the shop, Zai, who had been battling the bone, suddenly perked up its ears and stood alert on the table, its golden eyes fixed on the outside. Sensing their bond, Jiang Zheng immediately halted and turned toward the rolling shutter door. There was an unfamiliar presence outside, one's eyes I didn't recognize. Calmly, Jiang Zheng walked to the kitchen door, pried open a tile with ease, and retrieved a slim wooden box hidden underneath. Inside was a brand new spirit lock talisman. Although he doubted anyone would cause trouble in broad daylight, it was always better to be prepared. Suddenly, a rapid knocking sounded, accompanied by a familiar, tearful voice. Jiang Shi. Jiang Gij. Recognizing Wang Dania's voice, Jiang Zheng returned the wooden box to its hiding place and casually grabbed a lollipop from the shelf. He rolled up the shutter door to find the little boy in his signature tiger head hat, covered in dirt, wiping tears from his face. Wang Dania, here, have some candy. Don't cry, Jiang Zheng said, handing him the lollipop. I don't want candy, I don't want candy. The boy sobbed, spitting out the treat and clutching Jiang Zheng's pants as he burst into tears. Neighbors began peeking out, recognizing the boy who had been a frequent visitor during the summer. If not for the early risers in the neighborhood, the boy's muddy state might have been even worse. Jiang Zheng carried the child inside and placed him in front of Zai. Cheer him up, he said, then went to the kitchen to grab his phone and call for help. When he returned to the table, Wang Daniu was clutching Zai's tail, his crying reduced to soft sniffles. Zai maintained a polite, yet distant demeanor, its usual attitude toward anyone other than Jiang Zheng. Feeling better? Jiang Zheng crouched in front of the boy, pulling out another lollipop and placing it in his hand. No more tears. Now tell me what happened. Just as he finished speaking, a flash of silver white glimmered in the young man's smiling eyes. Yesterday, my father brought me to the county town. He said it was to have some fun and mentioned that there would be a performance by you, Brother Jiang, for me to watch. The little boy, Wang Daniu, sat on the chair, clutching the hem of his clothes tightly. His voice trembled as he said, At night, I couldn't sleep. I wanted the toy my mother bought for me, so my dad went to get it and told me to stay in the hotel and watch TV. As he spoke, he lowered his head, tears mixed with snot streaming down his face. I kept watching and watching, but my dad never came back. He doesn't want me anymore. Jiang Zheng knelt down to meet the boy's eyes and said softly, That's not true. Your father loves you more than anything. There's no way he would abandon you. He's probably just delayed on the way. Despite his comforting words, his heart grew heavier. As a cautious person, Jiang Zheng activated his special ability, the Ouroboros eye, to discern any lies in the boy's words. However, what he saw and heard matched perfectly, which only deepened his concern. In his understanding, Wong, the hunter, was not the type of man to leave his child, especially one he had raised alone after his wife's passing, to spend the night alone in the county. Even if the road was blocked, that man would have walked back on foot to ensure his son's safety. The 500 pounds of Snow Mountain wolf pelts stored in the warehouse were proof of this. Even though the wolves in the Great Snow Mountain were numerous, hunting so many pelts must have come at great personal risk. Therefore, Wong the hunter's disappearance could only mean one of two things. Either he was gravely injured on his way back and was now fighting for his life in a hospital somewhere, or Jiang Zheng sighed inwardly as he patted the boy's head had already met a tragic end. It was important to note that Wong, the hunter, was the most renowned in the area for miles. For someone so skilled and devoted to his child to lose his life, it would not have been an easy feat. This was precisely why the situation seemed so suspicious. Jiang Zheng frowned deeply as he suddenly recalled news his uncle had shared earlier. 2 members of the notorious Huaoliatang gang had gone missing in the county, one of whom was a cousin of a branch leader. Just as he was about to make a call to confirm this, the sound of footsteps and yawning came from outside the shop. Pingu entered, looking exhausted but forcing a smile. Xiao Jiang, where's Daniu? The moment he saw the little boy, covered in dirt, Pingu instantly snapped to attention. What's this? Could it be someone tried to abduct him? In Linjiang County, abduction often meant murder. Though the people here lived in poverty, they were fiercely protective of their children. If a child went missing, it would surely lead to an uproar. Regulations? I don't know anything about that. Never went to school, Pingu said warily, glancing around. I just saw that guy heading up to the Great Snow Mountain, saying he wanted to tame the wolves. Never seen anyone so bold in my life. I gave him a lift with my car. He paused, then asked, "Where's your dad? He's not out causing trouble, is he? Times aren't like they used to be. You can't just clean up a mess like that anymore." His words were blunt but clear. Hunter Wong was indeed the kind of person capable of pulling such stunts. In those days, the snowy mountains were fraught with dangers, and each village had clearly demarcated hunting territories. Yet, there were always some restless individuals who couldn't resist sneaking into other villages' areas, helping themselves to traps and cages that didn't belong to them. If they weren't caught in the act, it might pass unnoticed, but if they were, a friendly confrontation was inevitable. As for Hunter Wong, he always managed to return alive from the mountains. In his younger days, he often expressed gratitude for nature's generosity and even built a shrine in the mountains to honor the elusive snow mountain god. Interestingly, legend has it that the very night he completed the shrine, the mountain deity appeared to him in a dream, suggesting he expand Wanchang village's hunting grounds, conveniently taking over the territory where, the next day, neighboring hunters dressed in white were mourning their losses with paper offerings. Jiang Zheng quickly interrupted Brother Ping's musings, leaning in to whisper something in his ear. Brother Ping's expression turned serious in an instant. "I understand," he said after a moment of thought. "I'll take the boy to the station myself. Don't worry about making the call. I'll explain your suspicions to Director Li personally." With that, he crouched down, scooping up the young boy. "Xiao Jiang, I know you have a competition today. I was planning to watch, but something's come up. Go ahead and start warming up." "I'm not going. I want go." Wong Daniu, initially slow to react, only started wailing as he was carried farther from Jiang Zheng. "Brother Jiang, my dad said if anything happened to him, I should come find you. If I leave now and he comes looking for me but can't find me, what will I do?" Hearing this, Brother Ping stopped in his tracks and let out a long sigh. Jiang Zheng stepped forward, gently pinching the boy's cheek. "Don't worry. If I see Uncle Wong, I'll tell him where you are. He won't be mad at you for running off." "Really? Of course." Jiang Zheng smiled, his expression calm and reassuring. "Go with the officer to the station and get some rest, okay? Go on, Brother Ping." "All right then." The sound of heavy footsteps gradually faded into the distance. Jiang Zheng stood still, unmoving. Zai, sensing his mood, hesitated for a moment before jumping off the table and padding over to him, tilting its head to look up. "Meow." "Hey." Jiang Zheng crouched down, tapping Zai lightly on the head. "You definitely know I don't like it when you call me that. You're doing it on purpose, aren't you?" Zai tilted its head further, feigning innocence. "I'm fine." Jiang Zheng scooped the little cat into his arms and gazed at the faintly brightening sky outside. "It's just funny how the weakest link always breaks first. People around here are good-hearted. When something like this happens, it really catches me off guard. Let's go, it's time to warm up." "How much do I owe you, sir?" he asked as the taxi came to a stop. "No charge," the driver said, blocking the payment code with his hand. Turning to Jiang Zheng with a smile, he added, "I often drive passengers to the #1 high school. I've seen your photos before. Today's your big day, right? First day of a National Day holiday. I just want to start it off on a good note. So don't pay me a cent, kid. I don't usually say this, but for you, I will." The driver released the handbrake, his round face unusually serious. "Don't just aim for bread, go for pride. Good luck." "Thanks. I'll win for sure," Jiang Zheng replied with a smile, accepting the gesture without further argument as he stepped out of the car. The scene before him was bustling with life. The county's art troupe, braving the chilly wind in their thin line dance costumes, climbed high poles and beams, symbolizing success and progress. As for whom they were blessing, the answer was self-evident. The teenager watched quietly for a moment before lowering his gaze to the jade pendant at his waist. Gently patting it, he spoke softly but resolutely. "Let's go. Don't worry, you'll have your moment on stage soon enough." As with any competition, a host is indispensable. The host invited by Linjiang County was dressed in a vibrant red suit, standing spiritedly in front of the camera, exuding the same charisma he once displayed as a financial analyst at the Shandong provincial television station. Who would have thought that this once celebrated figure, known for his commanding presence and sharp insights on TV, would end up returning to his hometown after a devastating investment failure? Yet now, holding the microphone, his posture remained as professional and confident as ever. This is Linjiang Channel 1, and you're watching the Tri County competition live. I'm your host, and first of all, happy National Day to everyone. His voice was strong and clear, his eyes sharp and engaging. After a brief pause, he smoothly transitioned to the next topic. "Now, let me walk you through the competition rules and introduce the contestants for the first round." The competition venue lacked a designated lounge, so the participants, bundled up in thick cotton coats, quietly sat in the open-air waiting area. Beyond the fences surrounding the venue, a crowd of spectators had gathered. Some were family members with cameras in hand, others were curious passersby, and among them was a group of fans who had come specifically for Jiang Zheng. "Jiang, look over here. Wow, he looked at us. Quick, take a picture." A few middle school girls squealed with excitement. Jiang Zheng sighed and averted his gaze. Their parents, however, seemed pleased compared to idolizing entertainment celebrities. Having their children admire someone like Jiang Zheng, who was both exceptionally handsome and academically outstanding, was far more reassuring. At the other end of the waiting area, students from Sichuan and Yutong schools were glaring intently at Jiang Zheng, who sat in the front row. Their hostility was palpable, fueled partly by the charged atmosphere and partly by the intel from their schools. Jiang Zheng had been pegged as the strongest competitor. Some schools had even promised rewards for defeating him, though this was more to motivate their own students. Jiang Gu, a student from Class 2, approached Jiang Zheng nervously, pointing behind him. They're watching you. Be careful. Got it, thanks. Jiang Zheng smiled warmly. Ever since he had consecutively defeated intermediate-level puppets, the nickname Jiang Gu had spread throughout the school. At that moment, several staff members stepped forward to the front of the venue and waved to get everyone's attention. All right, everyone, get ready to enter. Who's up for the first arena? Me. Jiang Zheng raised his hand and responded. Then you stand first. What about the other one? Here. The boy speaking slowly approached, his sharp gaze like a blade fixed on Jiang Zheng. Even as he stood next to Jiang Zheng, that intense stare remained unwavering. Jiang Zheng casually glanced at the boy's blue school uniform. Jacketed was from Yutong County. Hey, you cursed Uchiha brat. Do you think you can beat me? The boy suddenly spoke. Jiang Zheng raised an eyebrow. What? Of course. Arrogance is your original sin. The boy struck a pose, imitating a character from an anime. What's 1000 minus 7? Even without using my spirit beast, I doubt you could defeat me on your own. His words made Jiang Zheng chuckle softly. Uchiha brat, what are you laughing at? Prey is still prey. What did you just say? I said life in Yutong County seems pretty good, enviable even. Jiang Zheng looked him up and down, shaking his head with a faint smile. Hey, race, a piece of advice. You think anime is great. Jiang Zheng cut him off directly. But you need to understand one thing. I've got nothing against otaku culture, but people should learn to separate reality from their hobbies. I am not an otaku. Then swear on that Sundara twin-tailed anime girl printed on the chest of your shirt. Some Mason, I don't take advice from enemies. All right. Jiang Zheng nodded, replying casually. Let's see if I treat you like someone from the underworld when we fight. You? Enter the arena. A staff member glanced at his watch and waved them forward. The fence in front was lifted, and the posters blocking the view were slowly lowered as the staff efficiently cleared the area, revealing the competition grounds. Lacking a large stadium, Linjiang County's setup was as good as it could get. Jiang Zheng walked at the front of the group, stepping into the arena. The Tri-County Duel tournament was free to attend, with seating on a first-come, first-served basis. By the time Jiang Zheng arrived, the line of people waiting had stretched to the end of the street. Now, the stands were roaring with excitement, with many spectators standing and waving frantically, especially the local Linjiang audience, thrilled to witness a match so close to home. Is that Jiang Zheng? Haha, it really is him. Good thing we came early, we get to see him in the very first match. Jiang Zheng soon reached his designated platform. Jiang Zheng, the competitor for the first platform. Verification complete. The local staff member in charge of checking didn't even glance at the documents in his hand, smiling as he said, Good luck, kid. Jiang Zheng nodded politely and stepped onto the platform. The staff member dropped his smile, turning serious as he stopped the anime enthusiast boy behind him. Hold on, I need to check the list. Then why did he hump? The staff member gave him a puzzled look, carefully cross-referenced the form, then nodded. Verification complete. You may proceed. Humph. The boy turned his head with a dramatic flair. Very well. You've added yet another crime to your list, cursed Uchiha brat. You deserve death. The platform was indeed quite spacious. The referee for the preliminary round stood in the center, gripping 3 short flags of different colors: green for start, yellow for pause, and red for end. His hands trembled slightly as he tried to reassure himself. 2 weeks ago, I was just an accountant looking for an easy side gig. Who knew I'd end up as a referee? I haven't even mastered the flag signals yet. I better not mess this up. I don't want to go down in history as the first accountant to be sent for further education because of a judging error. As the signal from the podium lit up, the referee suppressed his nerves and announced in a shaky voice, Take your positions. Jiang Zheng glanced at the overly nervous referee and smirked inwardly. We're the ones competing, so why are you the one so anxious? Ready. The referee continued. Jiang Zheng's hand had already moved discreetly toward the summoning jade at his waist, spiritual energy flowing at his fingertips. Whoosh. The green flag dropped. Begin. The referee shouted at the top of his lungs. Peckleaf chicken. Use before Siyuan could finish his command. A dark shadow streaked toward him like lightning. It was Jiang Zheng. The competition rules did not explicitly require battles to be conducted solely through spirit beasts. This wasn't some unwritten rule, but rather a reflection of the fact that spirit summoners themselves are a significant part of their combat capability. Even in top-tier matches, it wasn't uncommon for contestants to open with hand-to-hand combat. Of course, this required considerable skill, as facing both an opponent and their spirit beast would put one at a disadvantage. But if timed correctly, it was possible to create trouble for the opponent before one's own spirit beast entered the fray. In the audience, teachers from various counties were ready to gather intelligence on Jiang Zheng's spirit beast. Shang was no exception, a notebook resting on her lap. Though she hadn't written anything yet, none of the first-round contestants from other counties had been noteworthy. Hearing the sighs of disappointment around her, she smirked slightly. She wasn't surprised by Jiang Zheng's choice. That boy was always like this, clever, confident, sharp-eyed, and most importantly, undeniably strong. On the stage, Yuan was momentarily stunned before flying into a rage. He was familiar with this tactic, but hadn't expected this Uchiha kid, rumored to have an innate eye talent, to underestimate him so blatantly. His seemingly bulky body displayed surprising agility as he narrowly dodged Jiang Zheng's strike. Meanwhile, the peckleaf chicken had circled behind Jiang Zheng, its sharp beak aimed at his back. Huh? Yuan laughed in anger. You're going to regret this, Jiang Zheng. Finally calling me by my name? Jiang Zheng remained unfazed by his missed attack, his peripheral vision already locked onto the spirit beast closing in from behind. His left foot suddenly scraped across the ground, planting him firmly in place. He appeared to be preparing to dodge, but at the last moment, he spun abruptly, a biting chill instantly condensing around him. Because I am the Hokage. Jiang Zheng smiled faintly, his fingertip pointing directly at the peckleaf chicken. His spiritual reservoir drained rapidly, transforming into layers of expanding ice shards that encased the spirit beast entirely. Peckleaf. Yuan's pupils contracted as he instinctively stepped forward, only to be struck speechless by the scene before him. Jiang Zheng flicked his fingers lightly, and the base of the ice shards broke off with a snap. The massive icicle, with the peckleaf chicken trapped inside, crashed heavily to the ground. For someone who could spar with mid-tier wooden golems, this level of combat was trivial. Declare the winner, the referee announced. It was only then that Yuan snapped out of his daze. Jiang Zheng turned slowly, the icy aura surrounding him blurring his smile. Your zero-tier spirit beast is already out of the game, Lord Danzo, the boy nodded. Next up is our unbroadcastable unknown showdown. You fulfilled your wish, so why the long face? Aren't you happy? Hearing this, Yuan remained silent for a long time. At this moment, he finally understood Danzo's despair and the feeling of being tied to a chair like Kaneki-kin. Sighing deeply, he was utterly defeated. On the stage, an intense showdown was unfolding. Uppercut. With a low shout, the boy's fist flashed like lightning. Tuanzong barely dodged, only to be met with a fierce roundhouse kick. Lower cut. Tuanzong attempted a counterattack, but his opponent easily deflected it. Another roundhouse kick landed squarely on his face. That's my face. Tuanzong clutched the hit area, but before he could finish his sentence, his opponent launched a relentless combo. Left punch, left punch ending with a powerful roundhouse kick. Stop, stop. Tuanzong pleaded repeatedly, only to be met with a chilling smile from his opponent and yet another roundhouse kick, as if putting an exclamation mark on this one-sided beating. The referee on the sidelines was dumbfounded, mumbling to himself, what the heck is this? Is this Kunlun fight or something? At that moment, a figure dashed toward the stage, frantically signaling to the stunned referee. It was the head referee, a professional hired at a high salary for the competition. What are you doing? Call a timeout. The head referee, livid, let out a stream of curses through gritted teeth. While such language might have been censored elsewhere, the staff recording the event simply grinned at the camera screen, as if used to such scenes. That's life in Linjiang down to earth and unfiltered. The words jolted the referee back to his senses. Stop, 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 stop. He sprinted forward and grabbed the boy, who was about to execute a finishing flying kick. That's enough, that's enough. He surrendered. Tuanzong staggered to his feet, gingerly touching his swollen cheek. The pain brought tears to his eyes. It really hurts. He mumbled, slurping saliva through his now swollen lips. Looks like you're back to normal, thinking clearly now. I surrender. No more solo matches for me. Tuanzong muttered indistinctly. Tuanzong, you're the root that strengthens Konoha. Not anymore, starting today? I'm done. The boy finally looked apologetic. I didn't mean to, sorry. Didn't mean to? Tuanzong felt even more aggrieved. He thought about protesting further, but shuddered at the memory of that electrifying punch to his nose. Trying to run led to kicks. Surrendering led to kicks. How could that not be intentional? 3 kicks to shatter the Yamato spirit. Commander, I'm just a small-town kid, the boy said lightly as he pushed the referee aside, smoothing out the wrinkles on his school uniform. I'm leaving now. Referee, announced the results. Oh right. The referee raised the red flag and waved it vigorously. First stage, Linjiang number 1 high school's Jiang Zheng wins. That's Jiang Zheng, a kid from Linjiang. Beautiful, thrilling. That's how you fight. Cheers erupted from the audience. However, some frowned in disdain. Spirit masters shouldn't be so crude. This lacks refinement. As soon as those words were spoken, the laughter around them ceased abruptly. Everyone turned their gaze, eyes fixed on the speaker. What are you looking at? Trying to memorize my face? What for? The person stood up nervously, clearly aware of their misstep. But no one responded. Instead, they chuckled awkwardly and resumed cheering for Jiang Zheng. You all. The person wanted to say more, but was pulled back by someone nearby. All right, that's enough. Sit down. The man with glasses stood there calmly, his gaze as tranquil as water. His tone was steady and unhurried, as if he were stating the most ordinary fact. Why pretend? You can't fool them because they haven't read much, and you can't fool me because I know exactly what a spirit master is like. He paused briefly before continuing. What's the connection between something as refined as a grand hall and a spirit master charging into battle? The person whose arm he had grabbed glanced around, and then scrutinized him with a hint of suspicion in their eyes. You seem like a cultured man. I'm not. You've got it wrong, the man with glasses replied in an indifferent tone, clearly unwilling to elaborate. He casually offered a piece of advice. The people here tend to stick together. You'd better not go overboard with your words. As he spoke, he recalled the smile on his friend's face when they talked about Jiang Zheng. Unconsciously, the corners of his mouth curved slightly. To the residents of this small county, Jiang Zheng represented their hopes for the future after all. It had been many years since a child like him had come from this town. Reaching into his pocket, the man pulled out a business card and handed it over. Here's my card. I currently work in the dermatology department at Linjiang Hospital. The other person took the card with a puzzled expression. What are you? The man with glasses smiled faintly. See you later. In the audience, Zhang Dong was stood with his arms crossed, watching the boy's retreating figure. The middle-aged man next to him asked, Donghua, any thoughts? Zhang Donghua didn't answer immediately. After a moment, he began to analyze. His movements seemed slow, but judging by the force he exerts, this slowness is likely deliberate. He didn't use a spirit beast in the fight, which if he wasn't guided by someone suggests he anticipated observers in the audience and is quite confident in himself. His spirit energy conversion speed is very fast, indicating professional training. Zhang Donghua's voice was steady and firm. Although he doesn't blindly pursue speed, the momentum when he released that ice spike was remarkable. The fact that he could continue fighting without breaking a sweat after using such a spirit technique shows that his spirit reservoir capacity, even if not on par with a true spirit master, is probably not far off. In that regard, I must admit, he's better than me. The middle-aged man next to him nodded slightly. He wasn't wearing the signature winter coat of a Chuchuan high school teacher, but instead a plain army green jacket, the kind you might find online for 99 yuan. In truth, he wasn't a teacher at Chuchuan, but someone from Chengdu. When the boy's figure finally disappeared from view, the middle-aged man shifted his gaze to the muscular high school student beside him, someone they had long decided was a future star in the making. Do you feel confident going up against him? Yes. Zhang Donghua answered almost without hesitation. He actually seems like a mix of me and Chuanhua. I can't say for sure whether he or Chuanhua, with his equally abundant spirit energy, is stronger in terms of spirit techniques. But based on his current close combat abilities, I'm very confident. The things he relies on now will instead become fatal weaknesses against me. Zhang Donghua explained calmly. Because I'm different. Physically, I've always been ahead of my peers, and this gap has only widened since I embarked on this path. Not only am I proficient in various combat techniques, but I've also mastered the footwork combat style your school teaches in advance. As for spirit beasts, I've never slacked off either. If I can't even have confidence in this, then what's the point of going to Chengdu in the future? Or joining the military? The middle-aged man wore a knowing smile as his gaze settled on Zhang Donghua. Without making a direct comment, he gave a slight nod and said, All right, he'll be watching. Then, the man stood up from his seat and gently pressed a hand on Zhang Donghua's shoulder, stopping him from rising to see him off. Stay seated. You keep watching. I'm going to take a walk. All right, Zhang Donghua replied earnestly, his eyes fixed straight ahead on the arena. He could hear the sound of the man's footsteps fading into the distance, fully aware of his purpose most likely to seek out that peer named Jiang Zheng. To Zhang Donghua, this was entirely expected. Although Chengdu Military and Political University wasn't among the top-tier institutions in the country, it was a prestigious 985 university in the northern region. However, in recent years, the school's performance in training spirit masters had been declining, making them particularly eager to recruit talented individuals. Since they had approached him a year early, it was only natural for them to extend opportunities to other outstanding candidates as well. Zhang Donghua was open-minded about this. If Jiang Zheng could also join Chengdu, he considered it a good thing. The two of them could spar and improve together. Speaking of promising candidates, Zhang Donghua had once thought about recommending a boy named Xuanhua from Yutong County, who had recently gained some recognition. However, upon learning about Xuanhua's eye condition, he reluctantly abandoned the idea. This wasn't out of discrimination, but rather a realistic consideration. Chengdu Military and Political University was fundamentally a military school. If you were qualified, you could join the military directly upon graduation, and after surviving the adjustment period, you could move beyond entry-level positions. But with Xuanhua's physical condition, Joining the military was nearly impossible. Since he couldn't achieve the ultimate goal, studying at Chuntang would lose its significance. Jiang Zheng was not the first contestant to finish his match. His interaction with her Siyuan had delayed him quite a bit, and his game lasted almost the entire round. By the time he retraced his steps back, the next set of contestants were already at the sidelines, ready to go. Nearby, he could see the contestants who had just finished their matches chatting in small groups. The contestants from other counties wore expressions of smug satisfaction. Snippets of their conversation drifted over. Too easy. If we were up against the players from Linjiang. Though Jiang Zheng couldn't catch every word, he could easily guess what they were talking about. He stopped and scanned the area. In the distance, a small group of students from Linjiang First High School had gathered. In stark contrast to the confidence of the out-of-county contestants, these students either squatted or stood around, all looking utterly dejected. Among them, a delinquent-looking boy with dreadlocks was frowning and saying something. Jiang Zheng walked over slowly. Did you lose? Lost. And you? Lost too. A boy squatting on the ground clutched his head in frustration. My earth duck tried to shield me, but it couldn't hold up. The opponent's spirit techniques were so precise, it felt like cheating. No matter how I cast mine, I couldn't land a hit. You can't blame me for that, right? Chong, hands on his hips, snapped angrily. If not you, then who? I thought you guys could at least put up a decent fight, but it was all just a joke. So embarrassing. Don't tell anyone you're my classmates from now on. With that, he turned to leave, only to lock eyes with Jiang Zheng. Aren't you going to ask if I won or not? Man, are you trying to make me laugh? Chong sneered. Once you guys entered the arena, the ads went up. I couldn't see the match, but I could hear clearly whose names the audience was cheering. Jiang Zheng glanced at the group and asked quietly. So, everyone except me lost in the first round? The group exchanged awkward glances, then lowered their heads. Jiang Zheng nodded calmly. As expected, although he had helped them practice with intermediate puppets and train in the intermediate spirit cultivation room a few days before the competition, the gap was still significant. Their control over spirit techniques was like a beginner handling a gun for the first time, and spirit techniques were even harder to master than aiming. It wasn't just about pointing and hitting the target. All right, go back and practice harder, he said after a moment of silence. Then he asked, you don't have 2 matches in one day, do you? Most shook their heads, except for one second-year student, who raised his hand timidly. Brother Jiang, I do. Jiang Zheng patted him on the shoulder, but said nothing in the end. There was nothing left to say. Jiang Zheng, how long did it take you to win? About 10 minutes. What? That's just average, Chong muttered as he walked away, dramatically twisting his neck and making exaggerated motions. As he strode forward, one of his dreadlocks unintentionally whipped the face of a boy who had just stood up. The boy clutched his face and squatted back down. Jiang Zheng shook his head, unable to comment on the scene. He turned and left the area. At the exit, a boy with bandages wrapped around his head stood there, a gentle smile on his face. Beside him, a girl was chattering incessantly. Wawa, make sure to be careful when you go in. I don't need to be careful. I'm planning to surrender as soon as I get in, the boy replied casually. Aren't you even going to try? The girl looked stunned. What if we lose the doubles match tomorrow? Don't jinx it. The boy chuckled and tapped her lightly on the head. There's no way we'll get knocked out in the first round of the doubles match. No one can beat us. Relax. All right. The girl muttered, pouting as she rubbed her head. At that moment, she caught sight of Jiang Zheng from the corner of her eye. She tensed up and stepped forward, shielding the boy. I know who you are. What are you trying to do? Clearly, she had seen Jiang Zheng's photo before. Jiang Zheng pointed behind her and said calmly, move aside. I'm not leaving. I'm staying with Wawa. The girl stopped mid-sentence as she realized his meaning. Oh, you mean step aside? Sorry. She quickly moved out of the way. Go ahead, go ahead. Jiang Zheng gave a polite smile and turned his gaze to the boy called Wawa. Despite the bandages on his face, Wawa seemed to sense Jiang Zheng's stare. Blind monk, you're not joining the singles match? Jiang Zheng asked. Who's the blind monk? You. I'm not. I'm just a disabled person. Mind your words. No offense. I don't discriminate against people with disabilities. Maybe we can play soccer together sometime. Heh. What, as the goalkeeper? You can be a spectator. Wawa looked slightly exasperated but could tell Jiang Zheng was serious. He changed the subject. I'm participating, then forfeiting. He noticed the girl about to step forward again and raised a hand to stop her. It's fine. I just don't want to get hurt. There's still the doubles match tomorrow. That's cautious, Jiang Zheng observed. Yes, because as long as I don't get injured, no one can beat us in the doubles match. Wawa's confident smile remained. Jiang Zheng feigned rubbing his eyes, and his pupils subtly turned vertical. As the Ouroboros symbol appeared above Wawa's head, an unprecedented repelling force surged forth, resisting the symbol's intrusion. Though the force quickly subsided, Wawa seemed to sense something. What were you just doing? He asked. I was imagining us having an intense and passionate interaction in my head. Jiang Zheng replied with a wink and a smile. Good luck with your forfeit. As the symbol finally merged into Wawa, Jiang Zheng heard the expected sound. Wawa, on the other hand, felt a sudden tension, suspicious but uncertain. He had indeed experienced a fleeting sense of spiritual pressure, but it was so brief it felt like an illusion. If not for the sudden ripple in his aura, he might not have noticed it at all. Jiang Zheng tilted his head slightly, mentally noting the phenomenon, though his expression remained unreadable. I'll head out now. There's another match this afternoon. Wawa nodded silently, his gaze following Jiang Zheng as he walked away. Doubts lingered in his mind, but he couldn't pinpoint anything. The girl beside him asked curiously, "What is it? Well, did he do something?" Wawa didn't answer immediately. Instead, he let his energy circulate through his body. Stay away from him in the future. There's something off about that guy. Oh, okay. The young man stood still, his gaze sweeping the surroundings like a scanner. Only after ensuring there was nothing unusual did he turn and stride steadily toward the preparation area, his steps firm and resolute. The Sweetwater shop in Linjiang County was known for its reasonable prices, comparable to those of Mishua Bingwang. At this moment, the young man was holding a cup of chilled lemon tea, sitting alone in a corner seat, lost in thought. A few days ago, Li Ching had indeed suggested celebrating his first victory by treating him to Sweetwater. However, he had decisively declined the offer not because he feared being labeled as taking advantage of her, but because the girl's intentions had become increasingly obvious lately. He calculated silently. Her emotions had been sufficiently leveraged, and her kindness had been repaid to an appropriate extent. Given that he had no interest in romantic relationships, it was better to maintain boundaries to avoid wasting her youth. Taking a sip of lemon tea, he shook his head, casting aside these thoughts. He pulled out his phone and reread the message his uncle had sent earlier that morning. Talent is born of the heart. Among the 725 types of talents in Shenzhou, categorized into 68 mental classes, this one ranks 7th. It possesses dual properties. The positive aspect allows the user to perceive a world outlined by lines, clearly identifying the characteristics of both humans and spirit beasts, including blood flow, spiritual energy circulation, and the trajectory of mystical techniques. A skilled practitioner can even discern flaws in physical forms and techniques, as well as the hidden morality within people's hearts. The negative aspect, however, is that prolonged use may cause the user to confuse reality with the line-drawn world, ultimately leading to mental disarray and mistrusting their own vision. Notably, individuals born blind find this talent easier to cultivate, and those naturally endowed with it excel even further. This isn't so much a choice between positive and negative as it is a double-edged curse, Jiang Zheng mused, squinting in thought. Is this talent's high ranking the reason it allowed me to detect traces of Ouroboros' eye? He took another sip of lemon tea, quickly dismissing the idea. No, it's just because Xuanhua has been constantly using Born of the Heart that I managed to pick up some clues. But judging by his later reactions, he obviously hasn't caught on to anything. This means that the Ouroboros' eye must be of an even higher level. A new question surfaced in his mind. Then these eyes of mine, capable of seeing through everything, what level do they belong to? Could there be records about them in the archives of the Spirit Association? Jiang Zheng finished the last sip of his sweet water, placing the empty cup gently on the table. This question could wait for now. At the moment, two more pressing matters demanded his attention. First, finding the whereabouts of Wong the Hunter, and second, figuring out why his uncle hadn't responded yet. Snow fell heavily, blanketing the mountain path in white and obscuring its original appearance. Amid this pure expanse, the sound of hurried footsteps grew louder, accompanied by the gradual emergence of a dark figure. It was a man running at an astonishing speed, far beyond the limits of an ordinary person. Each step sent snow flying, leaving deep, distinct footprints behind him. He only slowed down once the outline of a distant village became visible, finally coming to a stop. The village ahead was eerily silent. Despite it being daytime, there was no sign of life. The man furrowed his brows and cautiously stepped into the village. His nose detected no strange odors, but he understood the situation well. The bitter cold acted as a natural preservative, slowing decay. And even if there were corpses here, there hadn't been enough time for them to decompose. He walked unhurriedly into the first courtyard. The setup was simple, with a few strips of cured meat hanging from the door beam, covered in a thin layer of frost, and swaying gently in the wind. Inside the house, no one was present. Bright red bedding was neatly stacked near the fire pit, and an old, weathered long-spout kettle sat on the table alongside several porcelain cups, seemingly untouched for some time. The man picked up one of the cups to examine it closely. For him, there was no need for fingerprint detection or preserving evidence. He was here in person and could only remain for an hour. As his sleeve slipped slightly, he murmured, "Do you sense anyone?" Before his words fully faded, a forked tongue, as thin as a pair of chopsticks, darted out from his sleeve, quickly sweeping around the porcelain cup before retreating. Though the surroundings remained silent, the man's gaze suddenly sharpened. "There's a human scent." He spun around abruptly, striding out of the courtyard in a few steps, his eagle-like eyes scanning the area. Someone had touched that cup within the last 10 minutes. The snow-covered ground showed no footprints other than his own, and everything appeared normal on the surface. However, the man knew that for certain spirit manipulators with special abilities, leaving no trace was not impossible. But why couldn't he sense any spiritual energy? This puzzling detail deepened the crease in his brow. As a newly appointed 100-view empowerer, his strength lay not in combat, but in investigation. This branch of spirit manipulation was fairly common in the Spirit Association. Sensitivity to spiritual energy was a hallmark of such empowerers. Though he had only recently transitioned into this role, there were similarities between his old and new paths, and his abilities overlapped to some extent. He was confident he hadn't made a mistake. So, was someone deliberately concealing their tracks? The man stood in silence for a long time before slowly raising his hand and reaching toward his eyes. As a 100-view empowerer, he had gained a unique ability, spiritual vision. This ability resembled a certain kind of ocular power, but its sole function was to discern the flow of spiritual energy within a small range, and it came at the cost of consuming a massive amount of spiritual energy. Yet the man didn't hesitate as he prepared to activate this ability. With a light touch to his left eye, he murmured softly, "Clear sight. Grant me favor. Reveal the spiritual trail." Ling. Before he could finish, a faint cracking sound interrupted his chant. Though almost imperceptible, the sound caused the man's expression to change drastically. He quickly withdrew his finger and reached for a jade pendant hanging from his neck. The pendant, intricately carved with the figure of a long-haired woman cradling an infant, was now riddled with countless fine cracks. The man's pupils trembled violently, veins bulging on his neck as a surge of murderous intent erupted from him. A chilling realization struck him given his usual vigilance. There was no way he would have recklessly used such a spiritually draining ability without ensuring his safety first. "Raise the wind," he bellowed. Instantly, a fierce gale howled through the air, sweeping up the snow on the ground in a furious spiral. "Summon the rain," he roared again. The clouds above quickly gathered, darkening as thunder rumbled ominously. In moments, a light drizzle began to fall. But the man did not stop there. His gaze darted around urgently, scanning the surroundings, only to find nothing. The snow, pierced by the rain, splattered onto the ground with a relentless rhythm. Fury consumed him. With a swift motion, his right hand formed a seal. Lightning strike. In an instant, bolts of lightning danced and coiled within the stormy clouds above. Distant hunters looked up in terror, abandoning their prey as they fell to their knees, crying out, "The mountain god has revealed himself." Just as the lightning was about to descend, a sudden anomaly occurred. Among the swirling snowflakes and the muddy ground, strange distortions appeared. Transparent figures, faint and elusive, seemed to crouch or stand, flickering in and out of sight. "Finally decided to show yourselves, huh? Why not keep hiding?" The man sneered, his face twisted with a sinister grin, veins pulsing prominently. There was no response. The eerie figures advanced steadily, stepping through puddles with an unsettling silence. "Attack. The malice formation has failed, still hasn't activated his spiritual sight. The traps ahead won't work on him," someone shouted as they launched forward. "But his fate is unstable. Recklessly manipulating the weather must cost him dearly. Kill him." The moment those words were spoken, the man's head snapped toward the direction of the voice, a chilling smile playing on his lips. From within his sleeve, a grotesque head emerged. It bore eyes brimming with wind-controlling spiritual energy, rain droplets dripping from its mouth, and arcs of electricity dancing along its broken horn. As it turned out, the man had never cast any spells. He had merely been calling out commands. The horrifying truth became evident, and the speaker's pupils constricted in shock, but it was too late to warn the others. The man plunged his hand into his sleeve and, with a sharp tug, unleashed his next move. A terrifying serpent transformed in a flash of lightning into a gleaming silver spear, which landed firmly in the man's grasp. The broken spearhead was enveloped in tangible arcs of lightning, radiating a deadly brilliance. "Retreat, retreat," panicked voices cried out. "Fight." "There's no retreat, fight," came the desperate roar that followed. "Die." Li Ching wielded the silver spear with the precision of a dragon in flight. In an instant, two approaching figures were cleaved in half, their blood bursting forth in the rain. Each movement of his spear was fluid and effortless, as though it were second nature. The silver spear suddenly morphed into a serpent's head, nimbly bypassing an enemy's defense. Its gaping maw clamped down, tearing off a terrified head in one swift motion. Within moments, the storm ceased, and the rain stopped. Overhead, the thunderclouds lingered but did not release their fury. Li Ching had no protective measures. If the lightning struck, he would be just as vulnerable. This natural lightning, summoned through spiritual energy, was far more destructive than ordinary spiritual lightning. When it fell, it spared no one, friend or foe. But Li Ching had his reason. She was testing something. With a heavy thud, the last attacker was swallowed whole by the massive silver-horned serpent. The giant snake coldly scanned its surroundings, its gaze sweeping over the carnage. Li Ching paid no attention to it. Instead, his expression remained impassive as he gripped one man by the throat and lifted him off the ground, the very first assassin who had spoken. The assassin's arms were severed, blood pouring freely and staining the muddy ground a deep crimson. Narrowing his eyes, Li Wenchu's voice was icy. Something's off. Where are your spirit beasts? The assassin struggled to speak, blood trickling down his chin. Despite his agony, his gaze remained eerily calm. Li Wen, you abandoned the path of arms for the path of empowerment, yet you still retain the traits of a warrior. Blood bubbled at the corner of his mouth as his eyes burned with a mix of madness and malice. One day, you'll die from the torment of contradiction. Li Wenchu stood in silence, his face growing darker, the chill in his eyes deepening. Li Wenchu's grip on the assassin's neck grew tighter and tighter. His fingers, like iron clamps, closed in, but just as the assassin was on the verge of suffocation, he suddenly loosened his hold. The anger on his face faded away. The members of Hua Lutang usually don't possess such a backbone, Li Wenchu said slowly, his sharp gaze fixed on the assassin. Are you trying to provoke me into losing control and killing you outright? The assassin's expression stiffened, and the subtle change in his demeanor betrayed his thoughts. I won't do that, Li Wenchu said coldly, staring at him. In fact, this only proves you're hiding something. Are others lying in ambush around me? The assassin responded with a cold sneer, remaining silent, his eyes filled with contempt. No? Then who is the traitor? Tell me, and I'll grant you a swift death, Li Wenchu demanded, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. If there's no traitor, do you really think a group of first-rankers like you could ambush me? Traitor? Huh. Our leader is a master strategist. The assassin muttered through bloodied lips, his voice strained. You're just lucky. If not for you suddenly halting your spirit vision, we would have already taken your head. Before he could finish, he felt the pressure on his neck intensify abruptly. Instinctively, he tried to struggle, but with his broken arms, he was powerless to resist. Is that so? Li Wenchu murmured softly. In the next instant, his left hand shot up, his fingers claw-like as they clamped over the assassin's face. The unique ability of a Baiguan Soul search was finally ready. The delay earlier had been to prepare for this technique. Gripping the assassin's neck allowed him to channel spiritual energy into the assassin's body, ensuring control and minimizing the risk of unexpected resistance. The assassin's eyes widened in shock, disbelief written across his face. Soul search was one of the core abilities of a Baiguan Shi, enabling them to delve into the memories of another's soul. Skilled practitioners could perceive fragments of memory in real time while minimizing harm to the target. Less experienced users could only store disjointed memories, often at the cost of the target's safety. Unfair heavens, the assassin cursed inwardly. Li Wenchu hasn't abandoned the path of the warrior, yet he can still use abilities from the path of empowerment. His vision blurred as his consciousness faded, his eyes rolling back. Li Wenchu fell into deep thought. The existence of a traitor was now undeniable. The enemy not only targeted him deliberately, but also knew the secret of his unstable fate. A series of suspicious figures flashed through his mind. The tall, thin old man, the noblewoman from the Zheng family, the petty officer from the security bureau, and the station troops at the county gate. Hiss! The sound of a spirit beast snapped him out of his thoughts. Looking up, he saw the silver-horned python slowly slithering back toward him, its emotionless eyes fixed on its master as it let out another soft hiss. Except for one room containing remains, the other houses were devoid of corpses. Li Wenchu frowned deeply. Could these rebels really be so kind as to help clean up the bodies? Impossible. Li Wenchu gazed into the distance, pondering the purpose of the corpses that had been taken away. His eyes narrowed slightly before closing completely, and his consciousness sank into his soul space. At that very moment, a surge of murderous intent swept over him like a tidal wave, enveloping his entire being. His eyes snapped open, and a faint smile played at the corners of his lips. The provocation had worked. His sharp gaze scanned the surroundings swiftly, locking onto an empty spot in the distance. Though there was no visible trace, the oppressive killing intent emanating from that spot grew increasingly piercing to his senses. Revealing your edge, Li Wenchu murmured to himself. This was a hallmark of the path of warfare, though its strength fell short of his expectations. A replication, perhaps? The silver-horned python at his side suddenly surged, spitting out a glob of green-blue thunder slurry toward the targeted spot. The slurry expanded rapidly in midair, transforming into a massive electric net that engulfed the sky. The space distorted abruptly, and a figure in a black robe emerged. Sharp indeed, the figure remarked, their voice indistinct in gender. The three courts may have no use for you, but that's their loss. Your talent is undeniable, which is precisely why I cannot let you live. Rise, the black-robed figure roared, pointing a finger toward the approaching electric net. The ground trembled violently, and a small mountain erupted from beneath, blocking the net's advance. Li Wenchu sensed the fluctuations in spiritual energy around him. Second grade. He ran his hand lightly along the silver-horned python, which instantly transformed into a long spear. Taking a step forward, he slashed through the stone mountain with a flash of spear light, forcing the black-robed figure into the open and exposing the overwhelming flames they had unleashed. Chaotic spiritual energy, you lack mastery over fire-based techniques. Li Wenshu pressed forward instead of retreating, driving his spear into the sea of flames. With a single spin, he devoured the fire. Are you masking your true abilities? Afraid to summon your spirit beast for me to see? In a blur of motion, Li Wenshu closed the gap between them. His right foot lashed out at the opponent's lower body while he twisted the spear, aiming directly for their throat. At close range, the bold prevail. The black-robed figure struck out desperately with a palm toward the spear's tip, only to be confronted by the sudden appearance of a menacing snake head. Its jaws snapped open, ready to bite. At the last possible moment, the figure formed a hand seal, their bodies stiffening like stone as the snake's fangs snapped shut on empty air. In the blink of an eye, the figure reappeared 10 meters away. An iron defense and spatial shifting? Li Wenshu frowned. Your techniques are quite eclectic. As he spoke, he probed further while calculating the opponent's path of fate in his mind. The answer gradually crystallized, Shanghai Minister. Among all paths of fate, if one excluded talents awakened through other means, only this path possessed the replication trait. Yet this conclusion would require further confirmation. The man's eyes were fixed intently on his opponent, scrutinizing his every move, while a continuous flow of spiritual energy gathered into the bright silver spear in his hand. This was a unique ability of the Path of Arms, where a spiritual beast could be transformed into a weapon. Although he had strayed from this path, he had never truly let it go. He had been warned before forcing himself to retain the traits of his former path could lead to irreversible consequences. Yet, he stubbornly refused to heed those warnings. At this moment, that very persistence seemed to be the key. The man before him was no ordinary opponent. His every motion exuded the aura of a master. He might very well be the branch hall leader, or even the traitor who leaked his location to the county. Li Wenshu narrowed his eyes, his thoughts racing. If this man was truly Shan Haichin, the threat level would escalate several-fold. Among the 10 paths of fate, Shan Haichin's path was ranked second to last in difficulty, but its destructive potential was among the highest. Quickly assessing the situation, Li Wenshu noted the precarious state of his allies. The Qingshan Hermit, though at the peak of the 3rd rank, was already a decaying shell of flesh and blood, barely clinging to life. Meanwhile, the talented young lady of the Zhong family, despite her exceptional aptitude, was still too inexperienced to withstand the pressure of a life-and-death battle. Worse yet, either of them could also turn out to be the traitor. No matter who you are, you won't leave here alive today. Li Wenshu vowed silently. Even if it meant sacrificing his chance of ever advancing further, he was willing to pay the price. He stomped the ground heavily, raising his right arm high and puffing out his chest in a throwing stance. Old Python. His thunderous roar reverberated, causing the black-clad figure in the distance to shudder. This was the unrestrained sharpness of the Path of Arms, an ability that could intimidate, lock onto a target, and drastically increase the likelihood of striking a vital point. Behind the mask, the black-clad man's face twisted in fear as he felt an inescapable force locking onto him. No matter how he tried to evade, he couldn't shake it off. Die! Li Wenshu lunged forward, twisting his body as he hurled the spear without hesitation. Li Wenshu. The black-clad man roared, his right hand swiftly forming seals. If you don't want to live, I still. Before he could finish, the silver spear streaked through the air, piercing his body with deadly precision. The spear transformed into a python, spitting thunderous energy as it coiled tightly around him. Yet, the black-clad man managed to complete his final hand seal. Blood surged in Li Wenshu's throat as a repelling force racked his body with excruciating pain, his spiritual energy scattering chaotically within him. Forcing himself to look up, he saw a blue shockwave hurtling down from the sky. A second-rank practitioner capable of summoning a starfall. Your talent is indeed remarkable. He managed a faint, bitter smile. The opponent's skill was refined clearly. He was a scribe adept at mimicking abilities. The black-clad man had vanished without a trace, leaving only the silver-horned python racing back toward Li Wenshu. At the same time, the blue shockwave crashed down like a meteor, engulfing him and the surrounding corpses in an explosion of destruction. Boom. The village of Lujia and Linjiang County are far apart, requiring nearly 12 hours for a round trip. This remote village arranges unified freight transportation only twice a week, on Mondays and Fridays, delivering goods to the county's malls and supermarkets. This shift stemmed from a painful lesson. Years ago, a few highly skilled but overly arrogant young men from the village ventured into a neighboring village's hunting grounds and never returned. Since then, Lujia village abandoned hunting and focused on developing livestock farming instead. This decision proved to be spot on today. Every household raises chickens, ducks, and geese, with some even establishing large-scale farms renowned in the surrounding areas. The poultry they produce is tender and flavorful, particularly ideal for warming up in cold weather. Just yesterday, the villagers completed another batch of shipments, and today is the village's traditional dividend distribution day. The village chief, standing before piles of money bags, frowned as he held a calculator. Why don't we switch to bank transfers? This is way too troublesome. But the villagers unanimously protested, no way. We don't trust the internet. We feel secure only when the money is in our hands. Left with no choice, the village chief cleared his throat and shouted, all right then, we'll distribute the money in order. Line up. At the village entrance, two young men were leisurely cracking sunflower seeds and chatting. You know, people have to keep up with the times, one of them said. Look at our village. Sure, there aren't many places to spend money, but everyone's pockets are full. He spat out a seed shell with a hint of pride. Now compare that to Wangjia village over the mountain. They're still relying on hunting in this day, and Agatha will be left behind sooner or later. Exactly. No doubt about it. Just as they were laughing and talking, a strange noise suddenly came from the distance. In this area near the snowy mountains, despite technological advancements, the presence of spiritual beasts always posed a threat to stability. Worse still, some people would disguise themselves as these creatures to commit crimes. The two young men instantly became alert. One drew a long knife, while the other pulled out a hunting rifle. These ration rifles had decent power, but lacked precision and were strictly prohibited from being taken outside the village. Violators could lead to the entire village being expelled. In the distance, a bloodied figure staggered toward them, its steps unsteady. Stop right there. One of them shouted sternly. Move again, and he'll shoot. The shadow halted but suddenly lifted its head. A horrifying face was revealed. Its mouse-like features were partially decomposed, with decaying flesh exposing ghastly white bones underneath. Damn it. In a panic, one of the young men pulled the trigger. The shadow collapsed to the ground, but eerily rose again. Even more terrifying, countless black shapes began to emerge behind it, all staring at the young men at the village entrance with sinister eyes. Saliva dripped from their mouths as if they were sizing up a delicious meal. The alarm echoed all around. The young man was just about to seize the chance to flee into the village when he realized his companion had already disappeared into the distance, scrambling and stumbling away. His legs turned to jelly, his entire body trembling, unable to form a coherent sentence. The sharp screeching behind him only heightened his terror, and with a misstep, he tumbled to the ground. The sound of hurried footsteps grew closer and closer, engulfing the fear-stricken young man in an instant before surging into the village. In the blink of an eye, the air was filled with a cacophony of curses, cries, roars, and gunfire, reverberating above the village. Gradually, these sounds faded one by one, replaced by an eerie chewing noise that seemed to spread like an invisible net over the entire area. At that moment, a pale man appeared leisurely at the village entrance. He casually tossed two wooden boxes to the ground, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Same old rule: grind the spirit beasts into powder and feed it to the corpses here. Understood. A figure quickly knelt to pick up the boxes and hurried away. I'll get it done right away as you instructed. The pale man suddenly chuckled and spoke to the seemingly empty space beside him. A few villages should be enough, right? There was no reply, as if he were talking to himself. Unbothered, he let out a derisive laugh and continued. Since you're here, why not show yourself? Are you injured? By the way, is that Li guy dead yet? As soon as he finished speaking, the air began to distort, revealing a figure. It was a person of average build, wearing a mask devoid of any facial features, their bodies shrouded in black robes. They appeared unscathed and responded curtly. I don't know. You don't know? I don't know. All right, fine. When will he die then? I don't know. Can't you think of a way to help me? I won't. The masked figure seemed slightly agitated. Don't forget, you're the one who summoned me. Now you're trying to wash your hands of it. As he spoke, his form began to blur, gradually blending into the surrounding air. The pale man made no move to stop him, merely saying calmly, don't rush. Do what you're supposed to, and you'll get what you want. Besides, wasn't all of this your choice to begin with? After a moment, the pale man suddenly spat on the ground, gritting his teeth as he muttered, none of your business? One day I'll sit on. His words trailed off, swallowed by the wind. Meanwhile, in another place, the doubles match was a breeze for Jiang Zheng. He hadn't even called upon Zai Zai, nor did he involve Li Ching or the ice rabbit spirit. Using only his spirit techniques, he effortlessly secured victory. By the time his two opponents collapsed to the ground, the outcome was already decided. Both of his primary ice element spirit techniques had reached mastery. Ice Spike's a technique that condenses sharp ice shards using spirit energy. Skilled users can manipulate them flexibly for various attacks. Ice Pillars, a technique that forms ice pillars from the ground, with their size and growth speed determined by the user's spirit energy strength. This progress was largely thanks to the icy environment of Linjiang County. Practicing ice element techniques here not only amplified their power, but also accelerated proficiency. Jiang Zheng paid no attention to the referee's announcement or the crowd's cheers. He repeatedly clenched and relaxed his fists, an inexplicable restlessness stirring within him. Were it not for this unease, he wouldn't have performed this way. Still, the feedback from reaching mastery in his techniques was undeniable. Could sense that in the future, using these techniques would require less energy and grant him greater control. We won. Li Ching wiped the sweat from her forehead, waving excitedly at her parents in the stands. They looked even more thrilled than she did. The referee, who seemed more professional than the one that morning, politely gestured toward the edge of the platform. The match is over for both of you. Please exit the stage. Jiang Zheng nodded and strode off without waiting for Li Ching. As he walked, he pulled out his phone and quickly typed, "No need to follow me. See you tomorrow." Hey. Li Ching raised her hand, but Jiang Zheng had already disappeared from view with swift strides. She stood there, stunned, before lowering her hand and muttering, "He runs so fast. I can't even catch up to say a word." As Jiang Zheng stepped out of the arena, the gazes that followed him were inescapable. The eyes of the students around him no longer carried the disdain or provocation they once held. In just 2 matches, he had established a reputation among the students from other counties that matched his fame. Many of his peers, upon meeting his gaze, instinctively looked away. This reaction was not without reason. His earlier victory over the so-called underworld warrior, one of Yutong County's top fighters, had made a strong statement. That achievement alone was enough to prove that Jiang Zheng was far from the lucky, overrated nobody some had assumed him to be. And the triumph in the team battle only solidified this impression in everyone's minds. In the preparation area, groups of students from other counties quieted their chatter and stiffened when he approached. Their laughter ceased abruptly. Jiang Zheng paid no attention to the unusual stares. What might have unsettled others was nothing more than a triviality to him. In fact, this was the reaction he expected. If they still dared to look down on him at this point, it would only prove that their teachers were nothing but incompetent fools. His phone remained silent, and with each passing moment, his heart grew heavier. He recalled something Jiang Hu had once said. His uncle had encountered a major crisis, one serious enough to abandon the life path he had cultivated for years just to preserve his life. If his uncle truly was in danger, there was no telling how much his newly chosen path could help him. I should head to the Spirit Tamer Association first, Jiang Zheng thought to himself. Outside the venue, an eye-catching luxury car sat quietly parked. Its allure came not from its unique design, but from its exorbitant price and its status as a symbol of success in the digital age. What made it even more notable was that this was the only car of its kind in all of Linjiang County. The car's white interior exuded understated luxury, and the dual screens in the back seat were broadcasting the local channel's live coverage of the 3-county joint dueling competition. Between the seats sat 2 unopened bottles of mineral water. In the front, a restless, dreadlocked driver and a fidgeting passenger occupied the seats. Meanwhile, in the back, 2 men engaged in casual conversation. "It's been years, and it seems your business has only grown bigger, Mr. Zhao," one of them remarked. "Oh, not at all, just making a modest living," replied the man addressed as Mr. Zhao. Though he was portly and his temples were graying, he carried himself with the composure of someone accustomed to power. "But you, on the other hand, are truly remarkable, whether it's strategizing with a pen or taking up arms for the country and its people. You put me to shame." The middle-aged man in the military green coat waved his hand modestly. You flatter me, you flatter me. These days, I'm just a humble instructor in the Springtang military system. An admissions director at the Spirit Tamer Academy? Hardly a humble instructor, Mr. Zhou replied with a smile. At this, the 2 men exchanged a glance and chuckled. The man in the military coat, however, seemed slightly uncomfortable with the exchange. His smile was brief and faintly forced, though he maintained it for a few moments before letting it drop. "Speaking of which," Mr. Zhou began again, his tone warm and appreciative, "I must thank you for giving my eldest son the opportunity to serve in the military for 2 years and then transfer to the Imperial Military Academy. It sounds like you're accusing me of cheating." The middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively, his posture still upright and disciplined from his military background. "Your child is bright and hardworking, no doubt about that. Since they want to continue serving the country, even if not studying at Chuntang, how could I not help? Soldiers, no matter where they are all comrades." Yes, you're absolutely right," Boss Zhou said, bowing repeatedly with a wide smile on his face. "My apologies for not expressing myself clearly. Tonight at Linjiang Tower, I'll host a dinner. Just an old friends gathering, nothing more." "This?" The middle-aged man frowned slightly. "All right, but keep it modest." Before he could finish his sentence, a hesitant expression crossed his face, as if something was weighing on him. In the passenger seat, Zhou Chong rolled his eyes and turned to look out the window, thinking to himself, "Finally, they're getting to the point." His father's business-savvy tactics honed in the commercial world were hardly a match for someone with a military background. If it weren't for the fact that this man clearly needed something, they would have probably parted ways long ago. Sensing the man's reluctance to speak, Boss Zhou immediately straightened his expression and said, "Don't worry, old friend. It's rare for you to visit Linjiang. If there's something on your mind, feel free to share it." Zhou Chong, you and the driver step outside. All right. Zhou Chong agreed without hesitation, eager to escape the uncomfortable atmosphere. No need. The middle-aged man interrupted with a gesture. It's just a small matter, not worth such a fuss. I simply want to ask you about someone. Oh, Boss Zhou raised an eyebrow. Who might that be? Jiang Zheng. The man said firmly, his eyes sharp. I want to meet this young man, but I don't want to scare him. I heard he's close with your youngest son, so I thought this might be a good opportunity to have a chat with him. This. Boss Zhou paused for a moment before smiling and nodding. You're absolutely right. My son is indeed close with young Jiang. Close. Close. Zhou Chong screamed internally, his face contorting in frustration. A wave of resentment surged through him. Close. Is that what you call him, kicking me so hard I ended up in the infirmary, completely humiliated in front of my crew? No wonder Dad suddenly called me into the car. This is what he had planned all along. Just then, a figure appeared at the entrance of the venue. It was the boy himself, raising a hand to hail a cab. Boss, Jiang Zheng just came out. The driver in the front seat said sharply, immediately pointing it out. Oh, Boss Zhou jumped at the chance. What a coincidence. Zhou Chong, go call your good friend over. Coincidence, my foot. Zhou Chong cursed silently. Didn't you all watch the match on the screen? But saying that would only embarrass himself further, so he swallowed his frustration. Yes, sir. Reluctantly, he unbuckled his seatbelt and prepared to get out of the car. One more thing, Boss Zhou added. Once you bring him over, don't come back. Let Jiang Zheng take the front seat, and you can take a cab to Linjiang Tower. What? Zhou Chang's anger boiled over. He slammed the car door open but had to close it gently to avoid making a scene. Glaring in Jiang Zheng's direction, his lips pouted in indignation, tears of frustration welling up in his eyes. Jiang Zheng, you're paying for my cab fare. Jiang Zheng was standing at the intersection, preparing to hail a taxi, when he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye. Turning his head, he saw Zhou Chong, the guy with the dreadlocks, standing not far away, pouting. Jiang Zheng. Zhou Chong suddenly shouted, his expression unusually tense. Sensing something was off, Jiang Zheng allowed a faint, calm smile to curve his lips as he subtly stretched his right leg. What's this? Still haven't learned your lesson? Old friend, looks like it's your time to shine again. But things took an unexpected turn. Zhou Chong walked up to Jiang Zheng, sniffling as he gestured toward a luxury car in the distance. Get in the car, he said, his voice trembling. Before he could finish, tears were already streaming down his face. Jiang Zheng stood there quietly, relaxing the tension in his leg with a trace of regret. However, the subtle movement didn't escape Zhou Chang's notice. What are you planning to do? Zhou Chong asked, pointing at Jiang Zheng's right leg, his voice filled with alarm. Do a popping dance, Jiang Zheng replied with a straight face. Don't give me that crap. You can't even dance. Zhou Chong retorted, lowering his voice so only Zhou Chong could hear. Jiang Zheng leaned in slightly. Then why ask, huh? Zhou Chong froze, his body trembling as he glanced nervously around. He seemed to hope the nearby pedestrians would notice Jiang Zheng's true nature. Instead, the locals only cast heavy, watchful gazes in their direction. Some even put down their shopping bags, their eyes darting between the dreadlocked troublemaker and the calm, young man, as if ready to intervene. Realizing the attention they were drawing, Zhou Chong slowly lowered his arm, his eyes brimming with even more tears. No, I'm from Linjiang too, you jerk. What's the deal with the car? Jiang Zheng broke the silence first, his gaze landing on the luxury vehicle with its distinctive license plate. Your dad's here? Yeah. Zhou Chong wiped his tears and replied stiffly. He wants to invite you to Linjiang Tower for dinner. Linjiang Tower was the most expensive Sichuan restaurant in the county, famous for its fiery, comforting dishes. Can't do it. I'm heading to the Spirit Association. No time for dinner. Jiang Zheng declined without hesitation. Zhou Chang's eyes lit up, and his tears vanished instantly. Not going? Great. He cheerfully jogged back to the car. Jiang Zheng turned toward the taxi stand, but the sound of tires screeching behind him made him pause. Memories of a time when a construction truck had chased him onto a rooftop flashed through his mind, and he instinctively dodged to the side, his fingertips already gathering a chill of ice energy. But it wasn't a truck, it was a Maybach. The window rolled down, revealing Zhou Chang's smug face. The car moved slightly forward, and the rear window lowered, exposing a middle-aged man with a warm smile. Behind him sat Zhou Chang's father, the ever-kin-looking Mr. Zhao. Xiao Jiang, the older Zhou greeted. Mr. Zhou, Jiang Zheng replied politely. No need to be so formal. Just call me Uncle Zhou, Mr. Zhou said with a genial laugh. Heading to the Spirit Association? Perfect, it's on the way. Boss Zhou burst into hearty laughter. Get in the car, I'll give you a ride. It's no trouble at all. This time, Jiang Zheng didn't decline. With a gentle smile, he replied. Well then, can we go a bit faster? No problem. Boss Zhou nodded with a grin, then glanced at his son in the passenger seat with a tone that brooked no argument. Zhou Chong, out of the car. All right, Zhou Chong muttered through gritted teeth. He could only sulk inwardly, like a small beast being pushed out of its territory, watching helplessly as Jiang Zheng brushed past him with ease and took his designated seat. The car door slammed shut with a bang, and the Maybach sped away. Standing in place, Chong tilted his head back and let out a long sigh, as if transported back to the Three Kingdoms era, embodying the great Eastern Wu strategist who passed away in Baekyu. He swayed dramatically, his fingers moving like waves, ready to lament in operatic tones. Why must Jiang exist if Zhao does? But his theatrical moment was abruptly interrupted by the blaring sound of a car horn. A taxi pulled up beside him, and the driver rolled down the window, looking at him with a puzzled expression. Hey there, need a ride? Chong froze on the spot, caught between staying and leaving. At the entrance of the Spirit Association, Boss Zhao got out of the car as well. Smiling, he said to Jiang Zheng, food is essential, just like iron and steel. You've won twice now, and I'm genuinely happy for you. If you don't like the food at Linjiang Tower, feel free to pick any restaurant on your way out. I'll follow your lead, uncle, Jiang Zheng replied shyly. Good boy, off you go now. Boss Zhao got back into the car and drove off, while Jiang Zheng turned to head into the association. The moment he turned around, the smile on his face was replaced by a look of deep contemplation. Boss Zhou's insistence on treating him to this meal clearly had a purpose. Although Jiang Zheng had once beaten up his son, Boss Zhou had never sought personal revenge, demonstrating not only remarkable restraint, but also a recognition of Jiang Zheng's talent. His enthusiasm today hinted at something important. Jiang Zheng recalled the silent middle-aged man who had been in the car. The man's demeanor and characteristics quickly aligned in Jiang Zheng's mind with an identity someone from the Chuntang Military and Political University. If that was the case, their intentions were clear. Although Chuntang is a prestigious university in the north, part of the National 985 project, it has consistently struggled to achieve success in the National Collegiate League. The root cause lies in the lack of a standout leader. Despite their solid overall strength, without a top-tier talent, they are inevitably overshadowed in competitive arenas. It's no surprise, as any student in the north with enough confidence in themselves would naturally choose Shandong University instead. The Chuntang Military and Political Academy is a military school with high admission scores and extremely strict regulations. Compared to other prestigious schools, it indeed has a unique appeal. Jiang Zheng stood in the courtyard of the Spirit Association in Linjiang County, gazing up at the second-floor windows. The sunlight reflected off the glass, revealing a quiet stillness with no sign of life. He withdrew his gaze and stepped into the first-floor lobby, his mind preoccupied with more pressing matters. Hello. The receptionist stood up to greet him, her eyes lingering on his school uniform for a moment, a puzzled expression on her face. This is the Spirit Association of Linjiang County. May I ask who you are? I'm here to see Li Wanshu. Mr. Li? The receptionist hesitated. Do you have an appointment? Before she could finish her sentence, another receptionist seemed to recognize Jiang Zheng and quickly whispered something into her colleague's ear. The first receptionist immediately understood and changed her tone. My apologies. Mr. Li left this morning and hasn't returned yet. He hasn't come back? Jiang Zheng frowned deeply. It had already been several hours, and his uncle still hadn't returned? Then I'll wait for him in his office. With that, he turned and headed toward the stairs. The receptionist looked troubled and was about to speak when her colleague grabbed her arm. Are you crazy? The colleague whispered urgently. Did you forget what Mr. Li said a few days ago? If his nephew visits, let him through immediately. As Jiang Zheng reached the stairwell, a flat, emotionless voice suddenly called out from above. Are you Jiang Zheng? His eyes narrowed slightly before he relaxed and slowly looked up. A short-haired woman stood on the upper floor, staring down at him with an expressionless face. Follow me, she said, turning away coldly. Someone wants to see you. Jiang Zheng remained silent for a moment, his pupils narrowing sharply. An invisible sense of pressure enveloped him, making it impossible to gauge the woman's true strength. He quickly lowered his gaze, his heart on alert. This woman was a spirit master, and an unfamiliar face he had never seen at the association before. He recalled his uncle's warning from that night, a faint pain stirring in his palm. Opening his hand, his smooth palm seemed to conceal countless secrets beneath the surface. The second floor had clearly been empty just moments ago. How had this woman known of his arrival? Surveillance? Or something else? Are you coming or not? The woman stopped and asked impatiently. Jiang Zheng remained silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled warmly. Coming, sister. Right away. A short-haired woman walked ahead, her steps rigid and mechanical. Jiang Zheng kept his head down, obediently trailing behind her. His footsteps were light, yet vigilant, his gaze fixed on the ground. However, he discreetly used his Ouroboros eye to steal glances at the woman's back. This caution came from his uncle's advice. Some spirit tamers were extremely sensitive to being watched, and those with extraordinary talents could even pinpoint someone's exact location in a crowd from just a fleeting glance. The corners of Jiang Zheng's mouth lifted slightly. Clearly, this woman didn't possess such an extraordinary ability. Otherwise, she would have already noticed his subtle observation. This realization made him reflect, Spirit Tamers could rival Spirit Beasts not just because of their companions, but also due to the awakening of their unique abilities. The woman in front of him, who appeared capable of easily subduing him, couldn't detect the scrutiny of his Ouroboros eye. This contrast confirmed one thing: she was far from being one of the influential figures his uncle had warned him about. "We're here," the woman said, stopping in front of a door. She turned around and fixed her cold, hostile gaze on the boy. Though her malice was barely concealed, it was tempered by an effort to restrain herself. The tension in her expression betrayed a mix of emotions far more complex than anger alone. Avoiding her gaze now would only arouse suspicion. Jiang Zheng quickly adjusted his demeanor, adopting an innocent and well-behaved posture. His delicate features, combined with his practiced facade, made him appear pure and harmless. "Thank you, big sister," he said softly. The term big sister caused a slight flicker in the woman's eyes, though her expression grew even darker. "Go in," she ordered. Her face twisted into an expression that was far more complicated than simple fury or sorrow. Sensing her reaction, Jiang Zheng immediately lowered his head and stared at his shoes, feigning alarm. He had confirmed if this woman had a particular sensitivity to the term brother. The boy quickly stepped into the room, closing the door behind him to block out her probing gaze. Yet, in the brief moment as he entered, he had already scanned the space with his peripheral vision. A long conference table dominated the room, and near the window stood a tall figure with his back to the door, his height rivaling that of a top-tier basketball player. Gripping the door handle, Jiang Zheng took a deep breath to compose himself. Then he turned to face the towering figure. As if the man had eyes in the back of his head, he suddenly spoke, his voice old and gravelly. "The people of the world, they suffer greatly." Jiang Zheng kept his head lowered, his wariness heightened. Starting a conversation with such a statement about the plight of the people, this man was likely an official. But this time, Jiang Zheng truly didn't dare to look up. His uncle had warned him that third-rank and higher apothecaries and lantern-bearers were exceptionally sensitive to poisons. And the mention of third rank was particularly striking. Although Spirit Tamers were classified into 9 ranks, the strongest known Spirit Tamers in the country were only of the 8th rank, and their numbers were exceedingly rare. Therefore, in the world of Spirit Masters, the 7th rank represents the pinnacle of power. The 5th and 6th ranks are considered superior, the 3rd and 4th ranks are average, while the 1st and 2nd ranks are deemed inferior. For Jiang Zheng, reaching the 3rd rank was already an awe-inspiring Goala realm his uncle had once touched. However, fate played a cruel hand. An accident forced his uncle to abandon his original path, causing his rank to fall to the 2nd. Even so, his uncle remained the strongest person Jiang Zheng had ever known, the guardian of Linjiang County for many years. His strength was so formidable that he could easily subdue 100 opponents like Zhou Chong single-handedly. "Zhou Chong." A hoarse voice broke the silence in the vast hall. A towering figure stirred slightly. "No need to be nervous. I just want to have a chat with you." As the voice faded, the figure turned around. Standing before Jiang Zheng was a tall and thin elderly man dressed in a green Taoist robe. His face bore the marks of time, with deep wrinkles etched into his loose skin. The wide sleeves of his robe nearly brushed the floor, and his long, white beard hung down to his chest. "Young man, please take a seat," the old man said with a kind smile. "Sit anywhere you like. That little girl doesn't enjoy chatting with me, but we can talk." "Yes," Jiang Zheng replied cautiously, choosing a chair closest to the head seat and sitting down. "Ah, such hardship." The old man shuffled to the head seat and sighed deeply. The imperial capital, the magic capital, the divine capital, they each have their own merits. But the imperial capital is unwelcoming, the magic capital is arrogant, and as for the divine capital, he let out a meaningful chuckle. "What divine capital? They're still living in the past." Jiang Zheng remained silent, sitting motionless. The old man chuckled to himself, his laughter tinged with a raspy breathlessness. Suddenly, the old man fixed his gaze on Jiang Zheng. "Young man, is Linjiang a tough place to live?" "It is, Grandpa. Can you help us?" Jiang Zheng asked earnestly. The old man smiled warmly at him. "I'd like to, but am powerless." "Then it's not tough," Jiang Zheng replied cautiously. "We have enough to eat and wear, and we're self-sufficient. If there's no help to be given, let's drop the subject." The old man leaned back in his chair, studying the boy before him with interest. "Interesting. You're not afraid of me." "I am," Jiang Zheng admitted honestly. After a brief hesitation, he added, "But you seem kind." "Am I?" The old man paused, then burst into hearty laughter. "Grandpa." Jiang Zheng seized the opportunity to steer the conversation. "Is there something you wanted to see me about? If not, then I—" "Don't rush off," the old man interrupted, waving his hand. He clasped his hands together on the table. "I wanted to meet you in person. After all, everything I know about you is just hearsay." Jiang Zheng nodded, confused but attentive, as if he couldn't quite grasp the old man's meaning. "Strong-willed, extraordinarily talented, decisive in your actions." The old man paused thoughtfully. "Or perhaps, I should say, you're resolute, gifted, and ruthless. That's what I've heard about you. But now, ID add another trait: your thinking is far beyond your age, with a maturity and depth that shouldn't be present in someone so young. Since you're here, I had to see it for myself. It's always a pleasure to meet promising talent. The young man understood the implication in the old man's words, but remained composed. His eyes flickered slightly, and he was now certain. This old man indeed knew about what he had done to those two unlucky fellows. Interestingly, the sheriff hadn't come knocking all this time, which clearly meant the old man had no intention of making the matter public. But now that he brought it up, what was his purpose? His fingers tapped lightly on the table as his thoughts raced. The old man's claim of being impressed by his talent was something he didn't believe for a second. Boss Zhao tolerated him only because his abilities were crucial to the development of Linjiang County. Harming him would offend too many people. However, this outsider before him clearly didn't share such concerns. In Linjiang County, even his uncle could barely qualify as a local figure of influence. Since the old man had laid his cards on the table, there was no need for the young man to feign innocence. Slowly, he raised his head, the boyish naivety on his face fading, replaced by a calm composure. You're too kind, sir. I'm still young, and everything that's happened has been a mix of luck and circumstances beyond my control. His tone was soft, yet carried an undercurrent of sharpness. I'm just a kid, ignorant of the things you speak of. All I know is that some actions were forced upon me. Had no choice but to fight back. The tall, thin old man burst into laughter at this, a glint of sharpness in his eyes. Once fate is involved, nothing is truly up to you. Do you think you can simply shrug it off? If everything were so simple, what need would there be for people like us? His voice suddenly turned cold. You killed someone, and I found out. Do you think a single sentence will make me let you go? I'm the official responsible for tracking down the culprit. Whether to arrest or release you, it's all up to me. The young man lowered his head slightly, appearing intimidated, though his eyes gleamed with calculation. He had fully figured it out. If his uncle had indeed reached some kind of agreement with the old man, then the purpose of this conversation was not to bring him to justice. Instead, it was an attempt to apply pressure more precisely, to use him as leverage to force his uncle to fulfill the agreement. His breathing quickened slightly as his mind raced through various scenarios, analyzing and simulating every possibility. The tall, thin old man didn't rush him, watching with interest as the young man deliberated. After a while, the boy raised his head, his gaze calm and unruffled. He had already formulated a plan, but just then, his eyes met the old man's. Within those eyes, aside from the amusement and scrutiny, there was something else, a hint of expectation. The young man's gaze sharpened, and a plan he had long conceived but never acted upon suddenly crystallized in his mind at that very moment. The next moment, he took a deep breath, and the confusion in his eyes was gradually replaced by determination. The tall, thin old man raised an eyebrow slightly, keenly noticing the boy's change in demeanor, and a look of anticipation grew even stronger in his gaze. Just then, an inconspicuous vine silently emerged from the old man's collar, and at its tip, a small, green fruit the size of a fingernail quickly formed. I killed 2 people, the boy suddenly said, his voice steady. The old man gently stroked his beard, the corners of his lips lifting slightly before quickly returning to calm, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. The boy kept his gaze fixed ahead and continued. That night, 2 unidentified individuals broke into my home, intending to steal a Spirit Beast egg. My father had long since left home, and I rely solely on the Spirit Beast shop to make a living. When I tried to stop them, they wanted to kill me to silence me. I had no choice but to fight back. According to the laws of Shenzhou, anyone trespassing into a residence at night must be reported to the authorities immediately, but at the time, I had no opportunity to file a report. Those 2 were spiritual tamers, and if not for the spirit locking formation, I would have been dead on the spot. As he spoke, the boy's voice trembled slightly, as if he were reliving that perilous night. He straightened his back abruptly and raised his voice. There is video evidence of this incident. Jiang admits his actions, but Jiang does not believe he is guilty. I didn't dare report it to the police, nor could I tell even my closest uncle, for fear of implicating others. To this day, I live in constant fear. If you, sir, believe I deserve punishment, then take me into custody, whether to court or the police station. Jiang has no complaints. Before he could finish speaking, the door suddenly swung open with a loud bang. A short-haired woman strode in quickly, her eyes immediately locking onto the boy's figure, whose back was turned to her. His words seemed to stir some memory within her, and her eyes brimmed with turbulent emotions. She turned to the old man seated in the main position, hesitating before speaking. Master, do you need me to restrain him? Despite her words, the complex emotions in her eyes grew more intense and indescribable. The old man ignored her entirely, his expression returning to a calm demeanor. He squinted slightly, looking down at the boy, who appeared fatigued from his lengthy explanation. Young man, do you understand what you're saying? Are you unable to grasp the implications in my words? As he spoke, an intangible sense of pressure filled the entire room. Master, the woman looked at the old man in shock. Silence. The old man snapped harshly, his earlier mild tone toward her completely gone. Now it's my turn to speak. Say one more word, and you can pack up and leave. His words were blunt and utterly merciless. The woman's pupils slightly contracted upon hearing the words, her gaze quickly scanning over the young man. It seemed she had realized something in an instant, a barely noticeable flicker of surprise flashing in her eyes. The boy's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably, a trace of instinctive fear flashing in his eyes. However, he quickly gritted his teeth and suppressed the feeling. I don't understand what you mean. Zhang has a clear conscience. Let me ask you one last time. Do you truly not understand? I don't understand. Good, good, good. The elderly man slowly leaned back against his chair, his expression gradually turning cold, like a storm brewing in the sky. A mere child, daring to defy me right under my nose. Very well, very well. Just as the old man was about to speak further, a palpable wave of killing intent suddenly filled the entire room. The boy's body began to tremble uncontrollably, and this time it wasn't an act. He could feel the concentrated malice emanating before him. His mind grew hazy, adrenaline surged through his body, and his breathing became rapid and erratic. Even so, he still didn't say what the old man wanted to hear. Then, just as abruptly as it arrived, the killing intent vanished without a trace. The sweat-drenched boy looked up to see the elderly man watching him quietly, a faint, enigmatic smile playing at the corners of his lips. Like me, just like me. The old man chuckled softly, shaking his head. He casually slid an object across the table toward the boy. Since that's the case, take this. It'll be useful someday. When they left, the woman still walked ahead, with the boy following behind. This time, they didn't go upstairs but headed straight outside. The short-haired woman stopped in the first-floor lobby and, without turning her head, gestured toward the door. Let's go. There's no need to bring the videotape over. It doesn't matter whether it exists or not, no one cares about it. Madam. The boy's voice made her pause. The woman remained silent for a moment before slowly turning around. The boy respectfully clasped his hands and bowed. Thank you. The staff in the distance exchanged puzzled glances, their faces filled with confusion. The woman looked down at the boy, her gaze cold. After a brief pause, she said indifferently, "No need," and turned toward the staircase. The boy was about to leave when the sound of footsteps behind him came to a halt. The woman's voice followed, this time with a slightly softer tone. Keep what the master gave you safe. Don't lose it. Many people would give anything to have it, but can't. The boy was about to turn and express his gratitude when the woman added, also, that Li Wenshu is not a good person. Believe it or not, I've said all I can. If there's nothing else, leave Linjiang County as soon as possible. This pond is too shallow to nurture a carp. Take care of yourself. Her footsteps gradually faded into the distance. Her words sparked an immediate wave of murmurs in the lobby. She had dared to openly insult the highest-ranking military officer of Linjiang County in front of everyone. The boy's expression remained unchanged, as if he hadn't heard a word she said. He didn't know if there was any bad blood between the woman and his uncle, but as for who was good and who was bad, Jiang Zheng had his own judgment. It wasn't until he returned to the small courtyard that Jiang Zheng stopped and took out the item he had received earlier. It was a deep brown iron token. From top to bottom on the front side, the token was engraved with a mythical beast possessing the head of a tiger, a single horn, dog-like ears, the body of a dragon, the tail of a serpent, and the feet of a qilin. Jiang Zheng's gaze lingered on the beast for a moment, and its name immediately surfaced in his mind. Li Ching. His eyes shifted downward to the bottom of the token, where a series of seemingly meaningless numbers were inscribed. E0166911201. Flipping the token over, he saw 3 sharply carved characters on the back, boldly spelling out San FAC. The young man's deep, thoughtful eyes fixed on the token in his hand, and his mind drifted back to earlier events. What he had said moments ago wasn't just a reckless confession. In truth, ever since the day he spoke with his uncle and later went to clean up at the junkyard alone, he had made up his mind. He could no longer passively wait. He needed to seize the right momentum moment to lay everything bare and rid himself of the Damocles sword hanging over his head. Killing someone was undoubtedly a grave crime, but self-defense and unprovoked murder were worlds apart. Although the determination of self-defense had become increasingly stringent in recent years, Jiang Zheng was absolutely certain that his actions in the shop fully met the criteria for self-defense. For that, he had to thank the foolishness of those 2 Spirit Tamers that genuinely intended to kill him, which ironically became the strongest evidence in his favor. He also had to thank the shop's always functioning surveillance system, as well as his own powerful composure and exceptional acting skills under pressure. Yes, the footage did exist. In the video, the intruders were immobilized by an array trap the moment they stepped into the shop. A boy in pajamas emerged at the sound, feigning panic as he stumbled to the ground in fright. He crawled back into the house to retrieve a crossbow, then fired 12 arrows at the 2 intruders, each hit with 4 arrows, rendering them incapable of movement. The boy hurriedly returned indoors to reload the crossbow and unleashed a second round of 12 arrows. this time hitting each of them with 5 arrows, leaving them completely incapacitated. The boy in the footage looked visibly shaken, panting heavily. When he tentatively approached the intruders to check on them, one of them suddenly resisted, startling him so much that his hand jerked, accidentally pulling the trigger. The arrow struck the surveillance camera, ending the recording. All of this had truly happened. Reflecting on this, Jiang Zheng couldn't help but inwardly mockingly thank those parasites from his past life, his great family. This was, after all, the first treasure they had ever taught him how to use. Through Ping Ji's confirmation, he had long since learned that the sheriff of Linjiang County had no knowledge of the true motives behind the criminals who stormed the Spirit Beast shop. To anyone, this case appeared to be a textbook example of lawful self-defense, with no issues whatsoever. In reality, what Jiang Zheng had always been most concerned about was not the act of killing itself, but the existence of the Spirit Beast egg. That was the one secret that absolutely could not be exposed, and the root cause of his constant caution. Yet today, he suddenly realized a crucial point. The old man seemed completely unaware of this, as if he didn't even understand the true intentions of the terrifying organization Hualu Tang in Linjiang County. This discovery led Jiang Zheng to a series of thoughts. Something about Hualu Tang's reaction was indeed peculiar. Did they really know Zai was here? Did they truly know it was the egg of a Tier 7 sovereign beast? Recalling what Jiang Hu had said when delivering Zai that no one knew about its existence, Jiang Zheng had completely dismissed the claim at the time due to his distrust of Jiang Hu. But now he finally understood. If it really were the egg of a Tier 7 sovereign beast, how could Hualu Tang possibly send individuals of such low caliber to retrieve it? Judging by the pathetic strength of those two fools, it was likely that the others weren't much better either. Jiang Zheng stood in the small courtyard, gazing at the snowflakes drifting down from the sky. His thoughts were as scattered and intricate as the falling snow. He carefully analyzed the situation before him, gradually piecing together 2 clear possibilities. The first possibility: what Hualu Tang lost was not the Spirit Beast egg belonging to Zai at all. In fact, it might not have been a Spirit Beast egg to begin with. The woman had only mentioned losing something before her death, and it just so happened that Jiang Hu had arrived at their home ahead of them and handed Zai's Spirit Beast egg to him. All the subsequent signs might have simply led Jiang Zheng, someone who prided himself on his cleverness, to overthink and misjudge the situation. The second possibility was far more complicated. The organization might indeed know that Jiang Hu had stolen something, and it was highly likely that the stolen item had been taken from them. However, the ease with which Jiang Hu had succeeded suggested their security was far from tight. As for Jiang Hu's nervous demeanor when he encountered Jiang Zheng, it could very well have been due to his awareness of the egg's extraordinary value. In the northern region, tiger species were abundant, but their eggs were priceless treasures. Even if they sold every first-grade Spirit Beast egg in the Jiang family's Spirit Beast shop, it wouldn't be enough to purchase a second-grade talent Spirit Beast egg, let alone an egg from a tiger species. This perfectly explained Jiang Hu's unusual behavior at the time. More importantly, even if Jiang Hu had indeed stolen this egg from Hualu Tang, it was likely that they were unaware of its true value. After all, they didn't possess the eye of Ouroboros, and on the surface, Zai's Spirit Beast egg looked no different from an ordinary Ice Tiger Cub's egg. Their large-scale search was probably more about salvaging their reputation after losing something and letting the thief escape. As these thoughts crystallized in his mind, Jiang Zheng felt a sense of clarity and relief. He couldn't help but chuckle at himself for the needless anxiety he had endured. Sometimes, overthinking only leads to unnecessary trouble. With this realization, it was time for him to employ his greatest skill, the art of deception. By revealing part of the truth while concealing the rest, blending fact with fiction, he could craft a flawless truth. This was a performance he had mastered long ago. However, even with his newfound clarity, he had no intention of laying everything bare in front of the old man. That would be a joke. He understood the old man's hints all too well. The elder didn't truly care about these matters, but was merely using them as leverage to pressure Jiang Hu. After all, as a young, aspiring spirit master, any act of killing he committed in self-defense would undoubtedly be deemed justified. The courts might even award him a commendation for it. In this situation, if he were to ignore the old man's subtle hints and insist on full disclosure, it would be akin to slapping this formidable figure in the face. Still, he wasn't planning to follow the old man's instructions blindly either. This was likely the only thing he could do for his uncle at this point. It wasn't until he met the old man's gaze that his resolve solidified. Reading people's expressions and intentions had always been his forte. The snow continued to fall, and the sword of Dalmos had long vanished without a trace. As he looked up at the vast sky above, a carefree smile spread across the boy's face. This was the reward for the brave, decisive action, daring dreams, and the courage to stake everything. This was the boy's third treasure. When Zhong Yuan pushed the door open and entered, the elderly man was standing alone by the window, his slightly hunched figure outlined by the fragmented light streaming through the lattice. The play of shadows on his back obscured his expression. "Master," Zheng Yuan quickly stepped forward, bowing deeply with a look of remorse. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have doubted you earlier. The old man neither replied nor turned around, his gaze still fixed on the view outside. Zheng Yuan maintained her bow, waiting patiently for a response. After a long silence, the elderly man finally turned around and walked steadily to his seat. It's fine. It shows I wasn't wrong about you. That's a good thing, he said, his voice carrying a faint trace of weariness. Hearing this, Zheng Yuan let out a quiet sigh of relief, though a subtle sense of unease lingered. There seemed to be an undertone of melancholy in her master's voice. Good disciple. Yes, master. I almost forgot to give you this. The old man reached up and removed a pendant from around his neck, a yellow fruit-like object that appeared ripe, and casually tossed it to Zheng Yuan. This is the last one. From today onward, your body has fully adapted to the trajectory of the medicinal path. It will be much easier for you from now on. Zheng Yuan caught the fruit steadily with both hands, her eyes shimmering with gratitude. Thank you, master. The old man stroked his beard lightly, and, after a moment of contemplation, suddenly asked, I heard Jiang Zheng has a spirit beast shop. Is he of common origin? He is, Zheng Yuan replied, standing upright and watching her master's calm expression. The elderly man fell silent for a long while before speaking again. Zheng Yuan, do you think we should leave? Leave? Zheng Yuan was taken aback. But those two criminals haven't been. You still focus too much on cultivation. You need to read more. The old man interrupted her, his voice growing quieter. That matter is no longer important for now. If the division holds us accountable when we return, you can put all the blame on me. I may be one step away from the 4th tier, but my days are numbered. Most of my abilities have already faded, and I even need you to protect me. The division won't trouble me. He added gently. When we return, they'll teach you alchemy. How does that sound? Zheng Yuan remained silent. She knew better than anyone the state of her master's health, and it made her finally understand the deeper meaning behind his earlier words. After a brief pause, she bowed again and said firmly, I cannot agree. Feeling the weight of his gaze, she lowered her head slightly, hiding her expression. Because the subdivision master of Holy Hall is very likely plotting against Linjiang County. We cannot leave. The old man looked at her quietly. Yes, we cannot leave, he said, shaking his head with a faint chuckle that soon turned into hearty laughter. Master, it's nothing. Nothing, I'm just getting old and tend to overthink things. You will surpass me one day, I'm sure of it, he said with a smile. In that case, well, stay now, go handle your tasks. Please instruct me, master, Zheng Yuan said solemnly. But as she listened to his next words, her brows slowly furrowed. Conduct a thorough investigation of all spirit masters currently in Linjiang County, including those in the Security Bureau and the City Hall, the old man commanded, his sharp gaze restoring his usual authority. Li Ching sent word that he was ambushed. Someone wants him dead. This person must be very familiar with Linjiang County. They calculated the timing and distance perfectly for the ambush. However, what they didn't know is that Li Ching hasn't completely lost the abilities tied to his former path. The old man looked at the woman with an ambiguous smile, his eyes twinkling with amusement. Zheng Yuan understood the deeper meaning behind his expression and immediately bowed deeply. Yes, she replied firmly. The small eatery on the street near the Spirit Association had nothing to do with the word high-end. The shop was simple, and the menu consisted of the most ordinary rice dishes. Yet, at this unremarkable spot, an unexpected group had gathered, a group that included the richest man in Linjiang County, the admissions officer of Chunang Military and Political Academy, a remarkably gifted young man, and a distinguished visitor from the planet Baltan. Chong, are you still holding on to this? The restaurant owner, Zhao, broke the silence first, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. When I was young, I grew up eating meals like this. My father worked on construction sites, and my mother used to bring me along to deliver lunchboxes to his coworkers. Jiang Zheng listened attentively, but his focus was more on Zhou Chang's inner reaction. Young Chong, sitting quietly, was mentally debunking the story. In truth, his grandfather was a construction contractor, and his grandmother was the chairwoman of the Women's Association of the Linjiang Multi-Village Joint Office. The so-called meal deliveries were simply work lunches prepared by the office. And as for the back seat, it was the luxurious back seat of a high-end car. Jiang Zheng chuckled silently. One was performing with heartfelt emotion, while the other was silently dismantling the narrative. Unfortunately, the younger one dared not speak up, or the scene would have been far more entertaining. Just then, Jiang Zheng's phone vibrated. He glanced at it casually, but his pupils constricted instantly. A brief message had arrived from his uncle. I'm fine, but I need to return by tomorrow morning. The abruptness of this message only served to highlight that something was wrong. Piecing together the context, the teenager was almost certain that something must have happened in Wong the hunter's village. Xiaojiang. Zhou the restaurant owner called out, snapping him back to reality. Don't hold back. Eat up. All right. Jiang Zheng composed himself and offered a perfectly timed smile. As Zhou enjoyed the slightly salty dishes, he introduced the guest. Jiang. This is a teacher from Chundang Military and Political Academy. Not everyone gets to meet someone like him. There's no need to make a big deal out of it, said the sallow-skinned officer, waving his hand in a casual manner. Kid, you can just call me Uncle June. I'm a few cycles older than you, just like old Zhou here. Should I call you Jiang too? Anything works, Jiang Zheng replied with a smile, though he saw through their orchestrated performance. One was elevating his status, while the other was trying to establish closeness. These were classic tactics, yet it was amusing to see them being used on him. So, young man, have you thought about where you'd like to study in the future? Here it comes, Jiang Zheng thought. It's still a bit early to decide on that. It's not early at all, the officer said, putting down his chopsticks with a serious expression. Let me be straightforward, I've got my eye on you. Jiang Zheng found the statement both amusing and exasperating, though he understood the officer's intentions were not as they sounded. Meanwhile, Zhou the restaurant owner pretended to busy himself with his phone, while Zhou Chong silently mocked the act. What market updates could there possibly be at this hour? If you're going to listen, just do it openly, why bother with the pretense? The man in the military coat sat upright, his tone earnest as he continued. Things are different now compared to the past. Everyone needs to make their choices in advance. His fingers tapped lightly on the table, and a look of anticipation gleamed in his eyes. Our university is a prestigious 985 institution in the northern region and a key site for national defense research. We didn't recruit externally before, but the policy changed a few years ago. He paused for a moment, a hint of pride in his voice. The prospects are incredibly bright. The admission scores are higher than those of regular top-tier universities. While the school rules might be a bit strict, the benefits are excellent. Do you know Zhang Donghua from Chuchuan? Seeing the young man nod slightly, the man smiled with satisfaction. He's someone we have high hopes for. He's already decided to join our university and doesn't even need to take the special entrance exam. He's been admitted directly. The man looked directly into Jiang Zheng's eyes. Of course, you could be like him. I used to work as a military inspector, and I trust my judgment. I can tell you have talent on par with his. If you're interested in joining us, our doors are always open. He paused briefly. Are you interested in enlisting in the military in the future? The young man smiled and nodded. I am. Excellent. The man's eyes lit up as he slammed his palm on the table. Then you should absolutely choose our university. As long as you perform well academically during your time here, you won't even have to wait until graduation to directly enter the. Seeing the man grow increasingly enthusiastic, the young man had to interrupt him. Uncle June, let me stop you there. To directly enter the military, huh? I do have some thoughts about joining the military. After all, what kid hasn't dreamed of serving their country? The young man's smile faded, and his tone turned unusually serious. This is not something to be taken lightly. But when I said I was interested, I didn't mean now. Jiang Zheng locked eyes with the man. I don't want to waste your time. You've been candid with me, so I'll be honest with you too. I know myself. I have aspirations, but I can't adapt to military life. This wasn't a lie. In the military, trust between comrades was paramount, and that was precisely what he struggled with. Nearby, Boss Zhou was busy sending messages. His fingers hesitated momentarily before he finally sent a revised dinner menu to the owner of Linjiang Tower, having changed the type of rice after 3 edits. Then, he put his phone away casually, as if nothing had happened. The man was momentarily stunned, staring at Jiang Zheng's unwavering eyes. As someone trained in interrogation, he couldn't be completely certain, but it wasn't hard for him to discern whether an untrained young man was lying. And Jiang Zheng, at this moment, wasn't trying to hide anything. I see. The man scratched his head and let out a helpless sigh. 20 years ago, a single transfer order would have been enough to secure any student, but things had changed. He didn't necessarily miss those days, but felt a twinge of melancholy. Even in what appeared to be a casual conversation, he could sense the extraordinary potential of the young man before him. As a diligent admissions officer, it was disheartening to see such a promising candidate slip through his fingers. All right. After a long silence, the man suddenly stood up, took out 2 red bills from his wallet, and placed them on the corner of the table. This meal is on me. Xiao Jiang. If you ever change your mind and want to join our university, feel free to reach out to me. With that, he handed the young man a very plain business card. Apart from his name and a phone number, there was nothing else on it. I'll take my leave now. The man first nodded slightly to the young boy, then turned to Boss Zhou and offered his thanks. Thank you. No need. No need. Boss Zhou said as he stood up, picking up the 200 yuan bills from the corner of the table. His tone was sincere. Making you pay here, how could I hold my head up after that? My apologies. Rules are rules, the man replied with understanding. All right, I get it. The man paused briefly. But surely you won't turn me down tonight? How about we have dinner together? Sure, but I'll need to bring someone along. The young one you're interested in, right? No problem at all. The 2 men gradually disappeared from view. The boy stood still, watching them leave, a sigh escaping silently from his heart. What a pity. If it weren't for my own issues, perhaps going there really wouldn't have been a bad choice. Regretting it now? Zhou Chong leaned back, crossing one leg over the other, a teasing smile on his face. Yet deep inside, His emotions were a complicated tangle he couldn't quite describe. He didn't want the boy to gostaming from a jealousy he couldn't admit aloud. He knew all too well that he no longer met the standards for a special recruitment by the Chuntang military administration. While the administration was indeed in desperate need of a top candidate, that didn't mean they would lower their requirements. Zhao Chong understood that if it were his elder brother instead, there might still be a sliver of hope. After all, this was one of the 4 newly rising military academies in Shenzhou. However, when the boy actually turned down the opportunity, Zhao Chong felt a strange, indescribable pang of bitterness. Because he understood better than anyone else that by giving up this chance, the boy was walking away from a golden path that could change the fate of someone from his background. Damn it, Zhao Chong cursed under his breath. I must be losing my mind to have thoughts like this. He shivered slightly, trying to steady himself as he mimicked his earlier tone. Say, it's not too late to regret it. You broke kid. What? Can't swallow your pride. The boy merely gave him a fleeting glance, uncharacteristically refraining from any retort this time. Instead, he quietly returned to his seat and focused on his bowl of food. Look at you, eating like you're starving. Zhao Chong sneered with feigned disdain, though his heart skipped a beat. Something's wrong. Why isn't he arguing back? Could he have figured out what I'm thinking? Hey, don't push it if you keep spouting nonsense, I'll smack you. Hearing the blunt threat, Zhao Chong unexpectedly felt relieved. That's more like it, he thought, though he didn't let up verbally. You? Huh. Despite his words, he wisely stepped back a bit, raising his voice toward his father who was returning. Dad, can we go home now? Take me with you, all right? No rush. Boss Zhou glanced at his son before turning to the boy. Xiao Jiang hasn't finished eating yet. Wait for him a moment. Xiao Jiang, shall I drop you off at Niloa Lane later? All right. The boy wiped his mouth, then suddenly asked, Uncle Zhou, can I ask you something? Sure, what's on your mind? You mentioned before that you wanted to invest in me. Does that still stand? The moment those words left his mouth, Boss Zhou's expression grew serious, and even his posture straightened instinctively. Of course, he said, his gaze sharp as he looked at the calm-faced boy across from him. It's always been valid. No change at all. All right. Then how about we talk about it? Sure, let's go to my office. Okay. Their exchange was swift as lightning, their actions even more decisive, leaving the dreadlocked troublemaker standing awkwardly by himself. What the hell? Just going to the office like that? Hey, what about me? Zhou Chang's eyes widened, and he quickly ran after them. I haven't gotten in the car yet. Dad, your son hasn't gotten in the car yet. Jiang Zheng, don't you dare go too far. Early this morning, all participants in the Tri-County Duel Tournament received notifications on their phones announcing the end of the preliminary round, along with details of their upcoming schedules. Faces lit up with either joy or disappointment as emotions ran high among the competitors. However, just as everyone was gearing up and preparing to head to the competition venue, their phones lit up again. A brief 12-word message left everyone frozen in place. All matches are suspended. Resumption date to be determined. The conference room at the Linjiang County Municipal Hall was abuzz with noise. The large room was packed with government officials, their expressions a mix of confusion and concern. Some exchanged uneasy glances, while others furrowed their brows. All eyes fixed on the man standing at the front of the room. I propose we suspend the tournament, the man said, his voice echoing through the room. Otherwise, it may bring disaster. Calling us here early in the morning just to spout nonsense. One official interrupted impatiently. Li Wenshu, do you even know what you're saying? I do. Li Wenshu replied, standing tall with a grave expression. Though he appeared physically unscathed, the seriousness in his demeanor was unmistakable. He didn't immediately respond further, but instead turned his gaze toward an elderly man in a Taoist robe seated at the head of the table Qingshan Jusher. The old man remained calm, seemingly oblivious to Li Wenshu's look, though everyone present knew he had just revealed his widely recognized identity moments ago. Li Wenshu and Qingshan Jusher exchanged a silent glance. Li understood the elder's unspoken messagito not reveal the truth. The massacre at Wangjia village was too devastating. If disclosed here, even with promises of confidentiality, the news would spread like wildfire throughout the county. Moreover, with the presence of a potential traitor among them, conducting an open investigation was impossible. In this critical moment, any statement that might sow doubt had to be handled with extreme caution. But after 8 years of protecting this county, Li Wenshu had made up his mind. He knew this land and its people too well and understood what actions were necessary to truly protect them. Wangjia village, 30 li outside the county, has been massacred by evildoers, he declared firmly. It is possible other villages have suffered the same fate. I suspect their ultimate target is Linjiang County. Within as little as a day or as long as 7, Linjiang County will face an attack. As soon as those words were spoken, the room erupted into an uproar. Everyone exchanged uneasy glances, some frowned in doubt, only to be quickly countered by their colleagues. They all knew that, given Li Wenshu's usual conduct, he would never lie about something this significant. While many criticized his unyielding and impartial personality, his professional integrity was deeply respected. Sitting at the head of the table, Qing Shan Jusher fixed a cold gaze on the man who had made the proposal, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. In his view, the suggestion was far from appropriate. Yet the man showed no signs of backing down. Instead, he straightened his posture and firmly presented his reasoning. Based on his experience, he believed the group of bandits would take advantage of the dual cover provided by the National Day celebrations and the upcoming tournament to infiltrate the county. Without prior warning and relying solely on the sheriff and local spirit tamers for thorough inspections, the consequences could be disastrous. He continued his analysis. If this group didn't want to stir up trouble, they would tread carefully, doing everything in their power to avoid exposure. In that case, the local spirit tamers might still prove useful. But now, these people have become so deranged that they're willing to slaughter entire villages and even brazenly attempt to assassinate me. Clearly, their motives are far from ordinary. Suddenly, Qing Shan Jusher raised his hand and struck the table forcefully. The noisy room fell silent instantly, and all eyes turned to him. He spoke slowly, his voice calm but resolute. As for suspending the tournament, I must report to headquarters. They place significant importance on these events, so I'll have to wait for their response. In the meantime, all participants are to return home. With that, he stood and walked towards the door. Zhong Yuan had already pulled it open and stood respectfully to the side, embodying her role as a bodyguard. With a loud bang, the door closed behind him. Inside the room, the attendees glanced at one another, some instinctively looking to Li Wenshu, hoping he might say more. But Li Wenshu remained silent, his gaze fixed on the door, his brows tightly knitted, as if lost in deep thought. Meanwhile, Jiang Zheng had just stepped out of a taxi, his phone screen displaying the notification about the tournament suspension. The driver, seemingly uneasy about the area, sped off without hesitation. The young man calmly put away his phone. His uncle had hinted at this outcome during dinner the previous evening, so he hadn't bothered going to the tournament venue today. Instead, he followed his uncle's instructions from earlier that morning and headed to the county security bureau. Xiao. The guard at the entrance recognized him, but the usual warmth in his tone was replaced with a somber expression. Jiang Zheng immediately understood word of the village massacre outside the county must have spread. Knowing his uncle, he was certain the incident would be made public. After all, the people of Linjiang County were straightforward and forthright. If they weren't forewarned and something happened, chaos would surely ensue. Xiao. A sudden shout came from within the courtyard. Brother Ping hurried over, grabbing the young man's arm. He opened his mouth to speak, but hesitated, ultimately letting out a heavy sigh, his face filled with guilt. Jiang Zheng's chest tightened. Such an expression could only mean that something serious had happened. At this thought, the young man abruptly opened the Ouroboros eye. Xiao, calm down first. There's something I need to tell you. Ping Ji's voice carried a slight tremor. What happened to Wong Daniu? The young man suddenly interrupted, catching Ping Gu off guard. But given the current situation, there was no time to ponder how the young man knew about it. Gritting his teeth, Ping Gu recounted the events of the previous night in detail. Last night, a short-haired woman came looking for Director Li. Upon learning that he hadn't returned to the county yet, she was about to leave. Just then, Daniu's cries caught her attention. She pulled out a disciplinary badge from the Shandong province and entered the house alone. Not long after, Daniu stopped crying. Ping Ji's hands trembled slightly. She warned us not to spread any word about Wangjia village, claiming it might stir up trouble. After she left, I checked on Daniu was sleeping soundly. But, at this point, Ping Ji's eyes reddened. This morning, when I brought him food, I found his face pale and his breathing labored. Now, Director Li and that woman have both rushed over from the city hall. Before Ping Gu could finish, the young man's figure vanished from where he stood. Inside the public security hall, several officers raised their arms, aiming their weapons at the entrance. A few crimson hounds stood menacingly, fixating their sharp gazes on the woman at the center, as if ready to pounce at any moment. The official spirit tamers behind the hounds, though not participating in the confrontation, stood their ground unwaveringly. You poisoned a child, do you even have a conscience? One officer roared in fury. How could you do such a thing? Aren't you afraid of divine retribution? Such cruelty, such heartlessness. Look at you, acting like you don't care, like a dead pig unbothered by boiling water. Zhong Yuan furrowed her brows slightly, her expression remaining composed. What do I look like? It wasn't me, so why should I be afraid? Her gaze swept across the crowd before settling on the man opposite her. I'll say it again, the culprit isn't me. If not you, then who else could it be? There are plenty of suspects. Zhong Yuan sneered coldly, lifting her head. Everyone who stayed at the public security office yesterday is a suspect. One of the official spirit tamers couldn't hold back and spoke up. But out of everyone, you were the last one. Idiot. Zhong Yuan interrupted mercilessly. They may not be spirit tamers, but you are. Do you not even understand delayed poisoning? The reprimanded spirit tamer was about to step forward but was restrained by a colleague. At this moment, Li Wenshu stepped forward. What now? Zhong Yuan's fingers began to rub together, emitting a faint glow. Li Wenshu, are you as foolish as the rest? You make a valid point, Li Wenshu said, noticing her subtle movements but maintaining a calm demeanor. His robe fluttered despite the absence of wind, as if concealing a weapon poised to strike. But that doesn't absolve you of suspicion. And what do you intend to do? Detain you? The words seemed to touch a nerve with Zhong Yuan, and her expression darkened instantly. What? You can't find the real culprit, so you're just going to detain me indefinitely? I could also search your soul. In your dreams. Zhong Yuan shouted angrily, raising her hand to point directly at Li Wenshu, her eyes blazing with fury. Li Wenshu, you scoundrel who takes credit for the deeds of others, a man who doesn't even care about the lives of his own wife and child. Stop pretending to be so righteous. They may not know, but I know very well. Do you think I've forgotten what you did in Nanshan Town? Do you think I don't remember how the records describe the fate of your wife and child? Enough. Li Wenshu took a sudden step forward, almost colliding with Zhong Yuan. His face contorted, his entire body trembling. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately swallowed his words. The atmosphere in the hall froze instantly, and countless puzzled gazes fell on Li Wenshu. He took several deep breaths to steady himself and stepped back. Yet, in an instant, his eyes sharpened like blades. Zhong Yuan, he said, enunciating each word. As the highest-ranking military officer in Linjiang County, I formally order you to cease resisting and cooperate with the investigation. If it's proven you are not involved, I will clear your name. If you feel wronged, I am even willing to kneel to you. But let us hope this truly has nothing to do with you. His voice grew colder. Otherwise, I will kill you. Zhong Yuan clenched her teeth, her anger surging. Li Wenshu, such arrogance from you. The crowd surrounding them held their breath, their eyes darting back and forth between the two. Just as the tension reached its peak, a noise came from the room at the end of the corridor. A tall, thin, elderly man emerged, walking slowly and coughing, his frail figure appearing weak. All eyes in the hall turned to the old man. He seemed unaffected by the tense atmosphere. Once he stopped, he spoke in a hoarse voice. I have administered the elixir to the child. His life is no longer in danger. However, the poison is insidious. It has damaged his foundation. He will likely be frail and sickly in the future. As King Shanzi spoke, he erupted into a fit of violent coughing. He glanced down at his palm, his expression dimming as he tucked his hands into his sleeves. For me to create a special elixir for him now, he paused, struggling to speak. It would be difficult. A collective sigh of relief filled the room. To preserve the boy's life was already a blessing. As for crafting a special elixir, the expressions of those present revealed their understanding of what the elder had left unsaid. It wasn't just difficult. Under the current circumstances, it simply wasn't worth the effort to make an elixir solely for Wang Daniu. It was a harsh truth, but the old man's honesty commanded respect. Master Qing Shan. Li Wenshu closed his eyes, taking a deep breath to calm himself, though his chest still heaved. He opened his eyes to face the elder. Have you discovered the source of the poison? Zhong Yuan also looked at the old man with anticipation. King Shanzi first glanced at Li Wenshu, then at his student, before heaving a heavy sigh and shaking his head. You couldn't determine it? Li Wenshu sneered. Though his abilities were respectable, he admitted he couldn't find any trace left by the poisoner. But for a former third-rank pinnacle medicine master like King Shanzi to find nothing? That was hard to believe. His gaze locked onto Zhong Yuan once more. If he could trust the elder to act for the sake of his nephew, could the elder not also shield his student by hiding the truth? I told you it wasn't me. Zhong Yuan, sensing his accusatory stare, scoffed coldly, meeting his gaze without flinching. Enough. There's a greater threat at hand. What kind of behavior is this? King Shanzi suddenly raised his voice, stern and commanding. This matter is neither Zhong Yuan's doing nor Li Wenshu's. It is my failure as an old man, too blind to uncover the true culprit. The responsibility lies with me. Master Qing Shan, Li Wenshu began. Let's go. The elder interrupted sharply. I fear dangers ahead, and cannot be without you by my side. With that, he flung his sleeves and strode forward. The Crimson Hound stationed at the door stirred uneasily, but did not block his path. What now? The elder halted, his face impassive as he addressed the official Spirit Tamers guarding the entrance. Is there something else? The group exchanged hesitant glances, their jaws clenched in reluctance. But in the end, they stepped aside. The elder scoffed and walked away. As he passed the doorway, he noticed a young boy standing alone, his head lowered, his face obscured in shadow, lost in thought. When Jiang Zheng entered the hall, his uncle's figure had already disappeared, likely having gone upstairs. Instead of heading directly to the staircase, Jiang Zheng turned toward a room at the end of the corridor. Pushing the door open, he saw Wang Daniu lying on the bed, breathing steadily. Though the deadly poison that had corroded his veins and bones had been neutralized, its aftereffects left him permanently unable to pursue the path of a spirit tamer. His future was destined to be plagued by frailty and illness. Standing at the doorway, Jiang Zheng used the eye of the serpent to see everything clearly. Images of Wong the hunter surfaced in his mind. The awkwardness when he held the last snow wolf pelt, the genuine joy upon receiving the egg of the ice bear, and the warmth in the father-son glances they had shared. The young man stood in silence for a long time, before finally turning away without a word. Is this fate? Although Li Wenshu did not have a permanent office, the director of the general office often lent him one. Jiang Zheng headed straight to the office door and knocked lightly. Uncle, it's me. Erlang, what brings you here? Inside, his uncle stood alone by the window, watching the distant figures of Qing Shanzi and Zhong Yuan fade into the horizon. Only when they disappeared entirely from view did he turn to face his nephew. Before he could speak, Jiang Zheng hurried forward, circling him and inspecting him carefully. Don't worry, I'm fine, Li Wenshu said with a faint smile. Though I was ambushed, old python scales shielded me completely. Jiang Zheng didn't fully believe him, but he couldn't find any visible injuries on the man. There was no scent of perfume to mask blood either. It seemed he truly was unharmed. If it was an ambush, that means there's a mole. Jiang Zheng stared directly at his uncle. Who is it? I don't know, Li Wenshu replied, narrowing his eyes as if something had crossed his mind. But he eventually said calmly, it may not necessarily be a mole. It could have been one of the branch hall leaders. Their abilities aren't particularly strong. By all rights, they should have fallen to my fatal strike, but old Python gave me some strange feedback. It seemed like the attack didn't connect. Still, that's a good thing. Otherwise, I might not be standing here right now. He spread his arms, his tone relaxed. Jiang Zheng lowered his head in silence. That explanation didn't sit right. He had witnessed part of the events earlier and already had suspicions about the traitor's identity. How could his uncle have no clue? Yet he only sighed and said, Uncle, if anything happens, you must tell me. Don't worry. Li Wenshu ruffled the boy's hair. Once I'm absolutely certain, I won't hide it from you. Let's talk business. Something big is about to happen in Linjiang County. As I expected, Jiang Zheng nodded. I could tell. Is it serious? Yes, and it's no small issue. Does the county's current strength stand a chance of holding them off? They might have been able to before, but not now, Li Wenshu said bluntly. The official Spirit Tamers in the county are mediocre at best. What's worse, this time the perpetrators are particularly aggressive. Take a look for yourself. Li Wenshu handed over a photograph. The image depicted the frozen lower half of a body. Jiang Zheng took the photo, lowering his gaze to study it carefully. Every detail of the wolfskin skirt was etched in his memory, there was no doubt. This was the remains of Wong the hunter. These bite marks. Li Wenshu gave Jiang Zheng a moment to process the grim reality before explaining in a low voice, are from a southern spirit beast called the Shadow Maggot. It has a second-tier aptitude, not particularly strong in direct combat, but it's exceptionally skilled in assassination. The people in the county, they likely won't be able to handle it. Uncle, Jiang Zheng suddenly looked up, his eyes sharp. Can you deal with it? A flicker of complexity crossed Li Wenshu's expression. In theory, yes. The Shadow Maggot's greatest weakness is this ceasefire within the path of war, and I happen to come from a lineage rooted in that path. I have a good chance of killing it before I die. He paused briefly, then added, but we'll still need to seek reinforcements. The room fell into a heavy silence. Jiang Zheng fixed his gaze on his uncle's eyes, understanding the weight behind the words before I die. Uncle, not even that tall, thin old man can stop it, he asked. Li Wenshu's eyes turned sharp in an instant. He came to see you? Was that woman there as well? I ran into him yesterday at the association when I went to look for you, Jiang Zheng replied, pulling a token engraved with intricate patterns from his pocket. He seemed to value me a lot, and even gave me this. Li Wenshu took the token, his fingers tracing the patterns repeatedly as though it stirred some distant memory. Keep it safe, he said, his voice slightly hoarse. This is a numbered token. It seems King Shanzi truly holds you in high regard. It might come in handy in the future. Uncle, are you saying even he can't deal with it? Jiang Zheng pressed further. He can't. Li Wenshu shook his head. His vitality is completely depleted. Even if his rank is higher than that of our enemy, his strength is almost gone. He's not reliable. What about that woman? Her. Li Wenshu hesitated for a moment. She comes from a powerful family and likely has some tricks up her sleeve. She might manage it, or she might not. This ambiguous response only solidified Jiang Zheng's suspicion. His uncle's suspected traitor was most likely that woman. Since King Shanzi has already sent word, the county shouldn't be in too much danger. Li Wenshu added, go home and rest. Leave the rest to us adults. Uncle, I know you're worried about me. Jiang Zheng didn't leave, but instead looked directly at Li Wenshu. But I think quickly. If there's anything you need, just let me know. You can trust me completely. The two fell into silence. Looking at his nephew's determined gaze, Li Wenshu was about to refuse again, but eventually spoke slowly. Then I'll give you a task. Go to the association's archives and use my credentials to retrieve something for me. What am I looking for? All the intelligence on the Zhong clan of Bingshan, Li Wenshu said, narrowing his eyes. After watching Jiang Zheng leave, Li Wenshu leaned against the table, deep in thought. Besides Wangjia village, the other villages he visited the previous night had suffered similar tragedies. Only a few mangled corpses remained. while the rest of the bodies had vanished without a trace. It was highly unusual. What were the people of Hualutang trying to achieve by collecting so many corpses? Li Wenshu pondered for a long time, but couldn't find an answer. The abilities tied to one's destiny were incredibly diverse, some so mysterious that only a rare few awakened to them, and information on them was tightly guarded. All he could do now was prepare for the worst. A storm is brewing, Li Wenshu muttered, sighing as his fingers unconsciously reached for the jade pendant around his neck. The pendant was covered in cracks but remained intact, showing no signs of breaking. Staring at it, he sank into a long silence. Could Zhong Yuan be the traitor? Jiang Zheng stood in the courtyard of the Yuling Association, his gaze fixed on the towering office building that seemed to pierce the clouds. The sunlight reflected off the glass facade in scattered glimmers, yet it failed to illuminate the stormy thoughts clouding his mind. Zhong Yuan's evident disdain and resistance toward her uncle were undeniable, but the crux of the matter seemed to lie in two key elements: imprisonment and soul-searching. Even if Zhong Yuan had nothing to do with the poisoning, her vehement resistance was enough for her uncle to consider her the prime suspect. Moreover, there might still be other clues hidden in that ambush. Jiang Zheng lowered his head in contemplation for a moment before stepping forward. "Hello, may I?" the receptionist began. "Carry on with your work. They'll handle mine." Jiang Zheng interrupted without looking up, striding towards the staircase while casually waving a hand. "They'll wait for someone in the office." Before the words had fully left his mouth, the young man had already disappeared around the stairwell, taking the steps two at a time. The receptionist froze in place, her unfinished sentence caught in her throat. "You need to check in, huh?" She turned to her colleague. "He just left? Should we report this to the higher-ups?" The colleague, referred to as Sister Zhao, frowned deeply, seemingly preoccupied with her own thoughts. It wasn't until she was nudged that she snapped back to reality. "No need, no need. Didn't I say before? Just pretend you didn't see him from now on." "Oh, okay." The new receptionist nodded, but soon couldn't contain her curiosity. "Sister Zhao, you've been distracted since earlier. Is it because of a credit card payment coming up?" Sister Zhao's expression stiffened abruptly. "You don't know? There's been a death outside the county." "What?" Her colleague's face turned pale instantly. "That dangerous? I might have settled here in the county, but my hometown isn't nearby. I hope nothing's happened to my family." Jiang Zheng unlocked the archive room with the key his uncle had given him. As he turned on the lights, he also activated the Ouroboros eye. After thoroughly inspecting the room, he tapped his jade pendant, summoning Zai Zai. The little creature blinked its round eyes, curiously surveying the unfamiliar surroundings. "Meow." Jiang Zheng was already accustomed to the puzzled mew. "Keep watch. They'll need your help in a bit." As he spoke, he gave Zai Zai's tiger-like head a few firm rubs before heading to the computer. He powered it on and entered the password. The old, bulky monitor whirred noisily, taking what felt like ages to boot up. While waiting, Jiang Zheng turned to the rows of filing cabinets. The sheer volume of files was overwhelming, even for a relatively quiet place like Linjiang County. He randomly pulled out a file, its cover labeled only with 23210, a date, with no other information. "Great," Jiang Zheng muttered with a sigh, beckoning Zai Zai over. The little creature seemed to sense trouble and hesitated. Jiang Zheng crouched down, offering a warm smile. "Two choices: you either help me find the files, or..." Zai Zai's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? Aren't I supposed to be a spirit beast?" The boy's voice carried a hint of enchantment as he looked at the little creature before him and said, "As an exceptional spirit beast, your talents are outstanding in every way. As my most trusted partner, there are some tasks only you can handle, which puts my mind at ease." Hearing this, the little one instinctively curled its tail around its hind legs, a glimmer of pride flashing in its eyes. "Well, that's true. I am amazing," it thought to itself. But then it hesitated. "Still, isn't this a bit too much?" Finally, it puffed out its chest and declared like a little soldier, "Roar. He'll help." Despite its determined expression, there was a trace of uncertainty in its gaze. But it's too much. They'll get dizzy looking at all of it," the little one murmured hesitantly. "So, can I pick the second thing you haven't mentioned yet?" "Of course," the boy nodded approvingly. "The second task is relatively simple. You just need to go to the computer and look something up. They'll give you the password." The little creature tilted its head, remaining silent for a while as a big question mark seemed to appear on its face. Meanwhile, the boy was engrossed in his work, opening, inspecting, tightening, and putting things back in place. His eyes were exceptionally sharp, scanning through documents at an impressive speed without missing a single detail. He had already gone through a large number of files, but found nothing, as if the Bing Shanzhong clan had never left a trace in the county. This discovery made him uneasy. Although Linjiang County was remote, it held some of the archives that couldn't be accommodated in the larger Shandong province. Even if the area was impoverished and unappealing to major families, the records from Shandong province shouldn't be entirely blank. Narrowing his eyes, the boy sank into deep thought, the sound of keyboard clicks reaching his ears. Jiang Zheng stretched his neck and casually glanced toward the source of the sound. He saw the little one standing on a chair, leaning forward intently as it busied itself. A smile of satisfaction appeared on his face. This kid was growing up, learning to help its old man with tasks. It was truly heartwarming. On the other side, the little creature was wide-eyed, its golden pupils fixed on the screen. Lifting its furry paw, it slammed it heavily on the enter key, only to produce a string of dashes. Looking down at its paw, it fell silent again, a wave of inexplicable melancholy washing over it. At that moment, an arm reached over its head and gently pressed the enter key. The boy picked the little one up, letting it rest against his chest as he sat down in the chair. There was no denying that the little Snow Mountain Lord was different from other spirit beasts. In terms of intelligence alone, its potential was remarkable. In just 1 month, its intelligence had already reached the level of a 15 or 16-year-old human, though it would temporarily plateau for now. As a growth-type spirit beast, its body and intellect would both advance in stages, with inherited traits being particularly pronounced. By comparison, the Icefang bear Jiang Zheng had given to Wong the hunter, while also possessing an evolution path, was essentially a fully developed beast. It could reach an average human level of intelligence when raised to maturity, but further improvement would be exceedingly difficult. As the boy pondered, he moved the mouse and opened the internal association files the little one had located. The screen displayed detailed information about the Bingshan clan. The software system of the Spirit Association, though not particularly refined, is far more detailed compared to the paper archives in Linjiang County. As the official software used nationwide by the Spirit Association, it stores messages and reports uploaded from various regions. This was precisely why the young man set aside other matters to personally come and investigate. His gaze quickly scanned the second-tier access query displayed on the screen. Zhong family of Bingshan, a prominent aristocratic clan in Bingshan province. Known for their traditions, the family members are courteous, charitable, and highly respected throughout the province. With a decisive click, the young man closed the window by hitting the top right corner. These polished, flattering descriptions were utterly worthless. He knew full well that if his uncle could use his access to look up information on the Zhong family, then the Zhong family members themselves would certainly have ways to modify these records in advance. This route was clearly a dead end. Just as he was about to exit the access interface, his mouse barely reached the edge of the screen when a notification box suddenly popped up. The young man's movements froze as he brought the cursor back to the screen. The message was simple, merely indicating that the previously logged-in account had not fully logged out and was only in a dormant state. Someone was here before me? The young man squinted his eyes, falling into silence. He moved the cursor to the avatar icon and clicked gently. Sure enough, traces of another avatar were plainly visible. It was an emblem of a mythical beast, Li Ching. The young man raised an eyebrow and pulled out a token from his pocket. The token bore the same image of Li Ching. Was it Zhong Yuan, or that elder? He pondered for a moment before double-clicking on the avatar. The system didn't grant immediate access but instead prompted a dialog box requesting the password for the Tricourt Authority. The young man stared quietly at the screen before lowering his head. His fingertips lightly brushed across a string of numbers engraved beneath the Li Ching emblem on the token. Y0166911201. You think? He murmured to himself. Could it possibly be this? The young man stared at the screen, carefully placing the small figure on the table beside him. His fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, typing in the sequence of numbers with flawless precision. Suddenly, the screen froze for a moment, as if passing through an invisible threshold, then transitioned to a completely different website interface. The new page was minimalist in designa clean background with nothing but a solitary search bar hovering quietly in the center. King Shanzi, first-ranked spirit officer candidate. Basic access has been granted to you. The system prompt appeared at the center of the screen. For higher-level permissions, you must submit a query application to the 3 judicial divisions in person. Currently, only Ding-level content is available, with a search limit of 30 seconds. The prompt box slowly faded away. The young man's eyes flickered as he quickly analyzed the security mechanism. Although only Ding-level access and a 30-second limit were provided, it could still offer critical clues to someone with ulterior motives like himself. At this moment, his expression remained composed as his fingers moved rapidly over the keyboard, entering the term Bingshan Zhong into the search bar. The results flooded the screen instantly. His sharp gaze scanned through the links marked Y-level and above, finally settling on the Soul-Testing level entry, background overview of the Zhong clan of Bingshan. He clicked on it, and dense text unfolded before him. His pupils darted rapidly as he skimmed the content from top to bottom within seconds. To ensure accuracy, he reviewed it quickly once more. Then, without haste, he switched back to Li Wenshu's account and leaned back in his chair with his eyes closed. His entire operation was seamless, consuming less than half of the allotted 30 seconds. Moments later, the young man had organized all the information in his mind. The Zhong clan of Bingshan was a family gifted with the dragon-feeding art. 55 years ago, their former clan leader led the family into the legendary secret realm known as the Courtyard Within the Jar, to undertake a campaign. Although no one perished, they all became afflicted with a blood curse. This curse caused them to fall into a bloodthirsty frenzy when triggered, yet they appeared unusually gentle in their normal state. To break the curse, the clan leader and the key family members chose to end their own lives, but tragically, their efforts failed. The curse was determined to be hereditarily transmitted without physical contact. As spirit tamers skilled in divination and fate manipulation, they repeatedly performed prophetic rituals, arriving at only one revelation. To break the curse, kin must thrive. Within 3 years, twins not alike. First a girl, then a boy. At 25, the eldest must be sacrificed to Jade Dragon Palace. The curse-breaking method required that 2 children, a girl born first and a boy second, be conceived by the same parents within 3 years, but they could not be twins. When the eldest daughter turned 25, she would need to be sacrificed to the Jade Dragon Palace to lift the blood curse. Initially, the Zheng clan resisted this prophecy, which defied human ethics, and continued with traditional marriages. Yet every attempt ended with the other party dying a gruesome death, bleeding from all orifices. Ultimately, the Zheng clan declared seclusion, initiating unions within their own bloodline. Perhaps this was influenced by their identity as spirit tamers. For 55 years, the Zheng family had seen few anomalies, but the prophesied daughter first, son second, twin birth had never occurred. Even with various methods to determine the unborn child's gender in advance, unexpected changes would always happen at the moment of delivery, as if some divine force was deliberately interfering. This bizarre phenomenon drove the Zheng family to increasingly extreme measures, eventually drawing the attention of the 3 judicial offices. To ensure the safety of the realm, the 3 judicial offices had to assign personnel annually to perform soul-searching on specific members of the Zheng family to monitor the situation in their mountain stronghold. If not for the Zheng family's significant military contributions during past campaigns, they might have long ceased to exist. A turning point came 22 years ago. A baby girl, immune to the family's blood curse, was born to the current patriarch of the Zheng family. Overjoyed, he personally named her Zhao. A year later, a baby boy was born, though he too could not escape the blood curse. From that point on, however, the atmosphere within the Zheng family began to normalize, and at least the cycle of death subsided. Yet, this miraculous girl was destined to sacrifice her life for the family at the age of 25. 6 months ago, Zhao, for reasons unknown, left the Zheng family of her own accord, becoming the first member of the family to walk freely. She ultimately joined the 3 judicial offices as a third-class spirit enforcer. It was said that she endured much suffering within the family and refused to passively await her fate, choosing instead to seek a way to break the curse. Reflecting on this, the young man slowly opened his eyes. By all accounts, Zhong Yuan should have been doomed. For a noble family burdened with a blood curse, seeking to restore their former glory, defying a prophecy upheld for generations was unthinkable. The Zhong family could have easily subdued her, broken her legs, and waited for her 25th year. That they refrained suggested there was more to the story. The young man, however, did not dwell on these details. Through electronic records, he had largely confirmed his suspicions. The Zhong family was adept in divination, and the traitor might have exhibited similar abilities, which likely drew his uncle's attention. To survive, it was highly probable that Zhong Yuan had colluded with cults specializing in the occult. The elderly man who had previously come to investigate clearly suspected his student of being the traitor who ambushed his uncle, though he refrained from stating it outright for certain reasons. The young man calmly cradled the small creature in his arms, letting it lick his cheek as he fell into deep thought. His gaze grew darker, and his pupils gradually turned vertical. Suddenly, his entire body trembled, and he swiftly exited his Ouroboros state, freezing in place. At that moment, his pocket vibrated. He retrieved his phone with an expressionless face and read a text message. Provincial authorities have issued an order. The competition is suspended. The resumption date is to be determined. The news did not surprise him. If the competition had continued, it would have implied the government had lost all reason. After a brief silence, he put away his phone, his eyes glinting as if locking onto a target. He patted the summoning jade, recalling the reluctant creature, and rose to leave the room. I understand. He sent a message, pressing a switch that plunged the room back into darkness. The door closed with a resounding clang. His footsteps grew distant, yet in the corner of the room, the air suddenly distorted and twisted. A shadowy figure slowly emerged, as if it had been silently observing the young man's every move all along. Clad in black, the figure moved to where the young man had been, silently staring at the still active computer screen, scrolling through information about the Zheng family. After a moment, the figure pressed the shutdown button. A complex sigh echoed faintly in the dim room. Jiang Zheng walked briskly, but just as he was about to step out of the Spirit Association's main door, his raised foot suddenly paused midair and slowly retreated back inside. He had sensed something unusual. Immediately, he shut down his computer and perked up his ears to listen intently. Moments later, the young man turned and walked over to the reception counter, a polite smile on his face, though his eyes narrowed instinctively. "Sis, can I ask you something?" he said. "Of course," the receptionist replied. "Yesterday, around 1 or 2 in the afternoon, did a short-haired woman leave from here?" The receptionist thought for a moment before nodding hesitantly. "Yes. Was there anyone else?" "No." "I see." Jiang Zheng smiled faintly. After politely thanking her, he turned and left. He walked through the courtyard and didn't stop until he reached the street corner. Turning back, he gazed at the dark building, his mind sorting through the clues. First, the receptionist hadn't lied. Zhong Yuan had indeed left the association around that time, which coincided with the time his uncle was attacked. Second, there had definitely been someone in that room just now, someone who had appeared suddenly. He had activated the Ouroboros eye from the start, yet he only received a warning as he was about to leave. This indicated that the individual's strength far surpassed his. If not for them inadvertently revealing their presence at the last moment, he wouldn't have noticed at all. But why had this person exposed themselves so suddenly? Was it triggered by what he had been looking up? If it was Zhong Yuan, why didn't she make a move against him? Was it because of his age, or did she simply not care if those details were discovered? Jiang Zheng exhaled deeply. Just as he was about to send a message to his uncle, a commotion broke out at the entrance of the courtyard. Several cars screeched to a halt outside. Bloodied individuals scrambled out, carrying a stretcher and rushing it through the back door. Jiang Zheng's pupils contracted sharply. The stretcher was none other than Qing Shanjusher, the elderly man he had met just an hour ago. The tall, slender man now looked ashen and emaciated, barely clinging to life. "Make way. Move aside." Special Assistant Rong staggered forward, gripping one end of the stretcher as they hurried into the hall. He caught sight of Jiang Zheng, but didn't have time to stop. Jiang Zheng silently stepped aside, his eyes fixed on the stretcher, his mind swirling with questions. How had Qing Shanjusher ended up like this so suddenly? At that moment, a thought flashed through his mind like lightning, and his pupils shifted from round to vertical slits. His brows arched as his gaze sharpened, following the stretcher with such intensity that those around him couldn't help but feel a chill. Meanwhile, Li Wenshu locked the door behind him and reached into his sleeve. The innate ability, universe in the sleeve, awakened in Li Wenshu when he advanced to the second rank. Though this talent is filled with profound mysteries, he often uses it as a simple storage bracelet. At this moment, he utilized this ability to retrieve a brownish-yellow package from his sleeve. With practiced efficiency, he untied the string, revealing moist soil inside earth taken from the exact spot where the black-clad figure had mysteriously vanished. Recollecting the earlier battle, Li Wenshu had full confidence in his companion. As a formidable serpent, the silver-horned python's suffocating constriction was unparalleled. Moreover, with the addition of the thunderous energy coursing through it, even if it couldn't completely paralyze the opponent, it shouldn't have allowed them to escape so easily. Frowning slightly, he analyzed the situation in his mind. There is no such thing as an ability that allows someone to vanish into thin air. Even advanced techniques like teleportation require pre-established anchor points and are limited by distance. There must be more to this. With this thought in mind, he had deliberately dug up the ground where the black-clad figure disappeared. Now, it was time to uncover the truth. He reached his hand into the damp soil, carefully probing. Soon, his eyebrows lifted as he pulled out an objecto-withered sprout. As he contemplated the significance of this finding, the phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. "Old Python, swallow the soil," he instructed tersely while standing up to check the screen. The silver-horned python emerged from his sleeve, opened its mouth, and with a single gulp, the soil disappeared into its belly, leaving the ground as if untouched. A blood curse. Li Wenshu froze mid-action as a sudden realization struck him. Memories from years ago surged forward. During his time at the Tri-Law Division, he had once crossed paths with an elder from the Zhong family. That encounter had almost turned deadly. Back then, he dismissed the man as a lunatic. Now, in hindsight, he truly was a lunatic. Piecing this together with the information provided by Jiang Zheng, it became clear that Zhong Yuan had indeed left the Spirit Association. Everything suddenly began to fall into place. So, the mole really is her? Li Wenshu pondered for a moment before striding toward the door. Instead of speculating further, it was better to confront her directly. After all, the security bureau was right next to the Spirit Association. However, just as he stepped out of the bureau, his peripheral vision caught sight of several ambulances speeding into the association's courtyard, followed by a rush of figures moving in haste. A sense of foreboding gripped him as he hurried to the association's entrance. The scene before him made his heart sink. The large courtyard was already crowded with people. Security officers moved back and forth, assisting nurses in transporting supplies. Familiar faces lay on the ground. Spiritualists officially contracted by Lin Jiang. Some clutched their arms, others pressed against various injuries, their faces contorted in pain yet tinged with relief at having survived. The air was thick with the stench of blood, and crimson stains were scattered across the ground. When Li Wenshu appeared at the entrance, the injured noticed him as well. Some lowered their heads in shame, while others struggled to rise. He simply shook his head lightly. Rest, he said, striding quickly toward the noisier hall ahead. I'll go inside and find out what happened. The lobby on the first floor was packed with people. The chaotic noise filled the once orderly space, and the scene struck Li Ching as particularly jarring. Behind the bar, a woman slumped in a chair, tears streaming down her flushed cheeks. Despite her colleagues whispering words of comfort beside her, her sobs showed no sign of stopping. In the center of the hall, several official spirit masters, dressed in pristine uniforms, paced back and forth with heavy expressions, as if burdened by an immense weight. Shut up. One of the spirit masters finally lost patience and shouted angrily toward the bar. What are you crying about? Your problems are nothing. The sobbing behind the bar paused briefly, but soon erupted into an even more heart-wrenching wail. On a normal day, his status as a spirit master might have intimidated the average person, but at this moment, it was utterly ineffective. When grief consumes reason, and emotions completely collapse, no authority can hold sway. The spirit master's face darkened with anger, and just as he was about to lash out again, a shadow flashed like lightning. Bang! A swift kick landed squarely on his chest, sending him sprawling to the ground. Even with the strength enhanced by his spirit master training, he was completely overpowered, and the blow seemed to knock some sense back into him. In a corner, a young man who had been silently deep in thought slowly raised his head. His gaze swept across the chaotic scene before him, and then he rose to his feet and walked forward. Li, Director Li. The fallen spirit master's face was filled with regret. Li Ching cast a cold glance at him before turning to the other spirit masters. I wasn't gone for long. What on earth happened here? Assistant Wong was about to speak when Jiang Zheng placed a hand on his arm to stop him. Let me explain, Jiang Zheng said as he stepped forward to face his uncle. Lowering his voice, he shared the latest information. Linjiang County has been sealed off. Reinforcements from Shandong Province can't get in. Even the network and signal towers have been completely cut off. No one can enter or leave. What? Li Ching's breath caught. Say that again? Before the young man could respond, Assistant Wong interjected. It's absolutely true. The perimeter of Linjiang County is like it's surrounded by an invisible barrier. Birds can't even fly in or out. Li Ching grabbed him by the collar abruptly. What about Qingshan Jusher? Master Qingshan went with us to investigate the situation, bringing along that woman who called herself Zhong Yuan. Assistant Wong's face suddenly turned pale. But that woman turned on us without warning, killed several of our comrades, severely injured Qingshan, and then disappeared. We searched for a while, but Master Qingshan's injuries worsened, so we had no choice but to. Before he could finish, Li Ching had already turned and bolted toward the staircase. The young man lifted his head to watch him leave, then lowered his gaze again. It seemed he had realized something, but now was not the time to speak. Li Ching had to meet Qingshan Jusher one last time before he could reveal the truth. With a clear purpose in mind, the young man walked steadily toward the staircase. Behind him, Wong, the assistant, staggered back a few steps, bracing his hands on his knees as he gasped for breath. As one of the few spirit tamers who had survived this ordeal, he was still shaken. The image of that young woman lingered in his mind, those cold, penetrating eyes meeting his for just a moment as she moved through the crowd, as if she had seen straight through his soul. Though she was younger than him and only one rank higher, she exuded an oppressive aura, as though she belonged to an entirely different plane of existence. Calm down, Rong Su, calm down, he muttered to himself, staring into the mirror in the hall. His reflection mirrored his disheveled state. His clothes were smeared with dirt from his desperate escape, and he looked utterly defeated. At that moment, he finally understood it wasn't that she was too strong, it was that they were utterly inadequate. This realization rendered him speechless. Li Ching rushed up to the third floor and forcefully pushed open the door to the innermost meeting room. Inside, a group of anxious medical staff stood huddled together, clearly hesitant to speak, as if they had just endured a scolding. At the center of the room, on a hospital bed, sat a frail old man with his head bowed. His emaciated frame made him look like a skeleton wrapped in skin. You're here. The old man lifted his bloodshot eyes. I waited for you here on purpose, didn't go to the hospital. Come closer. Everyone else, leave. But, one of the medical staff began. Leave. The old man barked, only to be overcome by a violent fit of coughing. Seeing this, the others had no choice but to lower their heads and exit. The last doctor, a bespectacled man, whispered as he left, it's serious. He doesn't have much time. Once the door closed, Li Ching immediately began searching every corner of the room. The old man weakly shook his head. Don't bother. She's not here. She's already left Linjiang County. As he spoke, he pressed a hand to his bandaged abdomen, where blood was slowly seeping through. Did you know she was the traitor? Li Ching asked, his voice heavy with accusation. I didn't, the old man replied, coughing up blood. But I knew she wasn't virtuous. Then why didn't you say anything? She's my only student. The old man's sorrow-filled eyes met Li Ching's. We were both dealt bad hands in life, relying on each other to survive. It's my fault. I shouldn't have harbored illusions and tried to shield her. His voice was tinged with bitter self-reproach. Li Wenshu, I was wrong. I was wrong. He let out a hollow, anguished laugh. I was wrong. Li Wenshu remained expressionless at the elder's words, his nostrils flaring slightly as he carefully sensed the man's condition. Amid the heavy scent of blood lingered the faint trace of life slipping away. The elder's abdominal wound was ghastly and fatal, there was no doubt. He had less than half an hour left to live. King Shanzi slowly closed his eyes as two murky tears rolled down his wrinkled cheeks. I never thought she would actually. His voice trailed off, but the palpable sorrow in the air spoke volumes. You're a third-tier apothecary. Don't you have any way to save yourself? Li Wenshu asked calmly. None. The elder replied with a bitter laugh. Once, I did have some skills, but this piercing wound forced me to exhaust all my spiritual energy just to cling to life long enough to tell you everything I know. Hearing this, Li Wenshu's tense expression softened slightly, and the wariness in his gaze began to fade. What is Zhong Yuan's fate? See, Yearn the diviner. What abilities has she awakened? She gained Iron Fortress upon advancing to the first tier. Upon reaching the second tier, she acquired Ink's influence and veil of concealment. That concealment technique was likely a boon granted by the Hall of Calamity. Li Wenshu tilted his head slightly. Ink's influence anchored by her own blood. It allowed her to conceal spiritual techniques, talents, and moves within her body, releasing them at will. However, this ability came at the cost of significant vitality, making it unsustainable for long periods. What is she most skilled at? Diviners are naturally adept at deploying formations, and she is no exception. But her true expertise lies in before he could finish. The elder was overcome by a violent coughing fit, blood splattering onto the ground. When he managed to straighten himself slightly, a tissue appeared before him. It was handed over by Li Wenshu. Thank you, the elder murmured as he wiped the blood from his lips, his breath growing weaker. Her greatest skill is the star binding technique. Although all diviners can learn it, Zhong Yuan's version is unique, derived from her ancestral manual on the dragon feeding art. His voice grew faint as he added, historical records state that dragons are drawn to stars, often swallowing starlight whole. Before he could finish, the elder's voice failed him entirely. Li Wenshu sighed softly. He had asked all that needed asking. As for Zhong Yuan's whereabouts, if the elder had known, he would have already shared it. In that case, rest well, Li Wenshu said, shaking his head. Regardless of his earlier suspicions about the elder, the truth was now clear. Her expertise in formations explained the bewildering heart array. Iron Fortress corroborated the black-clad figure's resilience. Ink's influence aligned with their ability to replicate techniques, and the veil of concealment was a gift from the Hall of Calamity. Coupled with the information from his nephew, no one but Zhong Yuan could be the traitor. Li Wenshu turned to leave, but halted after taking just one step. After a moment of silence, he turned back. Do you have any final words? Final, the elder clung to the edge of the bed, his words fragmented and weak. But his gaze toward Li Wenshu burned with intensity, a mix of longing for life, regret for the past, and a silent plea. It was clear whom he was pleading for. Li Wenshu understood, but merely shook his head lightly without a word. Just then, the heavy pounding of fists echoed from the door. Li Wenshu's brows furrowed, his gaze sharpening instantly. Who would be so audacious? The slight movement of his sleeve in the next moment provided the answer. He froze for a moment, quickly adjusting his expression before reaching out to pull open the door. Standing behind it was a calm-faced young man. Jiang Zheng, uncle, step aside. The boy interrupted coldly, brushing past the man and heading straight toward the hospital bed. The elderly man lying on the bed had a faint glimmer in his eyes as his cracked lips moved slightly. Have you come to see me off? The boy forced a faint smile, his reddened eyes betraying his emotions. He knelt by the bedside, looking up at the old man. Good child, the elder said with a gratified smile, his withered hand gently brushing through the boy's hair. His clouded eyes seemed to pierce through time, recalling another boy from years ago, one equally talented, but born into humble beginnings. As the old man became lost in his memories, Jiang Zheng suddenly lifted his head, wiping away the tears at the corner of his eyes with his sleeve. Grandpa, they say you, a master of fortune and destiny, can see through anything. I have a question for you. The old man was momentarily taken aback, but then smiled, his eyes glistening with tears. Good child, such a good child. Ask away. His spirit seemed to rally as he straightened his frail body slightly. Standing behind them, Li Wenshu turned his face away with a sigh. His was clearly a sign of the elder's final burst of energy before the end. How many pounds of snow wolf pelts does it take to exchange for the most basic spirit beast egg? The boy asked, his voice trembling and tears streaming down his face. The old man froze for a moment. 1,000 pounds wouldn't be enough. The boy's head jerked up, only to see the elder struggling to wink at him, as if trying to offer some comfort. Do you think I don't know? The old man continued. I may not know the exact value of snow wolf pelts, but my first spirit beast didn't come easy. It took me 2 whole years, climbing the mountain at dawn and dusk to gather herbs. It was worth far more than 1,000 pounds. He chuckled weakly as his voice grew fainter. The boy suddenly stiffened, lowering his head with a sigh. So you did know. What? The old man didn't catch his words. The boy shook his head and stood up. A token at his waist slipped to the ground with a crisp clink. Pick it up, pick it up. The old man struggled to reach for the token, his face filled with nostalgia. You're talented. With this, your path will be smoother in the future. I paid a heavy price to get it back then. You must make good use of it. You'll surpass me someday. With trembling hands, he picked up the token and was about to hand it to the boy when he noticed Jiang Zheng had already straightened up. The boy looked down at him, his arm raised high. Tears still streaked his face, but his gaze was cold as ice. I said, so you did know? Before the elder could respond, a flash of icy light formed in the boy's palm. Without hesitation, he swung his arm downward, driving the ice blade into the old man's chest. The elder's shocked eyes met the boy's, where a glint of madness flickered. Bang! Blood gushed out like a fountain, staining the floor, the ceiling, and the boy from head to toe. His throat tightened as he spat a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva. Disgusting. The boy wiped his face, his once calm expression now twisted into a grotesque snarl. You bastard. Those were his final words. The young man lowered his gaze to the corpse on the ground, the ice crystals at his fingertips still swirling around his hand, refusing to dissipate. Only when the confirmation sound echoed in his mind did he relax slightly. At that moment, a sudden force yanked his shoulder. Jiang Zheng did not resist, and let Li Ching pull him around. His uncle's eyes were filled with disbelief, his right hand gripping Jiang Zheng's collar tightly, his voice laced with disappointment. Jiang Zheng, you. Even this simple address was enough to reveal Li Ching's current emotions. You clearly saw through the problem with the Spirit Beast shop. He was already on the brink of death and had no intention of exposing you. Why did you have to do this? How is this any different from Zhong Yuan? Li Ching's voice grew increasingly agitated. I know you are resolute and decisive, but if you act this way now, how will you carry yourself in the future? You, uncle. Jiang Zheng interrupted his increasingly disordered words, raising his hand to point at the corpse on the ground. Take a closer look. Who is that? Hearing this, Li Ching turned his head, and his breath suddenly caught. The corpse on the ground was decaying at a visible rate, darkening like withered wood until it eventually turned into a wooden shell. This isn't a person. Li Ching immediately released his nephew and instinctively stepped in front of him. With a wave of his right sleeve, the silver-horned python coiled out, wrapping tightly around the wooden shell layer by layer. Be gentle. Jiang Zheng suddenly reminded from behind. There's actually someone inside. The silver-horned python slowed its movements, opening its mouth to emit a stream of greenish-yellow electricity, carefully peeling away the outer layer of the shell. Amid the flickering electric light, a familiar, unconscious face was revealed. Zhong Yuan. Li Ching's pupils constricted as he strode forward. The scene shifted. Inside a dimly lit room, damp soil covered the floor. All the windows were sealed tightly with wooden boards, blocking out any sunlight. The air was thick with the mingling scents of moisture and earth. A corpse lay quietly on the soil. Suddenly, there was a strange sound from the soil. Green sprouts broke through the surface, growing at an astonishing rate. In an instant, they had formed into a small tree. At the tips of the branches, a tiny fruit the size of a fingernail slowly began to form. It grew steadily, transitioning from a small, unripe green fruit to a full, golden yellow one, and finally to a plump, vibrant red. Just as the fruit was about to ripen, its color abruptly shifted to a dark brown, as if it were beginning to rot prematurely. At the same time, the corpse on the ground suddenly opened its eyes. The serene, sage-like face twisted into a grotesque and horrifying expression. Stretching out a withered arm, the figure grabbed the now deformed fruit and yanked it down forcefully. Snap! The branch broke with a crisp sound, and the fruit fell into his hand. But he showed no hesitation. Greedily, he stuffed the fruit into his mouth, swallowing it whole without even chewing. He immediately closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, channeling his energy. In an instant, spiritual energy converged in his palms like a gentle stream, flowing through his meridians to circulate throughout his entire body. His robe fluttered without any wind, producing a rustling sound as though disturbed by an invisible current. Suddenly, he lurched forward and retched, expelling a foul-smelling liquid. Failure. His face contorted in agony, his nostrils flaring violently, and his teeth chattering uncontrollably, producing an unnerving sound. His bloodshot eyes gleamed with a manic intensity. Failure. He roared, swinging his arm with force. A sharp blade of energy instantly severed the small tree bearing the fruit, sending splinters and broken branches flying. The debris struck a wooden board nailed to a distant window with a loud crash, shattering both the glass and the board. Blinding sunlight poured through the broken window. Such a flawless plan. He trembled all over, his voice faltering. Just a little more, just a little more. The most crucial piece was almost within my grasp. He staggered to his feet, nearly delirious. How could I let a mere boy His final words dripped with a hate that seemed to rise from the depths of hell. Regret, he howled, hunching over and slapping his own face with crazed intensity. The sound of each slap was so loud that, if not for the soundproof array he had set up in the courtyard, it would have echoed clearly into the street. The array was a double-edged tool. It blocked sound from escaping and prevented outside noise from entering. Even if someone stumbled into the courtyard and heard the commotion, he had no fear. As he often said, none of them would remember, for they would all soon be dead. Regret, 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 he screamed hoarsely, striking his face repeatedly. Why didn't I kill him back then? Chen Qingshan, why didn't you kill him the moment you first laid eyes on him? Before the words had fully left his mouth, he stumbled a few steps inside the room and collapsed heavily to his knees. The self-inflicted blows ceased, but his breathing grew increasingly labored, and the sound of his grinding teeth became louder. After a moment, he finally calmed himself, took a deep breath, and sat cross-legged again. This time, he did not channel his energy, but merely closed his eyes slowly. The grafting had failed. While the fruit had successfully formed, Zhong Zhaodi had survived, which meant the fruit had only absorbed part of her innate abilities. The most critical skill, the dragon-devouring technique, had eluded him. At this thought, King Shanzi began trembling uncontrollably again, his chest heaving with overwhelming hatred. If he had possessed the dragon-devouring technique back when his heart demon first emerged, he wouldn't have suffered the mishap while refining the demon-suppressing golden pill, nor would he have ended up in his current state, unable to advance further in his cultivation. The dragon-devouring technique was a treasure beyond measure for an alchemist. With it, the constraints of time and environment would no longer matter, and refining golden pills would become effortless. More importantly, the grand scheme he had meticulously planned for this county could finally proceed unhindered. The twilight slanted through the shattered window, elongating his shadow into a grotesque and flickering silhouette, like a sinister phantom. Jiang Zheng, Jiang Zheng. King Shanzi's face twisted with rage, his killing intent almost palpable. You deserve to die. It took him a long time to regain his composure. Everything before him was part of a grand plan he had been orchestrating for years. Although he had used the rootless wood given by someone else to create this wooden puppet, the lack of a critical step had kept him waiting for the right moment. Half a year ago, when he first met Zhong Zhaodi, the plan was finally set into motion. He began by subtly spreading rumors within the judicial offices while mingling with corrupt officials. This carefully calculated move ensured that no one was willing to assist Zhong Zhaodi, leaving him free to take her in with ease. For the second step of his plan, he deliberately chose the poorest county in the nation as his base. In this inconspicuous location, his grand scheme quietly unfolded. The opportunity for the third step arrived sooner than expected. Zhong Zhaodi's upright character and uncompromising demeanor, coupled with the long-standing feud between Li Wanshu and the Zheng family, naturally severed any ties between the two. Initially, he had planned to undermine Li Wanshu upon arriving in the area, but upon discovering Li's vulnerabilities, he adjusted his strategy to a more effective form of coercion. This shift also allowed him to cultivate a positive image for himself, clearing any suspicion for his future schemes. When the fourth step began, he sent Li Wanshu to investigate Wangjia village while assigning Zhong Zhaodi to survey the entry and exit points of Linjiang County under surveillance. This move added the first layer of suspicion to her. Meanwhile, he remotely controlled the wooden puppet, deliberately creating diversions in front of Li Wanshu to help him identify the traitor. This step also laid the groundwork for his eventual final words of loyalty. The fifth step was even more intricate. During his meeting with Jiang Zheng, he continued to reinforce his positive image, expressing admiration for Jiang Zheng to solidify his impression in Li Wanshu's mind. He handed a token to the young man, planting a seed for future actions. That night, he instructed Zhong Zhaodi to visit the security office, ostensibly to check if Li Wanshu had returned, but in reality, he secretly poisoned her. While Zhong Zhaodi's resistance to poison, developed from consuming certain fruits, protected her, the boy nearby had no such immunity, allowing the poison to spread to him. By dawn, when chaos erupted at the central office and Li Wanshu confronted Zhong Yuan, it further deepened his suspicions of Zhong Yuan. All of this had been meticulously calculated. With Zhong Zhaodi's personality, she would never tolerate false accusations. If it were someone else, the situation might not have escalated, but Li Wanshu had indeed committed wrongs, and he had ensured Zhong Zhaodi saw those records. He understood Li Wanshu's nature well and predicted that he would resort to imprisonment and soul-searching techniques, which would inevitably cross Zhong Zhaodi's boundaries. Her disdain and distrust for Li Wanshu would compel her to resist, leading to conflict. However, he hadn't anticipated Li Wanshu's patience to be so enduring. If they had fought, it would have suited his plans even better. When the conflict subsided, he appeared at the right moment, subtly continuing to shape his image while deepening Li Wanshu's doubts about Zhong Yuan. At this point, Li Wanshu likely only needed the right opportunity, a justified reason to silence him, and he could openly arrest Zhong Yuan. For this reason, the puppet body was hidden in the archives, ready to adapt to various scenarios. If Li Ching arrived, no traces would be left. If Jiang Zheng visited, traces would be left, but without any incriminating evidence. King Shanzi stood in the shadows, his eyes fixed on every move the young man made as he entered the password. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips, seeing it with his own eyes, testing it with his own hands. He had confirmed that Zhong Zhaodi possessed all the traits of a double agent. He deliberately displayed a hint of suspicion toward Zhong Zhaodi in front of the young man, planting the seeds for her eventual betrayal. As Jiang Zheng and Li Ching submitted their intelligence, everything unfolded exactly as he had anticipated. These pieces of evidence firmly nailed Zhong Yuan as the traitor, executing the sixth step of his plan to perfection. The seventh step of his plan was even more ingenious. Those seemingly ordinary fruits held a hidden secret. As Zhong Zhaodi consumed them day after day, a spell was gradually taking effect within her body. Soon, the entity that grew the fruits would completely envelop her, preparing for the grafting process. Simultaneously, a puppet mimicking her appearance would launch an attack on him in full view of everyone, creating chaos and allowing the body swap to take place. The puppet would escape successfully, while Zhong Zhaodi would slowly lose consciousness within the entity, and the grafting would commence. Once the entity perished, Zhong Zhaodi's soul would pass into the afterlife, and his puppet would inherit the dragon-devouring technique, marking the beginning of his grand plan. The eighth step of his plan was even more audacious. When the Hualu Hall attacked the county, he would execute his final move. By seizing the dragon-devouring technique, he would harness the forces of nature and absorb the blood vitality of every person in the county for his own use. As for the truth, with the county sealed off, no news would escape. Once everything was settled, he would be the only survivor elevated to the fourth rank. Who else would the association listen to? Naturally, his version of the story would reign supreme. But where had this flawless eight-step plan gone wrong? King Shanzi furrowed his brows. He was confident his disguise was flawless, even down to the nuances of his emotional expressions. Every clue pointing to Zhong Zhaodi had been discovered by Jiang Zheng and Li Ching themselves. He had never deliberately guided them. Wasn't that convincing enough? How did that yellow-haired brat Jiang Zheng see through it? His knuckles turned white with fury. What gives him the audacity to strike at me? And more importantly, who could have guessed that I have two bodies? That is my true formy, original body. No one could possibly find a single flaw. How was this discovered? King Shanzi roared at the sky, his voice filled with indignation and confusion. Suddenly, his body trembled, and his expression shifted from rage to an eerie calm. No, this couldn't have been uncovered by a mere child. This could it be? A glimmer of realization flashed in his eyes. This is my postnatal tribulation, the one foretold by my dual-path cultivation? King Shanzi slowly opened his eyes, his lips curling into a twisted smile. He muttered to himself, to master one path of destiny, heaven grants its approval. To master two paths, if fate wills it, heaven still approves. That is innate destiny. But for those who attempt to cultivate dual paths postnatally, a deadly tribulation is inevitable. Sooner or later, it will descend. This is the postnatal tribulation. If I fail to overcome it, I will face certain death. But if I succeed, I will gain complete mastery over both paths, acquiring unique talents and traits from each. But I refuse to believe it. He suddenly stood, his voice resolute. I've split my soul in two, allowing even my puppet to walk the path of destiny. A mere postnatal tribulation may be insurmountable for others, but not for me. As he spoke, he abruptly tore open his garments, revealing dark red patterns etched across his body, resembling sinister tattoos. He was at the end of his rope. This puppet's time was running out, and the decay of his original Bodhi's flesh was beyond repair. Were it not for this, he would never have abandoned his true form. According to his original plan, he should have already absorbed everything from Zhong Yuan through the rootless tree. Then, he would have initiated his grand plan, shedding his old self and being reborn. But now, everything had changed. Sacrifice myself as the cauldron, ignite with the fire of my heart. King Shanzi gritted his teeth, his bloodshot eyes filled with madness. Even without the dragon-devouring technique, I can still do it. I can still forge 50 new types, the very first golden core. His expression grew increasingly deranged as he pulled out a bizarrely shaped token from his robes, his hands trembling. The moment the token hit the ground, he infused it with spiritual energy and shouted hoarsely, "Relay my command, attack the county immediately." The surface of the token emitted a faint glow, casting flickering light upon his twisted face. Meanwhile, atop a towering mountain outside the county, a pale man stood alone. He was compulsively digging at his ears, oblivious to the blood dripping from his fingertips. In the shadow at his feet lurked something indescribable. Suddenly, the token at his waist began to shake violently. The pale man froze in place, his eyes widening. A maniacal voice erupted from the token. "Relay my command, attack the county immediately." Then the token fell silent. After a brief moment of stillness, a sickly excitement crept across the pale man's face. He stretched out his tongue, greedily licking the snowflakes that landed on his face, murmuring to himself, "Something's off. King Shanzi, how could he lose his mind like this? He actually failed." Then he burst into wild laughter. "Yes, yes," he said, picking up the token, his tone dripping with schadenfreude. "We'll attack the county right away." "Huh, let's attack the county." With that, he tossed the token off the cliff and turned to face the kneeling figures behind him and the distant crowd of moving heads. "You all heard it, didn't you? What are you waiting for?" "Yes, master," came the unified response. The pale man suddenly remembered something and laughed mockingly at himself. "Too early for that, I'm still just the deputy, huh?" "Yes, master." The crowd remained dutifully reverent. "Huh, let's move out." With a wave of his hand, the pale man led the group toward the county. Zhong Yuan opened her eyes, greeted by a haze of chaos. She felt an overwhelming weakness throughout her body, her consciousness slipping away. A single thought surfaced in her mind: she was going to die. Strangely, the thought didn't alarm her much. Since she could remember, the word death had always loomed over her like a shadow. Her family, especially her father, had made her cruel fate clear. She still remembered that day, the rare moment when her father seemed sober, supporting her frail younger brother with one hand. He had looked at her with a complex expression, but the complexity was fleeting, quickly replaced by cold indifference. "Letting you go is already a mercy," he said flatly, turning away with her brother. "When you turn 25, fulfill your destiny." Dying didn't seem so bad. The thought lingered in her mind. Yet, a trace of doubt crept into her heart. If she were to die here, wouldn't her family be displeased? Would her father feel even the slightest hint of regret? There was no time to dwell on it. Her body grew lighter, as if something essential was being drained away. The world before her eyes suddenly brightened, and just as she thought she had reached the afterlife, a sharp pain shot through her shoulder. The blinding light dimmed abruptly, replaced by a chilling cold that engulfed her. Splash! Icy water splashed onto her face, jolting her awake. What she saw wasn't the imagined afterlife, but the familiar ceiling of her room. Turning her gaze, she noticed a boy calmly holding a small beast. The creature's tail was wrapped around the boy's arm, its bright eyes fixed on her as she lay on the ground. Then, it affectionately nuzzled Jiang Zheng's chin. This human woke up. "Impressive." The boy casually praised the small beast before retreating behind his uncle without a hint of concern. Though he could easily manipulate ice energy into water himself, letting the beast absorb and stabilize its energy seemed more important. A system notification suddenly appeared. Chen Qingshan's negative emotions towards you have reached their peak. You can claim a reward now, or choose to continue accumulating. The boy dismissed the notification for the moment, opting not to make a decision just yet. "You're awake?" Li Wenshu stood with arms crossed, looking down at Zhong Yuan with a cold expression. "If you're awake, get up." Li Wenshu, Zhong Yuan struggled to prop herself up, only to collapse again after barely a moment. She stared at her trembling hands and felt the searing pain at her neck, slowly realizing that what she had experienced earlier wasn't just a hallucination. Li Wenshu narrowed his eyes, his scrutinizing gaze fixed on her. "Zhong Yuan," he said, enunciating each word deliberately, "do you remember what your teacher did to you?" His words were like a key, unlocking the sealed door of her memory. She remembered it clearly now. It was when news came that the county was under lockdown. Her teacher had been furious, denouncing the audacity of those who dared to provoke, and had resolved to personally investigate the border. After all, such an incident hadn't occurred in Shenzhou for years. It was a blatant challenge to the authority of the three judicial offices. She understood her teacher's anger, as she shared the same outrage. While few in the three judicial offices ever cared to speak to her, it was the one place she had felt most at ease. And her teacher was the best person she had ever known. Zhong Yuan gazed at her teacher before her, a storm of complex emotions surging within her. She could fully understand her teacher's choice in a place like the three judicial divisions, where hierarchy and strength reigned supreme. Achieving the status of a first-grade Lingwan candidate with only third-grade cultivation must have come at an unimaginable cost. Her teacher was far from pure-hearted, but how could she blame her for that? Especially when the teacher was still willing to consume what little spiritual energy she had left to condense an adaptation fruit for her, helping her quickly adjust to the spiritual energy flow required for her destined path as a medicine bearer. Just as she was about to follow her teacher to the county entrance, the elderly woman suddenly called out to her. "My good disciple, how has your teacher treated you all this time?" Though Zhong Yuan was puzzled, she answered solemnly. "Your kindness, teacher, is something I will never forget." "Good." The old woman stroked her long beard and smiled in satisfaction, then let out a sigh. "Child, do you resent the Zhong family in your heart?" The unexpected question left Zhong Yuan frozen in place. Before she could respond, the old woman shook her head as if speaking to herself. "Whether you hate them or not, it doesn't matter. In the end, I will make the right decision for you." "What?" The old woman offered no explanation, only looking at her with a sincere expression. "Zhong Yuan, can you do me a favor?" "Teacher, please instruct me." "I will not fail you," Zhong Yuan replied immediately, despite her confusion. Good, the old woman said softly. In that case, they'll need to borrow your life for a moment. Zhang Yuan's head snapped up in shock, but before she could react further, a sharp pain pierced her chest. Struggling to look down, she saw countless thin vines sprouting from the center of her body, quickly wrapping around her entire form. She forced herself to look at the old woman, only to find the same kind and gentle expression on her face even as her skin gradually transformed into the texture of tree bark. Slowly, the elderly woman moved closer. She said nothing more, and Zhong Yuan soon lost consciousness. Li Wenshu had been silently observing the changes in the woman's expressions. When he noticed the subtle shifts in her demeanor, he finally spoke calmly yet firmly. Remember now? Look into my eyes and answer my questions. As he spoke, he flared his nostrils slightly, gathering spiritual energy. This was a unique ability of Empowerer's scent discernment, which allowed them to detect the scent of lies in someone's words. Masters of this skill could even expand its applications to incredible extents. However, the ability had its limitations. An opponent could disrupt scent discernment with their own spiritual energy, making it less effective against those of higher rank or those who quickly erected spiritual defenses. At the moment, though, Zhong Yuan posed no threat. Her spiritual energy had been completely drained, as if suppressed by a powerful spirit-locking array. While she technically remained at the second grade, her strength had regressed to the point where even an ordinary man like Wang Daniu with a knife could take her life. Zhong Yuan stiffly raised her head, meeting the man's calm gaze. Are you one of his accomplices? Are you planning to continue your charade here? At these words, Zhong Yuan unconsciously clenched her fists. Li Wenshu noticed this small gesture, but said nothing. Judging from her earlier reactions, it seemed likely that her memory was fragmented, leaving her unable to reconcile the old man's strange behavior with her past impressions of him. But Li Wenshu had no intention of giving her time to gather herself. I don't care what he did for you before, or how much gratitude you once felt toward him. You'd better wake up now. I don't have the patience to wait for you to calm down. His eyes grew colder. Answer me. No, Zhong Yuan replied, her voice trembling as her eyes reddened. Do you know what he was planning? I don't. Did you notice anything unusual about him? No, but I didn't think of it that way. Tell me everything about how you came to know him, in full detail, Li Wenshu demanded sharply. Look up. You must look into my eyes. Yes. Zhong Yuan's narration poured out like a rushing stream. At first, she hesitated, stumbling over her words, but as she delved deeper into the story, her speech became more fluid, recounting the entire sequence of events in detail to Li Wenshu. When she began to recall the events before their departure, her voice suddenly choked, and she lowered her head as though she could no longer continue. Li Wenshu nodded silently. His seasoned eyes and sharp instincts detected no falsehoods. What Zhong Yuan said was true. She had indeed been deceived by Qing Shanzi for a full 6 months. He shook his head lightly, but refrained from offering any comforting words. Instead, he responded calmly. All right, I understand. As soon as he spoke, Li Wenshu raised his hand and pointed toward the door, his tone indifferent. Go out and find a room to rest properly. Take care of the knife wound on your shoulder. With reinforcements unable to arrive in time, you need to recover to your best condition as soon as possible. I won't let you remain idle. Zhong Yuan took a deep breath and nodded slowly. Struggling to her feet, though her legs still trembled, this time she steadied herself and did not collapse again. With her head bowed, she shuffled toward the door, her once unmistakable air of nobility now completely gone. Blood dripped from her wound, leaving a trail of crimson spots on the floor. Jiang Zheng observed all of this, taking it in both visually and audibly. He couldn't help but muse inwardly. Qin Qingshan, that old scoundrel, truly has patience and a meticulous disguise. If he managed to ambush Uncle, it means his life force isn't as deteriorated as Uncle described. Was Uncle's perception wrong? No. Jiang Zheng knew his uncle well was not the type to casually assess others unless absolutely certain. Therefore, Jiang Zheng concluded that Uncle hadn't lied. Rather, Qin Qingshan had somehow managed to create a puppet to act on his behalf. Yes, that was the puppet, and the one before them was the real body. When Jiang Zheng saw the corpse on the stretcher downstairs, his Ouroboros eye revealed crucial information. Qin Qingshan was eager to harvest the fruit he had planted within Zhong Yuan. The fruit was nearing maturity, continuously drawing upon Zhong Yuan's vitality, which only heightened Qin Qingshan's anticipation. But he knew it wasn't time to celebrate yet. Only when Zhong Yuan perished could the fruit fully absorb the Heart Sutra, dragon-devouring technique embedded in her bloodline. At that point, his grand plan could truly unfold. Because Qin Qingshan's physical body was nearing collapse and his fate was unraveling, reducing him to an ordinary person, Jiang Zheng's Ouroboros I was able to anchor onto him and extract emotional feedback. When these revelations flooded his mind, Jiang Zheng felt a sudden clarity, finally piecing together the entire puzzle. He had never fully trusted Qin Qingshan. Even when the evidence against Zhong Yuan seemed irrefutable, he remained wary of Qin Qingshan. This was the double-edged sword of intelligence. He worried himself sick at home for an entire year because he thought too deeply. Yet it was also his caution that led him to explore alternate possibilities and conduct further deductions, even when the evidence appeared conclusive. With this realization, Jiang Zheng instinctively tightened his hold on the little one in his arms, seeking comfort. Zai eagerly opened his mouth wide, panting as he licked his companion's cheek. Hunger gnawed at him so fiercely that it felt like it might consume him entirely. Li Ching, lost in thought, turned around at the sound and immediately understood Zai's intentions. With a gentle motion, he reached into his wide sleeve and pulled out a pouch of genetic spirit liquid. The scene instantly caught the attention of the two others present. Jiang Zheng's eyes widened in astonishment, but Zai's reaction was even more dramatic. His round eyes grew as large as saucers, and his pointed ears perked straight up. "Uncle." The boy took the pouch, curiously examining Li Ching's sleeve. "It's just a life path talent I gained during my ascension," Li Ching explained casually. "This kind of talent rarely awakens, but—" He paused briefly. "If you want it, I can pass it down to you when I die." Noticing Jiang Zheng's puzzled expression, Li Ching elaborated. "Passing down talents is a term used by Spirit Tamers. It refers to the ability to transfer a specific talent to someone you completely trust right before death, usually from parent to child." "Then forget it," Jiang Zheng said with a smile, shaking his head. "I'd much rather wish you a long and healthy life, uncle. Besides, with my own talents and luck, I'm confident I'll obtain something like that on my own someday." "That's the spirit," Li Ching said with a gratified smile. Just then, the silver-horned python slithered out from his sleeve, casting a cold, indifferent glance at the boy before coiling itself on the ground. Its gaze locked onto Zai, who was preparing to devour the food. Zai's movements froze abruptly. His neck creaked as if rusted, and he slowly lifted his head. "Hey, what's your problem? I'm starving here. Can't you let me eat in peace?" The silver-horned python remained motionless, exuding an air of superiority, as though it were reprimanding an unruly child. This reaction didn't surprise the boy after all. Not all spirit beasts were fond of humans. Zai, for instance, was highly distrustful of anyone other than the boy, and the silver-horned python was no exception. To it, all humans besides Li Ching were merely potential prey. "By the way," Li Ching suddenly asked with a raised eyebrow, "how did you deduce all of this?" The boy instinctively opened his mouth to speak, ready to fabricate a lie. But then he hesitated, remembering that the man before him was his beloved uncle. Closing his mouth, he thought for a moment before Li Ching waved his hand dismissively. "Don't say anything. It's my fault for asking. To become an excellent spirit tamer, keeping secrets is a fundamental skill. Remember, you don't need to tell me, and you must be even more guarded with others." "Understand." "Understood," the boy replied with a solemn nod. Satisfied, Li Ching strode forward confidently. After exerting its pressure on Zai, the silver-horned python quietly retreated back into his sleeve. "I need to make some arrangements. Qing Shanzi must be relying on something, and I suspect he's still in Linjiang County." "Uncle," the boy interrupted suddenly. "Qing Shanzi's real name is Chun Qingshan. One of the two thugs who barged into my spirit beast shop is named Chun Qian. I suspect that Chun Qingshan is actually the branch leader of the Huolu Hall. His body is real, but he might have a puppet body elsewhere. This could be related to the rootless wood." Li Ching stopped abruptly, turning to look at his nephew. His eyes widened slightly before narrowing with a smile. "Impressive." He grinned broadly, his usually stiff expression softening. "Rootless wood is a spiritual material from a 4th grade, century-old tree demon. Consuming it can grant a pseudo-exclusive talent, either parasitism or duality. We've already witnessed the effects of parasitism, and now you've confirmed duality. It seems Chun Qingshan is quite fortunate. I wonder who helped him hunt down 2 century-old tree demons." "Erlang." Li Ching pointed at the boy, laughing heartily. Your guess is spot on." He emphasized the word guess deliberately. "The Jang family has hope now. Even if Jiang who were to die today, it would be worth it." "Ha ha." He kicked open the door and walked out with an unprecedented air of boldness, his laughter echoing down the corridor. Though the moment might not have been appropriate for such unrestrained joy, for Li Ching, his nephew was the most important person in the world. For once, he set aside his responsibilities and allowed himself to feel pure, genuine happiness for the boy. At least for this moment, he rediscovered a long-lost sense of unadulterated joy. After finishing off the gene elixir in one gulp, the little creature lazily rolled over and lay on the ground, its tail swaying leisurely as it licked its paws. Meanwhile, Jiang Zheng was sitting by King Shanzi's bed, preparing to unlock this hard-earned emotional reward. He pondered deeply. King Shanzi's hatred for him wasn't superficial, like a mere grudge, but rather a deep-seated intent to kill. After all, Jiang Zheng had utterly destroyed a plan that King Shanzi had meticulously crafted for years. Although Chun Qingshan's physical body was on the verge of collapse, as a former peak 3rd-rank powerhouse, the emotional reward left behind by him was bound to be priceless. Given that the Ouroboros Eye's anchoring ability is limited by the user's strength and cannot transcend ranks, this was likely the highest quality reward Jiang Zheng could obtain in recent years. The thought made his heartbeat quicken. Taking a deep breath, he didn't immediately activate the Ouroboros Eye. Instead, he allowed his thoughts to settle. What did he need most at the moment? This was a critical question because emotional rewards often aligned with his most pressing desires. Power? Jiang Zheng quickly dismissed that option. Though he had always prioritized power in the past, the current situation was different. Even if the Ouroboros Eye granted him another practical technique like Manjiang Hong, it wouldn't make him invincible overnight. After all, even someone as powerful as Xiaoyan couldn't achieve that. After careful deliberation, the young man narrowed his focus to two possibilities: survival and tracking. The first was survival, acquiring a technique or talent that could enhance his chances of staying alive in the upcoming battle in the county. While such abilities might not be as direct as raw power, survival tools were always invaluable. The second was tracking, obtaining a skill or talent that could help him locate Qin Shan. This way, he could join forces with his uncle and the county's spirit masters to take the initiative and eliminate this threat as quickly as possible. As he weighed his options, Jiang Zheng absent-mindedly tapped the little creature's head. The small animal looked at him curiously, blinking each time his finger moved. Once he made up his mind, Jiang Zheng sat cross-legged on the bed and activated the Ouroboros Eye. The emotional reward from a powerful figure whose years of scheming had ended in failure surged forth, brimming with resentment and murderous intent, like a raging sea crashing against cliffs. Meanwhile, the county was already tightening its defenses. The elderly and children had been relocated to 3 safe zones: the Security Bureau, City Hall, and Wanchang City. All county security officers were divided into 15 teams, equipped with communication devices and signal flares, and rotated patrols hourly. However, they were instructed to avoid the outskirts of the county. Additionally, able-bodied men from the county were enlisted to join the patrol squads. Just as Ping Gu was about to speak, the Security Bureau chief grabbed his arm, signaling him to stay silent. The chief then ordered at least 8 people to monitor the surveillance room in shifts around the clock. Communication frequencies were adjusted, and any anomalies were to be reported immediately. Finally, Li Wenshu turned his gaze to the slightly uneasy Assistant Rong, asking how many personnel he still had available. Assistant Rong cleared his throat, his expression serious as he reported to Li Wenshu. Other than the 2 who have died, the remaining 10 of us, including myself, are still able to move. It's just, he trailed off, a hint of shame flashing across his face as he bit his lip. Li Wenshu waved his hand decisively, cutting him off. That's enough. Split into 2 teams and station yourselves at the northern entrance of the county. Stay fully armed and report immediately if anything happens. Assistant Rong straightened his back and responded firmly, understood. Li Wenshu turned his gaze to a corner on the first floor, where a group of people stood. Most of them had their arms crossed, their brows furrowed. Feeling his attention, several of them visibly tensed. These were unofficial Spirit Tamers from Linjiang County, individuals rarely seen at the Spirit Tamer Association. Though technically Li Wenshu shouldn't have known them, he had secretly tracked them when they first arrived in the county to ensure they had no ill intentions. You'll head to the other county entrance with Zhong Yuan once she recovers, Li Wenshu instructed them. The group exchanged glances before giving a slight bow. Understood. And me, Li Organizer? Asked Jun Shu, a man in a green coat. Standing beside him was a boy with thick eyebrows and sharp eyes, his expression serious as he awaited instructions. Although the events outside the county had already spread through the town, many still clung to a glimmer of hope since no official statement had been made. However, half an hour earlier, Li Wenshu had used the signal tower to issue an evacuation and lockdown order to all residents. Not long after, Jun Shu, who had previously helped recruit Jiang Zheng to a school, arrived here with a young boy. As a second-rank Spirit Tamer, Jun Shu's presence gave Li Wenshu a sense of relief. Despite his strong military demeanor, Jun Shu did not overstep his bounds. He simply waited quietly for instructions. Before being reassigned to inspection duties, he had served in the frontline Spirit Tamer combat units and was well-versed in strategy. Even so, he understood that Li Wenshu knew this city better than anyone. You'll stay with me in Zhongjia, Li Wenshu said. All right, Jun Shu replied succinctly. The boy beside him was about to speak when a voice suddenly called from the staircase. Li Organizer. Everyone turned to see a familiar young man. Li Wenshu glanced at Jiang Zheng and immediately understood the purpose behind the title. Shaking his head, he addressed him directly. Erlang. What's the matter? Jiang Zheng walked briskly forward, dropping any pretense of formality. He got straight to the point. Uncle, I need to tell you something. All right, Li Wenshu said, leading the way to a quieter spot. The young man followed closely behind. Once they were in a secluded area, Jiang Zheng spoke without hesitation. Uncle, I believe I can locate Qin Shan's current position now. Hearing this, Li Wenshu's eyes widened abruptly, his gaze filled with disbelief as he stared at the young man before him. It's true. Jiang Zheng nodded firmly, his eyes slowly lowering. As his gaze swept the floor, faint, slender white mist lines began to appear, like invisible threads precisely connecting the heels of everyone in the room. These misty traces intertwined and overlapped within the space, perfectly outlining the movements and trajectories of those present. Amidst the web of mist, a particularly striking crimson line caught Jiang Zheng's attention. This red thread extended from the doorway and continued further into the distance. As he observed this unique red mist, the information he had recently acquired flashed through his mind. Pathway talent, Spirit-bound mist. This ability allowed him to pinpoint the location of a target within a 1-kilometer radius, starting from any object or creature the target had interacted with, using the Spirit-bound mist. The ability followed a unique set of principles, both advantageous and limiting. The Spirit-bound mist came in 3 distinct colors, each with its own effects. Black mist gradually disrupts the target's spiritual energy flow. Full erosion results in periodic spiritual energy blockages. Red mist progressively impairs the target's mobility. Full erosion slows the target's thought processes. White mist slowly weakens the target's self-healing ability. Once fully eroded, it can absorb the target's vitality for the user's benefit. Positive effects. The target cannot actively dispel the erosion of the spirit-bound mist and can only expend spiritual energy to slow its progress. Jiang Zheng can freely switch the mist's color by consuming a portion of his own spiritual energy. Negative effects. Once the erosion begins, Jiang Zheng's spiritual energy and stamina are consumed at the same rate as the target's. When the target is fully eroded, his spiritual energy and stamina are simultaneously depleted. If used against a stronger opponent, the energy consumption doubles, increasing with the disparity in power. Once his spiritual energy is exhausted, the spirit-bound mist automatically dissipates. This was the reward gifted to him by Chun Qingshan's physical form. Even before descending the stairs, Jiang Zheng couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. Without a doubt, this was a true double-edged sword. Whether it would prove more advantageous or detrimental remained uncertain, as it limited his opponent while simultaneously draining his own strength. But the young man quietly rolled up his sleeve. As his thoughts shifted, a jet-black pattern flickered momentarily across his arm. See, now this is getting interesting. Lost in thought, Li Wenshu furrowed his brows slightly and fell into a brief silence after hearing his nephew's words. He trusted that his nephew wouldn't lie about something like this, but he couldn't help seeking confirmation once more. Are you certain about this? The young man raised his head and nodded solemnly. Li Wenshu opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately said nothing, simply gazing at his nephew with a complex expression. His emotions were a tangle of disbelief and contemplation, and he unconsciously scratched his head, attempting to make sense of it all. Am I getting old? He wondered to himself. He was well aware of his nephew's extraordinary talent, particularly the unique ability known as the Eyes of Truth. Ever since the day he first registered this ability for his nephew, he had avoided using a computer to look up any information about ocular talents. This wasn't due to a lack of curiosity about the Eyes of Truth, but rather out of caution fear that online search records might leave traces and arouse the suspicions of ill-intentioned individuals. Even if the chances were slim, even if it was just his overactive worry, he wasn't willing to take the risk. Every spirit master has their secrets, this saying held true. Even the renowned spirit masters who frequently appeared on television carried secrets that no one dared to fully confront, no matter how confident they were in their abilities to counter them. But now, Li Wenshu was truly overwhelmed. He had known his nephew harbored secrets, but he hadn't expected them to be so numerous or profound. Seeing the boy unravel King Shanxi's ability earlier, he could choose not to ask questions. But now where did this new revelation even come from? Are you really Jianghu's child? Could he truly father someone like you? Li Wenshu muttered inwardly. No disrespect, but the Zhang family's ancestral tomb must be practically exploding with smoke from their good fortune right now. With that thought, he could only place his hands on his hips and let out a long sigh. The young man noticed this reaction and lowered his head. He had no idea that his uncle was questioning his true parentage, but he could understand the shock. After all, even he had no clue what kind of reward awaited him. On the first floor, people glanced curiously at the tall and short pair of uncle and nephew in the distance, unaware of the intense inner turmoil Li Wenshu was experiencing. Near the entrance, Uncle Jun cast a few glances at Li Wenshu's direction, then at the young man, before finally turning to the boy standing beside him. Have all your classmates been settled? Yes. Zhang Dong was straightened his back and replied firmly. When we arrived, I made sure to escort them all to the adjacent public security bureau. There aren't many people from our school, so it should be safe there. Good. Uncle Jun said with a slight smile. And why did you come here? To help? Zhang Dongwa answered without hesitation. I know this isn't a drill. If there's going to be a real battle in the county, I want to be part of it. I'm not afraid. My parents are soldiers, and my family has served in the military for 3 generations. He straightened his posture even more, his voice steady and resolute. Since I was young, my parents taught me to serve the country through the military. I will honor their legacy without fail. My journey to protect and defend my homeland starts today. His words were powerful and unwavering, drawing the attention of several bystanders who couldn't help but glance his way. Uncle June studied the young man, his smile deepening as admiration flickered in his eyes. He gently placed his hand on the other man's neck, his fingertips softly rubbing the short buzz cut. Noticing the flash of surprise in the other's eyes, he curved his lips into a meaningful smile. Stop acting tough. Being a soldier isn't about rushing headlong into martyrdom. All right, just stick close to me later. Before his words had fully landed, his peripheral vision caught sight of Li Wenshu gesturing for him to come over. He quickly walked to Li Wenshu's side, who glanced briefly at Jiang Zheng was standing behind him but made no move to dismiss him. Lowering his body, Li Wenshu whispered in a voice barely audible, "We have a lead." The man known as Jun Shu also lowered his voice, getting straight to the point. "Hua Lutang or King Shanzi?" "Shun Qing Shan's," Li Wenshu replied rapidly, each word shooting out like a bullet. "I can pinpoint his location." Jun Shu's expression immediately turned serious. "Are you certain?" "Certain." Li Wenshu's face was stern. "I have the Baiguan ability from the empowerment system, with a talent specific to this purpose." The young man standing nearby nodded in confirmation. Jun Shu fell into a brief silence. To suddenly claim they could locate the criminal after having no leads for so long was undoubtedly suspicious. However, before coming here, he had specifically reviewed the records of the highest-ranking military officers in the area. Though the information was limited, it did confirm that Li Wenshu was indeed a Baiguan practitioner. "All right then, what's the plan?" "We go after him. You and I." Li Wenshu paused before adding, "And Jiang Zheng." What?" Jun Shu, who had begun nodding, stopped abruptly, his brows knitting together. "No way." He looked directly at the young man, his tone firm. "To put it bluntly, he'd be a burden to us. To say it kindly, I wouldn't recommend putting him in harm's way. We can give it a try, but the kid stays out of it." These words resonated with Li Wenshu, but he had no other choice. He himself was not the one who could locate King Shanzi. "It's fine," Li Wenshu said, carefully choosing his words, though his tone came across slightly stiff. "Jiang Zheng is not useless. He's resourceful and intelligent. He won't put himself in danger. Once King Shanzi's location is confirmed, he'll retreat immediately without lingering." Jun Shu froze for a moment, his expression growing more skeptical. The explanation was far too forced to convince him. "Wait a second." He suddenly turned his head sharply, his piercing gaze locking onto the young man. Sensing trouble, Li Wenshu quickly called out downstairs, "What are you all standing around for? Get moving according to the plan." He then stepped forward to block Jun Shu's line of sight, feigning composure as he said, "Let's go. Move out." With that, he strode ahead, the young man following closely behind. Jun Shu stood rooted to the spot, lost in thought. After a moment, he took a deep breath. As an experienced man, he naturally sensed that something was amiss. While the immediate priority was to follow Li Wenshu, he found himself increasingly unsettled. "What a pity, such a pity," he thought to himself. "If my suspicions are correct, this kid could be a once-in-a-lifetime talent. If he and Jiang Zheng would join the academy together, imagine the potential. A target even the best Baiguan tracker couldn't locate, yet a mere boy could find. Could it be that he not only inherited one ability, but also possesses a top-tier tracking talent? At such a young age, he already knows how to conceal his strengths and so well, too. With so many eyes on him in Linjiang County, not a single person has noticed. Even Li Wenshu likely only just found out, judging by his sudden nervousness. Such composure, such talent. It's truly unbelievable." Regret was written all over Jun Shu's face, as if he were watching an extraordinary talent slip through his fingers. "No, I need to work on him," he muttered to himself. "If I don't, it'll be a waste." "Worst case, work on who?" Zhang Dong was suddenly asked, looking puzzled. Jun Shu immediately fell silent. Glancing at the young man beside him, his expression turned complicated. Zhang Dongwo was undoubtedly excellent, but how did he compare to the boy's potential? Had he underestimated that young man? "It's nothing," Jun Shu replied, shaking his head. The gesture was as much for Zhang Donghua as it was a reminder to himself. "Let's focus on the task at hand." "Understood. Should I still stay by your side?" "Yes, but stay close to Jiang Zheng. You're skilled. If anything goes wrong, get him out of there immediately." Hearing this, Zhang Donghua was momentarily stunned but quickly nodded with determination. "Understood." The streets were teeming with people, and the noise was overwhelming. Amid the bustling crowd, some held crying infants in their arms, while others supported frail, elderly family members. Everyone wore an expression of urgency, striding quickly in their respective directions. Unlike the usual traffic congestion of cars and motorcycles, the roads were now devoid of vehicles, replaced instead by a dense throng of pedestrians. The warning issued by Linjiang County had struck like a thunderclap, spreading instantly to every corner. Shouts and calls echoed from every household, yet there was a surprising sense of order amidst the chaos. This order was not coincidental, but stemmed from the survival wisdom passed down from the generations who had lived near the Great Snow Mountain. The collective knowledge of how to respond to the impending beast tide was ingrained in every Linjiang resident. From a high vantage point, one could see the streets glinting with a chilling light sunlight reflecting off countless hunting crossbows. These weapons, which could have resulted in severe punishment in ancient times, were now openly carried on the backs of every Linjiang resident. Despite numerous government-led confiscation campaigns after the county was established boasting the seizure of thousands of crossbows, the current scene left the law enforcement officers stunned. The young officers stood dumbfounded, while the older, local policemen could only shake their heads and sigh. Hunting ran deep in the blood of Linjiang's people, and nearly every family had mastered the craft of making crossbows, a skill passed down through generations. In an economically underdeveloped area where the threat of wild beasts still lingered, eradicating these self-defense weapons entirely was a pipe dream without conducting house-to-house searches. In the distance, cries and shouts could be heard, panicked reactions from out-of-town tourists. What kind of backward place is this? I'm never coming back. Is this place even safe? Complaints like these filled the air, but the locals paid no attention, focusing solely on their evacuation routes. Take care of the tourists first, the old officer instructed. These civilians lack survival experience and would be at great risk if something happens. The younger officers nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, the luxury counters on the first floor of Wanchang Mall had been hastily cleared and locked up, replaced by a crowd of anxious customers waiting in line. At the mall's entrance, over 20 burly security guards gathered around their captain, listening intently to the instructions. The mall manager stood nearby, occasionally interjecting with additional details. Behind the security captain stood a majestic white bear, exuding an imposing presence. Its wrists were encircled by shimmering ice crystals, and with every breath, tiny fragments of frost sparkled in the air. Guard the gates of Wanchang City, the captain commanded with a firm and resolute voice. The equipment is on its way. Once it arrives, arm yourselves fully. If you're injured, all medical expenses will be covered. If the worst happens, compensation will be guaranteed. Yes, sir. The guards responded tensely, taking the iron rods and hunting crossbows handed to them. Their eyes scanned the area outside the gates with vigilant focus. The crowd was packed with out-of-town visitors, local residents, and mall shopkeepers, their faces shadowed with unease. Though Wanchang City was the most resource-abundant of the three safe zones, it was also the most likely target for wrongdoers. Now, their hopes rested solely on the county's reinforcements and this security team. As a mall specializing in Spirit Beast supplies, the guards here were carefully selected experts. While only the captain was a Spirit Tamer, the rest were sturdy and physically strong men. If pushed to their limits, their potential to transform into terrifying upright apes far exceeded that of ordinary people. On the second floor, a boy named Xuanhua, wearing sunglasses, frowned while gripping a long strip of cloth in his hand. A girl and several classmates stood beside him. We should have stayed at the hotel. At least the teachers are there. One classmate muttered under their breath. The girl looked downcast at the comment. I'm sorry. I just wanted to buy some sunglasses for Wawa. That's not what I meant, the classmate quickly clarified. I just think none of us should have come out here at all. You're right, Xuanhua interjected calmly. But Afu came because of me. I don't blame her. Don't worry, since you decided to come along. I'll make sure you're safe. The classmates' eyes lit up. They had witnessed Xuanhua's near-prophetic combat instincts during the competition in Yutong County. Xuanhua, however, no longer looked at them. Instead, he gently held the girl's hand, offering reassurance. Don't worry, we'll be fine. His words brought a smile back to her face. Just then, a deafening explosion erupted outside Wanchang City, followed by panicked screams from the crowd. Those on the first floor could clearly see thick black smoke rising from distant buildings, flames shooting into the sky. Vehicles on the streets were overturned by the blast wave, their alarms blaring in chaotic succession. Look at the ground, someone suddenly shouted, pointing downward. What is that? A strange, dark red pattern was rapidly spreading across the surface, eerie and unnatural. The dark red patterns spread rapidly like tattoos, instantly covering the entire Wanchang City. These eerie markings not only sprawled across the ground, but also climbed up the walls of shops, stair railings, and even extended to the ceilings of every floor. Xuanhua stared at the scene, his brows tightly furrowed. A formation? At that moment, a panicked figure stumbled in from outside Wanchang City. The person fell repeatedly but ignored the pain, dragging a sprained ankle as they desperately crawled toward the mall entrance. Several security guards immediately rushed forward, grabbing the person by the arms and pulling them inside. Explain yourself. The manager strode over, towering over the gasping individual. What monsters? What do they look like? The security captain also fixed his gaze on the person on the floor, waiting for an answer. The person's chest heaved violently as they tried to speak in broken words. Suddenly, they jerked their head up, revealing a face that was grotesquely twisting and deforming, pitch black pupils devoid of humanity. grayish-brown fur and whiskers emerging from under the skin, their nose rapidly elongating, and sharp teeth glinting menacingly. In a garbled yet unmistakably clear voice, they answered, "Like me." In an instant, the person's body swelled grotesquely, muscles tearing through their clothes as a long, thin tail burst from their spine. Within moments, a hideous rat-faced monster replaced the human form. It lunged forward, its foul-smelling jaws wide open, aiming directly for the manager's throat. Thud! A soft sound came from upstairs. The rat-faced monster froze mid-motion, unable to react before several sharp wind blades slashed through its back, slicing it into pieces instantly. The ice bear, roaring furiously, lunged forward but caught nothing but air. Immediately after, a young man slid expertly into the room from the entrance, knocking the manager to the ground. "Stay back," he warned, quickly getting back to his feet and shouting toward the outside. "Hurry up, quick." 3 breaths later, a burly teenager smashed through the glass door and charged inside. "Close the doors," the first boy commanded. "Pull down all the shutters now." Only after ensuring that all the shutters were fully lowered did he bend over, hands on his knees, catching his breath. "Are you Jiang Zheng?" The security captain recognized the boy and stepped forward. "Thanks. No need." Jiang Zheng cut him off, his tone urgent. "There are more outside." Before his words even finished, a series of piercing noises erupted from the closed shutters, as if countless claws were frantically scratching at the metal surface. The screeches and howls echoed through the empty mall, sending chills down everyone's spine. 30 minutes earlier, Li Wenshu moved swiftly across the rooftops of flat houses in Linjiang County, carrying Jiang Zheng on his back. This county, dominated by low-rise buildings, conveniently facilitated their movements. Jiang Zheng slid off Li Wenshu's back, landing firmly on his feet, though his gaze seemed slightly unfocused. The crowded streets below caused the number of mist ropes to multiply, creating a dense network of gray fog strings interwoven in the air like a massive spiderweb, almost entirely obscuring the young man's vision. The previously conspicuous red mist was now submerged within this gray web. Under such conditions, the effectiveness of the spirit wrap fog diminished significantly, but for Jiang Zheng, who possessed the Ouroboros eye, this was not a problem. His unique ability allowed him to pinpoint the location of the red mist with precision. "Turn the corner, then go another 500 meters, it's right there," Jiang Zheng said in a low voice. Li Wenshu nodded slightly, his gaze shifting to the massive Wanchang city on the other side of the street. It was too close, so close it raised his guard. He had considered the possibility of hiding in plain sight, but King Shanzi, being the branch leader of Holyo Hall, and theoretically their most formidable enemy, exposing himself so openly in the enemy's territory seemed highly suspicious. What was even more concerning was that his subordinates had yet to appear. Was it boldness born of experience, or was there something more hidden at play? A sense of foreboding rose in Li Wenshu's heart. Just then, footsteps sounded behind them. Uncle Jun Wong Jun set down Zhang Donghua, whom he had been carrying on his shoulder. He glanced at Jiang Zheng before turning to Li Wenshu. "Found it. Turn the corner, 500 meters, Li Wenshu replied. "That close?" Wong Jun frowned, pondering for a moment before suddenly seeming to realize something. He spoke urgently. "Is he setting up a formation?" "It's possible," Li Wenshu replied, almost simultaneously coming to the same conclusion. The spiritual energy within his sleeve began to stir. This possibility was far too likely. Spirit formations, commonly used by spirit tamers, fell into 2 categories. One involved drawing formation talismans on special spiritual paper, such as the spirit-locking talisman and sound-dampening talisman Jiang Zheng had once come across by chance. The other involved constructing physical formations in real-world settings. Among all spirit tamers, those of the Seeing Fate path were the most skilled in this domain. In ancient times, this expertise was even considered an exclusive skill akin to the alchemy of the apothecary fate path, until it was later discovered that this was not the case. Alchemy was highly exclusive, usable only by spirit tamers of the apothecary path. Even spirit tamers of the medic path within the same fate were unable to practice it. In contrast, spirit formations were far more accessible. Not only was there no restriction on who could create talismans, but even physical formations only posed slightly higher requirements for spirit tamers of other fates. This led many spirit tamers from various fates to study formations in order to enhance their abilities. Among the imitators, apart from the Shanghai ministers with their replication abilities, the apothecary assistants, known for their precision, excelled the most. Li Wenshu turned to Wong Jun, whose expression had grown grave, and said solemnly, "Because Chen Qingshan's current body isn't made of actual flesh and blood, it's something akin to a puppet." Li Wenshu squinted his eyes, carefully analyzing his opponent's traits. When he ambushed me, his mastery of the starfall technique was evident, but his fire spells were clumsy. This suggests he likely abandoned the path of the apothecary and turned to divination arts. Wong Jun chimed in, voicing exactly what was on Li Wenshu's mind. Taking a deep breath, Li Wenshu flipped his wrist, and a silver spear shot out from his sleeve. If that's the case, his gaze sharpened. We'll go for a direct assault. Before the words fully left his mouth, Li Wunshu lowered his stance, his right foot pushing off with explosive force. His entire body shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bow, speeding toward his target. Wang Jun, however, held back from engaging, turning instead to Jiang Zheng. You can leave now. Your task is done. Jiang Zheng looked puzzled. What task? Watching this, Wang Jun sighed inwardly. Can't even recognize a test like this? Looks like I'll need to give you some serious education later. He turned to Zhang Donghua and instructed. He's your responsibility now. Without further delay, Wang Jun placed his hand on the silver wristband he wore. To the astonishment of the young man nearby, he pulled out a massive shield, nearly the size of half a car. At the same time, Wang Jun's body began to expand rapidly, his muscles swelling until they shredded his clothes. Gripping the enormous shield firmly, he charged across the rooftops with earth-shaking steps. In the distance, Li Wunshu leaped high, diving straight into the building where his target was located. Strangely, though the roof tiles shattered and scattered, there was no sound. Jiang Zheng immediately recognized the effects of a silencing array. The silver spear pierced through the air, stirring up a cloud of dust as it entered the room. With a flick of his wrist, Li Wunshu conjured a vortex of air, sweeping away the dust to reveal the scene before him. Kneeling on the ground was a figure with his bare back exposed, dark red patterns spreading from his knees to the floor. At the sound of movement, the kneeling man slowly turned his head. Then, with a sudden jerk accompanied by the sickening grind of bone, his entire head twisted around unnaturally to face Li Wunshu. The face was familiar, youthful, but it had lost its former kindness, replaced by a grotesque, twisted madness. You're quicker than I expected, the man rasped. How did you find me? Come on, Li Wunshu, why won't you speak? Surely your 100 observations technique isn't that advanced yet. Zhong Zhaodi. She's still recovering from her injuries, isn't she? Wang Jun from Chuntang. A guardian like him wouldn't have tracking skills. Before he could finish, his expression froze, then twisted into a hateful snarl. Could it be that little brat again? A flash of silver interrupted him, the spear tip aimed straight for his pupil. Li Wunshu had no intention of wasting words. The man raised his arm abruptly, catching the spearhead in his grip. A surge of spiritual energy suppressed the part of the spear where the silver-horned python had begun to manifest. Rising to his feet amidst the unsettling creaks of shifting joints, the man adjusted his stance to face Li Wunshu directly. You really think? He growled, his eyes locked onto Li Wunshu's. You really think you can be my MTC? Before he could finish, Li Wunshu stared at him coldly and suddenly opened his mouth wide. A sphere of lightning began to form between his teeth. This was the real reason for his silence. All along, who has time for words on the brink of battle? Let him taste this lightning technique first. Boom. Lightning struck directly at the opponent's head, electric currents coursing through their limbs, instantly severing the spiritual energy concentrated at the tip of the spear. As the binding force dissipated, the spearhead immediately transformed into a giant silver-horned python. Its massive body coiled tightly around the younger version of King Shanzi, its gaping maw poised for a lethal strike. Li Wunshu saw the interruption as a crucial opening. He stepped forward with his left foot, his body twisting nimbly to the side, while his right hand flashed with a cold gleam between two fingers. The silver-horned python took over the offensive, continuing to suppress the opponent, tightening its coils with relentless force. However, King Shanzi's reaction was baffling. He neither summoned his famously impenetrable defenses nor attempted to escape with evasive maneuvers. He stood motionless, as if waiting for something. Li Wunshu noticed the oddity, but knew time was not on his side. A crimson glow enveloped his entire body as his ability, Momentum Unleashed, activated in an instant. With the enhancement complete, his fingers moved like lightning, stabbing straight at King Shanzi's forehead. Yet the sensation at his fingertips was not flesh and blood, it was something else, a peculiar material. If this was a puppet, there had to be a core crystal somewhere. Destroying it would bring even the most formidable puppet to its knees. Just as Li Wunshu prepared to continue his search for the crystal, something unexpected happened. His fingers were suddenly trapped, unable to move. King Shanzi let out a chilling laugh, his voice broken and eerie as he said, "A rabbit has 3 burrows. I had no place to go with such little time. But do you think I came unprepared? You came too early." Before he could finish, Wang Jun burst into the scene, shouting urgently, "Li Wunshu outside." But King Shanzi's maniacal laughter drowned out everything. "I am King Shanzi. Activate the formation." In an instant, dark red patterns on the ground lit up, spreading outward like a tide. Panicked pedestrians on the street screamed, some falling to the ground, others clutching their children tightly. Inside the building, Li Wunshu acted decisively, plunging his left hand into King Shanzi's chest, yet he still couldn't locate the core. King Shanzi's mangled face twisted into a sinister smile as he mouthed silently, "Everyone will die. I'll go first, and then I'll wait for you on the Yellow Springs Road." The next moment, his body shattered, fiery energy erupting from the cracks. Intense searing pain shot through Li Wenchu's fingertips, but he gritted his teeth and endured it. The silver-horned python coiled protectively around its master, its tough scales attempting to shield him from the heat wave. Wang Jun slammed his heavy shield into the ground and shouted desperately in Li Wenchu's direction. Substitution sacrifice. The scorching energy consumed everything in an instant. 1 minute earlier, Zhang Dongwu grabbed Jiang Zheng's arm forcefully. Wait, hold on. Jiang Zheng quickly shook off his hand, his mind racing. The effect of Ling Chan Wu Rao required the target to be within sight, but getting Chen Qingshan to appear in front of him seemed nearly impossible. Not only would Chen Qingshan not spare someone who disrupted his plans, but he might also strike mercilessly without hesitation. The young man turned his head to glance at the towering Wanchang city on the other side of the street. Pointing in that direction, he said to Zhang Dongwu, "That's a safe zone. Let's wait for Uncle and Officer Wong there." Zhang Dongwu frowned deeply, clearly intent on taking Jiang Zheng somewhere farther away. As a soldier, Wang Jun had entrusted him with the responsibility of protecting the boy, and he had to fulfill that duty. But before he could say anything, Jiang Zheng had already leaped off the rooftop, rolling as he hit the ground before sprinting toward Wanchang City. "Hey!" Zhang Dongwu sighed and shook his head, preparing to follow. But suddenly, the building beneath his feet began to tremble violently. Dark red patterns spread across the ground like a spiderweb, as if heralding an imminent earthquake. On the street, Jiang Zheng abruptly came to a halt, his slit pupils fixed on the ground. A flood of notifications from the Ouroboros bombarded his senses. The blood refinement soul array has been activated. All souls of those who die within the array will be collected and transferred to its creator. Notice, Chen Qingshan's negative emotions toward you have reached their peak. You may choose to claim a reward or continue accumulating. Warning, a large number of creatures are burrowing upward underground, estimated to reach the surface in 15 seconds. At that moment, the red mist Jiang Zheng had locked onto suddenly dissipated. Chen Qingshan is dead. The thought barely crossed his mind before the red mist reappeared briefly at the far end of the left street. His gaze sharpened. He wasn't dead, he had simply moved beyond the range of Ling Chan Wu Rao, rendering him undetectable. Was he trying to pull his fake death trick again? Jiang Zheng. Zhang Dongwu's angry shout came from above. "It's not an earthquake. Something's coming up from underground." Zhang Dongwu bellowed as he jumped down. "I know," Jiang Zheng responded, his spiritual energy surging to its peak as ice crystals began swirling around him. With a deafening explosion, flames and debris shot into the sky, accompanied by a chorus of anguished screams. Jiang Zheng's heart clenched. The blast had occurred where his uncle was located. But there was no time to think. The ground before him suddenly caved in, and countless grotesque, terrifying creatures emerged, roaring as they clawed their way to the surface. In an instant, dense ice crystals and thick layers of snow enveloped the monsters. Snowburst. Jiang Zheng shouted, a powerful move he had learned from Zai Zai. At that moment, it unleashed its full potential. With an explosive boom, the monster's severed limbs and shattered remains were sent flying amidst a storm of blood and icy shards. But these monsters seemed to feel no pain. Even when their bodies were mostly severed, they still staggered forward, lunging at the young man. Jiang Zheng quickly scanned his surroundings and realized he was surrounded. Without hesitation, he turned and bolted toward Wanchang City. In his field of vision, chaos was unfolding at the city. Gatisa kneeling person immediately caught his attention. The young man instantly saw through the figure's true identity. It was one of the Bloodborne. These were the failed results of forcibly attempting to ascend to the Bloodborne destiny, existing in a half-beast, half-human form. While retaining some intelligence, they were often bloodthirsty and volatile. More importantly, these Bloodborne were not pure beings, but were catalyzed from corpses. Lacking independent consciousness, they could be freely controlled by the spirit masters of the Bloodborne destiny. The moment Jiang Zheng processed this information, the person suddenly sprang up, their entire body twisting and contorting into a grotesque monster. Cries of alarm erupted from inside Wanchang City, and even the manager in a suit wore an expression of sheer terror. Suddenly, the movements of the Bloodborne came to an abrupt halt, as if bound by invisible chains. Jiang Zheng seized this fleeting opportunity, took a deep breath, and unleashed several sharp wind blades. The blades, like invisible swords, instantly sliced the monster into fragments. Nearby, an ice bear lunged at empty air, looking momentarily bewildered. The young man swiftly slipped into the mall, kicking the manager to the ground in one fluid motion. "Step back," he ordered firmly, then shouted toward the charging Zhang Dongwu. "Hurry up! They're coming!" With a roar, Zhang Dongwu's fists were enveloped in a strange, transparent energy, not wind, but some unique force. He punched one Bloodborne after another, sending them flying, before smashing through the glass doors and rushing inside. "Lower the shutters," Jiang Zheng immediately commanded. "Quick! What are you standing around for?" Watching the security guards hurriedly pull down the shutters, he finally exhaled in relief. The timeline was back on track. Scratching and clawing sounds echoed from outside the shutters, but the young man wasn't worried. The shutters at Wanchang City were made of specially reinforced materials, designed to withstand rioters. Unless someone attacked with a heavy-duty truck, it was nearly impossible to leave a mark. Even so, Jiang Zheng couldn't afford a moment's rest. He quickly turned and scanned his surroundings. The earlier stiffness of the bloodborne and the faint disturbances had put him on high alert. Sure enough, when his gaze shifted to the second floor, he spotted a familiar figure, a boy wearing sunglasses standing protectively in front of a girl, his right hand gripping a brown tambourine. As if sensing Jiang Zheng's stare, the surface of the tambourine suddenly opened a bizarre eye, locking gazes with the young man. Thus, the future hope of 3 counties reunited in Wanchang City, albeit in a rather disheveled fashion. After a violent tremor, the rolling shutter finally withstood the external impact. The scratching sounds continued intermittently, but had noticeably decreased in frequency, allowing the crowd seeking refuge to let out a collective sigh of relief. However, when their eyes fell on the shattered corpse near the entrance, fear once again gripped their hearts. Jiang Zheng stared unflinchingly at the corpse. The grotesque body of the bloodborne was undergoing a shocking transformation. Its protruding joints slowly retracted, and its sharp, simian facial features gradually faded, revealing the ordinary face of a man in his 40s. But eerily, the corpse's skin began to swell at a visible rate, and a nauseating stench of decay quickly spread through the air. A chorus of retching erupted from the crowd, with some vomiting on the spot. Panic spread as people scrambled backward, desperate to avoid both the vomit and the rapidly decomposing corpse. Jiang Zheng, his expression unchanged, raised his arm and directed a precise burst of spiritual energy at the body. Instantly, a layer of frost encased the corpse, temporarily halting the spread of the stench. The general manager stood trembling nearby, his voice trembling with barely concealed fear. What in the world is that? A person? Yes, the young man replied curtly, then lowered his head in deep thought. His mind raced, analyzing the situation at hand. First, there was the explosion, the searing heat wave still vivid in his memory, fueling his concern for his uncle's safety. Then there was Chun Qingshan's scheme. Though Jiang Zheng hadn't witnessed it firsthand, the shifting location of the crimson mist and the clues provided by the Ouroboros left little doubt that Chun had once again played a cunning hand. The only reason Jiang Zheng could track Chun Qingshan's movements was due to planting an anchor point in the man's soul when the elder had lost his destiny. Even though Chun later regained his destiny through a puppet reincarnation technique, the anchor point remained firmly embedded in his soul. This explained why, just before the explosion, Jiang Zheng could sense an intense surge of hatred directed at him from Chun. The presence of the crimson mist further confirmed his suspicions. This locking technique, akin to the anchor point of the Ouroboros eye, allowed Jiang Zheng to pinpoint the direction where Chun Qingshan had last vanished, even after leaving the sensory range of the spiritual fog. Though the connection was now disrupted, as long as Jiang Zheng had the 3 laws command token given by Chun, re-establishing the link would not be difficult. What troubled him most, however, was the appearance of the bloodborne. These monsters, created from corpses, were still a mystery in terms of the exact methods of their control. Yet the Ouroboros had revealed a critical detail. They could be manipulated by Spirit Tamers with bloodborne destinies. This meant that either Chun Qingshan or someone within Hua Lu Tang possessed such abilities. Finally, Jiang Zheng's gaze fell on the dark crimson patterns winding across the ground, a soul refining blood sacrifice array. The name itself was ominous enough, and combined with the clues from the Ouroboros he was now certain. Chun Qingshan required a massive number of souls, and this was the place where he intended to harvest them. The young man slowly turned around, his gaze sweeping over the dense crowd before him. Fear was etched onto every face, some were trembling slightly, others sobbing quietly. His expression was grave, his mind already envisioning what was about to unfold. Chun Qingshan would undoubtedly launch an attack here. Without hesitation, he pushed aside Zhang Donghua, who was about to speak, and looked directly at the general manager. Are all other exits sealed? Yes. The general manager froze for a moment. When we received the notice, we locked the east, south, and west gates. Only the north gate is, he stopped mid-sentence, suddenly realizing something was off. How had this young man so naturally taken command of the situation? Jiang Zheng nodded thoughtfully, his tone resolute. Then we only need to defend against an assault at the main entrance. Wait. The general manager raised a hand, trying to regain control. While the composure this genius teenager displayed in the face of danger was impressive, he couldn't hand over command to a minor. These matters I should. Listen to me. The young man interrupted sharply, turning to the head of security. They haven't breached from underground, which means the foundation is solid. Our earlier encounter also proved that as long as these creatures are cut to pieces, they can be completely eliminated. Does Wanchang Mall have any defensive equipment? We're illegitimate. The general manager began to protest. We do. The head of security interrupted, giving Jiang Zheng a long, scrutinizing look before stepping past the general manager to face the young man. The security room is stocked with 40 hunting crossbows, 50 hunting bows, 10 sets of civilian-grade bulletproof vests, and 5 riot shields. We have plenty of electric batons, all functional. There are over 20 steel forks, but they have blunt ends and limited lethality. He paused for a moment. Kid, are you planning to arm the civilians? If reinforcements don't arrive in time, we'll have no choice but to rely on ourselves. Jiang Zheng replied firmly. They won't give up on this place. The current silence is likely just them gathering forces. Someone's directing them? The head of security furrowed his brow. How do you know? My uncle is Li Ching, Jiang Zheng stated plainly, pointing to a pattern on the ground with his foot and lowering his voice. I know what these symbols mean, but there are too many people around to explain now. Just know this, they're not good. The head of security fell into deep thought. What concerned him wasn't the young man's words, but his undisguised intent to take over command. The general manager, rubbing his chest where had been pushed, spoke indignantly. Can you really trust a teenager just because he's a yearling master? But before he could finish, the head of security signaled with his eyes, and 2 guards stepped forward, escorting the general manager back into the crowd. I can't trust him completely, the head of security said slowly, but I know I don't understand tactics and neither do you. Besides, as a yearling master, I know exactly who Li Ching is. Since you're his nephew and already renowned across the county, he'll temporarily hand over command to you. Good. Jiang Zheng nodded. Let's act immediately. The head of security turned to the crowd and shouted. Who here is a local? Dozens of hands shot up. Men, come with me. Everyone else, head to the furniture store on the 3rd floor. As the crowd began to move upstairs, their eyes remained fixed on the young man. Jiang Zheng paid them no mind, turning instead to the still silent Zhang Donghua. Go find Xuanhua. I have questions for you both about destiny. Jiang Zheng took out his phone, and the signal was still full. Squinting his eyes, he lightly tapped on the screen, his mind already analyzing the current situation. As a well-informed high school student, he was certain that Chun Qingshan's group wouldn't be careless enough to forget to cut off the county's communications. Since they had the capability to sever the connection between the county and the outside world, cutting off internal communication should have been even easier. Yet, the phone signal remained intact, suggesting there was something unusual going on. After careful thought, he concluded there were 3 possible explanations. The first, and the one he leaned toward the most, was that Chun Qingshan and his group's tools or formations had limitations. Perhaps they only possessed a single tool, or could only deploy one type of formation. Although Jiang Zheng knew very little about formations, this subject was far beyond the scope of high school courses, and online information on it was scarce. This theory seemed the most plausible given the current circumstances. The second possibility was related to the signal tower in Linjiang County. The tower was located directly behind the Zhao family's chain Spirit Beast shop, which had formidable defenses. The Zhao family had not only contracted a 2nd-grade Spirit Tamer, but also stationed several 1st-grade Spirit Tamers there. Since these individuals hadn't appeared at the association, it was evident they were guarding the signal tower, ensuring it wouldn't fall into enemy hands easily. The third possibility was that the enemy intended to monitor or eavesdrop on the county's communications. However, this seemed the least likely for 2 reasons. First, since Li Ching took office, the signal tower had undergone multiple upgrades to enhance its security. Second, the Zhao family had invested heavily in acquiring a 3rd-grade spirit beast called the Albatross. While its combat abilities might not compare to a 1st-grade frosted bear, its greatest value lay in stabilizing any signal fluctuations. As a pure support-type powerhouse, it was famously referred to in the community as the super Wi-Fi of all super Wi-Fis. With this in mind, Jiang Zheng quickly opened the chat interface, typing and sending messages at lightning speed. Just then, footsteps approached from behind. Zhang Donghua arrived at the scene with Xuanhua and the others. Zhang Donghua walked up to Jiang Zheng, crossing his arms over his chest and gazing intently at the young man. Ask whatever you want to ask, he said. Xuanhua raised an eyebrow slightly. From behind his sunglasses, his clouded eyes first glanced at the burly boy nearby, then shifted to Jiang Zheng. Not just him, I'm asking you as well, Jiang Zheng said, glancing at his phone. There were no replies. After a moment of silence, he put his phone away and got straight to the point. The fate of the Bloodline Hone knows what kind of fate it is, and what abilities it possesses. As soon as he posed the question, Xuanhua immediately shook his head. The girl standing close to him also shook her head, deliberately avoiding the frozen remains on the ground, likely fearing her emotions might disrupt the discussion. Xuanhua gently patted the girl's hand in reassurance before speaking up. Back in high school, our teacher mentioned that knowledge about fate-related matters is extremely secretive. We only learned a bit about Yin's fate. The young man nodded slightly, unsurprised by the response. After all, Shang had said the exact same thing. During their 1st and 2nd years of high school, Jiang Zheng and his classmates primarily focused on the study of spirit beasts and spiritual techniques. They needed to understand the habits and weaknesses of various low-level spirit beasts while continually refining their spiritual skills and strengthening their bodies. However, Content related to Spirit Tamers was exceptionally scarce, a phenomenon not only at their school, but across all high schools. Before passing the Spirit Tamer test, anything related to destiny paths is strictly off-limits. Zhang Dong was said with a furrowed brow and a grave tone. Even after passing the test, schools only teach about the 3 destiny paths: martial arts, guardian, and empowerment. He paused briefly, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. It feels like there's some kind of taboo here, but even Uncle Jun has never mentioned what it is. As Jiang Zheng lowered his head in thought, a peculiar expression flickered across the face of a frail boy who had come along with Xuanhua. Xuanhua noticed this detail sharply and immediately asked, "Guer, what do you know?" The sudden question caught Guer off guard, as if he had been thrust onto a stage he was unwilling to face. Under the watchful eyes of Jiang Zheng and Zhang Donghua, he grew more uneasy, his voice trembling slightly. I know a little." The boy smiled warmly, trying to ease the tension, but his gaze suddenly turned sharp, his pupils shifting into silvery vertical slits. "Brother, where did you hear about this?" "My family is actually from the southern region," Guer said, scratching his head. "I only moved to Yutong to study after middle school. My dad once told me about an uncle of mine who almost became a spirit tamer but failed during his ascension. That failed destiny path was bloodline." The boy's pupils returned to normal as he spoke softly. "You're telling the truth. If that's the case, tell us everything you know." Guer took a deep breath, his voice still trembling. The bloodline destiny path, officially called the bloodline strain, is divided into 2 branches, totem and envoy. It's the most dangerous of all destiny paths, and remains the only one where failing the ascension can lead to death. It can even, his voice caught, fear flashing in his eyes, it can even turn someone into a monster. Meanwhile, Mud Snail Alley was eerily silent. The empty streets were lined with abandoned stalls, now blanketed in snow. Suddenly, a hand thrust up from the ground, followed by the head of a masked figure, who cautiously scanned the surroundings. Just as he was about to speak, a pale white arm pierced through his neck, yanking his head clean off. "Too slow," a pale man sneered as he emerged from the corpse, brushing off the blood on his clothes disdainfully. "Digging at that pace destroyed the marks I placed on the slaves. How dare you even think of staying alive?" He glanced around and sighed lightly. "Looks like everyone here has fled." Then, recalling the scene of his mark being severed near the mall, a sinister smirk curled on his lips. "Go check the mall, and make sure the people inside get a taste of good fortune." "Understood." The black-clad figures that emerged around him responded in unison, sparing only a brief glance at their fallen companion. Even those who knew the deceased dared not say a word. This was just another day in their grim reality. Jiang Zheng narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the frail boy standing before him. To his surprise, the teenager's understanding of the bloodline path went far beyond merely knowing a little. The familiarity in his tone and the precision with which he grasped the details made him seem like someone about to experience this path firsthand, rather than someone who had simply heard secondhand tales from an uncle. What intrigued Jiang Zheng even more was the unmistakable disgust that surfaced on the boy's face whenever the bloodline path was mentioned. It was as if he were talking about something utterly repulsive. That expression left Jiang Zheng almost certain. The boy's family must be forcing him onto this path. "That's basically it," the boy Mingoer said with a shake of his head, letting out a deep sigh. His voice was filled with resistance toward the path he described. He then began recounting the origins of the bloodline path. During the waning years of the Han Dynasty, as the 3 kingdoms vied for supremacy, a renowned Shu Han chancellor, hailed as a master of divination and destiny, encountered the founder of the bloodline path during a southern campaign. After repeated captures and acts of kindness, the founder ultimately pledged allegiance to the Shu Han. From that point on, the bloodline path was passed down through certain southern regions for generations. Among the 10 great paths, the bloodline path ranked just below the martial path in terms of physical enhancement, but surpassed the weaponry path. Spirit tamers who chose the bloodline wielder route gained the ability to tame more spirit beasts and even merge with them, fully harnessing their abilities. Those who opted for the bloodline totem route could significantly enhance their spirit beast's combat capabilities, temporarily bestowing them with additional attributes and powers. However, despite its apparent strength, the bloodline path harbored a fatal flaw: its inherent unpredictability. The consequences of failing to ascend were the most severe among all paths, and even successful ascensions carried an exceptionally high risk of losing control. The southern king who had founded the path and ultimately served the chancellor of Shu Han himself succumbed to madness and a violent death in his later years. "It's not just difficult, it's deadly," Goer said grimly. "Other paths might leave you empty-handed if you fail to ascend, but the bloodline path? It'll take your life. Let me put it bluntly, there hasn't been a single normal spirit tamer who's taken this path. They're either lunatics or end up as lunatics. Every single one of them." For this reason, the bloodline path had been widely banned across Shenzhou decades ago, with only a few regions in the south still clinging to it. Mengoer's hometown was one such place. His family maintained some traditional methods for ascending the bloodline path, and there were even rumors of successful cases several generations ago. But in the current generation, every attempt had ended in failure without exception. This was the real reason his parents had sent him to live with relatives in Yutong County, give him a chance to ascend the bloodline path through official channels. When Goer first learned of their decision, he had been on the verge of breaking down in tears. If I do become a spirit tamer, do I absolutely have to take this path? He had once asked his parents. His parents had looked at him sternly and nodded with solemn determination. You have to. This is our family's legacy. Though we've fallen on hard times now, the bloodline path once brought us great glory. If you don't take it, you'll be letting down your ancestors and us. And so, Meng Goer reluctantly accepted his fate. Looking at the crestfallen Meng Goer, Jiang Zheng, who had witnessed his entire emotional journey, couldn't help but shake his head. There are always parents like this in the world, fully aware that the path they've chosen might not be the right one, yet stubbornly insisting their children follow the road they have mapped out. If it leads to success, they credit their own foresight. If it ends in failure, they blame their children for not working hard enough or lacking talent. Jiang Zheng lowered his gaze and sighed inwardly before shifting his focus to more pressing matters. The issues of the totems and the Ling envoy surfaced in his mind. Considering the bloodline descendants, he speculated that the one capable of controlling them must be a spirit master from the Ling envoy branch. Though this path was taboo, he had to admit its power was formidable. He recalled the information Li Wanshu had shared while showing the photos of Wang Liahu's remains. The bite marks were from a second-tier spirit beast. Based on the known details, the owner of this spirit beast couldn't possibly be Chen Qingshan, but another second-tier spirit master from the Huolu Hall. According to Li Wanshu, the typical branch leader of the Huolu Hall was of second-tier strength. Since it was confirmed that Chen Qingshan was a branch leader, the one controlling the bloodline descendants had to be another spirit master who had taken the bloodline path. For a second-tier bloodline descendant to command so many bloodline followers, their strength was indeed remarkable. Just as Jiang Zheng was deep in thought, the security captain returned with a group of adults. Everything is ready, the captain said hesitantly. But, are you sure you want to lay those things at all the entrances? Yes, Jiang Zheng replied firmly, lifting his gaze. And not just that, those fireworks and firecrackers must also be properly arranged, especially at entrance 2 and entrance 3. Make sure to place extra there. Every entrance needs guards, with particular focus on those two. Everyone must follow the steps precisely. As for the mall's accountability, you don't need to worry. I'm not here to destroy anything, but to save this place. I understand, the security captain said, giving the young man a long, meaningful look before turning to organize his team. Jiang Zheng immediately turned to Zhang Donghua and Xuanhua. Starting today, the few of us will guard the back door at entrance 4. The security captain will stay here with the ice bear. Understood, Zhang Donghua, Xuanhua, and the girl standing nearby all nodded resolutely. But Meng Goer suddenly asked, can we, who aren't even spirit masters, really handle this? Whether we can or not, we have to. Jiang Zheng replied calmly, meeting his gaze. Do you think I want to do this? But aside from us, the trainee spirit masters, who else here can use spiritual energy? If we don't step up, who will? When the nest is overturned, no egg remains unbroken. Meng Goer lowered his head at these words. Jiang Zheng said no more. He clipped a walkie-talkie to his waist and led the way toward the back door. A flash of white light appeared, and Zai materialized on the ground, silently following him. It didn't make a sound, but its gaze was steady and unwavering as it looked at its partner. Inside the summoning jade, it had already heard the young man's words and felt his determination. The boy felt as though a heavy stone was pressing down on his heart, making it almost impossible to breathe. Noticing the gaze from beside him, Jiang Zheng lowered his head and gave the baby ice tiger a gentle smile. Although the plan wasn't flawless, he had done his utmost to make the best arrangements. He was no longer the lonely boy he used to be. The companionship he now had brought him a small sense of comfort. Just as he bent down to pick up the little creature, the ice tiger cub leapt up lightly on its own and perched confidently on his head, striking a proud king of the hill pose. The sudden move left the boy caught between laughter and exasperation, and the heaviness in his heart dissipated in an instant. You two have quite the bond, Zhang Donghua remarked with interest, watching the scene with a smile. Your ice tiger cub seems very clever, still young, though, so it might not understand personal boundaries yet. It understands. It's doing it on purpose, Jiang Zheng replied, grabbing the little cub gently by the scruff and lifting it to eye level. He tapped its nose with his fingertip, prompting the cub to instinctively lick its nose, feigning innocence. It sensed my mood and wanted to help me relax, Jiang Zheng continued, settling the cub into his arms. At that moment, a vibration came from his pocket. Balancing the cub with one hand, he reached for his phone with the other. Glancing at the caller ID, he sighed softly with a hint of disappointment. Not my uncle. After a brief pause, he answered the call. Jiang Zheng, where are you? The chaotic sounds on the other end of the line immediately caught his attention. Beastly roars mingled with the shouts of people. Jiang Zheng's sharp instincts picked up on something unusual. That's not just background noise. Those are real beasts. Chong, what's happening over there? Before he could finish, a deafening roar interrupted him, followed by Chang's voice, shouting furiously. Use your guns. What are you afraid of? But, sir, firearms are illegal. If someone investigates later, it'll be hard to explain. Should we call the Spirit Tamers instead? Are you an idiot? They're supposed to be the last line of defense. Who knows if there's more waiting to strike after these beasts? Besides, I'm right here. Forget the consequences. This is no time to worry about that. Bring the machine guns. Bring them now. Where's the rocket launcher? Damn it, didn't anyone check it beforehand? On the other end, Chong sounded like a battle-hardened commander, shouting hoarsely. Hold the line, brothers. Chong, I'm standing right here with you. We stand and fight together. Tell them civilization may have regressed, but we fight back. Shoot. Shoot. Take them down. Fire at will. The young man remained silent, quietly listening to the voice coming from the receiver. On the other end of the line, Zhao Chang's furious shouting could be heard, followed by bursts of gunfire and the chaotic shouts of a crowd. They're retreating. They're retreating. Those Snow Mountain wolves are scared. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Showed them who's boss. Zhao Chang's voice rang out again. Everyone gets a bonus. Hand out the money. Jiang Zheng, who had been silent all along, suddenly narrowed his eyes, his tone heavy. Snow Mountain wolves? Chong. Man, this is exhilarating. Chong shouted excitedly. And here I thought being a spirit master at the marketplace was something dull. Bring that machine gun over here. I'll fire another round to keep the morale high. Chong. Jiang Zheng interrupted his boast, his voice sharp. Tell me, what's going on with the Snow Mountain wolves? There was a brief silence on the other end, broken only by another round of intense gunfire. After a few seconds, Chong finally responded. They just showed up out of nowhere. Not long after we drove off those monsters, a whole pack of Snow Mountain wolves came charging in. These beasts are craftier than the monsters, even know how to coordinate tactics. They gave us some trouble, but with the right firepower, we took care of them. Zhao Chang's tone brimmed with pride. Jiang Zheng, you've never handled a gun before, have you? These things pack quite a punch. Jiang Zheng stopped listening and fell into deep thought. Standing beside him, Zhang Dong was suddenly spoke up. Wait a second. Does your county still keep Snow Mountain wolves in captivity? Hearing the unfamiliar voice, Zhao Chang's boasting came to an abrupt halt. Who are you? Hand the phone back to Jiang Zheng. I'm listening, Jiang Zheng said, snapping out of his thoughts. Chong, are those Snow Mountain wolves from the Great Snow Mountain? Most likely, Chong replied immediately. Someone in my family recognized they were all wild. While Snow Mountain wolves don't only live in the Great Snow Mountain, a pack this large could only come from there. Jiang Zheng took a deep breath, his assessment of the threat posed by the Bloodline Destiny Spirit Master rising to a new level. Not only could they control the Bloodline followers, but even wild Snow Mountain wolves were under their command. What about Spirit Beasts? After this pack of Snow Mountain wolves, could Spirit Beasts be next? This destiny truly carried high risks and high rewards. All right, I understand. Jiang Zheng paused for a moment. What's the situation on your end now? Everything's great. Chong laughed triumphantly. Most of the attacking Snow Mountain wolves have been killed, and the rest have fled. We're all safe and sound here. The Zhou family's defensive measures are far beyond what you'd imagine. Oh, and Li Ching is here with me too. We met at the competition venue, Chong said quickly. Later, when I heard the news, I brought her and the other classmates at the scene back to my house. They're all resting in the back now. Do you want to call her? No need. Let's focus on the main issue first, Jiang Zheng interrupted calmly. By the way, Chong, is your father nearby? Yes, he's in the back. Hand the phone to him. All right. In this critical moment, Chong unexpectedly cooperated, showing none of his usual resistance to Jiang Zheng. As the youngest son of the Zhou family, he had his fair share of flaws, but it was clear he understood the gravity of the situation. On the other end of the line, hurried footsteps could be heard, followed by Zhou Chang's brief explanation. Then, a slightly weary voice spoke up. Jiang Zheng, it's me, Uncle Zhou. Their conversation fell into a brief silence. After a few seconds, Zhou, the family head, finally spoke, his tone carrying a subtle undertone. Did you already know something like this would happen today? I didn't know. This succinct response drew a soft chuckle from Zhou. At that moment, the weariness in his voice vanished, replaced by the sharpness of a seasoned businessman. So, you're saying the first condition you proposed when signing the contract with me was some kind of foresight? It wasn't foresight, it was precaution, Jiang Zheng replied steadily. And now, I need you to fulfill the terms of the contract. The other end of the line went silent. Jiang Zheng's thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the day he met with Zhou. In that spacious office, Zhou had taken a document from his drawer, swiftly and decisively amending a few clauses with his pen, adding some additional terms, and then passing the file to Jiang Zheng, who was seated across from him. Jiang Zheng skimmed through the contract and noticed that all the changes were highly advantageous to him. Though the Zhou family had a tradition of investing in talented individuals from the spirit control class, offering monthly sponsorships ranging from thousands to tens of thousands, the figure on this contract was a staggering six-digit sum. A monthly sponsorship of 100,000 yuan, unconditionally, Zhou said with a slight smile, leaning forward slightly. Additionally, you'll receive sponsorship for genetic spirit liquids, discounted prices on spiritual materials, and some extra bonuses. As long as you maintain your current performance, none of this will be an issue. He paused briefly. If you sign the contract now, you'll immediately receive a spiritual material of your choice, and the Zhou family will allow you to make custom requests. Boss Zhou leaned back in his chair, confidence glimmering in his eyes as he said, "We rarely sell truly spiritual materials here in the county. What we do sell isn't exactly top tier. However, you can name a specific spiritual beast, and the Zhou family will handle the capture. Once obtained, we'll offer it to you at a 10% discount off the market price." He paused briefly before continuing. "For 1 year, you'll receive at least 1.2 million in funding, along with various resources for cultivating spiritual beasts. This is our sincerity. What do you think?" The young man set the contract down and looked at Boss Zhou with a calm expression. "Not bad," he replied. Boss Zhou's face remained composed, but inwardly, he was impressed. Within Linjiang County, 1.2 million was no small amount. Even Jiang Zheng's spiritual beast shop, constrained by the local economy, had only managed slightly higher net profits over the years, and that was before accounting for costs. Yet this youth remained so composed. Truly remarkable. "However," the young man said, pointing to a large blank section at the back of the contract, "what does this mean?" "Returns," Boss Zhou replied bluntly. "I don't expect any returns from you before you ascend to Spirit Master. What I want is your commitment after you've succeeded." He smiled broadly. "Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you, nor will I demand you work for the Zhou family. Even if I had such an idea, your uncle wouldn't allow it. Besides, by the time you become a Spirit Master, you'll likely have plenty of attention from the association, and they wouldn't permit it either. The Zhou family still wants to thrive in Linjiang County, so my requests are modest." The young man was silent for a moment, then reached for the pen, only to pause as something came to mind. "Add a clause," he said. Boss Zhou raised an intrigued eyebrow. This youth, so indifferent to money, now proposing an addition? There must be a reason. "Go on," he said. "A promise," the young man said after a moment's thought. "If one day Linjiang County faces calamity, I want you to ensure the signal towers are protected." "A calamity in Linjiang County?" Boss Zhou chuckled but nodded. "Even without you asking, I know what to do in such a situation." And the young man interrupted his laughter. "After securing the signal towers, I want you to assign people to ensure my safety. I know the Zhou family has plenty of bodyguards." Boss Zhou laughed even harder. "Is that all? Are you worried someone might trouble you in Linjiang County? Have you perhaps underestimated your uncle's influence?" Jiang Zheng didn't respond, his gaze unwavering and resolute. Shaking his head with a wry smile, Boss Zhou said, "All right, kid, I agree. But the likelihood of such an event is slim. Are you sure you don't want to make a different request?" "No need. This is all I want." "All right then, go ahead and sign." Lost in thought, Mr. Zhou fell into silence. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "I understand." His voice carried a tone of contemplation. "My spirit masters must stay to protect the base station, but the retired bodyguards employed by the Zhou family are more than enough. I can spare some to support you. Armed, they'll be equipped. Then come at dawn. It's too dangerous to move now." On the other end of the line, Mr. Zhou chuckled lightly. "Interesting. You're surprisingly calm. The more composed you are, the more I see potential in you. The Zhou family never makes unprofitable deals, and I won't let this stroke of fortune slip through my fingers. Here's the plan. I'll send 2 spirit masters to lead a team to you." The young man nodded steadily. All right. He knew that having spirit masters in charge would eliminate the dangers of traveling at night. If Mr. Zhou was willing to spare spirit masters, it meant the remaining forces were sufficient to guard the signal base station. Suddenly, a sharp cry erupted from the other end of the phone. "Boss, bad news. Another large pack of snow wolves is charging at us." "Stay calm." Mr. Zhou's voice was commanding and unyielding. "Where are the Zhou family's spirit masters?" "Lao Ho stays behind. Everyone else, eliminate those beasts immediately." "Understood." A few crisp responses followed, and then the call abruptly ended. The young man didn't relax for a second. Instead, his entire body tensed. At that moment, his walkie-talkie crackled to life with the urgent voice of the security captain. "Jiang Zheng. Jiang Zheng. Something's wrong. The creatures are here. They're attacking the front gate. Gate 2 is under assault as well. Gate 3. Gate 3 has been surrounded." Jiang Zheng's head snapped up toward the 4th back gate. The sound of heavy impacts and low growls grew closer with each passing second. From the rhythm and tone, he immediately recognized it bloodborne attackers. The young man swiftly raised his arm, his fingertips not pointing at the rolling shutter door, but at the ground. He traced a line in the air. Zai Zai, understanding the signal, leapt from his arms. Landing steadily, it took a deep breath, and ice element energy rapidly coalesced in its mouth. In the next instant, Zai Zai unleashed a burst of energy in the designated direction, instantly forming an ice wall on the ground. Zhang Donghua, witnessing this, hesitated as if wanting to say something, but stopped. Jiang Zheng fixed his gaze on the violently shaking shutter door. He knew all too well that the Bloodborne were the enemy's main force. These creatures, though lacking intelligence, unable to use spiritual energy, and ignorant of tactics, possessed physical abilities far beyond those of ordinary humans. But it was precisely this fearless ignorance that made these little creatures the perfect vanguard. They knew nothing of fear, only charging forward relentlessly. They only stopped their fiery exhalations when a solid ice wall completely blocked their path, raising their heads to look at their master. "Well done," the young man casually praised, striding forward. He placed his palm on the center of the ice wall, closed his eyes, and began to focus on gathering spiritual energy. Zhang Donghua hesitated for a moment before stepping beside the young man and whispering, "The rolling shutter door should be able to withstand the charge of those monsters, right? But with this ice wall, we can't see what's happening at the entrance. And with all those things piling up at the door, if the cold seeps through, it might not achieve the effect we're hoping for." "I understand your concern." Spiritual energy swirled around the young man's palm as he slowly opened his eyes. In the next instant, the spot where his hand touched the ice melted into a small, square window, just large enough to see the shutter door. After completing this delicate task, he exhaled lightly. Though it seemed simple, this maneuver required precise control over spiritual energy enough to avoid collapsing the entire ice wall while limiting the melted area to just the right size. Zhang Dong stared at the ice window for a moment, hesitating to speak. "You heard those conversations earlier. There's a proper military unit involved here." The young man wiped his hands and gazed through the ice window at the violently shaking shutter door. "Don't forget, the bloodline folk can't break through the shutter door, but they're not the only ones out there. What's on the ground wasn't meant for them anyway. As for this ice wall, I have my own plans." Before he could finish, Zhang Donghua immediately caught on to his implication. There were Spirit Tamers on the other side. At that moment, the violently shaking shutter door suddenly went still, as if someone had pressed pause. Even the wailing sounds outside abruptly ceased. Zhuanghua's entire body tensed up instantly. Being sharp-minded, he immediately sensed something was wrong. "Jiang Zheng, something's off." "I know." Jiang Zheng's expression turned grave. His gaze swept past the ice window, landing on the pile of fireworks and white powder scattered on the ground. He then turned to Meng Guer. "You know fire-aligned spiritual techniques. Get ready. Ordinary flames won't ignite them in this cold, spiritually saturated environment." Meng Guer froze for a moment. He did indeed know a few fire techniques, a legacy passed down through his family. It was said that an ancestor had once been defeated by fire and had resolved to master it as a result. But how did Jiang Zheng know about this when not even Zhuanghua did? Though puzzled, Meng Guer knew this was no time for questions. "Got it." He stepped into the young man's place, spat into his palms, and swiftly formed hand seals. Sparks emerged from his palms, swirling and growing fiercer with each gesture. Jiang Zheng stepped back, his eyes fixed on the shuttered door through the ice window. A deathly silence enveloped the area. A few breaths later, bang! Accompanied by a deafening crash, the surface of the rolling shutter door caved in instantly, leaving a clearly defined fist imprint. Jiang Zheng's eyes gleamed sharply as he seized the moment and shouted in a deep voice, "Release!" Meng Guer clenched his teeth, his cheeks puffing up as he unleashed a basic fire tribute spiritual technique: firecracker sparks. In an instant, countless sparks scattered like fireflies, drifting down in front of the ice wall. These sparks, enhanced by spiritual energy, did not extinguish but burned stubbornly on the ground, emitting an eerie glow. Too soon, the girl accompanying Chuan Hua turned pale. While she understood Jiang Zheng's intent, the rolling shutter door at this moment bore only a single fist imprint, and the timing seemed premature. But just then, an unexpected twist occurred. Bang! 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 A flurry of dense fist imprints exploded across the rolling shutter door like raindrops, causing the metallic panel to cave in repeatedly. Suddenly, a blood-stained sword blade pierced through the center and slashed downward, leaving a sinister gash. Fingers immediately wedged into the gap, violently tearing it apart. The rolling shutter door, which had once withstood the charge of the bloodkin, shattered under immense force. Behind it, two figures were revealed, one tall and one short, one burly and one lean. Two black-clad individuals stood, one behind the other. "Sturdy, but not enough," the shorter figure remarked, standing at the forefront with a short blade in hand. Though his expression was obscured by a veil, the malice in his voice was unmistakable. "Now, let me see if your bones are as tough as this door." His words were abruptly cut off. What greeted him was not the anticipated terrified screams, but a dazzling explosion of sparks akin to banned fireworks, coupled with a terrifying firestorm ignited by airborne flour. Boom! The flames erupted wildly, expanding like a ravenous beast, instantly engulfing the shorter black-clad figure. The fire's searing tongues hungrily consumed him before sweeping toward his burly companion behind him, pulling him into the inferno as well. The entire sequence unfolded exactly as the young man had envisioned in his mind beforehand, down to the smallest detail. The walls suddenly crumbled, and an intense wave of heat surged in like a tide. Mengoer instinctively dove backward, pressing himself flat against the ground, a move that ultimately saved his life. Although the ice wall absorbed most of the explosion's impact, it lasted less than a second before shattering completely, breaking into countless sharp ice shards that shot outward in all directions. Enhanced by spiritual energy, these shards were not melted by the heat. Instead, they became even more piercing. Xuanhua leaped forward in an instant, shielding the girl beside him with his left arm while thrusting his right hand forward and pulling with force. A whirlwind formed instantly, acting like a barrier that deflected some of the flying ice shards. Zhang Donghua instinctively stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Jiang Zheng. His eyes flickered with a trace of fear as he glanced at the explosion site in the distance. He had always been afraid of fire, but he gritted his teeth and forced himself to remain calm, taking a deep breath as his body tensed. Cracks resembling dried earth began to appear on his exposed skin. This was the earth element spiritual technique, rock skin. For apprentice spirit masters, techniques that could directly fortify the body were rare, and earth-based techniques were among the few exceptions. Just as he prepared to shield the young man behind him, he felt a strong push on his shoulder. Move aside. Before Zhang Donghua could react, Jiang Zheng had already shoved him aside and stepped forward, channeling his spiritual energy. The earlier command for Zai to form the ice wall wasn't because Jiang Zheng lacked the ability or spiritual energy, but because he had been waiting for this moment. Ice pillar. The boy's voice was cold, his gaze sharp. As the words left his mouth, the flying ice shards suddenly froze midair, then reversed their trajectory at an even greater speed. They converged in front of him, reforming into a massive, irregular ice pillar. After completing this feat, Jiang Zheng exhaled lightly, slightly out of breath. The technique had consumed far more spiritual energy than he anticipated. The raging flames showed no signs of subsiding. Instead, they spread outward, attempting to engulf the area where Jiang Zheng stood. But Zai had already darted in front of him, creating a wind barrier similar to Xuanhua's, forcing the flames back. Amidst the rolling fire, two blurry figures began to emerge. The shorter figure in front staggered as he moved forward, his entire body charred black. His clothes had been completely burned away, and his skin was scorched and mutilated, with some areas exposing stark white bone. Most of the flesh on his face was gone, leaving his grotesque teeth and sinews exposed to sight that conveyed the excruciating pain he must have endured. The hand gripping his sword was thoroughly burned, with raw flesh and muscle visible. Positioned at the forefront, he had intended to launch a stealthy assassination, but was caught off guard by the deadly explosion. With no way to retreat, he had been forced to bear the full brunt of it. Now, trembling, he glared at the group behind the ice pillar with bloodshot eyes, his voice hoarse and garbled. You, all. Sensing something, the boy glanced at him coldly, his expression unchanging as he uttered, You deserve this. Merely being burned alive, how could that ever atone for your sins? You should be torn limb from limb, your guts shredded, your bones smashed into fragments. Your skull should be removed and used as. A fleeting glimmer of madness flashed in the boy's eyes, but it vanished as quickly as it appeared. Forget it. Thinking too much about it seems utterly pointless. The young man brought his palms together, forming a series of rapid hand signs with precision before aiming at the ice pillar in front of him. Snow burst, he roared, and the ice pillar exploded with a deafening crack. Shards of sharp ice, wrapped in spiritual energy, shot through the air like bullets, piercing through the raging flames as they hurtled toward their target. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The icicle struck the short man's body with unerring accuracy, the sheer force sending him staggering backward. Blood spurted from the wounds, painting the ground with vivid crimson blooms. In just a couple of breaths, the ice shards dissipated, leaving no trace, and the short man stumbled 2 steps before collapsing heavily to the ground, lifeless. The young man's sharp gaze swept over his fallen opponent, assessing the damage. The ice shard had perfectly pierced the critical point in his neck. Even a first-grade spirit controller wouldn't survive such a fatal blow. While spirit controllers possessed extraordinary abilities beyond the reach of ordinary people, cultivators of this rank had not yet transcended their mortal limits. A fatal wound was still a fatal wound, just as when Jiang Zheng had used the spirit locking array talisman to eliminate those 2 unlucky enemies. However, not all spirit controllers were created equal. Some individuals' destinies didn't enhance their physical resilience in the early stages, leaving their survival abilities no better than those of ordinary people. Others, however, gained direct physical augmentation through their destiny, making them far superior to average humans even at the beginning of their cultivation. Clearly, this unfortunate short man belonged to the former group. With enough preparation and planning, Taking down most first-grade spirit controllers wasn't an impossible task. Behind him, Zhang Donghua exhaled a sigh of relief, his admiration evident as he looked at the young man's back. The timing of the explosion had been executed flawlessly, and the finishing blow was swift and decisive. Just as he was about to speak, the young man suddenly shouted, "Zai Zai!" Roar! Responding instantly to the call, Zai Zai raised its massive tiger paw and slammed it into the ground. Ice spikes surged forward like a tidal wave, aiming straight for the towering, staggering shadow in the distance. Yet, just as the ice spikes were about to strike, the shadow steadied itself, its fists flying out in a flurry of punches. Bang! 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 The sharp ice spikes were obliterated under the relentless barrage of punches, not a single one managing to reach its target. Zhang Donghuo's expression turned grim. There was still one enemy left standing. Snap! The black-clad figure caught the final ice spike with one hand, his knuckles turning white as he crushed it into shards with sheer force, showcasing terrifying strength. Impressive reflexes, he rasped, his voice hoarse and strained, his breathing clearly impaired. His body was riddled with severe burns, his injuries no less severe than those of the short man earlier, yet his outcome was entirely different. Jiang Zheng drew a steady breath, his entire body tensed. If the short man represented the former type, then this towering figure before him was undoubtedly the latter. The man's physical characteristics were far too distinct, and from the moment Jiang Zheng had first laid eyes on him, he had sensed that the explosion might not bring a clean resolution. And now, reality proved his instincts were spot on. The young man slowly opened his Ouroboros eye, a glimmer of contemplation flashing through his gaze. He knew this ability, all too well usable once per day. It allowed him to anchor a target, specifically a Class 1 Spirit Master, for 5 minutes. In the perilous situation he now faced, this ability was nothing short of a lifeline, invaluable beyond measure. He had previously refrained from using it, even sparing the soul of a doomed short-statured man to conserve its use. But now, there was no room for hesitation. 5 minutes. He murmured inwardly, his eyes resolute. That should be enough. Beside a corpse on the ground, a shadowy figure swayed its head, letting out an eerie, bone-chilling laugh. Each sound was accompanied by a raspy noise, like the grating of flesh against flesh, as harsh as sandpaper. Suddenly, the shadow lifted a hand and tore off the tattered black cloth covering its face, revealing an unremarkable, ordinary visage beneath. "Seems I'm the lucky one, running into the likes of you." The shadow's words trailed off as it quickly scanned its surroundings. Its vision was rapidly deteriorating, corneal damage, signaling the onset of permanent blindness. Yet, instead of fear, a genuine smile spread across its face. The distorted, overused facial muscles didn't fully comply with the nerve's commands, making the smile even more grotesque and terrifying. As the last sliver of light disappeared, the shadow closed its eyes. With a heavy stomp, it shattered the ceramic floor beneath, sending sparks flying. The hulking, bear-like figure shot forward like a cannonball, closing the distance between itself and the group in an instant. A prodigy? Time to die. The towering figure charged forward, resembling a moving mountain that loomed over everyone. His outstretched fingers were calloused and rugged, making everyone present instinctively swallow hard. No one dared to imagine the outcome if that hand were to grip someone's head. His target wasn't Zhang Donghua, but instead the direction where Xuanhua and the girl were. Xuanhua suppressed the surging pressure in his heart, clenching his teeth tightly. This wasn't a conscious decision, but a reflex born from instinct before his eyes. The massive figure seemed to twist into a dark, chaotic mass, radiating a murderous aura that chilled to the bone. Targeting the weak first. Xuanhua swiftly raised his hand, summoning 2 wind blades, ready to strike. At that critical moment, a sharp warning cut through the air. "Zhang Donghua, watch out." The burly figure's eyebrows shot up in surprise. This wasn't just heightened awareness. He was confident his disguise was flawless, his intentions imperceptible. Yet someone had seen through him? Could it be mind reading? His left foot stomped heavily on the ground, shattering the tiles beneath him. Like a cannonball, he veered toward Zhang Donghua. Even if the opponent could read his mind and predict his actions, so what? Knowing didn't mean stopping him. Confronted with the sudden attack, Zhang Donghua remained composed. He quickly ducked and shouted, "Rock fist." A toned energy instantly condensed layer by layer around his right fist, forming a solid gauntlet. Twisting his body, he pushed off the ground with force, his right arm coiled with power as he launched a heavy punch toward the opponent's palm. Bang! A deafening sound echoed. The opponent's fingers quivered slightly before clamping down like an iron vice. The rock gauntlet shattered into 5 fragments, and Zhang Donghuo's flesh and blood weren't spared from the impact. The searing pain made him gasp, veins bulging on his neck, but his gaze only grew sharper. Battle form. A golden aura enveloped his body, causing his frame to expand noticeably. The hulking figure felt the resistance in his grip, and his expression shifted slightly. Close quarters combat? Are you trying to walk the path of a martial artist too? Zhang Donghua didn't respond. merely gritting his teeth. Suddenly, a sharp call came from behind him. Duck! He immediately crouched down, channeling all his strength into his left arm, striking hard at the opponent's knee. The burly figure staggered but quickly regained his balance, raising his hand to try and regain control of the situation. Though he couldn't see what was happening behind him, he knew someone else was lying in wait. Then, a soft drumbeat reverberated, as if striking through the air, exploding near his ears. The hulking figure froze momentarily, breaking free in an instant, only to be met with a cascade of rapid drumbeats that followed relentlessly. Thump, 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 thump. Across the way, Xuanhua, wearing sunglasses, held the drum surface without actually touching it. Strangely, the drum vibrated on its own, like a beating heart, sending invisible waves that disrupted the rhythm of his opponent's movements. Jiang Zheng. Xuanhua formed a hand seal, and two sharp wind blades sliced through the air, heading straight for the burly shadow. He then turned to the boy who had earlier warned Zhang Dongwu to duck, urgently asking, "Is it ready?" Jiang Zheng didn't respond, focusing intently as he gathered some kind of energy. Suddenly, he shouted, "Brace yourself!" Before the words had fully left his mouth, the cub beside him spat out a gust of wind mixed with ice crystals, striking the burly shadow squarely in the chest. The wind exploded, enveloping him and Zhang Dongwu in a swirling barrier of snow and ice. In an instant, fine cuts appeared all over their bodies. This was the combination technique known as wall of frost and snow. In the critical moment, Zhang Dongwu seized the opportunity. Despite the pain, he tore the summoning jade from his waist and hurled it beyond the icy barrier. Bear strike, use sky strike. With a flash of white light, a small, upright bear materialized. Roar. The moment bear strike landed, its furry face showed an almost human-like anxiety. Seeing the dire state of its partner, its round eyes filled with bloodshot anger. Without hesitation, it unleashed a flurry of air punches at the burly shadow's head. Bang, bang, bang. Although the punches hit their mark, they only made the opponent's face twitch slightly. The burly shadow's eyes widened in fury, his dim pupils burning with rage. Were it not for my injuries, how could I be in such a predicament? A swirling vortex of energy quickly coiled around his right fist, a technique Jiang Zheng recognized. Zhang Dongwu had used it before when breaking into Wanchang City, but the shadow's mastery was clearly on another level. Suddenly, the burly shadow's fist slammed into Zhang Dongwu's back. The overwhelming force caused blood to spew from Zhang's mouth as a sharp crack echoed from his shoulder blade. The searing pain swept through his body, his bones were broken. The shadow released his clenched fist, raised his foot, and delivered a heavy kick to Zhang's side, sending him flying into a distant wall. He crashed and slumped to the ground, unconscious. Breathing heavily, the burly shadow's face twisted into a menacing snarl. "You've got talent, being able to read my mind despite our difference in rank." Slowly, he turned his gaze to where Jiang Zheng had been standing, his voice dripping with malice. "If that's the case." The snow and wind scraped against his body, seemingly leaving him unscathed on the surface. But Jiang Zheng knew better. Things were far from what they appeared. System notifications rang out in his mind. Frostbite effect successfully applied. Laceration effect successfully applied. Wuda is at his limit. Respiratory burns are worsening, and his internal organs are on the brink of collapse. While the characteristics of his martial path allow him to cling to life, he is estimated to die naturally in 1 minute and 21 seconds. Listening to the notifications, Jiang Zheng's expression remained calm as he continued to channel his spiritual energy, draining his reserves completely. "They'll take you with me," the burly shadow roared, only to have his shout interrupted by Jiang Zheng's voice. "I spike. I spike." The shadow sneered. "A mere basic ice spell, how could it stop me?" He swung his arm, shattering the spike, and charged forward. Using the sound to pinpoint his target, he threw a punch aimed at Jiang Zheng's head. Feeling something shatter beneath his fist, he grinned in triumph. That was the sensation of a skull breaking. Just as he was about to laugh, a sudden chill spread across his neck. He raised a hand to touch it, finding a sticky liquid. "This is..." The thought barely formed before his consciousness faded into eternal silence. Across from him, Jiang Zheng lowered his arm, panting heavily. He waved his hand, dispersing the red mist that had shrouded the burly shadow. A jagged ice spike jutted through the shadow's throat, pinning him to the spot. In front of the shadow, Zhang Dongwu lay sprawled on the ground, coughing up blood, struggling to rise. His gaze lingered on the foot that had been aimed at his side. Strangely, the fierce opponent had frozen in place after throwing his punch, unmoving until Jiang Zheng's ice spike ended him. It was as if his mind was still functioning, but his body had already lost control. Wu Da's vital signs had already faded, and the spirit of his contracted beast had completely dissipated. Just as the Ouroboros eye of the higher rank prepared to savor this reward, Jiang Zheng decisively halted its instinctive reaction, temporarily suppressing the reward. The young man strode forward, grabbing Zhang Dongwu's body without hesitation and tossing it toward the standing cub. The little bear clumsily caught the body, but due to the size difference, it was almost completely covered by it. Protect your companion, Jiang Zheng called out to the bear, then turned swiftly, dashing toward Wu Da. He raised his leg and delivered a powerful kick to Wu Da's chest, sending him crashing to the ground. The impact revealed the bloodline creatures in the distance, roaring and charging toward them. These creatures were not hesitant to fight, but had been knocked down earlier by the explosive shockwave. By the time they got back on their feet, the battle was nearly over. From start to finish, the confrontation between Jiang Zheng and Wu Da had lasted less than a minute. Zai Zai, the young man shouted. The young tiger immediately leaped in front of him, releasing several ice spikes that rapidly expanded. Jiang Zheng then turned to Xianhua, who lifted his head slightly, his expression shifting subtly beneath his sunglasses as if sensing something. Your body. Hold it together. Jiang Zheng cut him off and gestured to Meng Goer and the girl. You too as well, stop standing around. The girl, though trembling with fear, gritted her teeth and nodded. As for Meng Goer, his legs shook as he awkwardly moved forward. Despite not having participated in the earlier fight, he appeared even more drained than the boy with depleted reserves, a clear sign of courage overwhelmed by terror. Jiang Zheng had no time to adjust Meng Goer's state. He quickly stepped back, sat cross-legged on the ground, and focused his mind. He was well aware that even a first-rank spirit master could meet a grim fate if unprepared. Though the immediate crisis had passed, the situation still bordered on catastrophe. Luck had played a significant role in their survival. If Wu Da hadn't been gravely injured by the explosion, if Jiang Zheng hadn't decisively used a special method to unleash the full power of his spirit technique, or if Wu Da had brought his contracted beast, things could have turned far worse. A close combat spirit master rampaging through their group. Jiang Zheng shook his head, pushing these thoughts aside. Thankfully, it was over. He recalled his uncle's brief analysis while tracking Qing Shanzi, describing the characteristics of their adversaries. The assassins they had previously encountered were all from the Bingujit's good destiny path. This path was not particularly suited for direct combat, but excelled in indirect strategies, such as concealing one's presence, transforming contracted beasts into weapons, and creating opportunities for decisive strikes. In terms of physical enhancement, Ji Gu was not outstanding. This was a critical factor in Jiang Zheng's decision to employ explosive tactics. In truth, the short man wielding a dagger indeed met his demise, just as the young boy had predicted, becoming another spirit summoner on this predestined path. However, the unexpected variable of Wu Da deviated from the boy's calculations. It was precisely because of this deviation that the boy now had to bear the heavy price of the cursed binding technique. In an instant, an excruciating pain erupted from his heart, as if countless steel needles were relentlessly piercing his atrium. His entire body went rigid. Even though he prided himself on his tolerance for pain, he couldn't control the uncontrollable tremors racking his frame. He clenched his teeth tightly, his jaw muscles taut and rigid, while cold sweat the size of beads trickled down his forehead, sliding along his neck and soaking into his collar. This was one of the costs of his choice. Simply using the spirit-binding mist at its maximum intensity to erode another wouldn't have driven the boy to such dire straits. However, attempting to surpass his limits and erode a spirit summoner within a mere minute required an unimaginable amount of spiritual energy and physical stamina level of consumption that would have rendered even Jiang Zheng instantly incapacitated and drained of all his reserves. Yet, the greed of the cursed binding technique far exceeded the boy's expectations. While he needed to ensure his own survival during the use of the spirit-binding mist, the exponential drain on his stamina and spiritual energy compounded the cost. The mere thought of sacrificing his lifespan caused a number to materialize in Jiang Zheng's mind: 3 years. What was even more terrifying was that this number wasn't static. Within a few seconds, it had climbed to over 4 years. This realization led Jiang Zheng to instantly grasp the true nature of the cursed binding technique. It was not merely a fair trade, but rather a devil's contract that escalated its demands based on the user's life and death. Worse still, as his strength grew in the future, the price would only become increasingly unbearable. Despite seeing through all of this, the boy hesitated only briefly before accepting the cost. He chose to split the sacrifice, consuming half of his lifespan and converting the other half into an hour of unrelenting, excruciating pain. At this moment, he was enduring the torment brought on by his decision. Meanwhile, the battlefield grew increasingly perilous. Meng Goer swung his arms wildly, hurling fireballs with precision at the bloodline creatures advancing toward the mall. Each strike sent the monsters crashing to the ground, yet they persistently rose again, undeterred, as more and more corpses reverted to human forms and piled up on the floor. The girl named Afu brandished her heavy sword, intercepting the oncoming creatures, but her movements had begun to slow. Behind her, the boy in sunglasses continued unleashing wind blades, his face growing paler with each passing moment. Tucked under his arm, the enchanting drum demon still emitted sound, though its volume was steadily weakening. After all, they were merely a group of trainee spirit summoners. The light of dusk gradually dimmed, and the young men could no longer remember how long this battle had raged on. They only knew that both sides attacked each other tirelessly, until their vision began to blur in the encroaching darkness. At that moment, Mangoer mustered the last of his strength to release a fireball, but it dissipated midair, breaking apart into sparks that vanished into the night. He froze in place, and in the next instant, an overwhelming wave of weakness surged through him. His legs buckled, and he collapsed heavily onto the ground. His energy reservoir was completely drained. He gritted his teeth, trying to stand, but his legs felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead. As someone who had never undergone formal training, the depletion of his energy reservoir left him in a state no different from a spirit master trapped in a spirit sealing array. It's over, he thought as he stared at the bloodthirsty, grotesque figures of the blood kind crawling out from the piles of corpses, drawing closer and closer. Despair spread across his face. Suddenly, a flicker of blue light appeared above his line of sight. Before his exhausted mind could process this, two furious shouts rang out simultaneously across the battlefield. Falling star, tiger form. From the corner of his eye, he saw a scar-faced woman hurtling into the battlefield like a cannonball. Wherever she passed, the bloodkind were sent flying. She came to a firm stop, and the transparent streams of energy swirling around her coalesced into a majestic, imposing tiger. At the same time, in the distance, a pale-faced woman with short hair stood on higher ground. Her sweeping arm carved a brilliant arc through the air, leaving a trail of starlight glimmering like a galaxy. Before Mangoer could make sense of the situation, the scar-faced woman who had summoned the tiger noticed him. She stomped heavily, causing the ground to quake, and the surrounding bloodkind were flung away like straw dolls. "Where's Jiang Zheng?" she called out anxiously. Though Mangoer could barely lift his arms, he managed to weakly turn his head to indicate Jiang Zheng's direction. The scar-faced woman followed his gaze, and upon spotting the figure sitting cross-legged, visibly relaxed. "Take a breather," she said. Confirming Jiang Zheng's safety, she immediately turned back, sprinting a few steps before plunging back into the fray. Any bloodkind that dared to obstruct her path were sent flying like debris before her unstoppable charge. In that moment, she resembled a true tiger, rampaging across the battlefield, invincible and unstoppable. Jiang Zheng abruptly opened his eyes, his consciousness surging back into his body like a tidal wave. A brief amnesia caused by intense pain left him uneasy, but as the pain subsided, the young man quickly propped himself up and cautiously scanned his surroundings. This was the central area of Wanchang City, now filled with injured individuals lying haphazardly on the ground. Everyone was wrapped in multiple layers of bandages, those with lighter injuries curled up in fear, while the severely wounded remained unconscious, some even missing limbs. Not far away, the sound of a heated argument broke out. A woman's anguished voice shouted, "My son is dead. It's all your fault, all your fault." "Who are you blaming?" Another voice retorted. "If your son hadn't insisted on playing the hero, would he have died? Look around. Half the injured here are because of him. It's all your fault. We were just here as tourists. If it weren't for this cursed town, none of this would have happened." Jiang Zheng ignored the quarrel, his gaze sweeping across the scene as his eyes lowered slightly. Casualties were inevitable since the rear gate he personally guarded had been breached by spirit controllers. The other three exits likely faced similar fates. While these ordinary people had the courage to help defend, they couldn't possibly time the ignition and explosions as precisely as he could. Whether too early or too late, it was all within reason. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Jiang Zheng scanned the area again, but didn't see Zhang Donghua or the others. Could they have truly withstood the onslaught of the blood descendants? Just as he was about to climb down from the makeshift table, his foot brushed against something soft and furry. Looking down, a faint smile unconsciously appeared on his facete was Zai Zai. The little creature seemed utterly exhausted, not even stirring when he gently picked it up. Instead, it nestled into his arms, finding a more comfortable position to continue sleeping. "You've worked hard," the young man murmured, softly stroking Zai Zai's head. The reason it hadn't returned to the spirit summoning jade to recover, but had stayed here instead, was self-evident. As Jiang Zheng prepared to leave, a voice filled with hatred shattered the fragile silence. "It's you." The young man's smile vanished as he turned calmly to face the source of the voice. It was a middle-aged woman, one of the participants in the earlier argument. At her feet lay the lifeless body of a young man. "It's you," the woman cried, her trembling finger pointing at Jiang Zheng. Her voice quivered with grief and fury. "You sent them out to defend. It's all because of you." Her piercing screams roused the drowsy people around them. Some tourists immediately jumped to their feet, their faces mirroring the woman's rage. Others hesitated, their lips moving as if to speak, but ultimately choosing silence. Jiang Zheng took in the entire scene with a calm and steady gaze. Jiang Zheng silently gazed at the woman before him, his expression calm and unruffled. "If it weren't for you, my son wouldn't have ended up like this." The middle-aged woman, seeing his silence, grew even more agitated. She suddenly turned to face the crowd around them, her voice sharp and piercing. And these people are also suffering because of you. Her body trembled violently, her facial muscles twitching. If it weren't for you, none of this would. If it weren't for me. The young man suddenly spoke, his voice ringing out clearly, each word like a nail hammered into the air. You'd all be dead by now, including you. His calm gaze locked onto hers. Your son survived because of me. If he died, he should still thank me. Without me, he wouldn't even have a body left to bury. His words landed like a sledgehammer, and the commotion around them came to an abrupt halt. The middle-aged woman froze, her face contorting as blood rushed to her cheeks. Her breathing grew erratic and uneven, her entire body shaking more violently than any of the injured around her. You're lying. This is all your fault. The fireworks were set by you. The plans were made by you. You're the real culprit. Her voice escalated into a shrill scream. Are you working with those monsters? Are you trying to send all of us to our deaths? Her pudgy cheeks quivered with rage, her expression more grotesque and terrifying than the monsters themselves. Jiang Zheng watched her hysterics quietly, feeling a sudden wave of weariness. But then, he laughed softly. Now this is more like it. In his heart, he thought, this is human nature. This is exactly how it's supposed to be. How fortunate I am to have met people in this world who've been decent enough to stir a feeling I never had in my past life, a desire to protect others as someone strong. This thought made his laughter grow louder until it turned into an unrestrained, echoing laugh. The middle-aged woman, startled by the sudden sound, faltered for a moment, her contorted expression temporarily freezing. You? She was just about to lash out again when a dark shadow suddenly flashed before her eyes. Jiang Zheng, stop! Someone shouted from a distance, but it was too late. Bang! The woman's body flew like a kite with its string cut, crashing through rows of chairs before shattering a glass door and slamming into a shop wall. The abrupt scene sent a chill through the crowd, snapping everyone back to their senses. Jiang Zheng lowered the leg he had kicked out, breathing lightly. He flexed his still fatigued muscles, the black patterns on his skin flickering briefly before vanishing. Steadying himself, he exuded an aura of vitality. With a warm, almost gentle smile, he narrowed his eyes, though they carried no trace of warmth. Thank you, ma'am. He'll send you off to reunite with him. The sound of hurried footsteps approached from behind. Shang rushed to his side, glancing at the situation in the distance before scanning the reactions of those around them. Finally, she looked at Jiang Zheng with a complicated expression. Jiang Zheng, calm down. Let's stop here. The boy responded with a faint smile, but said nothing. The boy deliberately waited for a moment. Only when he was sure the figure inside the shop was completely still did he gently nod towards Shang, signaling. All right, teacher. Shang slowly lowered her arm, momentarily at a loss for words. The boy before her still maintained that same obedient demeanor he had at school, but her gaze lingered on him for an unusually long time. At school, she had always thought of this student as simply resilient and decisive, someone who never hesitated. But now, it seemed his essence went far beyond that. Watching his retreating back, Shang's expression grew increasingly complex, and in the end, she remained silent. Not far away, a few figures were watching everything unfold. Afyu withdrew her gaze from the shop, a trace of unease flashing across her face, but she merely supported the person beside her, Xuanhua. Xuanhua's face was devoid of expression, as if he was completely oblivious to everything happening around him. Being blind was the perfect excuse. Menggoer stood frozen for a moment before finally lowering his head. Standing nearby was a short-haired woman wrapped in bandages. Zhong Yuan. When the boy had lashed out with his foot, she could have intervened, and she had indeed raised her arm. But certain memories made her hesitate for just a moment, and by the time she came to her senses, the blow had already landed. She could only remain silent, standing still, repeatedly retrieving small wooden boxes from the bracelet on her wrist. Every 5 seconds, she popped a dark brown pill into her mouth, chewing and swallowing mechanically. Zhong, Sister Zhong. Menggoer hunched over, casting a furtive glance into the distance as he murmured, maybe you should call them over. The atmosphere here is just too suffocating. Zhong Yuan's chewing paused briefly. The 3 judicial departments are supposed to protect the people, but her gaze dimmed as she shook her head. I can't tell anymore. What? Menggoer froze in confusion. Zhong Yuan didn't explain, only shook her head again. A day ago, she would have stopped Jiang Zheng's act of violence the moment it happened. Spirit masters attacking ordinary people was a grave crime in any nation, a fundamental rule that upheld the balance of the world. While the boy wasn't technically a full-fledged spirit master yet, the power behind that kick had already exceeded the limits of an ordinary human. And yet, now she hesitated. Just as she had said, she couldn't tell anymore. Although her family had never truly cared for her, they had never cut off her basic supplies, and for a long time, books had been her only companions. During those years, despite the absence of guidance from her elders, Zhong Yuan believed herself to be clear-headed, capable of distinguishing right from wrong. As she stood there, memories of her first participation in the San Faisai examination resurfaced. Back then, Though she had never mentioned it to anyone, she had secretly taken pride in passing it on her first attempt. But now, that pride crumbled within her. The elders who had once cared for and nurtured her turned out to harbor such malicious intent, plotting to put her life in jeopardy. And the man she had deemed utterly despicable, condemned in files and records for his grave mistakes, was not as contemptible as she had believed. Zhong Yuan's chest heaved as confusion clouded her once resolute gaze. She questioned herself repeatedly. What is truly right, and what is wrong? The young man who took charge of Wanchang City, ordered explosives to be placed at the gates to block the bloodline people, was that wrong? She shook her head. No, it wasn't. The death of that young man, though the circumstances were unclear, occurred while the gates were under defense. Like the other visitors, he met his end during that time. He could have chosen not to go, yet he did. Sacrificing himself, was he wrong? Again, she shook her head. No, he wasn't. The woman who blamed the young man, channeling all her anger and grief onto him, was she wrong? Zhong Yuan clenched her fists. Yes, she was. Even for the sake of her family, she shouldn't have condemned the young man so harshly. And the young man, who, in a fit of rage, used his extraordinary strength to kick the woman to death, was he wrong? Zhong Yuan bit her lip. From a legal standpoint, yes, he was. But when someone has fought with all their might until they collapse, only to wake up to baseless accusations, is such anger truly unjustified? If it were her, how would she have responded? The thought left Zhong Yuan momentarily dazed. She could no longer bear to stay there, and turned to leave. Just then, a calm voice echoed from a distance. All right, then I wasn't wrong. Shang stood not far away, taking in the scene before her with a deep sigh. She had only recently met this young man, and now she found herself witnessing such an incident. Though no one had explained the situation in detail, the positioning of the people and the atmosphere at the scene gave her a rough idea it was nothing more than blame and recrimination. Feeling the gazes around her, Shang's expression grew increasingly complex. If the young man hadn't acted, she would have stepped forward to reprimand this ungrateful group. Even if he had merely scolded the woman, the matter could have been resolved after all. The woman was at fault first, and a sharp tongue deserved some consequences. But the young man had made the gravest mistake, kicking the woman to death. With the strength he had gained through his cultivation, a full-force kick to the chest would shatter the ribs of even a seasoned fighter, let alone an ordinary woman. After a long silence, just as Shang was about to speak, the young man beat her to it. Teacher, I was wrong, he said, his face filled with sincerity. This statement made Shang's gaze toward him even more complicated, though the surrounding crowd seemed to breathe a collective sigh of relief. Ah, as long as you know you were wrong, a local-looking man said, dressed in tattered clothing with rough skin. Yeah, you can't blame Jiang for this. He just lost his temper and, well, kicked the woman to sleep. Their awkward attempts to smooth things over only revealed their awareness that the woman's condition was far worse than they let on. The young man nodded repeatedly, his demeanor obedient and conciliatory. The atmosphere gradually returned to an eerie calm. Though the out-of-town visitors trapped here all wore expressions of discontent, they remained silent, not daring to utter a single word. You need to apologize. A voice suddenly broke out from the crowd. The boy paused slightly, his silver-white pupils narrowing into slits like those of a predator locking onto its prey. He turned his head sharply toward the source of the voice. The sheer intensity of his gaze was terrifying, so much so that the visitors scattered like startled birds and beasts. Their earlier facade of suppressed anger now seemed utterly ridiculous. Only the man who had spoken remained frozen in place, locking eyes with the boy. His whole body trembled as his throat went dry, and pure terror gradually filled his eyes. What the hell? Those eyes like a snake's. The man thought to himself. This kid, he's not going to kick me again, is he? The boy slowly raised an eyebrow, the polite smile he had maintained earlier for Shang vanishing completely, replaced by an icy coldness. You're his teacher, right? The man's knees shook uncontrollably as he forced his gaze toward Shang, who was frowning at him. His voice quivered as he stammered. He acts like this, and you're not going to say anything. Before he could finish, the words caught in his throat. The boy's chilling gaze sent shivers down his spine, rendering him utterly speechless. Shang lowered her head in silence for a few moments before finally reaching out to cover the boy's unnerving eyes with her hand. Struggling to speak, she said, he did do something wrong. This judgment, though brief, was clearly difficult for her. Freed from the oppressive weight of that piercing gaze, the man instantly felt a wave of relief. Hearing Shang's words gave him a strange sense of courage, and his voice grew louder. Then he should apologize in person. Such a big reaction. Did that woman really accuse him wrongly? A living, breathing person, and this little brat just... A sharp clap interrupted him as the boy briskly swatted Shang's hand away. Fine, then I wasn't wrong, he said flatly. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the tiger cub in his arms, now awake, fixed its furious gaze on the man. In the next moment, the cub let out a ferocious roar, and jagged eye spikes began spreading rapidly across the ground toward the man. The sudden turn of events sent a chill through the man. Just as he was about to turn and flee, a faint sound froze him in place, his entire body stiff and immobile. Enough! Shang stomped her foot in frustration, her voice tight with suppressed anger. The ice spikes shattered instantly at their base. She strode forward, placing herself firmly between the two. After glancing into the distance, she turned her gaze to the man now collapsed on the ground and shouted furiously. That's enough. Don't forget without him, you'd all be dead by now. Finally, she grabbed the boy's arm with a sharp tug. Let's go. The young boy obediently followed Chong away, his gaze sweeping over the familiar figures in the distance. Their expressions varied fear, confusion, and even a hint of disgust, but to the boy, they all felt meaningless. He lowered his head to look at the little one in his arms, a self-deprecating smile tugging at the corner of his lips. His uncle's love and the experiences of recent times had indeed changed him, but everything that had just happened was like a sharp slap, jolting him back to reality. He understood his nature all too well, had never been someone inherently good. To be a decent person? That was harder than reaching the heavens. If he had known things would turn out this way, he would have chosen a different path back then. Opting for Wanchang City had seemed logical, close by and relatively safe. But if he could go back in time, he would have stormed the supermarket, grabbed enough supplies, and gone straight to his uncle or Zhao Chong, instead of wasting time here. Let's go, Chong said, brushing past the others without a backward glance. Suddenly, the boy shook off Chong's arm and stood still, turning to look at the man collapsed on the ground in the distance. Chong immediately stepped in front of him, her voice soft as she tried to calm him. Jiang Zheng, stay calm. Leave him be. It's not worth it. The boy was silent for a moment, then reached up to adjust his collar, as if hiding something. He chuckled lightly. Teacher, I know. There's no need for me to stoop to his level. Really? Of course. Chong scrutinized the boy's expression before slowly nodding. That's for the best. Let's move on. This time, she didn't try to pull him along, simply gesturing forward. Don't dwell on this. Not everyone is like him. I understand. The boy replied with a faint smile, his tone so calm it was chilling. Besides, he might not even survive the next wave of chaos. The bluntness of his words cast a heavy silence over the group. The boy continued walking, casually waving away the white mist in front of him, as if nothing had happened. In the distance, the man was still gasping for air, his clothes soaked in cold sweat, his entire demeanor disheveled. Only now did a few tourists dare to step forward to help him up. You, the man stammered, his legs weak and his tone tinged with accusation. Why didn't any of you help me earlier? He thought it was just the lingering effects of fear after all. He had just brushed against death. Help with what? Someone muttered under their breath. Why did you have to provoke him? That woman was in the wrong to begin with, and her son insisted on getting involved. No, that's not, the man said anxiously. Was it wrong for him to lend a hand? His intentions weren't wrong, but if he didn't have the guts, why meddle? Another person muttered with a frown. I was right there. He had a lighter but got so scared by the commotion that he didn't throw it. In the end, someone else had to grab it and throw it. If not for that delay, with so many people at gate 2, how could it have been the first one breached? The man was momentarily speechless, his expression stiffening. After a moment, he forced out, he's an elder. So what if his son died and someone said a few harsh words to him? Do you think being a trainee spirit master gives you the right to act this way? If someone like that becomes a full-fledged spirit master, how would ordinary people even survive? These words ignited the fury of the locals from Linjiang County. A sturdy man stepped forward, his face flushed with anger. That's nonsense. Jiang Zheng is the kindest person you'll ever meet. Exactly, the crowd echoed in agreement. Go ask around within 10 miles of Linjiang County, everyone knows what a good kid he is. The man, even though supported by others, refused to back down. He violently shook off the helping hands and rasped, a bunch of paupers. How can anyone believe the words of lowly peasants like you? Ill. Before he could finish, a local man, already seething with rage, was ready to step forward and confront him. But just then, something strange happened. The man's eyes suddenly widened in shock, his body swayed a few times as if he had seen something unimaginable, and then he collapsed heavily to the ground, motionless. The locals froze mid-step, their anger replaced by confusion. What's this supposed to mean? Pretending to faint now to scam us? A bold young man hesitated but eventually crouched down to check the man's breathing. Suddenly, he jerked back as if shocked by electricity, his face pale as a sheet. No, this isn't right. He's dead. His words struck like a thunderclap, plunging the scene into an eerie silence. The young boy followed closely behind Shang, silently keeping track of the time. Suddenly, his body went limp, as if all his strength had been drained, and he fell backward. Behind him, Chuanhua reacted quickly, catching him just in time. Hearing the commotion, Shang spun around immediately. Her spiritual energy swept over the boy, and her pupils contracted sharply. Your spiritual energy, what happened? It was perfectly abundant just a moment ago. Maybe it's a disruption in my energy flow. The boy forced a faint smile. Earlier, I had to overdraw some spiritual energy to counterbalance that martial artist. It's probably an after effect from that. As he spoke, he glanced at Chuanhua beside him. The latter's face remained expressionless, though the corners of his mouth briefly twitched downward. The boy averted his gaze and coughed lightly. Appearance reflects the heart. This natural talent of Chuanhua's was even more extreme than certain ocular abilities from a labor-focused manga Jiang Zheng had read in his past life. In Chuanhua's vision, everything turned into abstract lines, far more surreal and profound than cataracts. But because of this, he was incredibly sensitive to internal changes in the human body. Jiang Zheng even suspected that Chuanhua could see the pathways of spiritual energy flowing within him. After all, there were far more lines than usual. How could such an anomaly escape Chuanhua's perception? However, Jiang Zheng was confident that Chuanhua wouldn't expose him. After all, Chuanhua had just reached out to help him moments ago. That unspoken understanding said it all. Hearing the boy's words, Chu Shang suddenly felt a wave of guilt in her heart. "I'm late," she said softly, reaching out to support the boy's frail body. "I'm sorry. I had to protect the school first," she explained sincerely. "Is the school safe now?" "It's safe," Chu Shang nodded. "The mechanical defense system has been fully activated. Although they cannot leave the campus, they are sufficient to fend off the Spirit Master's attacks for a considerable time." She paused for a moment. "And I didn't come out for long this time. My main purpose is to bring you back. Once dawn breaks, well, teacher, wait a moment." The boy, Jiang Zheng, took a deep breath, forcing himself to stand steadily. He quickly stored Zai back into the summoning jade. At this point, he was indeed feeling weak, unable to continue holding Zai. He admitted to himself that while part of his frailty was feigned, most of it was genuine exhaustion. This exhaustion stemmed from two sources. First, whenever he chose a type of mist rope, the Lingchan mist would completely erode the target, draining his spiritual energy and physical stamina. Second, it was the result of the pact he made with the curse-binding technique. Earlier retained the normal deployment of Lingchan mist when directly confronting the target, but at an accelerated rate, halting just before full erosion and releasing it instantaneously half a minute later. This was precisely the curse-binding technique's loyal execution. Jiang Zheng hadn't done this out of a stubborn desire to make that man pay for his words. Instead, he had the sudden urge to conduct an experiment. The results confirmed his hypothesis. Eroding the martial artist Wu De within a minute came at the cost of shortening his lifespan and causing fainting. However, eroding an ordinary person at an even faster rate came at a negligible cost, just 10 minutes of weakness. Interesting. Jiang Zheng's eyes lowered slightly. The curse-binding technique seemed to adjust its toll based on the target's strength. Dealing with the strong required a higher price, while facing the weak cost very little. It appeared almost fair. The boy fell into deep thought. In some ways, the curse-binding technique was remarkably similar to the Ouroboros eye. The latter tempted him to manipulate people's minds for rewards, while the former suggested he could easily deal with the weak, as the consequences were minimal. Reflecting on this, Jiang Zheng remained silent for a moment. This overwhelmingly powerful yet eerily peculiar talent, even in its incomplete form, was something he found deeply unsettling. He had an ominous premonition that if he became overly reliant on the curse-binding technique and acted entirely according to its will, he would one day face an unbearable price. So, Jiang Zheng raised his head, his gaze calm. He resolved to continue using this ability, but with restraint and rationality, and to learn how to wield it cleverly. Chu Shang guided him back to the main gates of Wanchang City. The scene before them was suffocating. The injured, either sitting or lying, were far more numerous than before, and their wounds were more severe. Heaps of mutilated corpses formed mountains, and the air was thick with the stench of blood, lingering and inescapable. The air was thick with fear and despair. The crowd hung their heads low, bodies trembling uncontrollably, and the sporadic sounds of sobbing pierced the silence like sharp needles. The boy's gaze swept across the scene and landed on the familiar security captain. The man, once authoritative and composed, now stood stripped of his former dignity. His bare chest was covered in scars, and the bandages on his severed arm were soaked through with blood. Yet he seemed numb to the pain, standing motionless beside a pile of corpses with a vacant expression. Among the lifeless bodies, the boy immediately recognized the massive form of the frosted ice bear. Its chest had been brutally cleaved open by some sharp weapon. Its heart long ceased to beat. The warm blood had not yet fully coagulated, a chilling sign that its death had been recent. Chu Shang's pupils contracted sharply at the sight, and her grip on the boy's arm unconsciously tightened. The boy winced slightly from the pain, but understood her emotions at that moment. "Stay strong." Chu Shang took a deep breath, forcing herself to remain calm. Her voice still trembled slightly as she said, "Your frosted ice bear was brave. At least it held on until we arrived. But now is not the time for grief. We need to stay focused and push forward." Hearing her words, the security captain slowly lifted his head, his eyes unfocused. After a long pause, he managed a faint nod. "It's fine." His voice was hoarse. "The frosted ice bear and I, We used to argue a lot. We never even finalized a formal bond. He tried to muster a smile, but it looked more like a grimace, painful to witness. So I didn't lose much. I'll recover soon enough. Before he could finish, his body suddenly wavered. As if all his strength had drained away, he collapsed heavily to the ground, unable to utter another word. He simply bowed his head deeply, silent in his despair. Shang remained quiet. As a spirit tamer, she understood all too well the agony of losing a spirit beast. It was like losing a part of oneself, a trusted companion ripped away. Forcing herself to look away, her gaze fell on Zhang Donghua in the corner. He was still unconscious, his right arm secured with a makeshift but skillfully applied splint. The boy's eyes flicked over to Zhong Yuan, who had been silent the entire time. She seemed almost invisible, her presence faint, but her fragile state suggested she was teetering on the edge of collapse. Was it because of Qin Shan? The boy didn't want to pry. He had no energy to spare on such matters right now. Shang composed herself and turned to the boy. As we discussed earlier, we'll leave at dawn. The boy blinked and then asked suddenly, Teacher, what about the others here? He pointed to the injured security guards and then gestured toward the path they had come from. What will happen to them? Hearing his words, a flicker of complexity crossed Shang's gaze. She studied the young man before her intently. His youthful face was marked by sincerity, and every subtle expression seemed perfectly placed, yet it only made him harder to read. Was her judgment clouded by the earlier events? Or was this boy inherently unfathomable? After a moment of silence, Shang spoke slowly. You don't need to worry about that. Although we've only temporarily sealed the 4 breaches caused by the explosion with makeshift materials, I'll soon head to the warehouse with Zhong Lingbu. There's a good stock of rolling doors of the same model stored there. Even if the original mechanical components are damaged, I have a way to securely install the new doors. Zhong Lingbu will set up a protective array at the 4 gates to withstand any further impacts. All right, let me think about it. The boy replied obediently with a nod. At that moment, Ah Fu, who had been hiding behind Xuanhua, appeared visibly uneasy. She hesitated, occasionally glancing at the boy wearing sunglasses, as if seeking some form of reassurance. Finally, she mustered her courage and spoke up, her voice trembling slightly. Teacher Zhong. Ah Fu's tone carried a hint of anxiety. When you leave later, could you take Xuanhua with you? I know your trip is to fetch brother Jiang, and I don't have to go, but could you please take Xuanhua along? By the end, her eyes were filled with earnest pleading. Shang quietly observed the girl and gently patted her head. I must have misspoken, she said, her voice unusually soft. We'll all go together. Oh. Ah Fu exhaled a sigh of relief, her face lighting up with a simple, heartfelt smile. Watching the exchange, the boy remained silent for a moment before suddenly speaking up. Teacher, before we leave, I want to ask you to accompany me somewhere. Where? Shang asked. To my uncle's place, the boy replied, lifting his gaze to meet the scarred woman's eyes with resolute determination. Teacher, my uncle cannot be harmed. From a public perspective, he is the strongest spirit tamer in Linjiang County. If anything happens to him, the situation will only deteriorate further. From a personal perspective, he is my most important family member. He paused briefly, then added, I have to ensure my uncle's safety. I understand this request might put you in a difficult position. If you refuse, you can stick to the original plan and take everyone away. I won't stop you. But please, don't try to interfere with my decision. Teacher, if I can't confirm my uncle's safety, I simply can't rest easy. My heart will remain unsettled. The young man spoke decisively, without a hint of hesitation. His eyes were fixed firmly on Shang, knowing that her deliberate decision to leave the safety of the school to find him was motivated by genuine concern. He was grateful for this sentiment, but it would not sway his resolve. Uncle is different to me, Jiang Zheng said, his voice low and resolute. In his heart, Li Wenshu had long surpassed the role of an ordinary elder. He was more dedicated and responsible than the father Jiang Zheng had once imagined in his idealized family. This bond was far more profound than mere gratitude. He couldn't stand idly by and watch his uncle face danger. Li Wenshu was the one true family he had ever recognized. Shang fell silent after hearing his words. Her eyes flickered with an unspoken conflict. Though she had only met Li Wenshu a handful of times, she could tell he was far more reliable than Jiang Hu. Yet, she hesitated, her brow furrowed, as if bound by some invisible restraint. Nearby, Ah Fu looked puzzled, while Xuanhua remained unusually calm. He studied Shang thoughtfully. This was the same teacher from Yizhong who seemed brimming with energy. Yet compared to the late martial artist, whose body had remained inscrutable until his final moments, she was far less enigmatic. Xuanhua tilted his head slightly toward Jiang Zheng. The subtle movement did not escape the boy's peripheral vision. When Xuanhua feigned stomach discomfort and rubbed his abdomen, the location of the reservoir, Jiang Zheng understood immediately. He had already discerned the true source of Shang's hesitation. Reflecting on his first days at Linjiang Yizhong, Jiang Zheng recalled the rumors that had circulated. When Shang first took her position, many new teachers and parents criticized her. especially after she replaced the previous homeroom teacher for the spirit control class. Although the former teacher's progress with the class had been minimal, maintaining even slight improvements in such a resource-scarce environment was no small feat. The turning point came during the school sports event. In a stunning display of power, Shang effortlessly subdued the mechanical security units in front of a large crowd. Her formidable strength silenced the doubters and earned the respect of the parents and staff, putting an end to the rumors. Jiang Zheng had watched in amazement at the time, but it wasn't long before he noticed something unusual. That discovery had given him an entirely new perspective on the current situation. Shang rarely used her spiritual energy. During the classes on spiritual arts, she mostly relied on pre-recorded teaching videos provided by the school and seldom demonstrated in person. Despite using video instruction, she could still pinpoint inaccuracies in the recordings with remarkable precision and refine them into more comprehensible formats, helping students better grasp the key concepts. Over time, through scattered bits of information, Jiang Zheng gradually confirmed a troubling fact. Shang's spiritual reservoir was severely impaired. The root of this issue likely stemmed from her initial spirit beast that had perished in battle, or more specifically, from the contract that had bound them together. The young man slightly raised his head, recalling what he knew about contracts. In the world of Spirit Tamers, a contract was a simplified term for what was formerly called a covenant. The entire contract system was divided into 4 types, the most basic being the foundational contract established during spirit taming tests. The foundational contract had the lowest entry requirements, but provided minimal benefits, boosting a spirit tamer's spiritual reservoir capacity and physical resilience by only about 10%. Consequently, the cost of breaking this contract was relatively mild. The spirit tamer would lose 20% of their spiritual reservoir capacity. The contract could be broken either by the Spirit Beasts'—The or through special procedures conducted by the Spirit Tamer Association. The true covenants, however, were categorized into 3 types, each far more powerful than the foundational contract, but lacking any voluntary termination options. These covenants could only end with the death of one party and required a deep mutual understanding between the spirit tamer and their spirit beast to establish. The first type was the Comrade Covenant, also known as the formal contract. This could be achieved by apprentice spirit tamers and provided a 30% increase in spiritual reservoir capacity and physical aptitude. However, breaking this covenant would result in the permanent loss of half of the spirit tamer's spiritual reservoir capacity, along with varying degrees of physical strength. The second type was the Partner Covenant, or Advanced Contract. Only certified spirit tamers could form this bond, which granted a 50% boost. The cost of breaking it, however, was devastating. Not only would it weaken the spiritual reservoir and physical strength, but it would also shorten lifespan and diminish innate talents, severely hindering the spirit tamer's future. If this was the spirit tamer's sole spirit beast, breaking the covenant could even lead to complete collapse of their destiny. The third type was the Life and Death Covenant, the most extraordinary of all. This bond allowed the spirit tamer and their spirit beast to share spiritual energy and physical resilience, even distributing fatal injuries between them. The price, however, was absolute interdependent, shared prosperity and shared demise. Without a unique innate talent, the death of one would almost certainly lead to the death of the other. Forming this covenant required the spirit beast to possess exceptional innate talent, far beyond what mere emotional bonds could achieve. Observing Shang's current condition, it was clear that she had either endured the severe consequences of breaking an advanced contract or was barely surviving under the side effects of a life and death covenant, sustained by some extraordinary conditions. This would also explain her frail and deteriorating physical state. Shang's unspoken pain was just as the young man had guessed. She gazed out the window, her voice low and hoarse, as she began recounting the harrowing experience that had left her heartbroken. It happened shortly after her university graduation, during an official mission. Within a single hour, a tragedy in the forest completely altered her life. Her spirit beast and her teammates all perished on the spot. The mangled remains of her comrades lay scattered before her, their familiar faces frozen in expressions she could never forget. What shattered her heart the most was her spirit beast, which had shielded her from a fatal blow but didn't even have the chance to utter a final word. If not for the timely arrival of the association's reinforcements, she too would not have survived. I tried to hypnotize myself, to forget it all, Shang murmured, her fingers absent-mindedly tracing the surface of the table. I believe it was also my spirit beast's dying wish. She paused briefly, but I failed. Her failure was due to 2 reasons. First, the lingering mental scars that prevented her from forming a bond with a new spirit beast, and second, the permanent damage to her body. While she still retained some spiritual energy, the fracture of her energy reservoir left her absorption rate worse than that of a novice spirit master. Replenishing her energy after a single release took an unbearably long time. Jiang Zheng. Shang lifted her palm, revealing a faint, barely perceptible wisp of transparent energy swirling in her hand, far weaker than what Zhang Donghua had demonstrated earlier. I really can't help you. Her voice carried a bitter self-mockery. This little bit of spiritual energy is the result of years of accumulation. Saving you all earlier consumed more than half of it. She added with a wry smile. Even the most basic techniques of a martial artist, I can't sustain them for long. Her words left Afu and Meng Goer wide-eyed in shock. Nearby, Zhong Yuan let out a soft sigh and shook her head. For a martial artist, their techniques were their defining traits, their unique mark in life. Normally, activating these traits required almost no spiritual energy. The fact that Chu Shang couldn't even maintain this spoke volumes about the severity of her injuries. Chu Shang lowered her gaze to her palm, staring at it quietly. She finally understood the young man's intentions and grasped the significance of Li Wenshu. The lack of news about Li Wenshu in the group chat before the young man woke up had indeed been troubling. Yet, in this critical moment, as a teacher, she felt utterly powerless. I'm sorry, she began, but her words were cut off. Teacher, it's okay. The boy's voice interrupted Chu Shang's unfinished apology. She looked up and caught a fleeting expression of astonishment on his face, followed by a brief flash of sympathy. He quickly realized his lapse, lowered his head in silence for 2 seconds, and then raised his face again, his gaze steady as he looked at Chu Shang. Teacher, there's no need to say more. I already understand what you mean. As soon as he finished speaking, it was as if a weight had been lifted off his shoulders, and his expression relaxed slightly. Fortunately, I contacted the Zhao family earlier, and Mr. Zhao agreed to lend me 2 Spirit Tamers. What? Chu Shang's eyes widened in disbelief. Really? Yes, it's true. Donghua and Xuanhua can both confirm it. Xuanhua, standing nearby, nodded expressionlessly. Though he had been standing farther away at the time and hadn't caught the details of the conversation, he trusted Jiang Zheng wouldn't lie about something like this. Besides, Zhang Donghua had indeed heard the exchange, though Zhang Donghua happened to be unconscious at the moment. The boy continued. Although their arrival might be slightly delayed, the Zhao family Spirit Tamers will definitely find me no later than tomorrow morning. Initially, I planned to leave some people here, but now it seems. He paused briefly. Since you and Zhong Lingbu are willing to help stabilize the situation here, their staying isn't necessary anymore. At this point, the boy blinked and finally revealed the first part of his true intention. You can take Afu and Zhang Donghua with you to the school, while I go with the Zhao family Spirit Tamers to find my uncle. After finishing his sentence, the boy waited quietly for her response. In truth, from the moment he realized Chu Shang had come to take him away, he had already anticipated the outcome. He knew she would never agree to let him search for his uncle. In her current physical condition, such an undertaking was out of the question. Even if she understood the logic behind his words, it wouldn't change anything. After all, their group included not only her and Jiang Zheng, but also the unconscious Zhang Donghua, Xuanhua, Afu, and Meng Goer. She couldn't afford to take such a significant risk, nor could she consent to the boy's plan. To her, him searching for his uncle alone was tantamount to walking into certain death. As for Zhong Yuan, the boy dismissed that option in his mind. According to his uncle's instructions, Zhong Yuan should have been stationed elsewhere. Yet her appearance here, without any Spirit Tamers accompanying her, was telling. It was clear she had left those individuals behind. The reason was simple: there was another blood sacrifice soul formation set up in that location. Outsiders might recognize its form without understanding its purpose, but as Chen Qingshan's student and a member of a family well-versed in divination and fate, Zhong Yuan would undoubtedly be familiar with the arrays function of gathering souls. Given this, she should be even more inclined to support his proposal to escort him herself, while Chu Shang led the others to safety. Wasn't this the best arrangement? The boy's gaze shifted gently, finally settling on the short-haired woman in the distance. Though they hadn't met many times, he could clearly see the fundamental differences between her and himself. Growing up in this twisted environment, a woman whose fate had been sealed by her family, yet she managed to retain a kind heart. Precisely because she was a good person, even though she fully understood the significance of Li Wenshu and knew the blood sacrifice soul refinement array had to be eradicated first, the boy was almost certain she wouldn't abandon Chu Shang and the others to act alone. At the very least, she wouldn't make any reckless moves until ensuring their safe retreat. The boy pondered silently. If his assumptions were correct, Chu Shang's deteriorating physical condition wouldn't escape Zhong Yuan's notice. For Chu Shang, it might still be possible to leave with one person, but to escort the entire group without her cover, any encounter with enemy spirit masters would likely end in a life-or-death struggle. With this in mind, the boy decided to first make his position clear and wait for Chu Shang to realize that, while her intentions were right, she couldn't accomplish this alone. Once her mental threshold gradually adjusted, he would then carefully introduce the topic of the Zhao family's spirit masters. Why not just lay everything out up front? The boy's expression returned to calm. He knew deep down that if even his uncle and Junshu had met their demise, summoning 2 first-tier spirit masters wouldn't make much of a difference. But this conclusion couldn't be revealed to Chu Shang too soon, as it was tied to the other half of his true purpose. Could Chu Shang truly be unaware of these things? Of course not, but she couldn't realize them too quickly. There was critical information he had yet to fully disclose. She needed to come to terms with the underlying issues on her own before he could proceed further. It was like an intricately designed strategy, one that needed to unfold gradually, like unending waves lapping at the shore. At this thought, the boy's gaze once again turned to the short-haired woman in the distance, his eyes fixed on this crucial piece of his true objective. Silently, he calculated, "They'll help you gain your freedom, so you can find Qin Shan. In return, taking me along the way shouldn't be too much to ask, right?" Just as Xiu Shang was about to agree, she suddenly realized the crucial issue. A deep sense of apology surfaced in her eyes as she gazed at the young man standing before her. Jiang Zheng. Xiu Shang took a deep breath, her voice slightly heavy. "I understand how you feel, but there's something I must remind you of." She paused briefly before continuing. "If Director Li really is in trouble, unless the Zhou family is willing to send out that Grade 2 Spirit Master, even with the addition of those 2 Spirit Masters, the situation won't improve much." Her tone grew increasingly serious. "You might not yet understand the disparity in power between Spirit Masters. It's impressive that you all managed to take down a Grade 1 martial artist together. But the reason he fell to a group of apprentice Spirit Masters lies in the fact that he was only at the Grade 1 level, with many of his abilities still locked. This is why, on rare occasions, a Grade 1 Spirit Master might fall to ordinary people." Xiu Shang's gaze burned intensely. But a Grade 2 Spirit Master is a completely different matter. In modern history since the founding of the nation, excluding military operations, there has been only one recorded instance of ordinary people successfully killing a Grade 2 Spirit Master, and even that case involved a significant element of luck. "Do you understand what I'm saying?" The young man nodded lightly. Though his face was calm, his heart remained as steady as still water. This was exactly what he had expected to hear. Had he not caused Xiu Shang to experience emotional turmoil earlier, her sharp intuition might have caught on to this point much sooner. If that had happened, she would have undoubtedly stopped him from going and insisted on taking the risk herself. But now, that possibility had been quietly erased by the young man. As he had said, he had to personally ensure that the person most important to him was safe and unharmed. The young man understood well that everything Xiu Shang said was true. If that martial artist named Wu De hadn't encountered him, but had instead faced the same precise explosions and injuries elsewhere, he would have undoubtedly gone on a killing spree before dying, leaving massive casualties in this city of Wanchang. To ordinary people, he was like an armed assailant storming into a kindergarten capable of unstoppable destruction, but not invincible. Yet even someone as powerful as Wu De would struggle to hold his ground against a Grade 2 Spirit Master. Whether it was his uncle, the bloodline entity, or the injured Zhong Yuan now, Wu De surviving even one round of their attacks would have been a stroke of luck. His uncle had once told him in private that higher grade Spirit Masters possessed an overwhelming advantage over lower grades. This gap stemmed from the fundamental difference in their destinies. Grade 1 Spirit Masters had yet to fully transcend the realm of ordinary humans, while Grade 2 Spirit Masters had already begun to surpass it. As for Grade 3 Spirit Masters, like Qin Shan, they could manipulate death at will, even granting puppets a true destiny rather than an illusory one imprinted by others. Beings of that level were entirely beyond the scope of humanity. Thus, the young man fully understood Xiu Shang's concerns. He deliberately waited for a moment, then suddenly looked up, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. "Wait, teacher, I have an idea." He turned and pointed to the short-haired woman in the distance. "Perhaps Zhong Lingbu can help me?" Xiu Shang was momentarily stunned. Then her eyes widened as she quickly turned to look at Zhong Yuan. The name Zhong Yuan seemed to snap back to reality, but didn't respond immediately. Instead, she cast a complex glance at Jiang Zheng. As a professional spirit catcher, her responsibility was to apprehend illegal spirit masters. Though this matter seemed flawless on the surface, she had long detected something unusual. She wanted to refuse not the task itself, but the idea of letting the young man take such a risk. After all, Li Wenshu was once a third-grade master, and seeking him out would undoubtedly be fraught with danger and inevitable combat. However, when she met the boy's determined gaze, the words of refusal stuck in her throat and refused to come out. "Are you sure?" she asked hoarsely after a long silence. "Yes," the boy replied without hesitation. "Even if it's very dangerous?" "No need to repeat that. I'm sure," Jiang Zheng said firmly, his eyes clear. "Take me with you. I promise I won't hold you back." Zhong Yuan stared into the boy's eyes before finally closing her own, exhaustion evident on her face. All right. She owed him her life, and if it came to it, she'd use her own to protect him. After all, she was bound to die sooner or later. Then it's settled. The boy made the decision final, a trace of weariness appearing on his face. He raised a hand to stop Chu Shang, who seemed about to protest further. "I'm going to rest for a bit and wait for the Zhou family to arrive." With that, he walked to a corner, sat down, leaned against the wall, and closed his eyes to recharge. Though the physical exhaustion had eased, he needed to adjust to his optimal state. As for spiritual energy, once Sai's eye had rested, it could transfer energy to him before retreating to the spirit summoning jade for rapid absorption. Chu Shang lowered her head in shame. As a teacher, entrusting her student to someone else was indeed a disgrace. Let's go, spirit catcher Zhong. After the two left, a series of approaching footsteps grew louder. Without opening his eyes, Jiang Zheng already knew who it was. What is it? He asked, glancing at the newcomer as he opened his eyes. He'll get straight to the point, Xuanhua said, adjusting his sunglasses as he sat cross-legged across from the boy. I want to go with you. It's dangerous, Jiang Zheng replied. I know. The face beneath the sunglasses was resolute. Don't worry. I'm just like you, I won't be a burden. And what about her? The boy tilted his head slightly in the direction of Afu. Not far away, Afu was nervously clutching the hem of her clothes, her eyes fixed anxiously on their conversation. She won't go? She'll go to school. It should be quite safe there. As soon as the boy finished speaking, his pupils suddenly narrowed into slits, and his voice carried a hint of interrogation. You know it's safe, so why are you insisting on coming with me? Xuanhua leaned forward slightly, his expression heavy. Can you really feel at ease if you're not by her side? I can't. That's why I've decided to follow you. He paused briefly, his voice growing even lower. If we don't solve the root of the problem, no matter how safe the school seems now, it won't stay that way in the future. Hearing this, the boy slowly lifted his head and quietly observed the blind man in front of him. To be honest, he had always felt that Xuanhua was strikingly similar to himself, whether in thought processes or ways of handling things. The only difference was that, having lived 2 lifetimes, his own perspective was broader, his actions more decisive and discreet. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of experiences had shaped Xuanhua into someone so reminiscent of his own childhood self. To others, Xuanhua might seem calculating and deep, but this similarity instead brought a sense of familiarity and even warmth to the boy. When the time comes, I won't have the capacity to look after you. That's fine. Then go to the supermarket. They'll write down a list for you to get some supplies. All right. Xuanhua was just about to stand up when he suddenly froze, his expression stiffening. He sat back down cross-legged and stared directly at the boy. Wait a second. Something's wrong. What is it? I'm blind. I can't see what you want me to get. Don't you have a special ability? Xuanhua shook his head. Facial perception works better for living beings. Non-living objects, to me, are just a chaotic mess of shapes. For instance, I can't distinguish a car from a cup except by size. Their outlines all look the same to me. I see. The boy nodded thoughtfully, silently committing this information to memory. This kid still has a lot to learn, Xuanhua suddenly remarked. Then, as if realizing something, he added, wait a minute. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Did what? You're using this as an excuse to test my ability, aren't you? The boy flashed a sincere smile. Of course not. You're overthinking it. There's still goodness and beauty in the world. If you keep doubting others like this, you'll end up going astray one day. Is that so? Xuanhua asked skeptically. Absolutely. Jiang Zheng responded with a carefree smile, his face radiating sincerity. For the next few hours, the young man focused on restoring his spiritual energy and conserving his strength. Meanwhile, Xushang and Zhong Yuan began their respective defensive preparations. Xushang firmly held up the iron door with both hands and strode forward. She first kicked aside the debris piled at the entrance, clearing the way, and then forcefully drove the rolling door into the ground. Her movements were clean, efficient, and full of strength. Next, she raised her palm, her expression serious as she carefully controlled the flow of spiritual energy. From her palm, streams of energy gradually solidified, transforming into a dark brown, viscous substance. It was as if she were handling a specialized adhesive, meticulously applying the material to seal the gaps between the rolling door and its surrounding frame. When it was Zhong Yuan's turn to demonstrate her abilities, the entire space lit up instantly. Her fingers traced elegant paths through the air, and every movement left behind a dazzling trail of blue and white starlight, so brilliant it was almost blinding. Sitting beside Xuanhua, Afu watched in awe, her eyes sparkling with a longing admiration. Xuanhua, ever perceptive, noticed the subtle change in Afu's emotions and gently held her hand. Though Afu excelled with her heavy sword, Xuanhua understood that it wasn't her true passion. Part of the reason lay in Afu's years of helping at home with fish butchery, which had honed her physical strength and revealed her extraordinary talent during spiritual tests. It would have been a waste not to follow a path of physical combat. The other reason was her desire to protect Xuanhua, her companion who struggled with close-range combat. It's okay, Afu, Xuanhua said softly, offering comfort. When the time comes to awaken your destiny, you'll still have a chance to change. Hearing this, Afu paused, her gaze lowering briefly. Then, she managed a simple, bashful smile and nodded. The young man observed all of this quietly before averting his gaze, his expression unreadable. He recalled something his uncle had once told him. Although destiny awakening was officially described as random, it was actually influenced by many hidden patterns. For instance, it often aligned with a person's natural talents, awakening a destiny suited to their strengths. Take the martial artist destiny. For example, it required a robust physique as a foundation, but there were other ways to achieve it. By studying specific spiritual techniques and physical disciplines, one could also create the possibility of becoming a martial artist. This was why Wu De could immediately tell that Zhang Dongwu was destined to become a martial artist, because not only did the boy have exceptional talent, but he had also trained in combat techniques tailored for martial artists. The bitterness on Afu's face stemmed from her awareness of her own limitations. Of course, this wasn't set in stone. According to his uncle, there had been rare exceptions in history, individuals who seemed perfectly suited for one destiny, but ultimately awakened a completely different path. However, whenever the topic arose, his uncle would fall silent, as if avoiding something. Only after repeated urging from Jiang Zheng did his uncle reluctantly reveal one thing. Awakening one's destiny is an inherently pure process. To this day, no one can recall the process of awakening their fate, not even me. In that fleeting moment, as if in the blink of an eye, the fate is imprinted upon one's being. Yet, to bystanders, the process seems to stretch on for a full hour. Remember my words, stay pure. His uncle's voice echoed in the boy's mind. Among spirit masters, a simple truth is widely accepted. While fate has life, it lacks true consciousness, akin to an innocent child. To increase the chance of awakening one's fate is like crouching down to beckon a child, offering a tempting lollipop. However, if one approaches with selfish intent, obsessively trying to decipher the thoughts of fate or stubbornly planning its future path, there are only two possible outcomes. Either you possess an exceptional talent that fate particularly favors, granting you abilities far beyond your peers upon awakening, or you are outright rejected by fate. Though losing one's fate allows for retraining, the opportunity to awaken it comes only once. After all, fate has little tolerance for defiance, as evidenced by the overwhelming suppression it demonstrates. The boy etched these words into his memory. Truth be told, he still didn't know what kind of fate he would awaken. His uncle had only mentioned martial artists as an example and hadn't even spoken of his own weaponry. Still, confident in his natural talent, the boy felt no anxiety about the matter. Just then, an urgent stirring came from his arms. He looked down to see Zai eagerly sucking on the contents of a glass bottle, completely engrossed in the moment. Only 5 minutes ago, this little creature had fully recovered thanks to its remarkable abilities, a recovery that not only restored its own vitality, but also replenished the spiritual energy it had provided to the boy. No wonder it was so ravenous. Watching Zai's frantic gulping, the boy sighed helplessly and repeated once more, "Drink slowly. There's plenty more." In front of him was a table filled with genetic spirit liquids. These weren't gifts from the heavens, but rather supplies the security captain had specifically retrieved from the storeroom. I represent Vientiane City in thanking Teacher Chu and spirit hunter Zhong Ling for their assistance, the security captain had said at the time, handing over the genetic spirit liquids as a token of gratitude. Jiang Zheng accepted them without hesitation. Perhaps it was due to the emotional toll he had suffered, or perhaps because these were resources from Vientiane City, but he appeared unusually generous. Unfortunately, these supplies didn't include any spiritual materials. According to the security captain, such rare items were not for sale to the public and were stored in highly secret locations, known only to the boss and his relative, the late general manager. The general manager, upon hearing commotion at the main entrance, had rushed to assist, but was mercilessly cut down by the intruders, as effortlessly as slaughtering livestock. His body now lay among the nearby pile of corpses. The boy felt a deep sense of regret. Although he could have searched Vientiane City for spiritual materials, he chose not to. There were more pressing matters that demanded his attention. Since the assault earlier that afternoon, the outskirts of Wanchang City had fallen into an eerie silence. Occasionally, the distinctive sounds of the bloodline people could be heard in the distance, but they always kept an uncanny distance from this area, as if deliberately avoiding it. The young man frowned in thought, the abnormality only strengthening his belief that something far from simple was at play. Since the bloodline people were controlled by the bloodline seeds, this strange quietness could only mean that an even greater threat was brewing. A sense of urgency surged within him, and he felt an overwhelming need to leave and investigate the situation outside himself. All done, Zhong Yuan slowly stood up, lowering her arm. As she moved, the shimmering, polluting glow in the air gradually dissipated. I've set up a defensive barrier formation tailored for this area. Any external force attempting to break in will be intercepted by the formation. You don't need to worry about those creatures anymore. After saying this, Zhong Yuan took a deep breath, beads of sweat visible on her forehead. Setting up such a meticulous formation in all 4 directions had clearly taken a toll on her, but fortunately, the task was complete. Thank you. The captain of the security team expressed his gratitude earnestly, his composure seemingly restored. No need to thank me. It's the duty of the San FAC. Zhong Yuan replied as she turned to leave, evidently intending to find a place to rest for a moment. Just then, the captain's gaze fell on the blood-red patterns on the ground, which had yet to fade. With urgency in his voice, he asked, Zhong Lingbu, do you know what this formation is? I may not understand formations, but these markings don't look like anything good. Zhong Lingbu? Zhong Lingbu. Zhong Yuan snapped out of her daze, a fleeting trace of distraction in her eyes before she quickly regained focus. She hesitated for a moment before speaking slowly. You're a sea officer. Do you know its origin? It's called the Blood Sacrifice Soul Refining Formation, and it comes from. Zhong Yuan took another deep breath, but before she could finish her sentence, her gaze dimmed. It comes from the Zhong family of Bingshan. Jiang Zheng's eyebrows shot up the moment he heard the news. The Blood Sacrifice Soul Refining Array originates from the Zhong family? This unexpected revelation plunged him into deep thought. The security captain's eyes lit up abruptly as he looked at Zhong Yuan with excitement. You share the same surname, Zhong. Could it be? That's right. Zhong Yuan lowered her gaze, her voice heavy. It does come from my family, the Zhong clan of the mountains. She could already foresee where this conversation was headed, which was precisely why her mood had taken a downer. That's great. The security captain exhaled in relief, eagerly adding, then you must know how to. I'm sorry. Zhong Yuan interrupted him directly. I can't undo this formation. What? The security captain froze, as though he hadn't heard her properly. I said, I can't undo this formation, Zhong Yuan repeated. The forced smile on the captain's face instantly stiffened. Around them, the other security personnel began to stand up. One of them glared at Zhong Yuan venomously. What do you mean? It's your family's formation, and you're saying you don't know how to break it? Yes, Zhong Yuan replied softly. You must be joking. I'm not. I truly can't. Zhong Yuan's voice remained calm. Suddenly, one of the security guards, overcome with hysteria, interrupted her. What kind of nonsense is that? His emotions spiraled out of control, completely disregarding the disparity in strength between himself and Zhong Yuan. This irrational outburst stemmed more from prolonged despair than anything else. I'm sorry, Zhong Yuan apologized again. Are you messing with us? Another guard tore at his own shirt, shouting hoarsely. Does it require a sacrifice? A heart? Something else? I'll do it. Seeing his deranged state, Zhong Yuan could only lower her head. Clearly, this man had been driven mad by his circumstances. I'll do it too. And me. More people began to chime in, and the scene quickly spiraled into chaos. Enough. The security captain's furious shout reverberated with a special power, causing everyone present, including Zhong Yuan, to involuntarily tremble. A wave of positive energy washed over them, dispelling some of their mental exhaustion. The captain surveyed the crowd, his eyes blazing with fury. The others lowered their heads. Though they might still harbor resentment, they at least regained some clarity for the moment. Finally, the captain turned his gaze to Zhong Yuan. After taking a moment to calm himself, he asked, Zhong Lingbu, the Seeing scholars are experts in setting up formations, correct? Correct. The Blood Sacrifice Soul Refining Array is from your family? Correct. And it's not inherently unbreakable? Correct. Then hasn't it been upgraded to a third-grade complexity? No, it's still within the second-grade range. You're of the same grade. How can you not break it? The captain looked at Zhong Yuan, baffled. But Zhong Yuan remained silent. A memory from the past surfaced in her mind. It was an ordinary night when, seeking answers to her destiny, she visited King Shanzi's residence. As she pushed the door open, she saw the elderly man intently studying an aged, yellow diagram spread across the table, his expression calm as usual. Come. King Shanzi beckoned to Zhong Yuan with a kind smile, the same warmth ever present on his face. This second-grade formation diagram has ties to you. Could you perhaps help your teacher solve its mystery? A second-grade formation diagram is troubling even you, teacher? Zhong Yuan asked in surprise as she stepped closer, her gaze falling onto the diagram. She scrutinized it for a few seconds before her pupils contracted sharply, and her expression froze. Teacher, this is the Blood Sacrifice Soul Refining Forbidden Formation. Her tone became abruptly serious. I am aware, he replied calmly. If you know that, how did you come by it? If others were to find out. I'm not hiding anything. The old man interrupted with a faint smile. If someone finds out, I'll face the consequences. I've always been forthright. What do I have to fear? Zhong Yuan's expression grew increasingly complex. The Blood Sacrifice Soul Refining Formation was classified as forbidden due to its extreme danger. While it appeared to merely collect the souls within its range, in reality, it could trigger numerous taboo formations, which made it truly terrifying. The formation had originated 2 centuries ago, created by the Zhong family ancestor for revenge. However, after his enemies were vanquished, the ancestor had voluntarily reported it to the 3 judicial offices, ensuring its classification as a forbidden formation. Clearly, he understood the danger of allowing it to spread. King Shanzi seemed to read her thoughts and suddenly burst into laughter. What is it? Are you considering reporting your teacher? Seeing her hesitation, he waved a hand dismissively. All right, I'm just teasing you. I confiscated this formation from a group of evildoers. Strictly speaking, since your Zhong family archived forbidden formations, it shouldn't have ended up in the wrong hands. But I haven't disclosed this to anyone. The reason I brought it out is to see if it can be improved, to develop it in a positive direction. Surely you trust your teacher's intentions. I understand now. Zhong Yuan exhaled a sigh of relief. I wouldn't dare doubt you. Hmm. King Shanzi smiled at her, his eyes narrowing slightly. After a pause, he asked, so, are you willing to lend your teacher a hand? Zhong Yuan's expression instantly darkened. Teacher, I can't. In my family, I wasn't allowed to study this formation like others. I only caught a brief glimpse of it long ago and have no understanding of its detailed structure. Is that so? You're truly unfamiliar with it. Truly. The old man stroked his beard thoughtfully before offering a faint smile. Very well. Since this is a matter of your family's arrangements, I won't press further. You won't need to assist me, then. By the way, why have you come to see me today? Is there something on your mind? Yes, teacher, I wanted to ask about. The memory abruptly ended. Zhong Yuan took a deep breath, finally steeling herself to speak. I have mastered many Dao formations, including some forbidden ones. But the blood sacrifice soul refining formation isn't among them. My family never dared to teach it to me. They were afraid that one day, I might set up such a formation at home. Zhong Yuan bowed slightly, turned around, and walked away, her figure gradually disappearing into the distance. The security captain stood frozen in place, his brows furrowed, his face filled with confusion. As an experienced guard, he couldn't make sense of the situation before him. A Lingbu, who had passed the rigorous soul verification test of the 3 judicial departments, and a prodigy from a prominent family, was seen as a threat by her own clan? This completely overturned his understanding. If they're worried she might endanger the family, why let her out in the first place? If she truly had such tendencies, how could the renowned soul verification test of the 3 judicial departments fail to detect it? The captain muttered to himself. That soul verification test, reputed to uncover the deepest secrets of a person's heart, had somehow cleared Zhong Yuan. This puzzle lingered in his mind, refusing to fade. In the distance, the young man, though unable to use the still-cooling Ouroboros eye, could discern the captain's inner thoughts just from the changes in his expression. He was well aware of the bizarre nature of Zhong Yuan's background, far beyond what most could imagine. The captain's shock was only natural. The young man recalled his own reaction when he first learned the truth. It had been sheer disbelief. How could someone who had suffered such treatment grow up to be a person with kindness in their heart? At least on the surface, she seems to harbor only disdain for her family, not hatred, the young man thought, rubbing his nose with a sigh. This isn't just naive, it's practically masochistic. He shook his head. But that's none of my business. Just then, a vibration came from his pocket, startling the little creature nestled there, causing it to quiver in response. Jiang Zheng fished out his vibrating phone and glanced at the screen. Someone from the Zhou family had arrived. The faint moonlight filtered through the clouds, casting a pale glow over the street. Light snow continued to drift down from the sky, attempting to blanket everything in its path. As the snowflakes touched the ground, they immediately mingled with the viscous pools of blood, staining them a dark crimson. Occasionally, a piercing scream echoed through the desolate night, shattering the stillness, only to be abruptly cut off moments later, as if it had never existed. The street was littered with wrecked cars, their windows shattered, streaked with blood that resembled chaotic, violent graffiti. Corpses lay sprawled across the roadside in grotesque disarray, devoid of any sign of life. A heavily armed squad moved cautiously through the ruins. At the forefront of the group was a burly man with sharp, vigilant eyes. Unlike the standard assault rifles carried by the others, he wielded a uniquely designed silver firearm. The weapon shimmered under the moonlight, its surface engraved with intricate runes. Most striking of all was the rotating blue orb suspended at the top of the gun. The origin of this weapon was unmistakable. It was a standard-issue firearm from the futuristic city of Tianqin Langdun. Renowned as the pinnacle of global technology, Tianqin Langdun was celebrated for its mastery of spirit crystal technology. By embedding these miraculous crystals into weapons and employing advanced craftsmanship, they enabled ordinary individuals to harness a fraction of extraordinary power. Though still inferior to the capabilities of true spirit masters, these weapons could be mass-produced. This production capability, combined with Tianqin Langdun's demonstrated goodwill toward humanity, had earned the world's reluctant acceptance of this nation governed entirely by intelligent mechanical spirit beasts. Suddenly, a sharp bird cry pierced the air in the distance. The entire squad immediately went into high alert, their weapons swiftly trained on the source of the sound. The burly man tensed, his gun aimed quickly in the same direction. Soon, he spotted a small black bird frantically taking flight from beneath the eaves of a ruined building, fleeing into the distance. It was a mutated Ravina blackbird, carnivorous and bloodthirsty, with hunting habits similar to those of the snow wolves. Moments later, several more blackbirds burst into the sky from the ruins. The burly man tracked their retreating silhouettes with his eyes, slowly lowering his weapon. His gaze shifted to the ruins from which the birds had emerged, already forming a conclusion in his mind: there must be fresh corpses piled there. He recalled the earlier investigation at the Zhao residence. The monsters, once killed, would decompose rapidly into ordinary corpses, which would not appeal to the blackbirds. This thought left him momentarily silent. Just then, a sudden burst of icy shards shot past him, precisely striking the distant blackbirds. The birds flailed desperately before crashing heavily to the ground. A stern male voice sounded from behind him. "We can't let those birds escape. At least one of the enemies has the fate path of controlling animals, which makes it too easy for them to track our movements. I know the environment isn't ideal for you to fire your weapons, ill handle it." The burly man immediately turned and nodded respectfully toward the speaker. "Understood. How much farther until we reach Wanchang City?" the man asked. "Just a few more streets. I've already sent a message to Jiang Zheng in advance," the burly man replied. "Good." The man who spoke nodded impassively. Beside him stood another man who looked identical to him. Clearly, they were twins. Without further delay, the burly man turned back around and resumed leading the squad forward. These two stood out in the Zhao household. The burly man watched the twin brothers in front of him, recalling how they always kept to themselves. Unlike the troublesome and hot-tempered Spirit Tamers in the past, who often caused endless problems for the bodyguards and were eventually driven away by the boss, these brothers were surprisingly easy to get along with. This realization brought the man a sense of relief. He was pondering why the boss had reassigned his team to protect Jiang Zheng instead of keeping them within the Zhao family's secured area. The young master's parting instructions still echoed in his mind. This responsibility had to be carried out with utmost diligence. "We're almost there. Stay sharp," the burly man warned in a low voice, his eyes constantly scanning their surroundings. "Yes, sir," the armed bodyguards responded in unison. Suddenly, one of the twin brothers fixed his gaze in a specific direction, his brow furrowing slightly. Though his expression turned grave, he remained silent. Before long, they reached their destination. "We've arrived," the burly man announced with a sigh of relief as he looked at Wanchang City, less than 100 meters away. The journey had been unnerving initially. They were relentlessly attacked by monsters and wolves, but the further they traveled, the fewer encounters they had. In the last 20 minutes, not a single monster appeared, as if the creatures were deliberately avoiding their team. "Big brother, look!" someone suddenly exclaimed. Following the direction of the pointed finger, the burly man's gaze landed on the city gates, and he froze in shock. The scene before them was horrifying. Corpses littered the ground, rivers of blood flowed, and severed limbs were scattered everywhere. Everyone's nerves immediately tightened. How could this place, someone began to ask, only to be cut off by the burly man's sharp command: "Shut up." Raising his gun, he aimed at potential threats around them before turning to the man referred to as Big Brother. "The boss told us, hold we go in and take a look?" "Go in," the man responded curtly, narrowing his eyes. He then added, "The city hasn't fallen." With confirmation, the burly man quickly led the team toward the gates, leaving the twin brothers behind. "Brother," the younger twin finally spoke after a long silence, "what do you think?" "There's no problem within the gates. I can sense a formation. The spiritual energy is strong, likely set up by Zhong Lingbu from the Three Laws Division." The older brother turned to glance at a dim alleyway in the distance. "The problem lies here. I felt like someone was watching us during the journey, but I couldn't find any trace. That feeling has only grown stronger now, as if countless eyes are on us." The younger brother's eyes widened at these words, and sparks unconsciously flared from his nostrils. "It's hard to say for sure." The older twin shook his head and started walking toward the gates. "Zhao, release your infernal ferret to stand guard before we head in." "Yes, brother. Let's go meet the person we're here for." "Zhong Yuan?" "No, Jiang Zheng. We were sent to find him. There's no need to bother with anyone else." This group of people didn't enter through the main entrance. Zhong Yuan stood at the doorway, her hands moving swiftly to form seals as a faint glow emanated from her fingertips. Moments later, one figure after another seemed to pass through an invisible veil, walking straight through the solid rolling shutter door. Once the last person entered, she lightly tapped her fingers, and the faintly visible silver pattern at the center of the door shattered instantly, dissolving into tiny star-like fragments that dissipated into the air. This was the mirror passage array, a basic traversal formation. Typically, it was only sufficient for individual use, but for Zhong Yuan to maintain it until everyone had passed through showed her considerable skill and effort. The burly men who had just entered remained on high alert, their weapons instantly drawing the attention of all the security personnel present. The equipment resembled some sort of advanced high-tech laser guns, emanating an unsettling energy that instinctively made the guards tense. The men's gazes quickly swept across the room, finally landing on a young boy in the distance. With a silent understanding, they spread out and adjusted their positions, leaving the center space open. From the gap stepped two men, identical in appearance and equally cold in expression. The man in the lead forced a stiff smile and cupped his hands in greeting toward Zhong Yuan. "Truly worthy of Zhong Lingbu." It was clear he intended to exchange pleasantries but abandoned the effort, unaccustomed to such formalities. Zhong Yuan gave a slight nod and returned a similarly stiff smile. Such interactions were common among spirit masters. After all, constantly facing life-and-death situations during missions left many of them psychologically strained and socially inept. My name is Zhou Yi, empowered fate of 100 perspectives. The man introduced himself, then gestured to his brother beside him. This is my younger brother, Zhou Er, keeper fate of talismanic seals. We are both first-class spirit masters. Zhong Lingbu, Zhou Er greeted respectfully with a slight bow, acknowledging both her second-class rank and her position as a spirit catcher of the Three Laws Division. Zhong Yuan responded briefly before turning to walk away. The burly men seemed a bit dissatisfied with her curt reply, but kept their expressions neutral. The Zhou brothers, however, were unfazed. They had encountered many spirit catchers from the Three Laws Division, all with similarly aloof and unsociable demeanors. Zhou Yi quickly approached the young boy. Mr. Jiang, just call me Xiao Jiang. I'm not an adult yet, so it feels a bit strange to be addressed that way. The boss instructed us to follow your lead. Zhou Yi replied in a tone that returned to its usual coldness. If we're to follow your orders, calling you Xiao Jiang would hardly be appropriate. Well, fine. So what are your instructions? Hold on a moment. Jiang Zheng swiftly got up from the ground, dusting off his pants. His sharp gaze swept over the group of well-trained bodyguards standing behind his opponent. The little one in his arms was jolted awake by the movement, smacked its lips groggily, and glanced at the unfamiliar man in front of them. Its tiny pink nose twitched a few times before it closed its eyes again and drifted back to sleep. It wasn't being careless, it had already caught the scent of Zhong Yuan. With her presence, it felt no need to remain on guard. The young man quickly calculated his options in his mind for a few seconds before cutting straight to the point. Did you notice the alley outside on your way here? Hearing this, Zhou Er raised his eyebrows slightly, as if something came to mind. Zhou Yi, however, remained expressionless. We saw it. Jiang Zheng keenly caught Zhou Er's subtle reaction. Anything unusual? Yes and no, Zhou Yi replied after a brief pause, carefully choosing his words. Although I didn't activate my spiritual vision, I could sense a few faint, lingering gazes near the entrance. Considering all the possible hiding spots nearby, the alley across the way seems the most suspicious. Jiang Zheng nodded slightly. Everything else seemed normal on your way here. Zhou Er's eyebrows twitched again, like a seesaw. Zhou Yi, meanwhile, silently observed Jiang Zheng before replying after a short pause. We encountered some skirmishes after leaving the Zhou family, but the closer we got here, the fewer the confrontations. Everything has been calm for the past 38 minutes. Understood. Jiang Zheng lowered his head in thought for a moment before looking up. Zhou Ge, can you and your brother split up? I need you two to separate. Zhou Er opened his mouth to speak, but was cut off by his elder brother. We can. Good. I need one of you to accompany me to the alley across the street, and the other to lead all the bodyguards and escort my teacher, Chu Shang, to deliver the students safely to Linjiang No. 1 High School. The latter is no issue, but the former has a risk, Zhou Yi said calmly. I'm an empowered fate type, and my direct combat ability is weak. If we encounter a spirit master, your life could be in danger. His tone was flat, as though he were discussing the weather. It's not just you and Methers, also Zhong Lingbu. Then there's no problem. Zhou Yi nodded and turned to his younger brother. You'll escort teacher Chu. He'll go with Mr. Jiang to the alley. Brother, maybe I should. No substitutions. Zhou Yi shook his head. While your combat skills are strong, your preemptive detection abilities are lacking. The alley is fraught with potential dangers, especially with Zhong Lingbu present. It's not suitable for you. Oh, and hand me some of your completed talismans. Zhou Er immediately reached for the slender bracelet on his wrist and retrieved a stack of yellow talisman papers brimming with spiritual energy. The symbols on the talismans seemed to ripple faintly, exuding a peculiar aura. Zhou Yi selected a few and handed the rest to Jiang Zheng. Please keep these with you in case of emergencies. They include defensive talismans like Tiangang, Flame Walk, Tiangang, Fire Ring, and Tiangang, Molten Shield, as well as 2 Earth Shade, Fire Puppet talismans. While I've heard of your capabilities, I hope you understand my reluctance to give you offensive talismans. I understand. Jiang Zheng accepted the talismans and examined them carefully. He knew Zhou Yi's concerns. It wasn't just a matter of doubting his practical experience, but also whether his spiritual energy could fully activate the talismans. As he looked at the highly professional twin brothers, Jiang Zheng couldn't help but acknowledge the truth. It was no wonder the Zhou family had maintained their stronghold in Linjiang County for so many years. Even someone as influential as Shang Hung couldn't shake their position. This was true expertise. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.